And to those who bleed orange and black,
It is out of here.
good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
No, we're not on Roku. We're not on Roku. You can hear us. You can hear us. Hey, buddy. Everybody, happy Monday morning. Man, that summer sun is awesome. Those light mornings getting us in good moods. Another weekend in the books around the Bay Area. Everybody's adventures to be chronicled in the next 4 hours, including the San Francisco Giants, Boston Celtics, Caitlin Clark, Scotty Scheffler, you name it, we got it. I got Marcus Boucher sitting to my left. Good morning, Marcus.
What's up, Murph? Happy Monday. I'm glad to report that the Giants won every single game this weekend that wasn't played on Roku.
I like that. I need to get it right out of the way because I guess I don't have Roku. I didn't know. If you'd asked me on Friday, hey, do you have Roku? I'd be like, what did you just say to me? Because, I'd be like, what, did you just swear at me?
You would have said Who?
Yeah, I would have said, I saw a guy cut me off in an intersection. I said, hey, Roku, man. But anyway, of course, I'm aware that Roku is an app. I'm aware of the whole deal. I don't know. I've never lived on Roku. I've never seen Roku. I just assumed, because we got a TV, shout out video only, there's like 700 apps on it. I was like, yeah, Roku must be one of them. But it wasn't.
Well, that's the interesting thing because Roku is built into my TV. So it's not even like an
Not mine.
app. Mine just came with it.
So is that how you watch the game?
Well, I watch other apps on Roku TV, I thought. So you started this whole segment saying we're not on Roku TV, but my Roku TV has YouTube that you can watch KNBR on.
As I would say, can I riff?
Yes,
you know what I mean?
please.
So anyway, point being is that if people don't know what we're talking about, the Giants game yesterday was not on traditional TV. It was on something called Roku.
Where you see.
Which baffled me to the point where, you know what I did? I put it on KNB blanking R.
Perfect.
All right, buddy? Meanwhile, and by the way, I lost interest quickly when the Rangers scored 3 in the first, so they did not get the win yesterday. But since we last signed off, they won 2 out of 3 from Boch. And I ain't going to lie, I felt a little bad taking a series from Boch. I did. Did you have any mixed emotions taking a series from Boch?
No, I kind of went with the Will Clark approach, where we gave our pleasantries to Bochy on Friday, but then you turn around and you tell Bob Melvin, you tell Logan Webb, yeah, go kick his ass. Go win a couple ball games down in Texas.
Kick his ass, Seabass. Yeah, I agree. No, believe me, I wanted the wins. But I did take one little moment to say, sorry, Boch. And then went on to enjoy the wins.
Yeah, if anything, I feel bad about Bochy's club just being so beat up.
Yeah.
But then you look at the squad that Bob Melvin is managing right now, and it's pretty beat up as well.
And my feeling for Boch was, as bad as I felt, I was like, bro, you got listen, you got your friend. That's what I said to him when we signed off with him on Friday. I was like, hey, man, if they give you any grief, just tell them you're brushing your teeth in the reflection of the World Series trophy.
Yeah.
All right, buddy?
Bruce Bochy can literally pull a Klay Thompson and just start taunting people with the 4 at the other dugout.
Dropping the 4, yeah. So we're not going to worry about Boch. He's on his way. Did you see that do you follow Super 70 Sports on Twitter?
No, I know that's one of your favorite Twitter accounts,
Oh, my
though.
God. This guy's incredible. We had one over the weekend where it had Bruce Bochy's baseball card. And, Boch just had that look. I mean, but when he was on the Padres, like 78. I mean, Bochy's look. I mean, the head, the bad helmet with no ear flaps, the helmet with no ear flaps, and the hair and the mustache and just the face, And he said, if you told me in 1978 that, or if you told me like in 1988 that Jose Canseco, Darryl Strawberry, Keith Hernandez, Don Mattingly, and Barry Bonds would not be in the Hall of Fame, but this SC Padres catcher who I got in a pack twice a week was going in, I'd have lost my mind, he said.
So you got to keep those baseball cards, kids.
Exactly right, exactly. So anyway, good job. We don't have to play the winning mantra, though, because the wins came on Friday and Saturday, which we'll get into. So how was the rest of your weekend, bud?
Everything else is chill. Went down, saw some of my buddies in San Jose Friday night, and then me and Tony were both talking about our weekend plans, how we use this weekend as kind of a rest and recovery weekend because we're turning the corner. My birthday's coming up in a couple weeks. Dang. Then it's 4th of July. Murph, it's summertime. I'm getting ready to go on benders all summer long.
So you're starting to, this was like a prep week for you?
Yeah, I kind of had to reset my body a little bit. I've been doing a lot of heavy drinking.
All right, good. Nice and chill for you, buddy.
But this is all setting the floor for, I think, the man who had the best weekend here because I'm not only sitting 5 feet away from young Tony, but I'm sitting 5 feet away from a city champion, Murph.
Oh, look at you. Look at you. I will take that. What am I saying? That tribute, and I will appreciate it very, very much. For all y'all who play in Little League, we know the deal. This is that time of year when champs are crowned, and then All-Stars start in a couple weeks, and it's a big deal for everyone. But I will share just a little anecdote just to let everybody know how funny sports can be. So the Murphy family moves to Mill Valley in 1961. I'm not around. My brother's born in 57. He's a stud baseball player. We have this park. It's important that our little park, Boyle Park, is like a magical, it's like our Fenway, our Wrigley. It's like this unchanged little slice of heaven. Anybody who's ever been there knows. It's unchanged since I was a little kid. It's unchanged since my brother was a little kid. So that's the important thing, is like this little place where generations have grown up. And so the Murphy boys and our descendants have all gone through this same park, right? And my brother was a stud and played in 3 city championships and lost them all. Ooh. And then I came along and I wasn't a stud, but I did play in a city championship and we lost. Ooh. And then my brother goes older, has a kid. His kid, my nephew Connor, is a stud. He plays in the city championship and they lost. By the way, these are all close, agonizing losses. Then I come along with kids, and Declan is my older boy, and we make the city championship, and we lost. And then Rory comes along, and he makes not one city championship, and we lost in extra innings. Makes a second city championship, and we lost in extra innings.
Oh, there's a trend going on here, Tony.
And then Saturday afternoon at about 4:30, we're ahead 3-2 over the outstanding Rays team that's so tough, such a good team. They have runners at second and third with 2 outs in a 3-2 ball game in the 6th inning, and young Rory Murphy throws a 1-2 fastball in the outside corner, and the drought is over. There it is. So that was our weekend, buddy.
The Murphys got the monkey off their back.
On the very last pitch that possibly could be thrown. I mean, you talk about dragging it out. My brother played in his first one in 67. This is 24.
Dude.
So that's 57 years that we were in. How many were we in? My brother 3, me 1, 4, Connor 5, Declan 6, 7, 8. This is our 9th try. Take that, Buffalo Bills.
Yeah, how about that? And I think we can all draw some inspiration. If the Murphy family can win a city championship, so can Jed York and the 49ers.
Yeah. Nice pull, buddy. Nice pull. So anyway, that was our weekend. Fortunately, we had our team party scheduled. Schedule these things weeks in advance. You got to have the team party, the year-end party with the parents.
Pizza party.
We had it scheduled for, this was hot dogs and burgers.
Ooh.
Off the grill.
Who was grilling?
The starting pitcher's dad.
Wow, always got to give some love. Compliments to the chef.
Reed's dad, Ben, was grilling. Yeah, dude. But I came up because
Ben.
I got the special coach burger for you.
Ooh.
Big old honking cheeseburger.
Oh, what do you throw? Like some extra pepper jack or something on there?
Just kind of beefed up the patty a little bit. I
Coach's
think.
burger.
Yeah, yes, he said. But anyway, fortunately, we had that party scheduled for weeks. I was like, don't want to have this party after a loss. Yeah. So it's one of those ideal moments in childhood and all that stuff that happens. So, and Brad Mangian was there to capture it. If anybody needs to see it, it's on my social media. I put it up there not because you talk about your kids' Little League. I put it there because Brad's an insane photographer. And even by Brad's standards, he said, sometimes one picture is all you need. It tells the whole, he said, it tells the whole story because there's the scoreboard, there's the other team, there's the jubilation and all that. So that was our weekend. Other than that, I kept my eye on the Giants and kept my ear on the Giants when they weren't on frickin' Roku. And dude, can I introduce my nickname? Does it work? Vamos Ramos? Does it work? As we going? Come on now. I mean, anybody with me?
Is that really like a new nickname?
Well, I mean, has anybody been saying it?
I mean, I've kind of been saying it, Vamos, Ramos, Vamos, since the moment he was called up. But you can take credit for this one, kind of like the
Well, I mean,
there it is
again,
nickname.
I'm not like saying it's some sort of brilliantly original thing.
I just thought it's always funny when you bring up these nicknames and Tony looks at me like, wait, haven't you said that already?
Well, I mean, doesn't everybody say Vamos Ramos? I mean, I haven't heard you say Vamos Ramos like it's some sort of like identifiable nickname. I mean, it isn't even a nickname. It's a verb. It's like saying Vamos Tony.
I'm with you, Murph. Let's get the bed sheets. Vamos, Ramos, Vamos.
That's it. Well, listen, this guy, his WAR and OPS is like climbing the ranks, man.
Right now, in the month of June, his WAR and his OPS is measurable to guys like Giancarlo Stanton, Aaron Judge, Juan Soto.
Do we get out of the first segment without you mentioning the Yankees?
The Yankees lose. The Yankees lose.
Well, it's not just on the field. We need to talk about off the field.
Oh, the Dodger takeover.
Yeah, I'm not worried about the scores because they'll see each other in October.
Everywhere.
Dude, how did that affect you emotionally?
Not much, to be honest with you.
Wow,
I thought it would have affected me more, but actually, this is probably a bad take to say on this radio station. It's cool to see that many people care about baseball. That they'll travel across country to take over a city and take over a stadium.
The high road.
That's it. I'm taking the high road.
The high road. That might be the first time you've ever taken the high road. Ever. Wow. But that is true. It is true that many people care about baseball.
Yeah.
I agree.
That's cool, but yeah, anyways, play
Listen,
the Dodgers.
if any fan base sets their sights on taking over a stadium, they can do it. And these guys, man, wow. Yeah, I think these Yankee fans were caught unaware. I don't know if they knew it was coming.
I mean, you don't see stuff like that from the Red Sox or from the Blue Jays or from the Rays, from anybody. Dodgers took over the stadium like it was Oracle
There was a
Park.
video of an NYPD police escort of the Dodger fans marching through the streets of the Bronx. I mean, that was crazy. And you're just lucky if you got that with last night. If last night went the wrong way, you'd be...
Oh, yeah, exactly. I'd have different feelings about it this morning. We'd maybe be talking about the Yankees being on the bum baby list if they would have been swept.
They escaped it, even though they lost the series at home?
Judge went deep last night, put the
smacked that
Yankees
ball.
up late.
Did anybody get a distance on that one? Because it looked like it was tatered.
Oh, he absolutely squared it up.
I was watching that instead of the NBA Finals.
See, I kind of went in the same direction. Now, you know me, I'm a split-screen guy, so I had the NBA Finals on a second TV, but I was more locked in on Yankees-Dodgers last night.
All right, we'll discuss all that and get into the Giants, too. It's a Monday morning. We got a guest list, and you know what happens on Mondays, baby. Hums and bums coming up. That's right, I teased it already. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Anyways, yeah, the Dodgers.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Oh, look at this. Giants former closer Rob Nen, a.k.a. Mr. Smoke on the Water, stopped by Extra Innings this weekend with Bill Lasky to talk about the Giants bullpen and their weekend series against Bruce Bochy. To hear that podcast and more, check it out now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
2 men on, nobody out for the Giants. 2-1 pitch. Swing and a ground ball up the middle. Base hit into center field. Sprinting around third and heading home is Estrada. Here comes the throw in. Much too late. Here's the pitch. Ramos swings and he hammers one into the gap. Left center field. It gets down, rolls across the turf, all the way out to the wall. Coming around third, Slater. He'll score easily. And stopping at second with a stand-up double is the red-hot Elliot Ramos.
So now Ramos, first pitch, a swing, and there's a drive. Hit high and deep out to left field, way back. It's gone. Stay hot, Elliot Ramos. A 2-run home run up over the 372 marker and straightaway left for Ramos, his 4th home run in the last 6 games.
Woo, there it was. That was the fun stuff. Yeah, they lost Sunday, but man, taking 2 out of 3 did a little better than I thought. Realistically, I was like 2 out of 3 would be nice, but I don't know about this team. Well, since Bob Melvin chewed on their ass, they're 3-1. So those things, the dog ass manifesto and the ass chew manifesto have worked out pretty well. Giants, of course, I will say this. Marcus, we wake up every morning. How many days have they been 2 games under 500?
Yeah, I was going to say, what's the manifesto to get them back to over 500?
The absolute gravitational pull of being 2 games under 500. Hard to have only 3 starting pitchers when you live your life. You know what I mean?
That's not ideal,
No,
especially when in the first month of the season we were talking about potentially having 6 or 7 guys being options for this rotation. Of course, Alex Cobb, who we all thought was going to come back miraculously quick, has been slowed down with multiple setbacks. Blake Snell has been on the IL twice. Good news on Robbie Ray, who just had his second outing this past weekend, but he's still on track to be back around All-Star break. It was good to see Keaton Winn back in action yesterday. Did have a career-high 7 strikeouts, but allowed 7 earned runs. Started off the game plunking Marcus Semien, and then it was all downhill.
In the head.
Then. Yeah,
beaned him. The true beaning, which is one of the things my old man used to be on my ass about. You can't call it a beaning, and this is his rule. Like, the bean means your head.
Ooh.
So if you get beaned, he said he grew up meaning that specifically meant you were hit in the head.
Interesting.
So you can't get beaned in the ribs. That's the way my old man laid it down. That's how it was in our house.
Anywhere in the body was just hit by pitch.
Hit by pitch, drilled, plunked. You can choose anyone you want. But bean, at least in the old days. Now, again, this could have evolved and changed. But in the old days, the bean meant you were hit in the bean, which was your head.
A dome shot. Yeah, I've always just kind of used it universally.
Yeah.
Like I got beamed in my ribs.
Yeah. Well, again, my old man would have stepped to you if he heard that.
He would have had a talk with me about a few things.
How about just the bean? Yeah, that's true too. How about just using the head as a bean is a good old fashioned phrase too. Let me noodle about in my bean, right? You know what I mean?
Look at the big brains in your beans.
Say good morning to young Tony, who's here.
What's up with that bean, Tony?
I want to say this. Yeah, look at that bean right there. You can see that bean on the
pause
on YouTube and Twitch, right? So, and also on Roku.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, so,
Tony's big on Roku.
Okay, buddy.
Good morning.
Good morning, buddy. By the way, I think one of my favorite things of the weekend, other than a city championship, was we were texting about Roku, and I was asking you guys, like, what the blank? What's going on? I said, help an old man out. And you said, yeah, it's a good promotion for our product. And then later on, you texted and said, I was in the yard doing some yard work and listening to the game on KNBR. And I was like, whoa, let's get back to the first part of this sentence. You're doing yard work on weekends. Huh, buddy?
Yeah, dude. Somebody has to.
Okay. Look at this kid, landscaper.
Dude, shout out young Tony doing his own yard work and not hiring an actual gardener to do it for him.
Discuss.
So I wasn't mowing the lawn. I was in the backyard. You know, we got a bunch of outdoor furniture, the barbecue. You know, it's been covered for the winter.
He's living the life.
I was cleaning
Shout
it off.
out to the 1%.
My mother actually asked me to do it, so I just did her nice.
So what were you doing? Were you cleaning the queue? What were you doing?
So we have a nice fountain. I had to refill the fountain. We had to clean off the barbecue. The bar is nice and remodeled, so you got to clean it off. You got to polish it off.
There's a bar?
You got a bar in your
Couple
backyard?
tables. Yeah, dude.
How have I not been invited over?
Would you make the drive to Danville if he invited you to a backyard barbecue?
Well, no. If there's a barbecue and there's a full bar, of course I'm coming over.
Dude, when is the backyard barbecue going down? Come on.
At some point this summer now, for sure, because I just cleaned it all off.
Okay.
Barbecue season.
Put the cushions on the seats in the backyard. It's
he's
ready to go.
He's almost going Brandon Ayuk. Grass is cut. Tanks are full.
You ready for this?
Premium.
I literally showed that to the kids before the city championship. And because they're all in, I'm like, because I was saying how blessed we are. I'm like, we just got it. I'm all about enjoying the moment. I'm like, there's no pressure. This is all positive. This is all a blessing. The sky is blue. I said, you know who says it? Brandon Ayuk. And I showed them the video. they got the biggest kick out of it. And so in the dugout, they were saying premium and stuff like that.
And you played the entire clip uncensored?
No, I stopped.
Okay, good.
You stop at the 40-second mark.
I was going to say.
I previewed it.
There's a point in the video you cannot play for the kids.
You stop when he says...
I don't live next to y'all.
No, we stop before that. He says, kid on the trampoline, and the kid goes, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's when you stop.
That's good. Good jumping off point, Murph.
A little bit of coaching involved there.
Great coaching.
So anyway, young Tony, you enjoyed the Giants game, and did you watch Roku? Did you figure out the Roku thing?
So I actually streamed the beginning of the game. I do have Roku, but I was downstairs. I'm like, I'm not going upstairs to turn on the TV. So I just put it on my computer, streamed a nice website that I can get the games on, and then it was 5-0. I'm like, all right, I'm putting it on KNBR and just going outside and doing some yard work.
Okay, and you enjoyed the stylings of a John Miller.
Dude, he is the best. He was on one yesterday. He's just in his bag. He was making a reference. I guess his wife was driving up north somewhere, and she was listening, so he's making references. I mean, Joe Rizzo's got a nice little gig. He's just sitting right next to John Miller the whole broadcast.
Yeah, so it was fun to to reconnect with the radio broadcast is a good thing. But I'm trying to get to this Ramos stats for you guys.
Give me some stats.
So right now, after yesterday's 0 for 4, he's hitting .314 with a 938 OPS. Okay, 938 OPS. Here are some other OPSs around baseball. Aaron Judge, 1139. Woo. Juan Soto, 1027. Jeez. Marcell Ozuna. Oh, he's a DH, pardon me. I'm looking for outfielders only. Kyle Tucker, 979.
Oh, you'll see him this week.
And guys, that's it. That's the list of outfielders who have a higher OPS than Elliot Ramos.
Yeah, Murph. And the stat that I mentioned last segment, just in this month of June, I know it's only been 10 days, but he's got himself right up there with a 1450 OPS, right next to Judge, right next to Soto, right next to Yordan Alvarez, who you also see this week.
By the way, so All-Star?
I mean, he's making a bid for it right now.
Well, I mean, the Giants are going to get, I mean, who's the other guy? It was Lamont Wade.
Now, here's my
He's
question. Is he qualified at the top of those OPS rankings? Because for a long time, Lamont Wade Jr. wasn't qualified with his on-base percentage because of lack of at-bats.
He's not officially qualified. No, we're all going with minimum 100 at-bats, which is not the official qualifier, but that doesn't matter for All-Stars. Mm-hmm. You can choose anybody for All-Stars. You can just choose a guy who's been up for a day. He can make an All-Star. So the question is, on the Giants, you know, they're not necessarily a box office team. They're not flying them to London. They're not putting them on ESPN Sunday night with Yankees and Dodgers. They're 32-34. As much as we love them, they're kind of a dull team nationally. So there's really no obvious all-star on this team. I mean, Lamont Wade was the guy, and now he's hurt. So then you go to, like, Jordan Hicks. Camilo Doval, who's, it's not really an all-star campaign. I got to say, Ramos is the guy.
I think when you're looking at it, but I don't think he's going to get the national kind of push, to your point. Like, I think locally, a lot of people are recognizing what he's doing.
Well, no Giant's going to get voted in. So the Giant, this guy will be picked by the manager and or the coaches. So this is one that they just have to pick. So the rule is every team gets one. That's every summer for the last 20 summers. I've talked about this.
The participation trophy.
I support this 1,000%. Your old partner 100% used to support it because we grew up when the Giants sucked. Do you think they suck now? They sucked back then. And so we had one thing to look forward to and one thing only, one Giant in the All-Star game. There he was, Gary Lavelle, Jack Clark, Ed Whitson. It was like a thrill when that guy got introduced. For like 2 seconds, you mattered. For 2 seconds, there was a Giant on the All-Star chalk line. And that was it. Peak of the summer right there.
And Tony, you knew a Giant was on the chalk line because they were actually wearing Giants uniforms. Now if Elliot Ramos gets shipped out to the All-Star game this year, he'll be wearing some camo, like navy blue uniform. You won't even know he's on the Giants.
You are 3,000% correct. I'm giving, I can't give as many thumbs down as I can. It was one of the worst decisions they ever made. Anyway, right now I say, again, it's now from when is the All-Star game? July, whatever. I don't know the date. I mean, things can change in the next few weeks. But the Giants are basically going to get one player in, and right now, the way this is trending, and he's kind of their only exciting player, too.
Yeah,
right?
I think it depends on when Lamont Wade Jr. returns to the lineup. I'd still give him the edge for the bigger body of work throughout the season. I'd put Wade ahead of him right now, but Murph, he's entered the chat. He's entered the conversation.
He has definitely entered the chat for sure, man. So, speaking of the chat, the guest list is the chat right now on a Monday, June 10, 2024. Bearing down on that summer solstice. U.S. Open golf this week, I think, too. Father's Day coming
it's
up on Sunday.
By the way, July 16th is the All-Star game.
Oh, so we got some time. We have stories to be written between now and July 16th. Where is it this year? Do you know?
Texas, where they just played, Globe Life Field.
Throw that dome up there on July 16th, baby. Turn on that AC. I don't need that. They used to play outdoors in Texas in July. Man, oh, man.
Back in my day, Tony.
I covered the A's, and we would go to Texas and just sit in that lousy. I was like, just get me out of here, man. And then who knew that I would be all these years later there watching the Giants win the World Series in that same damn park. I turned around I was at the top of the stadium right before the final out was made, and I tried to soak it all in. I turned around, and there's a frickin' amusement park in the parking lot. There's a roller coaster.
Oh,
They have
like a Six Flags?
Yes, they have a Six Flags, yeah. I was like, is this really? I was like, this isn't exactly Fenway, Wrigley, or Yankee Stadium right now. I'm going to turn my attention back to Tim Lincecum and Brian Wilson right now.
What, so you're saying you wouldn't be happy watching the NFC Championship game, one at Levi Stadium, and then looking over and seeing Great America?
Two good Niner riffs this morning before 6:30. You're hot.
It's the same thing.
All right, what do you got, buddy?
All right, we got Hums and Bums coming up at 6:50 this morning to recap the weekend in sports.
Yeah.
Then we got Mike Kruko at 7:30.
All right.
We have the big hit at 7:15. Sergio Romo's going to stop by the show at 8:15.
The cojones. That's what Bruce Bochy said last week.
Oh, yeah,
right?
we'll play it.
Uh-huh.
Good quote about Romo from Bochy as well. We'll play that for Romo.
Right. Do you have the Steve Smith? Are you the one? Do you have the Steve Smith?
I don't have it on my board. It's
That
in
was
the
an old
system
pecan
somewhere.
sound. Yeah.
The cojones.
Yeah. So anyway, move on, Young Tone. Yeah.
All right, and then coming up at 8:50, Mark Spears is going to stop by the show. Talk a little NBA Finals.
Sweet.
All right, and then Jeremy Fowler is going to stop by the show at 9:30. He was on Saturday's Sports Center and said Ayuk and the 49ers are not close in their contract negotiations.
Dun, dun, dun.
All right, NBA Finals. How compelling are they? Are they grabbing you? Next on the Sports Leader.
Yeah, it just goes to show you, if you get those cojones, it's amazing what you can accomplish. And
Now, back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Tatum shut off by Doncic. Tries again. Tatum to the rim. Shot blocked. Derek Jones with the rejection. Here's Irving. Washington drives. Blocked by White. Oh, what a block from Derek White. And White slows it down the other end. That would have cut it to 3. White on the drive. Now to Brown. 6 to shoot. Jaylen Brown into the paint. Lamb, he banks it in. Jaylen Brown, a huge bucket in the lead. Back up to 7 with 29 seconds remaining.
There it is, and we'll hear Round Ball Rock anytime we want. What is it again?
Basketball, give me the ball, and I'm gonna dunk it.
I can't believe I had never seen that skit until Waterboy showed it to me. Jason Sudeikis. And who's the other guy in it, too?
I always forget his name. Tony, the guy with his own sketch show now on Netflix.
Yeah, he's the guy who did We're Doing
I'll find
Things,
it.
right? I'm Doing Things or something like that. That guy that, I'm doing something here, whatever that is.
Basketball.
John Tesh, man. And the NBA theme telling us the NBA Finals are on. And are they compelling you? I have to say this. I'm going to make an admission. Dodgers, Yankees on Sunday Night Baseball. NBA Finals. NBA Finals. Stuff the Pop Culture Showdown addresses on the other channel. And I found myself, it wasn't like I made like a big, huge decision in my life. I didn't like sit down and call my close friends and my family and ask for their advice. I just turned on the TV and said, oh, I'm going to watch the Dodgers Yankees. That's what I did. And I said to myself, wow, I just turned that on other than the NBA Finals. And I said, yeah, I'll stay there for a while.
See, now, I actually would have preferred if there was a meeting of the minds in the Murphy household and you and Rory and Deck and Candace all sat down and cast your vote for what you're going to watch on a Sunday night, and it came down to Sunday Night Baseball.
Yeah, it didn't. It would have been more dramatic, for sure.
Spoken.
Now, for you, though, obviously, you're a Yankee fan, so it was no-brainer for you?
Well, I got Yankees-Dodgers on Sunday Night Baseball, and they were split up a little bit. Like, Yankees-Dodgers started at 4 o'clock. I knew NBA Finals wasn't going to start till 5:30, so I definitely started with baseball. And then, Murph, I'm a 2-screen MF. So I pulled up the laptop, and I had both games on, so I was keeping an eye on both things, but I was more interested in Yankees-Dodgers last night, to be honest.
Right. Okay, so we all fit. Young Tony, your choice on these, yeah?
I was doing Dodgers-Yankees first. I'm a baseball guy.
Okay.
I'm a baseball purist.
Maybe we're not representative of the general public.
I don't know.
We're all 3 baseball fans.
But, Murph, they've been saying baseball is dying for years and years, and here I am as a millennial. I love baseball. Here's Tony and Gen Z. He loves baseball, but apparently nobody loves baseball.
Also, is anybody interested in the Celtics-Mavs final? Celtics are probably going to run away with this, right?
Yeah. Boy, poor Tennell down the hall. He was convincing me as we stood outside the door that doesn't work, because he and I arrived at the same time in the garage. So we walk in together, and then right now we got a situation now where, by the way, can we just shout out Cleo, the night guy who runs our building?
Oh, Cleo keeps this whole building together.
Can we call him like just HQ Cleo, headquarters Cleo? I mean, he's just the guy, and he takes care of all of us when our key cards don't work. They put in a new security system for the key card. Here's the catch: it doesn't work. All right, so I mean, it's all good. Except for the part where it doesn't work.
It's doing its job so good, it's actually keeping us out now.
Exactly. Yeah, they're trying to keep intruders out. Yeah. That's us. Although sometimes you wonder when your key card doesn't work, you're like, did I miss an email? You know what I mean? Was I...
Dude, sometimes I feel like Jamal Adams pulling up to the Jets training complex during Hard Knocks, where he keeps on trying to scan his key and they don't let him in.
Had he been cut?
Oh, no, this was just I think this was I don't know if he actually got cut that episode. He was still on the team. He just couldn't get into the building. But, of course, during Hard Knocks, everybody thinks he got cut. And so there's a good meme of him being denied entrance into the Jets headquarters.
That's our meme, dude, going in. But anyway, the point is that we are all baseball fans. I finally flipped over. Part of the problem is neither game's been competitive. In fact, that's the biggest problem right there.
The Mavericks closed it down the stretch a little bit. There was kind of a controversial
talk about it. We can just spend a minute on it here. So if you missed it, Mavs cut it to 5. What, a minute to go? Minute 3, something like that. I forget the player who was going up for the dunk. Who was it? Was it anyway, he gets from behind. Jaylen Brown or Jason Tatum has their hand on his back.
Derek White, I think.
It's Derek White. Now, Derek White's coming from the right side. The guy with his hand on the back is
Jaylen
either
Brown. That's Jaylen Brown, yep.
I actually thought it was a foul in live real time. I thought they collided with him because he went up to go dunk. They blocked the shot. No dunk, no 3-point deficit. Celtics retain possession, score, and win the game. I mean, was it mildly controversial? Yeah, it was mildly controversial. It would have only put him within 3. They probably should have called a foul right there. And the other part is if you're kind of the Celtics fan, you're like, you got to let them play at that point in time. And it wasn't like an overt, flagrant foul. It was a subtle, nicely placed hand.
Yeah, it wasn't too egregious, and most people picked up on it because of the replay, not in real time. So I'm not going to sit here and act like that would have changed the game, where I'm not really convinced that the Mavericks would have hit the game-tying shot, or if the Mavericks would have took advantage and won the game. Because Luka is playing phenomenal, even though he's beat up right now. But what the hell is happening to Kyrie Irving?
Yeah.
Right in front of our eyes. After he talked all that S about going back to the TD Garden and how the boos weren't loud enough, the dude is averaging 14 points per game and is currently 0 for 8 on three-pointers.
Yeah, he's stinking it up, man. Now, the old line is the series doesn't begin until the road team wins. We'll see. Game 3 coming up. But, yeah, this is not Kyrie's time, man. See Dave Portnoy sitting courtside with his Kyrie clown nose T-shirt?
Yeah, so he's done the clown nose T-shirt for Manfred and a couple other people. For
Definitely Goodell.
Roger Goodell was the original, I
Goodell was
believe,
the original,
and now he's
yeah.
got it with Kyrie Irving.
I said earlier this week or last week that, for whatever reason, I was like rooting for the Mavericks. A listener was all over me saying, you're rooting for Kyrie Irving? I said, it's a pretty good point. I like Jason Kidd. Did you guys see his tactic over the weekend to try to divide the Celtics?
He will not divide us.
He twice called Jaylen Brown the best player on the Celtics.
That's interesting.
And they said, wait a minute, what about All-NBA guy Jason Tatum? He said, no, Jaylen's their best player. And he was trying to divide and conquer.
Maybe he should have said Drew Holiday is the best player on the Celtics right now.
Well, that would be accurate.
Because
right?
Drew Holiday balled out last night, and that's the scary thing about this Celtics. They're up 2-0 right now. It's not because of Jason Tatum. He's doing a good job getting assists and getting boards, but he's not putting up huge box scores. Neither is Jaylen Brown.
Yeah.
It's been Porzingis game 1 and Drew Holiday game 2.
Yeah. By the way, I got a text this morning from Platt, one of our great listeners, of course. You guys all know Plattsy, John Platt, Stanford broadcaster. He'll send a text loaded with stats, and he just sent me at 5:41 this morning a detailed breakdown of Drew Holiday as a Hall of Fame basketball player.
He's always been in my hall, dude.
Dude, what? I had a riff. It whiffed. Drew Holiday, future Hall of Famer. He compares him to Chauncey Billups, who's going in this year. All sorts of numbers from Drew are comparable to Billups. Even then, Reggie Miller, 18 career points per game. Drew has 16 per game. We're looking at a possible finals MVP if Boston wins this thing. So this is like kind of become, as you said, Drew Holiday's series, really.
Yeah, and talk about putting the cherry on top for all the Celtics fans, hell, for the Celtics front office that decided to move on for Kyrie Irving and then to replace him with a guy like Drew Holiday. You're seeing it pay dividends right now in the NBA Finals. Drew Holiday will give you an effort on both sides of the court, offensively and defensively.
I love him. And that's why we wanted to shout him out. By the way, my buddy Daryl, who's a ref, says you have to call hand on the back every single time. So the refs blew that one, according to my buddy the ref. That's not the only basketball story from over the weekend, guys. Who knew the U.S. Women's Olympic Basketball Selection Committee would be on your radar, dude? But this one's going national. I went 3 different shows this morning on the way in. 3 of them talking about Caitlin Clark being left off the U.S. Women's Olympic Basketball team. And here's my number one rule before we get into this. I need to know, I have to tell you guys, I can't tell you how good the 12 players are ahead of her. So I can only discuss this from like a real macro level of like, she's an international superstar, therefore she should be on the team. Like that's the easy take, right? She's an international superstar. Literally, my buddies from Ireland called me. I did a podcast in Ireland about Caitlin Clark. Therefore, international superstar, right? So, I mean, she's eyeballs, she's buzz, she's all that stuff. Why would you leave her off? Why would you? Hazing, the continued hazing going on from the U.S. Women's Olympic Committee. Is she not as good as the other 12 players? Probably not. Like, look at her numbers in the WNBA. She's had one good game, and it was Friday night. They said, her coach said that the snub, quote, woke a monster. So did you have a thought or a take on it?
Yeah, I think this was a bad decision, whether it's the Olympic team talking about which WNBA players are going to make it or the WNBA superstars who have came out and talked about how there would be a big reaction to Caitlin being on the team and her not getting the same minutes as the other superstars. So to me, it sounds like there's a little bit of jealousy, which has been a common theme with Caitlin Clark so far in the WNBA. Like, I know this is a topic we haven't discussed too much, but Caitlin Clark is box office, but for some reason she's not being embraced by the sisterhood of the WNBA, it feels like.
Yeah, I agree on that, too. Again, we have to get into the fact of, like, one of the arguments that they made is she wouldn't play much And so it's like her time to sit out, and she'll be back in however many international competitions they have in the coming years before the 2028 games.
And that was kind of piggybacking on the story that I just brought up, that some of the other girls on the roster said it would be a distraction that fans would be focusing so much on Caitlin Clark. But isn't the goal of the game to grow the game? And so you want as many eyeballs as possible? I mean, that's the whole reason why people have been talking so much about the WNBA over the last 6 months. It's because of Caitlin Clark.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right that part of that is kind of like, sometimes you do things for show business rather than for X's and O's reasons. Here are the names of these are some of the Brianna Stewart, Sabrina Ionescu, shout out Miramonte High School, Chelsea Gray, Kelsey Plum, all these stars. So, like, she's probably not, she's probably not one of the 12 best women's basketball players in the
Well,
country.
let's just go with the couple names you gave real quick. Sabrina Ionescu, Bay Area girl.
Ionescu.
Phenomenal.
Yes.
Averages 17.8 points per game,
Yeah.
4.3 rebounds, 5.3 assists. Caitlin Clark, 16.8 points, 5.3 rebounds, 6.3 assists. So she's averaging more rebounds and assists, and she's only a point off average per game.
She's averaging 16?
16.8
Did she have like a
points
bunch of
per
single-digit games?
Yeah, but she's been shooting the lights out lately.
Interesting. Yeah, well, Ionescu, though, is like, she's like all WNBA.
Well, you
has done it to the
mentioned
highest
Chelsea
level.
Gray,
Yeah.
15.3 points, 4 rebounds, 7.3 assists. Again, Caitlin's got more points per game and more rebounds per game than her.
The hazing continues, man. It is interesting. Would have been fun to see her, obviously. But man, oh man, is this Mean Girls? Is this what this is?
It feels a little jealous. It feels a little pity. It feels a little toxic, to be honest with you.
It does. I agree for sure. So obviously something I want to bring up. 2 basketball stories over the weekend. Celtics making quick work of the Mavs, and Caitlin Clark being left out of the lunch table at middle school.
You can't sit with us, Caitlin.
Oh,
Come
man.
on.
All right, guys, here's the deal. Hum babies and bum babies. You live for it. It's next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Basketball.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT.
What do you want? Same as you, to remember.
Time now for Total Recall.
San Francisco!
A look back at the highs and lows of the weekend in sports.
Get ready for a surprise!
Sponsored by Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. When you want the best pizza in town, Amici's delivers.
Oh, yeah, baby. Monday morning means hums and bumps. Look at that sunshine outside. We got summer. We got frickin' summer. We got Hum Baby Summer. Let's get Chet Hanks on the track right there. The weekend, we sign off Friday mornings at 10 a.m. All sorts of stuff happens before we sign back on Monday morning at 6 a.m. And that's what we do. We sum it up for you. We find the winners. We find the losers. We find the Hum Babies, which is the nickname we had for our little Majors Giants baseball team, who were true Hum Babies this weekend. And we have the Bum Babies. Those who come up short, take a wrong turn, maybe have a safe fall on their head when they're walking down the sidewalk. That's a Bum Baby for you here, buddy. So we rotate every week. Marcus, this week, you draw them bums, buddy. So who stinks, buddy? Who stinks?
That's it, Murph. You smell that? Smells like Bum Babies this weekend. And even though it smells like the Giants taking 2 out of 3 from Bruce Bochy and the Texas Rangers, Sunday was a stinker. And it starts off with Roku TV. Who? That apparently nobody could find the game on Sunday.
Bro,
but I was able to find it.
If
Go
you
ahead,
could
Murph.
just like have a video of me from like 10:01 to like 10:08 with my remote. And then like my phone and my remote, just scratching my head. I finally turned to a text to the young kids. You guys. I said, help. What the blank is going on here? You guys said it's on Roku.
Yeah, Murph, and probably by the time you were able to put it on your Roku TV, the Giants were down 3-0 because Keaton Wynn made his return to the rotation, and let's just say it was a shaky one. 3 runs in the first inning after he beans Marcus Semien in the head.
Nice.
Scary situation. Marcus Semien then comes up in his second at-bat and launches a home run off Keaton Wynn. So maybe that was the pitch that woke up the bats from the Texas Rangers this weekend, whether it was Marcus Semien, whether it was Wyatt Langford, Bruce Bochy's top rookie, getting it together this weekend with a triple and an RBI knock off of Keaton Wynn as well. It was not a great outing for Keaton, who only lasted 4 1/3 innings, did have a season-high 7 strikeouts, but also allowed 7 earned runs on 6 hits. So here are the lowlights from Keaton Wynn's Sunday Bum Baby performance.
And he swings and lines it up the middle, base hit. 1 run is in. Smith around third. 2 runs are in. And Garcia goes to third. 287 on base average. Now he's running. Throw goes down to second base. It's in the dirt. Now breaking to the plate. The return throw is too late. The Rangers steal a run. 3-0 Texas. Batting with a runner at second. 1 out in the second. 3-0. The Rangers lead. He hammers one high and deep down the left field line toward the corner. Back at the wall. It is gone. 5-0 Rangers. The Rangers salvage the finale of the 3-game series. The Giants' 3-game winning streak has ended, and they end up with a split on the 6-game road trip. 3 up, 3 down.
The Rangers win on Sunday, stopping the streak. And as young Tony just whispered in my ear, yesterday was not win day, it was lose day.
So he's a tidy 3-7 with a 6.94 ERA. I'll say that again. He's 3-7 with a 6.94 ERA. We had higher hopes than that, my man, when this all started. So we got a big problem. They got a 3-man rotation, and 2 of those 3 are guys they're going to have on innings restrictions in the second half of the season. Jordan Hicks and Kyle Harrison are not going to throw 220 innings this year. So They got a situation.
Yeah, it's a situation we'll keep an eye on, and you can keep an eye on our Giants Sutter Health Reports at 9:50 this morning for maybe some updates on some potential options in the rotation. But first of all, it's Keaton Wynn with his bum baby performance on Sunday.
And then tonight, they have a normal start from Kyle Harrison, right, against the Astros?
That is correct.
But by the way, it's not stopping you from holding that third wild card in a 4-way tie with everybody under 500. Cubs, Reds, Giants, Cardinals, all 2 games under 500, all hold the third wild card. Oh, man, holy stinky baseball bat, man. That's terrible.
Yeah, and the Giants are starting a series out in Houston against an Astros team that is 6th game.
It's here tonight.
Oh, they're back here. I'll be at the ballpark tonight.
I need
an
a Monday
Astros team that is 6 games under 500 right now, Murph.
I need Monday Night Marcus.
That's it. Kyle Harrison, Jordan Hicks, and Logan Webb scheduled to pitch the next 3 days. We'll see if the Giants can get back on track. Moving on to bum baby number 2, we got to take a look at the NBA Finals, where the Dallas Mavericks are now down 2-0. And I got bad news for all the Dallas Maverick and Kyrie Irving fans out there. Teams that are down 2-0 have only won 5 out of 36 NBA Finals. That's right. In NBA Finals history, when a team is up 2-0, they have an 86% chance to win it all. That total record is 31-5. Celtics have now won back-to-back games at home, but we'll see if the Dallas Mavericks can switch up that mojo when they get back to Dallas, because Kyrie Irving is out here looking for that mojo. 14 points per game in his first 2 games back at TD Garden. 0 for 8 from three-point range. Don't want to throw any shade at Luka, who had a triple-double last night for the first time in the NBA Finals in Dallas Mavericks history. But, Murph, outside of Luka, there hasn't been a single player on this Dallas Mavericks roster that has scored more than 20 points this series. Luka needs some help, and he needs it fast because the Mavericks are down 0-2. The Dallas Mavericks are home baby number 2.
Holiday deflects it. Doncic has to throw it. White with the steal. Holiday to Horford. Holiday a 3. Bang! Drew Holiday from downtown. Lead back up to 11. Tatum head down to the rim. Misses the jam. Holiday comes up with it. Holiday to drive. White. 3-pointer. Puts it in. Back-to-back threes. Timeout Dallas. Here's Irving. Washington drives. Blocked by White. Oh, what a block from Derek White. White on the drive. Now to Brown. 6 to shoot. Jaylen Brown into the paint. Layup. He banks it in. 7 seconds remaining. The Celtics are going to take a 2-0 lead in the finals. A smothering defense here in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, we're not down. We're positive. This is a group that believes. We didn't get an opportunity to get a split or win 2 here on the road. So now Boston held serve, and now we got to go home and hold serve.
Mavericks head coach Jason Kidd talking about being down 2-0, but Murph, they say the series doesn't start until the road team wins a game. That road game is on Wednesday out in Dallas.
Yeah, and despite Jason Kidd going John Lennon mind games, trying to play mind games on the Celtics, yeah, Jaylen Brown's their best player. Jaylen Brown's their best player. They're like, no, we're all their best players. So Mavs down 0-2, but you're right. Doesn't start till a road team wins. We'll see. Wednesday, you said?
Wednesday is Game 3 out in Dallas. We'll have more updates on Celtics.
I need to know for
soon.
when I'm not going to watch.
Yeah, what's going on Wednesday night
Dodgers
baseball?
playing the Yankees on Wednesday night?
Well, maybe you'll be checking out the WNBA and Caitlin Clark on Wednesday, because you won't get a chance to check her out this summer out in Paris, because bum baby number 3 has got to be the women's Olympic basketball team snubbing Caitlin Clark from the roster.
Snubbing. Hey, John Joe Curley, get your Seinfeld snub. Get you going.
We need to talk about snubs, and we need to talk about what's going on with Caitlin Clark in the WNBA right now, as she has already, in my opinion, taken over as the face of the league. But there are other faces in the league that have been turning against Caitlin Clark, whether that's hard fouls during the WNBA games or these other ladies who are on the Olympic Paris roster talking about how it would be a distraction if Caitlin Clark was on the roster because she wouldn't get the same minutes as some of the other superstars in the WNBA. But to me, it's a complete farce. I don't know how you can have a women's basketball team and not have Caitlin Clark on it right now. Murph, we went through some of the numbers earlier. You can compare numbers, but you can't compare the eyeballs that Caitlin Clark is bringing to this sport. You can't talk about the eyeballs that she would bring to the Olympic game. She's good for the sport. Grow the game. Put Caitlin Clark on that damn Olympic roster.
What was your level of disappointment not hearing your name on the roster?
Honestly, no disappointment. Like, I think it just gives you something to work for. It's a dream. Hopefully one day I can be there. And I think it's just a little more motivation. You remember that, and hopefully in 4 years, when 4 years comes back around, I can be there.
Yeah, we talked actually on the bus. She got the call on the bus, and she texted me to let me know. And, I just tried to keep her spirits. I mean, the thing she said was, "Hey, Coach, they woke a monster," which I thought was awesome.
Ooh, that was Caitlin Clark taking the high road, and head coach of the Indiana Fever, Christy Sides, saying they have woken a monster in Caitlin
all right,
Clark.
It's on, baby. It's on. It's fun stuff. Listen, this is a pretty complex one for me. I mean, listen, ultimately, yeah, I think she should be on the team for sure. It would be. Now, I'm just picturing, though, the USA women's basketball team running up and down the court, and the NBC camera just trained on Caitlin Clark on the bench in her sweatsuit. Like, there's Caitlin Clark. She's reaching for a water bottle. There's Caitlin Clark. She's scratching her knee. It's like the game's going on, and the camera's only on Caitlin Clark in her sweats. So, is she one of the 12 best? That's interesting. I'd like to talk to a basketball expert about that. There is kind of the old guard saying, this is part of the process. This is what we do. We kind of wean them in, all that. But the easy, sizzling thing to do would be to put her on the team. But we actually got reaction on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. 707 saying, no way 41-year-old Diana Taurasi should be ahead of Clark. 559 says, shout out Caitlin Clark and the Gin Blossoms. Hey, jealousy. Young Tone, Gin Blossoms, hey, jealousy. Yeah? Gin Blossoms? Hey.
Maybe?
Okay.
I don't think so.
I'll put it down. That one's not that
That's
old.
a no.
That's how about you, Marcus?
Actually,
in the 90s?
no, off the top of my head.
Okay. Well, I'll play it for you guys later.
Spin it for us, Tony.
707 comes in with a rational take saying they had their training camps in November or April, and she couldn't go to either one of them, so she had no opportunity to play or gel with the teams. But then 408 says Caitlin should definitely be on the team over Diana Taurasi. She's hella old. And there you go. So, yeah, it's interesting. And it's one other thing I'd say, and I know we got to get going on hum babies, but did you know how successful the U.S. women's Olympic basketball team is? It's the most successful team in U.S. Olympics history.
Oh, straight dominant.
Right. And I think Ann Killian wrote this in the Chronicle, like they're a little jealous that they haven't gotten their due. And so they're kind of like, why does it take Caitlin Clark for us to get our due? We keep winning gold medals. So we're going to win one without her to kind of prove it.
But wouldn't there be more eyes on them winning gold medals if Caitlin Clark was on the roster?
Yes. You make sense.
Thank you, Murph.
You make sense.
Thank you.
Hence the bum babies.
Yeah, bum baby
All
number
right.
3.
Hum baby time. Let's take off that frown and turn it upside down. We're going to smile on those winners from the weekend. I tell you, we sign off on Friday. Who knew the Giants were going to take 2 out of 3 from Bruce Bochy since we last saw you? Kind of felt a little bad for Boch for like a second. I was like, darn it, Boch. And then I said, you won a World Series. Who cares? We needed these, all right? Because if the Giants were 4 or 5 games under 500, bro, the depression level would just be, ugh. At least they're back to, wait for it, a respectable 2 games under 500, buddy. Thank you very much.
Respectable.
But we're going with the man Marcos dubbed Vamos Ramos. That's what we're going with. That's right. Elliot Ramos. His fingerprints were all over the first 2 wins on Friday and Saturday. So Friday, Waterboy and Young Tony, give me Elliot Ramos 3 for 5 with an RBI, RBI single to extend the lead to 5-2 and a 5-2 win. Saturday, forget it. He said, climb on my back. I'm taking you to victory. He was the dude, 2 for 4, his 6th home run, a double, drove in all 3 runs in the 3-1 win. Oh, have we talked about his defense out in center field? We've been told he's not a center fielder. He kind of looks like a center fielder to us. He's out there making great plays. Him and Slater are communicating out there. He's running down balls in the gap. This guy has just finally waited for his time. Now, Andy Bagley noted how tough it was for him last year. You ready? I wrote these down. The guys who were called up last year instead of Ramos, Bryce Johnson, Cal Stevenson.
Who?
Wade Meckler.
What's up, Wade?
And a trade made for A.J. Pollock.
Who?
And Ramos had to sit there that whole time.
For A.J. Pollock.
And you see the skill set. And those are the skill sets that Farhan called up beforehand. So let's not focus on the negative. Let's focus on the positive.
And also focus on the fact that he only got called up because of Austin Slater's injury. Uh-oh.
Hum, baby. 5 for 9 in the 2 wins. He's hitting .314 with a .938 OPS. Among Major League outfielders, only 100 at-bats. With minimum 100 at-bats, only Judge, Soto, and Kyle Tucker have a higher OPS. Vamos, Ramos, indeed. Hum, baby.
2 men on, nobody out for the Giants. 2-1 pitch. Swing and a ground ball up the middle. Base hit into center field. Sprinting around third and heading home is Estrada. Here comes the throw in. Much too late. Here's the pitch. Ramos swings and he hammers one into the gap. Left center field. It gets down, rolls across the turf, all the way out to the wall. Coming around third, Slater. He'll score easily. And stopping at second with a stand-up double is the red-hot Elliot Ramos.
So now Ramos, first pitch, a swing, and there's a drive. Hit high and deep out to left field, way back. It's gone. Stay hot, Elliot Ramos. A 2-run home run up over the 372 marker and straightaway left for Ramos, his 4th home run in the last 6 games.
I was trying to see it on the changeup. He threw Slater a couple of changeups in a row, and then before Slater, he threw like 2 or 3 to 50. So I was just trying to see if he could throw me a changeup for a strike, and I got a breaking ball. So he hanged it, and I hit it.
Yeah, I mean, what do you say about Ramos? It's pretty incredible what he's doing. Playing with a lot of confidence. Play makes in center field. He makes it easy. The ball was hit. I wasn't sure if it was going to be caught. He caught it rather easily. So that shows you what a little confidence can do.
Man, Bob Melvin, Elliot Ramos, Joe Rizzo, John Miller, all great news. By the way, wearing that, just grab that number 17 jersey. Last time a guy wearing number 17 like this was, well, old Aubrey Huff in 2010. Dare I say, Waterboy, Young Tone, is Elliot making number 17 great again?
Tell Ramos to leave the rally thong at home.
Hump baby number 2 is, well, it's just the team wins for the Boston Celtics. That's right. No individual. We're going game ball to the team because the first 2 games was just a comprehensive effort. There's really no leading candidate for Finals MVP. Maybe Drew Holiday. 26 points and 11 boards last night in Game 2. You can buy that for $1, 105-98 win. But Game 1 was Kristaps Porzingis' game.
Kristaps Porzingis.
He scored 20 off the bench. But also Derek White has had big plays, including the block late last night. Jaylen Brown has scored 22 and 21 in the first 2 games. It was great Bob Myers with that head of hair doing the ESPN postgame, which stunned my kid, my 16-year-old. Big Deck Murphy's like, whoa, what's that?
Well, how about
Myers?
Bob Myers and Josh Hart on the panel.
Yeah.
That confused me, too.
That was confusing. But either way, right now, guys, it's just a comprehensive soup to nuts, 1 through 12, Boston Celtics team roster hum baby award.
Inbound to Doncic. There's the horn, and the Boston Celtics are halfway to their 18th championship. They hold serve at home, and they hold off the Dallas Mavericks in Game 2, 105-98.
It was amazing. I think maybe D. White got it first, and then JB got it second, but just the effort, right? Just the effort to know that we're up by, 7, 10, or whatever. They could have gave up the layup, but to go up there and get that block is elite.
Yeah, that's why I got dunked on earlier. But it's part of the game. I think just that not afraid to get dunked on allows me to get some that maybe some people wouldn't have gotten. So I'm just trying to make a play, just believe in my abilities and what I can do.
Jason, what was your interpretation of the fast break with PJ that led to the block by Derek White there at the end?
My interpretation, it looked like a foul, but it wasn't called, so it wasn't a foul.
Jason Kidd left to just lament no whistle there. So you heard Drew Holiday talking about the effort. You heard Derek White joking we get dunked on. We're not playing Joe Mazzulla, the Celtics head coach, because he gives really weird press conferences. That's why.
Stay tuned for the cooler for that.
Number 2. And then finally, Hum Baby number 3. It was a war between 2 kind of like emerging icons on the scene. I was thinking I was going to go with the Spanish tennis player Carlos Alcaraz, who won the French Open. Shout out Top 6. I was going to do a whole riff on Top 6 and how we would have carried you for 2 weeks through the French Open. He got edged out, though, because Scotty frickin' Scheffler, Scotty the fugitive Scheffler, went out and won the Memorial. This is a big deal. It's a big event with a high-level field right before the U.S. Open. Jack Nicklaus's tournament in Ohio. He has to grind out a 74 on a very difficult day. He has to stave off Colin Morikawa. But are you ready for this, guys? That's his 5th win in 8 starts. That's bonkers, okay? Elliot Ramos was 5 for 9 and got a hum baby. You don't win 5 PGA Tour events in 8 starts, one of them being the Masters, another one being the Players' Championship, another one being the Arnold Palmer Invitational, another one being Jack Nicklaus's Memorial. Bro, this is Tiger Woods without the Nike swoosh, without the hype, without the intergalactic fame. 5 wins and 8 starts has not happened since Tiger Woods in 2007, 2008. Also, 5 wins in July, 5 wins before July with a major only. Was it Johnny Miller, Tom Watson, and Tiger Woods? I mean, this guy is doing historic things. And, oh, by the way, he brought his 1-month-old baby, and also he beat a prison rap. This guy's doing everything. Somebody had a stat that said in the last 6 weeks, Scottie Scheffler has either won a golf tournament, made a baby, or gotten arrested. All right? So here he is, baby number 3, Scottie Scheffler.
And does it again. It was Jack Nicklaus-like.
Thank you, Fred. But I don't think I made that many when I needed to that well. That was a pretty good putt.
Getting a little closer to shaking the great man's hand.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. I feel like I've had some close calls in this tournament. This is a tough place to close it out. As you saw today, the golf course was playing so tough. And I remember shaking Mr. Nicklaus's hand a few years ago here, and he told me, I didn't make the putt today, but one day I'll make the putt and, be able to shake his hand. And he was right. And so that was a pretty surreal moment to be able to shake his hand as the winner here. And, I'm honored.
Dude, the 1-month-old baby in the arms, Bennett with the little headphones on. This guy's a superstar. Again, it's kind of like the Celtics. There's no super sizzle or anything, but he is the dude. And the U.S. Open is this week at Pinehurst, number 2. So we'll see if he can win that. I think he's a 3-1. The odds are 3-1, which is crazy low for an individual golfer when you're playing all the best players in the world. So anyway, and Alcaraz, I just want to shout him out. This was an incredible stat. He's 21 years old. He's the youngest guy to win on 3 different surfaces at age 21. And he's only the 7th tennis player ever to win on 3 different surfaces, clay, grass, and hard court. And I was like, wait. So they did Djokovic, Federer, Nadal. I'm like, of course, those guys are the 3 greatest of all time. And then it was Andre Agassi, shout him out. And then the other 2 were interesting, Jimmy Connors and Mats Wilander, old school name. I was like, wait a minute. John McEnroe, never won a French Open. I was like, wait a minute, Bjorn Borg, never won on a hard court, never won a U.S. Open or Australian. So Alcaraz gets the honorable mention. There you go, guys. We did it. That's like a mini top 6 for you right there. Getting golf and tennis in there.
I know, right? Give me the country club sports
in there. Let's get ready for Mike Krukow at 7:30 and investigate what's going on with the Giants because they made some roster moves and how can they fix this pitching next on KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports Center.
Man, I'm about to get arrested. I'm trying to get to a tea time.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Pitch from Wynn. Swing and a miss. Gets him on a fastball. And that's a huge out for Keaton Wynn. And he strikes out Duran. Back-to-back big strikeouts with the bases loaded. And Wynn fighting his way back into the inning. And there's a swing at a foul tip into the mitt. Heim strikes out, swing and a miss, and he strikes out Taveras. Wins 2-2. And he gets Smith swinging. And he gets a strikeout of Jankowski to start the fourth. So that is a season-high 7th strikeout.
All right. No, that's not John Miller or Joe Rizzo. For some reason, it's not John Miller or Joe Rizzo. Young Tone. We got to use our own product, baby. All right? It's not your fault. It's the cut sheet. It's the cut sheet, but that just kind of clanked in my ears there for a second here. Calling it out. Why not? We're being very public about our show.
Well, that's fine. I'll call out Young Tony for at least giving us some local rejoin music. This right here, Larry June, Dreams, new track dropped this weekend, Murph.
I was going to say, it doesn't sound, because Larry June's like old school R&B. It's funny, I heard, I listened to the, on Sirius XM on 70s, on 7 and 80s and 8 on the weekends, they do the Casey Kasem Top 40 or whatever and all that, and they were doing 1983, and there's a song called Try Again by Champagne from 1983. You told me no road, that whole bit, no time, maybe we can try again. And I was like turning it up. I was like, this is my groove. This is my jam. The kids were bored. And I said, Larry June would sample this. That's what I said. Because it was a great early 80s vibe. But this is a little more modern than a standard Larry June. This
is some new Uncle Larry.
Okay.
And I was surprised that Young Tony was able to find a clean version, which means to me that Uncle Larry might be trying to get on the radio, and here we are playing them on 50,000 watts.
I love it. And YouTube people can't hear that, though, huh?
I'm sorry to the YouTube crowd.
Overnight,
FCC violations.
By the way, looking ahead, Sergio Romo at 8:15. Overnight Dave tells me he was in the pace car at yesterday's NASCAR race in Sonoma.
Sergio was?
Yeah.
That's what's up.
His life is Sergio Romo.
Shout out Overnight Dave up at Sonoma Raceway, taking out
Did he go?
Dude, he took out the slingshot.
Hence that sunburn?
Oh, dude, he got a lot of sun this weekend.
Okay.
That's because he was flying around the track on his Polaris slingshot.
Did he get on the track?
He got on the track, was driving his slingshot, Murph.
How did he get on the track?
Oh, he's Overnight Dave.
He is Overnight Dave.
He knows some people.
They saw his key card worked to get on the key.
Yeah,
So
he's got full access.
Well, great. Awesome, Dave. Tell me more about it next time I see you, man. Okay, Giants baseball, getting ready for Mike. The winning 2 out of 3 was great. Being 2 games under 500. By the way, Flag Day is Thursday.
Ooh.
Flag Day is Thursday. So can they? The only way they have to sweep the Astros. Because if they win 2 and lose 1, they'll be 1 game under 500 on Flag Day.
Uh-oh.
Which is just, you got to be kidding me. We've been joking about 500 on Flag Day for years, and here we are again in the same boat. 500 by Flag Day remains elusive unless they sweep the Stros. And they are set up, and this is the point of this segment, they are set up with the pitching. It's Kyle Harrison on Monday, Jordan Hicks on Tuesday, Logan Webb Wednesday afternoon. That's great, right?
You got your horses ready to go, Murph.
We're happy. I mean, I'd like to see Kyle Harrison tighten it up just a little bit, but for the most part, he's doing pretty darn well.
Those are the three guys that are locked into your rotation right now, in my opinion.
Here's the problem. That's it. That's all they got. And I don't know how they're going to go the rest of the season with two gigantic holes in their rotation. In fact, I know how they're going to go the rest of the season with two gigantic. They ain't going to go anywhere with two holes in their rotation. So how do you solve this? There ain't no easy answer other than Keaton Winn. We talked about this. 3-7 with a 6.94. Spencer Howard has been mildly effective. A lot of loud contact. And I don't know if he's the path forward.
He's been serviceable. And I think that's what the Giants are looking for right now, guys who can just be serviceable until All-Star break. Because I don't think they're going to go the entire season with having these two holes in their roster. But when you look towards All-Star break, we talk about Blake Snell maybe being out for a couple weeks. Robbie Ray was back on the bump again for the second time down in Arizona. Those are two more guys you expect to be back in your rotation. Alex Cobb seems like he's having a setback every other week, so you can't rely on him coming back. But I think right now they just need guys to be serviceable enough to get them to the All-Star break.
Is serviceable going to take this team where it needs to go? I mean, you know what I mean? Like, where are we? What's your status on this frickin' third wild card? Which is just, it's putrid. Bro. It smells like a sewage plant down there. When you look at the standings, it's like outright depressing. The Padres have the second wild card, and they're under 500. They have the second one. The third wild card right now is a four-way tie between the Cubs, Reds, Giants, and Cardinals, all of them 2 games under 500. It's letting teams like the Pirates, who are 3 games under 500, be in the mix. And the Washington Nationals, who are 5 games under 500, are in the mix. So the National League is so bad this year.
Is this good for baseball?
No, it's not at all.
Because it creates more parity, but when you're looking at the top of the NL, there's only 4 teams that have a winning record right now.
I don't think so. I mean, here's what's good for baseball. Dodgers-Yankees on Sunday night. Like, great show, incredible show. Dodgers fans overtaking the Bronx.
Dodger fans taking over Broadway Street.
Did you see they had like an old Brooklyn Dodgers. Somebody had a Brooklyn Dodgers B and said like the boys are back or something like the boys are back in town. We're going 1958 on us here. And then the Phillies Mets in London, right? Decent box office, right? See Bryce Harper do his soccer slide. Pretty creative.
That was a nice soccer slide after he rounded the bases. It would have been cooler if he would have done it into home plate though.
Yeah.
Like he waited until he got back to the dugout to
Maybe the grass is easier on the knees?
I think they're playing on turf, yeah.
No, I'm just saying, can you do that knee slide on dirt? You might scrape something up versus doing it on grass.
Yeah, these are baseball players. They slide in dirt every day.
No, I mean like front on the knee, like to do that double knee slide.
You know, it doesn't look comfortable in general.
Because you're not sliding on your knee. When you slide, you're sliding on your thigh.
That is true.
Yes.
Unless you're bad at sliding.
Yeah. How were you as a slider?
I was actually pretty good at sliding.
Did you ever get the good old strawberry, dude? I had a strawberry so bad when I was like 14. One of those stick to the sheets. That one with the pus. Yeah. It was. I slid so poorly. It was on the front part of my calf and like my shin, and it just pussed up for. By the way, enjoy your breakfast, everybody. Enjoy your breakfast.
Merc trying to peel off his stirrups off his scabs.
Let's move on from that. But anyway, back to the Giants. So it's really depressing what they can do in terms of this rotation, and there's really no. You wanted Keaton Winn to be a much better factor, much better pitcher than he's been. I mean, you've talked the words. You dropped the word serviceable, and it's like, man. I mean, that's when you're aiming for serviceable. That's not exactly like I'm not storming the box office gates. Can't wait to get to the Giants game today. Who's pitching? I don't know, but I hope he's serviceable. But you're right. That's where they're at.
But also think about last year when Ryan Walker and John Brebbia were top 5 on the team in games started because they didn't have any serviceable options, Mark.
No. So can you make a trade for a starting pitcher?
See, that's the thing. I don't know if they want to make that trade knowing that Snell and Cobb potentially and Robbie Ray will be making the return at the All-Star break.
What are you going to do, too, about Kyle Harrison and Jordan Hicks in this quote-unquote monitoring their innings?
That's the big question.
That's looming. Yeah, that's looming.
That's going to be a topic that we're focusing on all season long. Now, we have not got any hard numbers of what the target goal is. There could be a time and stretch of the season where maybe we see Hicks, maybe we see Winn, maybe we see Harrison get moved to the bullpen. But again, when those are 2 of your 3 best pitchers right now, I think you have to leave them in the starting rotation and just kind of wing it and see what you got.
Have we thought about Sean Jelly as a possible starter?
I think that is a possibility, especially in these games that they're trying to survive in, but then you're also taking him out of his role. Like when Blake Snell goes 4 1/3 innings, then you need a guy that can go 2 to 3 in between, and Sean Jelly has been perfect in that role.
Yeah, 925 just checks in and says Jelly used to be a starter. They should give him a shot in the rotation. The other 925er says Blake Snell is stealing money, and then multiple people correcting me. I did my math wrong. I looked up at the clock and saw June 10. So I was like, June 14 is Thursday. Duh. June 14 is Friday. So theoretically, if they go I'm going to give them till midnight on Friday night. Okay. So they play the Astros Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, day off Thursday. Then they host my man Ron Washington's LA Angels on Friday. So they're 32 and 34. If they go 3-1 in those 4 games, they will have achieved the glory of being 500 on Flag Day. Thank you. So it's out there, guys. I'm even giving them 1 loss in the next 4. They can do it by midnight Friday night. They can get to 500 on Flag Day.
I think it's possible when you're talking about an Astros team that is 6 games under 500 right now. Now, granted, they still have Yordan Alvarez, who's one of the best hitters in the bigs. We can talk Kyle Tucker. We can talk Jose Altuve. But they're not having the season that we've seen prior with the Houston Astros. So there's an opportunity to win, especially when you have Harrison, Hicks, and Webb lined up for the first 3 games of the series.
Yeah, for sure. By the way, somebody checked in on Flag Day saying, talking about the history of this country. It's a political text, so I'm not going to read it. But I did want to say, did you guys see one of the better T-shirts you've ever seen at a sporting event? Phillies Mets over in London. Philly fans invade. And, of course, bringing pure Philadelphia attitude. Philly fan, it's a Philly red T-shirt, and it's in that Philly script. And it says, the British blew a 13-colony lead.
It's a good shirt.
You got to give Philly their due. I mean, they are absolute animals, but they are funny, funny dudes,
Those Philly hooligans.
All right, there you go. Let's get ready for Mike Krukow, and then the big hit, and then Sergio Romo at 8:15. Mark Spears at 8:50 talking basketball. It's a Monday morning. It's damn near summertime. Let's go on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
What's up, everybody? Happy Monday morning. It is Marcus, the Waterboy Boucher, here to talk to you about Prize Picks, America's #1 fantasy sports app with more than 5 million members. It's the most fun and exciting way to get in on the action while you watch your favorite sports and your favorite players. You just need to pick more or less on 2 or more players on their stat options, over-unders we're talking about, for a shot to win up to 100 times your money. With Prize Picks, you can turn $10 into $1,000 in a single game watching your favorite sports this summer. You can make a Prize Pick lineup in as little as 60 seconds. You just need to pick 2 or more players and take the over and under on their stat options for a chance to double up your money. And today, with the Giants coming back home, you know I'm going with my guy Dirty Harry, Kyle Harrison. 4 strikeouts is the total. We're taking the over on that. Pair it with something else you like, and again, you'll have a chance to double up your money. So join me today on Prize Picks and download the app using the code word LEADER for a first deposit match of up to $100. That's promo code LEADER for a first deposit match of up to $100. Prize Picks. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 670 AM.
All right, Giants take 2 out of 3. They come on home to take on the Houston Astros. Let's talk about it with Mike Krukow, brought to you by NorCal Honda. Sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealers. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. Happy Monday morning, Mike. How are you?
Hey, morning, Mike.
Yeah, it certainly is a happy Monday morning. I thought, the last time we talked going into Friday, we were a little concerned, and they wind up winning 3 in a row. They win the series in Texas, so it wound up being a pretty good weekend.
Yeah, for sure. And they responded since Melvin kind of gave them the tongue lashing. But they do it, and we start with the guy, Elliot Ramos. It seems like we talked to you a lot about him, and he just continues to insert himself in the conversation. There's stats you can go to. His minimum 100 at-bats, his OPS is only beaten by Aaron Judge, Juan Soto, and Kyle Tucker. I mean, any number of stats you can look at. He's playing center field now. So your observations from over the weekend, his performances on Friday and Saturday, and the fact that they're putting him in center field, Mike.
Well, he's been sensational. He really has. He's been a shot in the arm. And, when a young guy comes up, the first thought you have is, can he sustain it? Can he keep it going? I mean, it's he's hot right now. We've watched Casey Schmidt come up and overwhelm everybody for like a week, and then all of a sudden he disappears. Which young players will do. I mean, as soon as the league sees a new puzzle come into the league, they try and figure him out. And when they do, then they can move on. You try to be as complex a puzzle as you can be, and it takes time. And for Elliot Ramos, we saw him come up, and we saw him a little bit too aggressive out of the strike zone, and they took advantage of it, and all of a sudden he goes back down. Then he comes back up, and there's a little bit of inconsistency with his defense when his offense struggles, so he goes back down. So each time he's come back up, he's taken what he's learned and he's applied it. And now he's up here, and number one, he feels like he belongs here. He feels like he's paid his dues. That is very, very important. And the other thing, too, when you watch him succeed daily, you watch him how he handles it. And he's just riding it out. He realizes that this is professional baseball. You're going to have hot streaks. You're going to have cold streaks. Don't get too excited. Don't get too bummed out. And that's the whole aura that he gives off in that clubhouse. He's a pro. He belongs here. And that is what really is refreshing. And that's what leads us all to believe that, he could go into an 0 for 3 or 0 for 4 game slide, and it isn't going to affect his play on the field. It isn't going to affect his at-bats. He could have an at-bat where he has a bad swing. It doesn't affect the next swing. And that's all critical in the emotional and mental development of a young player, and I think he's arrived.
Giants go 3 for 3 on the road trip and also get 3 home runs from Wilmer Flores. Mike, what have you noticed differently about the approach from Wilmer for him heating up over this past couple of games?
Well, I think it's about time. He went through a long spell where he wasn't barreling the ball, and that's not him, and that's a major concern, especially for an older player. I mean, you're always going to get an extra 50 or 75 at-bats to the younger player to start of the season, but sooner or later you got to start making contact, and it's been wearing on him. But now things are starting to happen where he's getting hot and he's barreling everything. He has 2 to 4 barrels a day. I mean, and that means that you're squared away. You might not always get hits, but you're really stinging the ball, and that's where he's at right now. And so he just thinks like, well, hell, it's about time, and we all kind of feel the same way. But he's another guy. You never know when he's going good or going bad. I mean, that's the thing about Wilmer that's so contagious, and younger players, have always drifted towards him because of that.
Talking to Mike Krukow on the UMA guest lines. The Giants lose yesterday to Texas 7-2, but they win on Friday behind Logan Webb and 2 homers from Wilmer Flores. Conforto hit a big one Friday night, too. And then Saturday was Ramos Day, driving in all 3 runs as the Giants take 2 of 3 from old Boch. Did you feel bad taking 2 out of 3 from Boch, Mike?
No, I wouldn't feel bad taking 2 out of 3 from my mom. This is professional baseball. Yeah. The old saying, I used to have a manager, Doc Edwards is great. He said, it doesn't matter if you're playing your brother. You play to win. He goes, and you know what? You're playing your brother, you just hold his head down in a bucket of mud and just hope like hell he can hold his breath till the game's over. Then you dust him off and go get him a beer, but beat his butt, and it's kind of the way you got to be.
I like the imagery there. We're getting a little violent. So, hey, the Giants do that to Boch. They stuck his head down there, and they got 2 out of 3. Now, the pitching situation. Marcus and I were just talking about this in the previous segment. So you got 3 starters. Unfortunately, it's 5 spots. And 2 of those starters are guys who are going to be governed innings later in the year, we presume. Jordan Hicks and Kyle Harrison. They're going to maybe monitor their innings. So how's your panic meter? What are your solutions? I mean, Keaton wins 3-7 with a 6.94. Spencer Howard's been doing okay. I mean, Blake Snell's out there. Robbie Ray's out there. Mike, how your concern level about those 2 open spots in the rotation?
I'm not really that concerned right now. I mean, a lot of organizations are going through this, and I don't think they have as much depth or as much promise as the Giants have. And depth, I like what I see with Howard. I like what I see with Mason Black, believe it or not. I mean, he got roughed up a little bit, but I like what I've seen with this guy. I think he can be a guy who can definitely give you 4 or 5 or even 6 innings. And then the promise is, you've got Robbie Ray who's starting to take rehab starts. Snell, they think, is a couple weeks away. And then Alex Cobb, you're going to get him back at some time. So, I mean, that's pretty good promise right there. So I think, it's an opportunity for younger guys to make a name, to learn. And it just lengthens you out. I mean, you have to get through it. I think the pressure really falls upon the offense to try and score some runs to try and make it a bit easier. Even without Lamont Wade, and yesterday without Matt Chapman, I mean, you have to find ways to score runs. I know it's not easy against Nathan Eovaldi, the pitcher for the Rangers yesterday, but hey, it's the big leagues. You got to find a way. So, they're kind of ham and egging it right now between their arms and their bats, but they're hovering right around 500. And, it's just kind of maintain your head above water until, you get your help, until you get Lamont Wade back in the picture, until you get Robbie Ray in, until you can get Blake Snell in. But so I think the promise is something that is very critical when you're trying to hang in there. And I do think they have the arms that will allow them to continue to hang in there.
Sean Jelly has been pitching well out of the bullpen, Mike. Do you think it's possible the Giants could give him an opportunity to start, or would you prefer to keep him in the current role he's in now?
Well, that's a great question. I mean, I think that he can do anything. I mean, he thinks he can do anything. There's nobody more confident than him in that bullpen right now. Nobody. And he's been so effective. Plus, he's a guy that can go in there and get out of an existing inning with a strikeout or a ground ball, whatever he needs. And then he's strong enough to where he can give you 2, sometimes even 3 innings. So that's such a valuable piece, especially when you're, going out there and you're hoping you can get 4 or 5 out of your starter. When you have a guy that you can go to who's been so good like Jelly, they can give you, multiple innings. That's a huge asset. I mean, so I don't know. I mean, any way you put him, he's going to succeed for you. But I think where he's at right now is probably where they think he's serving this team best.
Yeah, Sean Jelly, definitely one of those names that has been a positive for the Giants this year. Mike, wrap it up here. Just to see Matt Chapman sit for a day raises an eyebrow. He plays. He's one of those guys. That's what I loved when they signed him. He was going to be an everyday player. I guess he tweaked a little hamstring, diving for a foul ball. I don't know if he's back playing tonight. I know you were doing the games, but from San Francisco. But the idea that's just that Chapman sat for a day, and they called Casey Schmidt back up to play for him and sent Tyler Fitzgerald down. So a few little moves right there. Any feelings on those?
Well, I mean, they had played yesterday was the 6th game on turf, and that wears you down. I mean, you get tired, you get sore when you're not used to it. Even when you're used to it, you get sore. I mean, turf it's rough on players. So I think that it's kind of a time for him to get a bit of a day off. He's been going so good. I think he's got, 25, 26 consecutive games in a row where he's gotten on base and playing stellar defense. He's missed. It's nice to be able to put a guy like Schmidt at third base, which I think they needed to do. I mean, they needed to give Casey Schmidt a day. That's where he's most comfortable. He hadn't been comfortable at short. And he had a couple rough games, but, he got a hit yesterday and played a clean third. So I think that, it did a little bit for his brain. And let's hope that Chapman's only going to get the 1 day off, or I should say should need the 1 day off. But he's missed, man, when he's not there. There's no doubt about it. The whole infield changes a little bit.
Yeah, and Mike, just kind of to wrap it all up, I actually want to ask you like a big picture baseball question. We were discussing earlier today about how Murph, myself, young Tony, and the guys here at the station were more interested in Yankees-Dodgers Sunday Night Baseball last night versus the NBA Finals. I don't know if you saw any of the photos or videos of Dodger fans taking over Yankee Stadium and parading down the streets. But what does that say about the current state of baseball that they can even compete on a night that the NBA Finals are playing with two top market teams like the Yankees and Dodgers?
You know, I mean, from us old player perspectives, we've seen so much of the game change and so much of launch angle and, an acceptable outing for a starter being 4 or 5 innings come into the game that we kind of raise our eyebrows and shake our head. But I'm telling you, from a market perspective, I mean, they have sensationalized this game with pitching velocities and exit velocities and home runs and they've made it exciting with the uniform changes and all the color that's brought into this game. And this game has been marketed beautifully. I mean, look, there's a hardcore fan. Baseball's a chess game. It's a chess game, and not everybody knows how to play chess or the nuances of chess. How do you make it exciting for somebody who's kind of a beginning checkers player? Well, you make it exciting. You sensualize it. You accentuate the home run and the fastball and the color of the game and the speed of the game. And the game is a fun game, no matter what level you are, as to how you watch the game. And I think that it's really an exciting time in baseball because so many people are interested in the game. And you can wear the uniform that the guy has on the field. How cool is that? Well, you can wear any one of the 5 or 6 they get to wear. But, we see the Dodger fans travel up here all the time. They come up in mass, and then they do the parade down 3rd Street towards the ballpark over the Lefty O'Doul Bridge, and I shake my head. It's the coolest thing ever. You see Giants fans come into San Diego and basically take over the Gaslamp District. And it does your heart good to see that much love towards our game. So I love all of it. I really do. And it's just it's never been better to be a big league player than it is right now.
And speaking of which, in the end, are you watching any of the College World Series? That seems to grow every year, and there's some really exciting stuff going on. And by the way, it's so wild that it's almost like college football, Mike, in that it's almost exclusively dominated by the South. All those teams, whether it's Clemson or LSU or whatever, all the SEC teams, if you're watching it and you're feeling on what happened to our wonderful West Coast baseball, the South has risen.
Don't get me started on the Pac-12, Murph. That's a really sore subject.
It is.
And it really, go take a look at the number of athletes that come from the West Coast that are out playing in Texas and in Florida and all through the South.
Tennessee.
It's crazy. But that's where the opportunity is. That's where the excitement is. And if you're a young player and you're a premier player, and you're living in Southern California or Northern California, you have an opportunity to go to another part of the country and play in that type of a program where you're going to go because it no longer exists here in the Pac-5. I like the Mountain West. I'm a big Mountain West fan. There's some really great baseball and football and basketball being played there, but it's different. The Pac-12 walked out the door. Your Premier League walked out the door. So, that's the way it's going to be for a while, and it's up to the West Coast to do something about it, although I don't know what they can do. What can they do? You tell me.
I don't know. It's going to be a long. You have to hope for cycles coming back. But are you watching any of the College World Series?
Oh, hell yeah. I love it. And it's, to me, college is fun because, they all dye their hair. They all got, the same uniform style on. They all wearing high legs or low legs. It goes right up into the fans. The stands are all, they're lit up and they're doing the same thing. It's a party. It's fun. And that's what baseball is meant to be. Look, the Savannah Bananas, I don't even know what game they're playing, but it kind of semi looks like baseball, and it's fun. And I just think that that's the whole bottom line. Baseball has to be fun. It's not a job. It's a privilege to play, and it's fun, and get everybody playing it. I love it.
Mike, did you see the Savannah Bananas sold out Fenway Park over the weekend?
I did not, but it doesn't surprise me.
Go check it out. Go look it up on your computer. It's packed. It looks like bigger than the 75 World Series, the Bananas at Fenway.
Well, my son has gone twice up to see him in Sacramento, and he says, Dad, it is showtime. It is more fun, and it's a complete horse laugh.
I got to go.
And, you're just going to see more and more people come to the game of baseball. And if the Savannah Banana does to the same thing to baseball what the Harlem Globetrotters did to basketball, it got people excited about it. And I just think, God bless them. And I tip my cap. I just think whoever came up with those ideas, Yeah, you're geniuses.
Yeah, I mean, they took over Fenway, man. It was packed to the gills. So anyway, good wide-ranging chat, Mike. Enjoy the game tonight. We'll talk to you Wednesday.
In a bit.
Mike Krukow is brought to you by NorCal Honda, your Northern California Honda dealers. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. Well, that's going to be the big hit. It was a big weekend, whether the Phillies and Mets were in London, the Dodgers and Yankees were overtaking your TV, and then the Giants getting 2 out of 3 from Texas. Elliot Ramos on our radar. So we'll talk about all that next. The big hit on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Will the Thrill Clark not only joined our show last week, but then proceeded to stop by Extra Innings with Bill Lasky to talk about the Rangers and Giants series. To hear the podcast and more, check it out now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
It's the Dodgers. Go.
It sound right, boy. It sound right, boy.
And now, this is the big hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Here's the pitch, and Wilmer hits a high drive, deep left center field. Way back there, Langford at the wall, and he leaps, and he goes! Pelota!
If nobody got me, I know Wilmer Flores got me. Can I get an amen for that?
2-1 pitch. Flores swings and drives one deep left field towards the corner. This one on its way. It is gone. And Wilmer Flores has done it again.
There's the team grandmas, and they love Wilmer Flores. Like, Wilmer Flores is their favorite player. More than me. Like, they like Wilmer more than me. All they want to do is meet Wilmer. That's it. They'll come to games just to meet Wilmer.
There goes the runner. Conforto swings and belts one out into right center field. Garcia back. He's looking up. It is gone. Michael Conforto gives the Giants a 4-2 lead. So now Ramos, first pitch, a swing, and there's a drive. Hit high and deep out to left field. Way back. It's gone. Stay hot, Elliot Ramos. Jastrzemski swings. It's a high drive down the right field line towards the corner. It is gone. Curled it just inside the foul pole along the right field line.
Well, there it is, the sounds of a weekend in Texas. So I felt, just for about 1.5 seconds, felt a little bad taking 2 out of 3 from Boch, and then I got over it real quick because the Giants needed it. And they needed it bad. Sweep would have been incredible, but 2 out of 3 restored a little bit of order. They won 3 in a row after Melvin chewed on their rear ends where were they last week? Arizona. He barked at them. They won 3 in a row. Yesterday they came up short. Keaton Wynn not up to the task. But that's the big hit today is the Giants win in 2 of 3. And the focus on Elliot Ramos, guys. Vamos Ramos, as we like to call him here on the show.
Vamos, Ramos, vamos.
But also, I'd like to take a few minutes here on this big hit to kind of expand to the weekend of baseball because one of the interesting things that happened, and we're asking you, the listeners, 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Did you find yourselves gravitating to Dodgers, Yankees on Sunday night, or were you like, hell no, NBA Finals, Celtics, Mavericks? Because over the weekend, it felt like, this is one of those times in the sports calendar, the NFL has gone to hibernate. This is like the only time you're not going to talk NFL much, unless you're talking to Jeremy Fowler at 9:30 like we are.
Yeah.
About Brandon Ayuk. But so the NFL's just kind of taking a powder. There's no college football to talk about. So it's like, okay, what's going to step into the void? Well, the NBA Finals, obviously, pop culture showdown, the whole deal. But baseball this weekend, 3 things. 1, we had our Giants taking 2 or 3 from Boch, Ramos. 2, Dodgers, Yankees doing their thing every day, compelling. And 3, the Phillies and Mets in London was sort of an interesting deal, too. And I was just kind of wondering if, I know Caitlin Clark not making the Olympic team is a huge story today, and we can talk about that later on, too, if you want. But right now, it just felt like, or is it just us? Because we're baseball. Are we the outliers?
Now, that's a great question because, to your point, there was a lot of really good baseball this weekend. Whether we're talking Yankees and Dodgers, that was national TV all weekend. Whether you're going across the pond to watch the Phillies out in London. Whether you're watching the College World Series.
That I didn't even mention.
That Florida-Clemson game yesterday was insane.
Right.
Or if we're talking about the Savannah Bananas taking over Fenway Park. There does seem like there was a push for baseball this weekend. So, yeah, Murph, I'm with you. I'm a seam head. I love ball. I'll be at the ballpark tonight. But last night, going head-to-head, which usually never happens for baseball, it feels like more people had eyes on Dodgers-Yankees than the actual NBA Finals.
So for me, obviously, I dislike both teams. I used to not dislike the Yankees so much until about a week ago. when I started getting peppering texts from my guy to my left here. And now we have a good-natured joshing about the Orioles and that's my new squad and all that. How are they doing, by the way? I haven't even looked.
That's your O's.
That's how much they're my squad. I don't even follow them. But anyway, point being is that it was just incredible to have that many. And I heard the argument being kicked around in the ESPN booth. It was a good one. Who would you rather have? Mookie, Freddie, and Shohei? Or Soto, Judge, and Stanton? I mean, those are fun. This is like back into Willie, Mickey, and the Duke type stuff, you know?
And think about it, since we are going with the comparison of Major League Baseball versus NBA, who had more superstars on their TV last night? The NBA Finals or that Yankee-Dodger matchup?
I mean, honestly, the Yankee-Dodger matchup.
And that's without Juan Soto playing this weekend.
God, Judge is just so great for baseball. He's so jacked. Did you see his interview with Carl Ravitch?
No, was this pre or post game?
They played a little bit during the game. Then they encourage you to check out the whole interview on YouTube.
Ooh, what a tease.
Which you could be doing with us right now on YouTube. You can check him out. There's young Tony right there.
That's it. We're live on YouTube. We're live on Twitch. And Murph, we're also live on Roku.
Which we need to riff on for a second after I tell you are listening to KNBR AM, KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. How funny is it that when I'm trying to build this big hit that baseball had a great weekend, one of the things that happened this weekend was the Giants game was on Roku, and I had no freaking way to access it. I had no idea how to get there. I'm on my new Samsung OLED TV, shout-out video only. I got all the apps up. I'm looking at app after. Dude, I saw things I've never seen before. I was on apps. Bro, have you ever gone down like the tunnel if you hit like a couple of buttons and all of a sudden I had like a whole screen of apps of like European sports channels?
Oh, you got like Freevee or like Pluto TV or like these other ones?
That was the mainstream ones. Dude, I went a couple steps deeper. There were these like Italian soccer networks I'd never heard of. There was like these Formula One Greek networks I'd never heard of. It was like dozens and dozens of networks and apps I'd never heard of. But I couldn't find freaking Roku. All right? I couldn't find. So you know what I did? Listen to the game on the radio. Listen to the game on the radio.
Like a gentleman.
Like you know what I felt like I should have been doing? When you're listening to the game on the radio, you should be like painting the house or doing yard work, which is what young Tony was doing.
Dude, shout out to my guy, young Tony, doing some yard work this weekend.
Well, we've always talked about you. You've found, shall we say, streams.
Let's just say if there's a will, there's a way. The internet is undefeated.
Marcus leads the league in visiting broadcasts on his laptop.
I understand.
Or is your phone?
Hey, don't be giving away my secrets.
All right,
you can actually get them on both, Murph. The internet is everywhere.
Anyway, guys, I thought it was a great weekend for it here. Yeah, here's 415 checking in on the Cache Creek on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line saying Yankees versus Dodgers was flat out more compelling than the NBA Finals. Wow. I mean, and we just talked about the Dodger fans overtaking that too. Dude, that looked like something out of the Warriors. You know, the way they were marching down the street, man.
Can you dig it?
I texted Mark Cannizzaro, my local New Yorker and true Yankee fan about, and dude, he doesn't like it. You know, I mean, he's a friendly guy, but when you poke the bear, he said, F those posers. We took care of business tonight, MFer. Is what he said. So a Yankee fan doesn't want to hear it.
Lost 2 out of 3, lost an extra inning game on Friday night. But getting back to the premise of this discussion of Dodger fans taking over Yankee Stadium. And whatever the hell that fan group's name is, I just call them the traveling circus. It's good to see that they just travel to other stadiums besides Oracle Park, because it was getting annoying as hell seeing them march down the Embarcadero, go down 3rd Street, and then take over the Oracle Park bleachers. To see it happen in New York, I got to say, first of all, blink the Dodgers. But this is my take that I gave earlier. The fact that you have this many fans traveling again across the country, I think it's a good sign for baseball. If you're just sitting on the corner enjoying a bagel or a slice of pie out in New York, and you turn around and you see thousands of Dodger fans marching down the street, you're going to ask yourself the question, what the hell is going on, and why are there so many people this interested in this baseball team, which is going to get more people interested? So again, I think it's good for baseball that the Dodgers and Yankees are this box office. Now, when it comes down to the actual standings and power rankings, when the Dodgers, Yankees, Braves, Phillies are on a tier everybody else, it does seem like there's a separation, but it's resulting in these box office situations, and you're seeing it this weekend with the Yankees and Dodgers across national social media.
So who are you taking? Freeman, Mookie, Freddie, and Shohei, or Judge, Stanton, and Soto?
All rise for the Judge, Murph. You know I'm going Judge and Soto, and I'd actually throw Anthony Volpe in there ahead of Giancarlo Stanton.
The question was just the big three. I got to say, I think you got to go Mookie, Freeman, Shohei.
I mean, it's tough to go across it. I didn't want to give the Dodgers any more love than we're already giving them.
Mookie's insane, and then Shohei and Fred, I mean, just dude. So, and they wound up taking 2 out of 3, too. So, anyway, that's the big hit. It's kind of a baseball-centric big hit. We wanted to talk about that. We want to talk about the, by the way, 559 with an incredible text. Dodgers and Yankees were taking over national TV. Giants and Rangers were taking over Roku. All right, buddy? Roku. Anyway, guys, and then shifting over to the Giants and number 17, Elliot Ramos. As I said earlier, I mean, considering the last guy to wear that number, is it fair to say that Ramos is making 17 great again? All right, thank you.
It's a good riff.
But this kid, and again, Baggerly brought this up. Now, look at the names that were called up last year instead of him. Bryce Johnson. Ready for this? Cal Stevenson.
Who?
Cal Stevenson.
Who the hell is Cal Stevenson?
Wade Meckler.
I know Cal Ripken. I don't know Cal Stevenson.
And then they traded for A.J. Pollock.
Yeah.
If you're Ramos down there, you're like, what is going on?
You know, that was my favorite move last year, trading for A.J. Pollock, Murph.
That's the one you go to. That's your trump card.
Yeah,
Like when you're in a poker game, you throw those poker cards on the table. You're like, there's my A.J. Pollock.
I pull up the lineup card that had A.J. Pollock hitting cleanup when he went down to Anaheim to try to recruit Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah.
That's my go-to. That's my my bingo card. My
It's not bad.
my Uno Wild 4 draw.
So how do we feel about Ramos playing center field?
I like Mike Krukow long-term. Don't think he's going to be your center fielder. Now, that's easy to say when Jung-Hoo Lee is scheduled for the next 4 to 5 years to be your center fielder. He's not with the club right now. I would prefer Luis Matos in center field over Elliot Ramos defensively, but he's not on the club right now. So I think especially when you're coming back to Oracle Park, we've seen the value of Yaz and Slater in right field. So why not test out Elliot Ramos in center field on the road?
And he's looking pretty good, too, for sure. So that was pretty darn cool. And by the way, just to get you guys some stats here. With outfielders with a minimum of 100 at-bats, Ramos's OPS is only beaten by Aaron Judge, Juan Soto, and Kyle Tucker. Okay? Once again, minimum 100 at-bats. His OPS is only beaten by Aaron Judge, Juan Soto, and Kyle Tucker, to which I'm saying, is he an all-star? And right now, I think you got to put that on the table. The all-star game's not till July 16. I don't think the Giants are getting more than one, guys. Unless you got, I mean, I would have said Lamont Wade was the guy all the way. Now he's going to be out for so long. It's going to slow his role for sure. Ramos has to keep this up. But what a great story that would be for him to make the All-Star game.
I think it would be a great story. I don't think if nationally he's going to get the story behind him. Now, we both agree that he most likely won't get the fan vote.
Oh, he definitely won't.
I think if we're looking about who the players and coaches would put in, I would still put Lamont Wade Jr. ahead of him on that list. But Murph,
who knows if he can be healthy?
I mean, the fact that we're even talking about Elliot Ramos and mentioning All-Star game in the same conversation when most people were calling this guy a 4A player a couple months ago and didn't even want to see him on the big league club.
Yeah, and that's really the whole angle here, man, that this guy is knocking on that door and really the Giants' most compelling player, right?
Mm-hmm. And he's playing every day against righties and lefties, skipping right over that platoon.
I mean, he's going to have to keep it up right now, but this is huge. We've been wanting so long. The stat that the last homegrown all-star outfielder they had was, wait for it, Chili Davis. Chili Davis, y'all. Now you're talking like my smack into my childhood right there. So, but this would end the drought, you know?
I mean, I saw a fantastic photo on social media this weekend that had Bruce Bochy in the dugout with a 16-year-old Elliot Ramos. When they drafted him, what was that, back in 2016?
16, yeah.
And there was a young, skinnier Elliot Ramos. And we even asked Bruce Bochy about him on Friday, about seeing that progression of seeing him be a first-round draft pick out of Puerto Rico to finally making an impact at the big league level. Here was Bruce Bochy from our show last Friday.
Yeah, well, you know, when I retired, I was traveling in the minor leagues, and I would run into Pat, and we would talk about these guys, and he was really excited about them, as I was at the time. I mean, you could see the talent in them, and it's a matter of time before they get called up, to the major leagues and get a chance to show their gifts and talents. So yeah, I'm not surprised. A lot of these guys that he's worked with are up there now helping them.
Yeah, and again, we've talked about this. It's from the Bobby Evans and Brian Sabian regime, too. All right, Sergio Romo's going to join us today, 15. The last thing I wanted to say about the big weekend for baseball, we didn't mention the Phillies-Mets. And did you guys hear how viral the last call was when the Mets wound up holding off the Phillies with I think was it bases loaded, one-run game, one out? And people are like, how have we not let the UK broadcasters bring that soccer flavor here to American baseball?
Smith against Castellanos. Wants to take his time, and who can blame him in the circumstances? He must be feeling so much pressure out there. Not the closer by any stretch of the imagination. That's Edwin Diaz. It's a closer by committee. He's the man today with the pressure on his shoulders. And Castellanos' bat explodes, and they're going to get the runner at home. They're going to get the double play to win the game. What an end! The shattered bat. The runner out at home plate, and the ball fired into the glove. And the first baseman, Pete Alonso. And the New York Mets somehow withstand the Phillies rally, and they win Game 2 in London 6-5. 17 hits. What drama. What a game. What a finish.
Are you kidding me? This guy's like, he just injected more life into a baseball game than, anybody who ever thinks, baseball's boring. No way, man. That was fantastic. That was like straight out of Ted Lasso, that guy. That was fantastic.
And I love seeing the game grow internationally, whether it's the London series, the Mexico series that the Giants played in last year. We could talk about the WBC, the World Baseball Classic, and how that has grown each and every year they put out there. Murph, baseball is still a growing game. Despite being around for centuries, it seems like internationally, outside of the Caribbean and like the traditional places you're seeing baseball players, who knows? Maybe one day we're talking about these Brits pitching on the bump in the big leagues.
For sure. And then the last thing I want to say was the College World Series. Did you guys see in Georgia, there's a fraternity house that backs up on the deep in right field, and their like old school balcony and lawn was, I don't know, 1,000 kids jammed together, spilling out into the right field seats, which is like another thousands and thousands. Bro, if you have slept on college baseball in the South, you're missing out. Like it is a party. Kegs, boys and girls, romance in the air, baseball in the air. It looks like you got to be young and in college at an SEC super regional game. Looks like peak living to me right now.
Oh, dude,
Seriously.
some of these crowds and the chants that they had. I was watching a game a couple weeks ago. I forget what crowd it was, but they were chanting out consecutive ball pitches, and this guy was walking guys back to back, and you just hear the entire crowd, ball 7, ball 8, ball 9. Like they're having a time of their life down south right now in the College World Series.
Honestly, you need to. So the teams that have advanced are teams like North Carolina, Texas A&M, Virginia, Florida, Florida State. The NC State-Georgia series, I guess, goes to a deciding game today. Kentucky and Tennessee. Ladies and gentlemen, there is nothing north of the Mason-Dixon line anywhere in that College World Series.
We had Oregon State, but they got knocked out.
Yeah, which, by the way, officially ended the Pac-12.
Yeah, that's it.
Officially ended the Pac-12.
And last I checked, I don't think Oregon State has any plans for a different conference next year. They're kind of in no man's land.
I think they're going Mountain West, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'll just tell you this, that the entire, I don't know, it's still weird for me to say Pac-12. I just want to say that. People are like, the demise of the Pac-12. I'm like, Colorado, Utah, Arizona. I'm still an old Pac-8 guy. So that's why I'm not we can get into it. We can probably plumb my emotions more later when it starts, and UCLA starts playing in the Big Ten. But, when they went to the Arizona State, when they went to Colorado, Utah, it felt to me watered down and bastardized. So I'm not as emotional as I would have been back in the old days. But anyway, we can talk more about that later. But anyway, big weekend for baseball. Elliot Ramos, College World Series, Phillies, Mets, Dodgers, Yankees. We wanted to highlight a lot of fun. Felt like summer. Yeah, felt like summer. Really did.
The boys of summer. And shout out to Murph winning the city championship this weekend.
Thanks, buddy.
Don't forget to mention the biggest baseball story of the weekend.
Thank you, buddy. It was an emotional day at historic and fabled Boyle Park, which we all love so much. All right, guys. Sergio Romo. And then, of course, coming up, Mark Spears at 8:50 talking Celtics Mavs. We'll find something good there. That's next. Sergio Romo in the lap car at NASCAR. And the guy who had the cojones that Bruce Bochy talked about. Next on the Sports Center.
The shattered bat. What drama. What a game. What a finish.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Bruce Bochy not only stopped by our show last Friday morning, but also made an afternoon stop on the Tolbert and Cope show to preview the Giants and Rangers series. Spoiler alert, Giants won 2 out of 3. But if you want to go back and hear the entire interview from Bruce Bochy and hear some great anecdotes about our 8:15 guest Sergio Romo, check out both of those podcasts and more, available now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Giants gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Oh man, that's good. You know how entertaining he can be. That's good for him, man. I love the man. I know for years I kept hearing his elbow was hanging by a thread, and here he is. He's going to go down as one of the better high leverage setup guys in baseball. Yeah, it just goes to show you, if you get those cojones, it's amazing what you can accomplish. And this man had no fear and had great command, of course, that slider, but also he used his fastball well, had a changeup, but he wanted to be out there, and that's what made him so good.
It's a great summary from Bruce Bochy, who joined us last Friday before the Giants took on the Texas Rangers. We were talking about all the memories, and it's the 10-year anniversary of 2014, and the Core Four are going on the Wall of Fame this summer. And we asked him about Sergio Romo, and that's what he said. And so John Joe Curley, our producer, said, hey, let's get Sergio on, because we know he's local. Heck, he was in the pace car in the NASCAR race up at Sonoma Raceway yesterday. So much to catch up on. Sergio, I haven't talked to you in a few weeks. It's great to have you local. It's great to have you on the phone on the UMA guest line, and great to have you back on Murph and Marcus. Good morning, Sergio. How are you, man?
Hey, what's up, Sergio?
Hey, good morning, folks. No, always good to hear from you. Always awesome, and it makes you feel good when I get invited over to start, come on your show and talk to you guys. So no, this is great. This is great. Yeah,
we like to make Sergio feel good. I like that, man. Hey, by the way, so did you listen to that? Did you hear what Bochy said there on that rejoin?
Oh yeah, the whole hanging by a string and
yeah. I want to jump in right there. Was your elbow hanging by a thread all that time?
I will venture to say that there were stretches in my career where I was like, wow, my elbow, it might go, and then it just didn't, and then, oh, it might go, and then it didn't, and then, oh, it might go, and it didn't. Yeah, I just kind of pushed through, So, yeah, I feel fortunate. I don't know. I feel that I tricked the league just to get a chance in the league. I feel like I weaseled my way onto some good teams. I really, really feel that I really, really got lucky because I walked away from baseball after being blessed with 15 years in the league with no scars. So we were close a few times.
Yeah, Sergio, and in that clip, Bochy mentioned your elbow. He also mentioned your cojones, a.k.a. your confidence. But I want to ask you what it's like being on the other side of that bullpen call. How much confidence does it give you knowing that someone like Bruce Bochy trusts you in those situations?
Oh, man. I feel that I've told you guys specifically before. I'm not sure if I said it on air, but I've had so much help throughout my career. I had so many people believe in me and urge me and confident me and build confidence in me and give me confidence to be myself, that I was good enough, that I could compete in the league. And Bochy, I mean, that guy, he father figured all of us. He was that consistent entity to us, especially during those runs. He was just so consistently reliable and dependable, and he cared, and he obviously still cares. I mean, look at the teams that he's got now. Like those guys, I've heard them say nothing negative about him since he showed up last year, and all they started getting attention for their season because they got a new manager, and he's a Hall of Fame manager, and he's just a great human being. And it's just not surprising that he's had all that successes, continued successes there in Texas. And then, I mean, even this year, they may not be exactly where they expected themselves to be, but I mean, it's not surprising he's got a good team again,
Sergio talking about Boch and how great it was. We had him Friday talking about all that, and Giants wound up taking 2 out of 3. So, yeah, let's pick your brain because we know you're doing some NBC Sports Bay Area Giants this summer. It's awesome. You heard Bochy chuckled when I told him you were doing that. He goes, that's great. He's so entertaining. But this team, so here they are, 2 games under 500, coming home to take on the Houston Astros and the LA Angels. Sergio, there's a problem. They're missing 2 starting pitchers right now. They only have 3 starting pitchers. They have Logan Webb, they have Kyle Harrison, they have Jordan Hicks, and then they're trying to piece it together with Keaton Winn and this guy Spencer Howard, and it puts a lot of stress on the bullpen. Is this a concern, is the question?
In a sense, it can be. You look at the fact that they had, eight potential starters going into spring training, and then the season starts, and then once we get Robbie Ray back, once we get so and so back, they had so many options to begin with, and it's not concerning when you get one guy or two guys just go down, but it seems like it was signed late, hurried, got hurt, on the shelf, then. Robbie Ray, obviously, Keaton Wynn, what happened to him to get hurt, and then I know he just came back a couple of days ago, or yesterday actually. It's just one of those things where you want to be worried, but then again, having gone through the gauntlet, having been through so many seasons, it's just sticking to the course. Looking down the line and saying the next guy up, and. I thought Howard threw the ball very, very well in his opportunity a couple of days ago. I thought Keaton had moments of the flashes of what we were so excited about with him, with the power fastball, with working in the split and attacking hitters. But he did just fall, he fell behind a little bit, in his last outing. And it's not surprising that they did fall to them yesterday, because that team, like I just mentioned a little bit ago, that team in Texas, they're no joke. That World Series that they won last year was not a fluke. So to start the season as hot as I feel Wynn did, and to get that, my son, to get the ball rolling, to get us to start looking at him and going, wow, okay, that's a power arm, that's a good arm, that's quality. Oh wow, he's confident, he believes in himself too. Okay, wow, this stuff's real. This kid can be something, and then he got hurt. And now he's back. He ran into a team that, they didn't want to get swept by the Giants. Those guys, having played for Bochy, you do not ever want to sell him short. You don't ever want to fall short for a man of that caliber. So I know that those guys yesterday, those guys really, really wanted to at least put one on the board and not get swept at home against his former team, especially when there was all this talk about how everyone was excited to meet up. It was almost like a reunion in Texas again, and that type of stuff, the attention that series got. So, again, not surprised that the Rangers were able to pull one game out, but very happy that some of the bats are starting to come alive again. I think the last time we talked, they said, hey, have some confidence. It's early in the year. There's a lot of baseball to play left, and then they kind of got hot there for a little bit. And then, the league's going to adjust. This league is all about adjustments, and the league's just adjusting to how hot the team was there for a little bit. Then they kind of got hot. The ball started bouncing the other way, and they kind of got caught a couple games there, and they lost about 5 or 6 in a row. And then, you win 2 against a solid team, and it brings the confidence back in there. But the injuries, they're starting to add up, and it is starting to get a little bit concerning, but they're not the only team in the league that's, banged up, and this is happening too. So, again, it's next man up. I still have faith in these guys. I really, really think that this team is dangerous, and it can make a lot of noise like it had been doing about a little week ago, where they had that 2-week stretch of just beating the brakes off of everybody, So the potential is there. The potential is there for this team.
Sergio Romo is the voice you hear on the Uma Guest Line this morning after the Giants win 2 out of 3 games out in Texas. Camilo Duvall gets 2 saves. But, Sergio, I got to say, I've heard from some fans some concern about Camilo Duvall, especially after blowing that game against the Yankees a couple weekends ago. A career-high 4 earned runs allowed. What have you seen so far to this point of the season with Camilo Duvall?
Well, again, he's not catching the league by surprise anymore. The league knows who Camilo Duvall is now. The league knows exactly who he is now. They know what he has. They know his routines. They know the pitches and the pitch selections and how he goes about working to get hitters out. He's not surprising the league no more. And this league is so good. The hitters in this league are so good that it really can take an adjustment, just one pitch to the next. And they're not necessarily afraid of him anymore, it seems like, in my opinion, more so for the fact that he's not the only guy in the league throwing 100 and 100 plus, and sitting there and, with a cutter and power slider, and he's been flirting with the changeup a little bit there and there, so I'm not concerned about it because knowing the man too, that guy's not afraid. That guy wants the ball in those situations. He wants to be the last man standing out there on the mound and to close out a game. I feel that for a minute there he was getting consistent, or he wasn't getting consistent work. Now he's starting to get a little bit more consistent work, and I feel that he's a guy that the more work he gets, the better he just becomes. And I feel that I'm not as worried about the rest of them. I understand what it takes, to be a back end reliever, and the mental grind and the battles that you have with yourself. And I don't think he's having those battles right now. I do feel that the league is just not catching the league by surprise anymore. And he has the respect of the hitters. It's just a matter of going and showing why they should respect him every day. A little bit of I feel that if, what is that? Tranquilo Camilo was his nickname,
Yeah,
right?
uh-huh.
I think that suits him well, personality-wise, and it's not surprising when he gets on the mound, regardless of the situation. He's gonna bring the heat. But again, we went through stretches too, where in our careers early on, and I'm talking core 4, Brian Wilson, and Brian Wilson on top of that, where we weren't the sharpest, but we had guys picking us up afterwards, and we worked together. And I feel that bullpen that they have, it's underrated. It's not talked about as much as it should. You got, Jelly doing what he's doing. You got the different arm angles with the Rogers brothers, one being left-handed, throwing, a little bit higher arm angle, but still from the side. You got Tyler throwing from the other, right-handed down below. And I think too, once you get guys like Lucas Jackson going, or Luke Jackson, sorry, Lucas is my youngest son who just walked up to me. But Luke, Jackson is a guy too that he hasn't really gotten in the groove either. But again, I really believe that this bullpen is very well put together. So whatever worries or fears that fan base has in say not in Camilo right now, I wouldn't worry about that, because there's Ryan Walker's, there's again the Rogers twins, there's Luke Jackson, there's Jolly who's doing this thing, and then you got Rodriguez who's coming in here and just making some noise for himself. You got Miller. Like, I'm telling you, this bullpen is well set, so I wouldn't be worried about it at all.
Just great answers, great baseball talk, and we're out of time. That's it. So, Sergio, man, you take your kids to school. You save up some takes for us when we call you later this summer, and have a great day, buddy.
Yeah, thanks, Sergio.
No, for sure. Summer already started in the Romo household. I got 5 kids that are no longer in school. Summer break has begun.
Now you got to keep them occupied, buddy. You better keep them occupied.
Yeah, that's let's get the good times going for the summer for the boys.
Let's go. Let's go tell them to play outside like we used to. All right, Sergio?
Hop on your bike,
all right, man. All right, buddy. Be good. Take care. Sergio Romo on the UMA guest line. That was sponsored by Marin Health, with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. The cooler of content is stacked. Next on the Sports Center.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler.
You are not sending me to the cooler.
Of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the sports leader.
All right, happy Monday, everybody. We've had Hums and Bums. We've had Kruk. We've had Romo. We got Matt Mayoko joining Tolbert and Copes at 4:50 this afternoon, and we got the cooler of content. It is stacked. Like we said, the weekend was very, very eventful. It started with, I feel like we should play this again, the UK Phillies-Mets series. All sorts of fun stuff. Bryce Harper doing that soccer slide on the grass after hitting a home run. The Phillies fans showing up with red T-shirts with white Philly script saying the British blew a 13-colony lead. All right, too.
I need that shirt. I need that shirt.
And then the game on Sunday ending with the bases loaded and 1 out and the Phillies trying to win. And the UK announcer showing America, like, how to do it. Like, of course, we love John and Dwayne, and we're not talking about that. We're just talking about how fun it is to have a guy from another country get this hyped over a Phillies-Mets regular season game.
Smith against Castellanos. Wants to take his time, and who can blame him in the circumstances? He must be feeling so much pressure out there. Not the closer by any stretch of the imagination. That's Edwin Diaz. It's a closer by committee. He's the man today with the pressure on his shoulders. And Castellanos' bat explodes, and they're going to get the runner at home. They're going to get the double play to win the game. What an end! The shattered bat. The runner out at home plate, and the ball fired into the glove. And the first baseman, Pete Alonso, and the New York Mets somehow withstand the Phillies rally, and they win Game 2 in London 6-5. 17 hits. What drama, what a game, what a finish.
Fantastic.
Dude, what a call.
That's straight out of Ted Lasso, isn't it? AFC Richmond, and Roy Kent has scored. So I got to give that guy love. I got to get the name on that guy. Do we have
a closer by committee.
Do we have any? Young Tony, Marcus?
We'll find it.
Okay. Anyway, I just want to give him his love because that was really, really fun.
I mean, how about him being up to date, knowing about the Edwin Diaz situation, how he's been demoted as closer of the New York Mets? Although that would have been pretty cool if in London they had a Timmy Trumpet out there.
How about closer by committee? How about that shattered bat? Let me give you a name on it. I've got SI.com right here. It is Fletcher.
Darren Fletcher.
Darren Fletcher. Yeah.
Shout out to our guy Fletch.
Yeah, shout out Fletch there, buddy. We had shout out Fletcher, our starting third baseman on the City Champ Hum Babies. There you go.
The City Champs, baby.
I know, right?
Tell him, Murph. Tell him.
Okay, well, hey, you don't want to, speak softly and carry a big stick, but sometimes you got to smile. Okay, next up, but Reggie Crawford.
Reggie
Crawford's throwing darts up in Sacramento, by the way.
Dude, he's sitting 98, 99 miles per hour with the Sacramento River Cats. I said it a few weeks ago when they promoted him to Sacramento that you might see Reggie Crawford out of the bullpen this year for the San Francisco Giants.
Dude, he's doing MLB Network interviews with Harold Reynolds. Is it Harold Reynolds, I think?
Big time, Reggie.
How about the way this one starts? I guess they had talked off the air about basketball because they come in right out of the gate with this.
Joining me now, Mr. Reggie Crawford himself. LeBron over Jordan?
LeBron over Jordan, man. Come on.
That's definitely LeBron's a generation gap. Generation gap. I know that. Hey, one thing
I don't know about that.
Oh,
wow!
I like that little thing at the end there. Like Crawford's like, I'm not taking that.
I don't know about that.
I don't know about that.
Wow.
Hey, one thing
I don't know about that.
I feel like me talking to you guys. I mean, you guys are like, hey, old man. Dude, how about that? You got Reggie Crawford taking LeBron over Jordan.
Oh, man, you know what this means. I got to drop Reggie Crawford a couple spots on my Giants prospect list.
You're going to have to, tell him the same way you told me.
Yeah.
You said it's not even a discussion.
I need thoughts from Carson Wisenhunt on who he thinks is the GOAT, MJ or LeBron.
Young Tony, what was your take on hearing this here?
That's a bad take.
Whoa.
Tell him, Tony.
Wow.
Tell him.
Okay.
Dude,
As I told
MJ's
you
the
guys.
GOAT.
I would have told Reggie Crawford the same thing that I told you, Murph. Michael Jordan has won 6 NBA Finals. LeBron James has lost 6 NBA Finals.
Well,
That's
I
the
can't
end of
wait.
the discussion.
Let's get Crawford on. If he's doing interviews.
Friend of the program. We had him on
He's
when he
in
got
SAC.
drafted.
Well, he's in SAC. Let's give him a call.
I think he follows both of us on Twitter. We can slide into his DMs.
Hey, JJK, why don't you make yourself useful?
goes down
After not
in the
putting the
DMs.
Sergio Romo and Cryron
down in the DMs.
So speaking of people having hot takes, this led to Bob Myers doing the NBA Finals. My kid was shocked. He goes, "Wait, what?" I'm like, "Where you been?" He's like, "Well, no, I didn't expect him to be on the NBA Finals." I'm like, "Well, he got to earn his paycheck."
You think it's more shocking to people to see Bob Myers on the podium or to see Josh Hart from the New York Knicks who just got eliminated last round?
Yeah, and because most people don't really, Josh Hart's not really a recognizable figure.
Not at all. It's one thing to bring Draymond Green up there, but Josh Hart is not like the celebrity status of anybody in the NBA.
But Myers is out here, and he's calling out Stephen A. Smith. Here you go.
And the Celtics are on top. Right time you're on top. People used to come at Curry and Durant, and they'd come at you in the media. They'd come at you on the street. And the point is, and Josh knows this, what matters is your locker room. The fabric of that locker room and what they can withstand. And that's why, not because that Knicks fabric, you guys had that this year. But it is hard to find, man. We tear teams apart more than we ever have. Maybe on purpose, maybe not. Maybe that guy down there, maybe.
Not me.
I don't know. Maybe.
Not
You
me.
might.
That's social media.
That's somebody
That's
else.
not me.
I thought it was you for a second there.
Wasn't me.
But we do this. We attack teams, and especially when you're supposedly the best team. That's the team we come out the hardest, and that's what kids do.
Hey.
He's trying to make it. Break it up.
Hey. Wasn't me. Eddie Murphy. Eddie Murphy.
How about Bob Myers? He goes, maybe it's that guy down there. Just all of a sudden, just shots fired on Stephen A. Wasn't me. And Stephen A. denying. He didn't embrace it.
I mean, Stephen A. was going full Ari Gold on us.
Deny till you die, pal.
Do you guys think Stephen A. is part of the problem, or do you think it's social media?
I think it started with Stephen A. Smith and his buddy Skip Bayless.
Yeah.
That's when hot take radio, hot take sports talk really took a turn, in my opinion.
I agree.
Now, you've been in media a lot longer than I have.
Yeah.
Would you agree with that?
Yes, I would. I mean, I'm trying to think the best damn sports show period was on in the 90s, or late 80s, early 90s. But they didn't come with crazy hot takes. I'm trying to think as you go through. Then you have PTI, pardon the interruption, comes along. This is why we all have to watch that sports media thing on ESPN Plus.
PTI.
There's a. Are you guys PTI? Is PTI too old for you guys? or are you guys down?
No. No disrespect to Tony and Mike. Two of the best in the game.
You support?
Oh, 100%.
They don't come with crazy hot takes, though. No. A young Tony, will you ride with PTI?
Oh, 100%. It's also the time of day where there's nothing on TV.
Yeah. And by the way, their little thing, that little form to the, that graphic to the right is
changed the game.
everything the short attention span world needed. Everything.
That's what we're trying to get John Joe Curley to do on our stream. Put our topics up there. Throw the cooler on the right side.
He's too busy. Mondays beat his A into the ground. This kid hums and bums. This kid can't recover.
Poor John Joe.
All right, guys. So we go from there to there. We did Bob Myers. Oh, Dodgers. Dodgers fans. Oof. Taking over Yankee
everywhere.
Stadium. How did that
everywhere.
happen? And Alex Verdugo, Yankey fan, he had to admit it. It happened.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty clear, right? They're loud, and I mean, we know, obviously we know, but I think at the end of the day, we had chances to take over the stadium again, right? If we get that big hit, get those big runs across, we give our fans something to cheer about, and the noise is a little bit different, more on our side. So really, it is what it is. Obviously we don't want to lose games, especially to these guys, but it's a good team and they got the first two. Now we come back tomorrow and salvage.
Okay, man. So now that you're sitting on this thing for a while, how you feeling about this, buddy?
Yeah, and it's good to hear this perspective of Alex Verdugo. Murph, I mean, we are talking about the centerpiece of the Mookie Betts trade.
Incredible.
So he has experience with Dodger fans, and you're right. I probably should be more upset that Dodger fans took over Yankee Stadium.
Are you in denial?
They traveled coast to coast. But again, just to see a fan base this passionate, we can't sit here and give flowers to the 49ers for taking over every stadium, for taking over the French Quarters when they went down to New Orleans, and then sit here and criticize a fan base also supporting their fans.
Damn.
Again, I know we all hate it. I know we all hate the Dodgers. But to me, this is good for baseball that this many people care about baseball.
I got to tell you, man, watching it happen in my own park, I'm not happy. I need more out of my fan base. I need more out of my fan base.
I think it hurts even more when it's your number one rival. Like, it feels worse at Oracle Park versus anywhere else.
You're being very, very, should I say, you're rationalizing a lot.
Now, a lot of people were asking the question, too, if there are a lot of Brooklyn Dodger fans still on the East Coast.
So, bro, you're talking 66 years.
I mean, people were throwing it out there.
There are some that I would say out of the 100% Dodger fans that showed up there and marched down the street with a police escort, by the way, I'd say affiliated with the Brooklyn Dodgers, my guess would be like 5 to 8%.
Yeah, and Nicky T told us last time he was on the show, not sure if Tony can find this quick enough, but all those Dodger fans and Giants fans turned into creating the bastards that are the New York Mets fans.
The Giants are a New York team. I mean, they're the original, one of the original New York teams, New York Giants, Brooklyn Dodgers, and New York Yankees. I mean, that's why the Mets were created. The Mets are like the bastard child of the Dodgers and the Giants. I always say the Giants and the Dodgers had a child, and it was the Mets.
I told you can cut anything from this thing, dude. All right, well, that's good, too. Hey, we always tell you guys, we're trying to give just tickets in this little corridor here. Are you down with Whiskey Myers, a Texas band who brought the Southern Fried Sounds of Leonard Skinner to the Red Dirt Circuit?
I'm down with Whiskey, and I'm down with Bob Myers, so Murph, it sounds like my kind of band.
2 tickets to see Whiskey Myers' Southern Fried Rock, the sounds of Leonard Skinner, and et cetera, at Toyota Pavilion in Concord right now. 415-896-KNBR, 415-896-KNBR, caller number 10. 2 tickets to the Whiskey Myers at Toyota Pavilion at Concord, 415-896-KNBR. The show is on June 21, so it's on a week from Flag Day. So it's a week from Friday. Go check out Whiskey Myers, courtesy of John Joe Curley, 415-896-KNBR. We'll do this all week. So we can play more Skinner rejoins, et cetera, or maybe some Whiskey Myers rejoins. I'd like to hear some, considering I haven't heard any. All right, buddy?
That's a good start.
All right, man. So that was a fun cooler of content. We told you it was stacked. There was a lot in there. Okay, Mark Spears, NBA Finals, man. Celtics up 2-0. What's going on? Jason Kidd, Kyrie Irving, where are you? Where is he? On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Don't debate me on baseball. You're going to lose.
Bay FC at Wrigley Field. All right, the North Bay is home for a lot of us. World-class beauty, obvious. Not as obvious as the world-class secret we want to tell you about called Marin Health. It's not just the closest medical care, but the best. With a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Well, they were in Boston. They were shipping up. We know it quite well. Used to be our 6 a.m. rejoin music way back in the day when we started before 6 a.m. All right, guys. So they are shipping now down to Dallas, though. Dropkick Murphy's leaving them behind. And Mark Spears, our buddy, is there to cover the NBA Finals. It's been the team effort of the Boston Celtics, and the disappearance of Kyrie Irving has been the story so far. Let's talk about it with Mark. Mark, good morning. Welcome back to Murph and Marcus on KNBR. How are you, man?
Hey, morning, Mark.
Good, man. Just out here in Boston. Was at the game last night. And, I don't really prescribe to sweeps, but I'm starting to think about the idea of it being possible.
Man, and this is
after kind of what I saw last night.
Yeah, and this is all about the Celtics, like this weird feeling that the Twitterverse or the social media verse or whatever, that not giving the Celtics their due, and they're just like, okay, fine, we'll just continue to do what we do, and they don't seem to be bothered by it.
Yeah, no, we understandably get so enamored with the Western Conference and how great it is, and it's funny. I told Drew Holiday's uncle, Uncle Mo Johnson, shout out to Mo, he lives in the Bay, and I was like, I think Boston's going to win. And I told him this like a week before the playoffs, and he said, why? So I said, one, they're good. Two, their road is going to be easy. And in order to win the championship, you have to be talented, you have to have some luck, and you have to be healthy. And I just felt like their road to the finals, which is 14 games, right? Which is much different than the 2008 team who got there in 20 games. I just said that. I just felt like they'll be rested, they'll be fresh. They've been to the finals before. Like, by the time they get there, they'll just be in a good position to win. So now you see Dallas, and I told them, I said, the teams in the West are going to beat each other up like a battle royal, By the time they get there, they're going to be like the Revolutionary War with like a bloody headband and, a guy with a drum next to him. And that's how Luka looks, man. He looks beat up. He's shooting off of one leg. Kyrie's getting defended well. They don't have a third scorer, and it seems inevitable to me that Boston's going to win this series, just kind of how I thought in the beginning.
And before the series started, Mark, there was a lot of talk about Kyrie and Luka possibly being the greatest backcourt to ever play the game. But it seems like 2 games through this series, they're being outplayed by Drew Holiday and Derek White.
And that's why we got to stop jumping to conclusions right from the beginning. Let's let it play out. You got to win a championship for those kind of arguments. To me, it was like in the second round, I was on, TV respectfully with my company, and they were asking me about is, Joker the greatest center of all time? I'm like, he got 1 championship. Well, Nuggets are this and that and that. I'm like, he has 1 championship. Talk to me after he wins 2. Maybe we could start the discussion. And I just think in this Twitterverse or Xverse and the social media verse and all this stuff, the hot take verse, we just jumped to all these conclusions. Those 2 guys were sensational. They still are sensational, but championships to me create legacies and being talked about in the door of the greats.
Mark Spears, the voice you hear. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. My buddy John Platts, who does Stanford Broadcasting football and basketball, sent me a compelling text this morning making a case for Drew Holiday as a Hall of Famer. He said he compared him to Chauncey Billups. He compares favorably to him in a lot of ways. And if he wins this championship,
I don't fight that.
Is this the kind of thing we're talking about?
I don't fight that discussion. I think the thing you also got to remember, he's probably going to have another gold medal, right? You get 2 championships, you get 2 gold medals. You're considered one of the greatest defenders of all time. I can see it. Definitely can see it. I mean, his steal in Game 5 of the Eastern Conference Finals was stunning. It was one of the greatest steals I've ever seen, period. He's kind of like an amazing player who, you know, there's no ego with him. It's all about winning. And, you know, a lot of times those guys don't get their just due. Like, he's real quiet, you know, very strong Christian man. Just shows up in the game, clocks in and plays. And, no, I can definitely see him in. I expect it.
And then, Mark, if the Boston Celtics do end up winning this series, Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum would become the duo that has played the most NBA playoff games before winning that championship. So talk to us about what this would mean for the legacy of Jason Tatum and for Jaylen Brown.
Well, you know, as someone that covered the Celtics when they won it last time, you can't be in the Celtics Florida fabric. You can't. Well, not that they want to get their jerseys retired, but there's a different level of respect that you get in Titletown, as they call it here, when you win a championship. You know, Pierce got one, but Pierce was at the game last night and he got a standing ovation. If he doesn't get that championship, I don't think he's at the game last night. I don't think he's getting revered the same way. He got them their last championship since '86, the only championship since '86, right? Bird, if he walks in the door, you think God walked in or something like that. You know, obviously Russell has a statue. He's revered. There's Jason Tatum. I asked him before the game, one, like, you know, what does it mean pressure-wise to have that jersey, you know, to see those rafter championships, to see the legends that have been here. Like, I truly think that there is more pressure on Brown and Tatum to win a title than any player in this league. And I think that if they do win, you're going to see a release of pressure. You're going to see a release of emotion, perhaps from 2 guys that are very, very calm, cool, you know, jazz-like cats. they both carry them. Their whole team kind of carries himself like a jazz band. You know what I mean? Like just really of the 60s, really calm and cool and everything. But for those 2 guys, man, I think and Jason's only 26. You know, they're both young guys. Like, just to get it off their back, like, I do expect a ton of emotion to come their way. And it's hard to get that here, you know.
And they withstood Jason Kidd's attempt to divide them.
Oh, that was oh man, he's so Oakland. That was such an Oakland thing to do. I loved it. You know what I mean? Like, he's like, Jason is the same dude who asked one of his players when he was coaching in Brooklyn to bump into him so he could, like, fake knock over some water.
That's right.
So they could stop the game, right?
That's
like,
right.
I mean, hey, man, Oakland, you ain't cheating, you ain't trying, right? we trying to win, baby. Like, what advantage can we get? So I don't know where. After the series is over, I asked Jason one day about that. Like, why did you say that? You know what I mean? I mean, he trying to get any advantage he got. I thought you might use that after game 2, maybe 3. Like, maybe wait to game 3 for something like that. He pulled that out the gate early, right?
He did.
It didn't work. It actually had Drew Holiday apologizing after the game yesterday because I guess he felt like his comments made him seem like he favored Jaylen. So he brought it up himself and mentioned it himself. But yeah, man, kudos to J. Kidd, man. Oakland's own, man. Let's go.
Yeah, Oakland zones.
Trying to find something. I wonder if Gary Payton called him, gave him that one.
You're gonna have to, I want to hear your
Too
story.
Short, somebody,
Later.
Dwayne Wiggins, who gave him that? Right?
I can't wait to hear you ask him in the summer. We'll get the story later.
A few more minutes here with Mark Spears on the UMA guest line. Mark was in TD Garden last night for the Celtics win over the Dallas Mavericks. And Mark, as someone who was there, I've got to ask you about the crowd reaction to Kyrie Irving. After game one, he said he was surprised that the boos were not louder. It's now been back-to-back bad performances from Kyrie. What was the crowd reaction, and do you think that has affected his on-court performance at all?
I really don't. You know what? Maybe I should preface it by saying, hey, I'm not close to the floor. I don't hear what they're saying to him. My seats are as good as they were when I covered the team. But I don't think so because I don't see an outward reaction from him. 2 years ago, he was flipping off the crowd, saying things back. He's not doing that now. The finals crowd ain't the regular season crowd. The finals crowd is certainly more corporate. You guys know that from seeing the Warriors crowd change come playoff time. A lot of season ticket holders like, I'm trying to make some money now, so I'm selling my tickets, right? So I've been around much more ferocious Boston crowds than this. To me, it's like just fun and cool to boo him. But I just think let's give Boston's defense credit. They got length. They know him already because he played there, so they know how to defend him. I just think I credit the Celtics defense, not the Boston crowd.
Yeah, for sure. And then last couple things we want to hit for you is coming off court, off NBA Finals stuff. Caitlin Clark being left off the U.S. Olympic women's basketball team. Do you have a take? Do you know the roster well enough to say she's not as good as those 12 players? Or do you have a take as a writer enough to say, doesn't matter, she should be on because she's the biggest star in the sport?
Well, it's the Olympics. The 12 best players need to be there. She's not that. And that's said respectfully, To me, you got to earn your spot on that roster. That's why Leitner was so, looked like the black sheep on there. If you look at Rebecca Lobo probably called her and said, girl, it did you a favor the way they treated Rebecca Lobo in that one female dream team. You know what I mean? I just think you got vets that have been there, that have done that, that have been to the USA basketball practices, have been to their camps, played on the team in the past. What's wrong with paying your dues? It's okay. I know they have this fascination with her here. I don't know that there's a fascination with her across the world yet, right? I think there's a lot of assumption that people are going crazy for her in Greece. Do they even know who she is in Greece? I think it's fine. And I also think that she probably needs the rest. It's not like the NBA. Their college basketball season ends just 2 months before the WNBA begins, and now she gets a month off in the beginning of the season. In the middle of the season, she gets a month off mentally. I think it's going to be a blessing in disguise for her. And then she'll make it in LA, I'm sure, right? This team is so good. It's not like they were this destitute basketball team that needed her to survive. How much was she going to play anyway? She's been the last person on the bench. So I think they'll be fine.
See,
I do think, though, I was privy to hearing that I do think that USA basketball women did have pressure in the fact that had they, I don't know how true this is now, but that they could have got their game times changed to be more prime time if she was on the roster. So I think NBC, from what I was told, it's kind of they wanted her because they felt like there'd be more eyes here and they would give them a more generous time in terms of people watching. Because I'm going to be at the Olympics watching in the States, but I don't know that she has a cachet globally yet that she has in the U.S. for it to really have mattered. outside. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, it's
like I don't know if there's anybody in China wearing a Caitlin Clark jersey right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah. My buddies, I do a podcast in Ireland. They called me about her, so I give her the international status there. They called me. But I'm looking at Diana Taurasi made it her rookie year, 2004. She was 22 years old.
Well, who was the coach?
Was it Gino? All right. There you go. All right. There you go. Never mind. She averaged 8 points a game. She actually played a decent amount. And then the last one's just kind of a weird one. Just any thought on this? It's very unusual to have Joe Mazzulo. It's fine. Believe in what you want to believe in. Religion, freedom of religion. I've never seen a guy bring it to the forefront. But the reason I ask you is that you wrote about it. You felt compelled to write about his overt insertion of his faith into his public comments.
Yeah, and you know, that story I wrote was in like December of 2022. So basically what happened was Yahoo Sports, NBA reporter, Vincent Goodwill, asked him about, you know, 76, I believe 76 idols, and golly, the coach of the Wizards was, help me out, guys, used to coach the Celtics too. Casey Jones.
Okay.
They were the first black coaching duo to coach against each other in the finals, and this is only the second time it happened. So Vinny was, you know, asking about that. But I think the problem was there wasn't a follow-up question because basically Coach Mazzulo said, you know, how many Christian coaches are in the league? So I think from my conversations with him, it's not that he's not, you know, proud of being black or or honored about the history of it. I think he has even stronger pride in being a Christian. And I think where Mazzulo made the mistake is he probably should have expounded on that instead of just kind of asking a question, answering the question with a question without expounding. So it made it really awkward. And I think he has been eager to, you know, talk about his Christianity and how much that means to him rather than talk about race. But if such is the case, then say it, right? Like, so he kind of just left that like dangling out there odd and made it an awkward situation. You know, the reporter, a friend of mine, I said, man, you should just ask him a follow-up on it. You know, so now it's just like, it's just kind of been weird when actually I think if he would have got a follow-up, you know, Mazzulo, like I know him, he would have given him a really great, detailed, deep answer.
Yeah, that was just, it's unusual. It's going viral. You know, he just says, they asked him about 2 black coaches in the NBA Finals, and he said, how many were Christians? And then there was no follow-up, so it's kind of weird. But anyway, worth talking about. So many different topics, fun stuff. Great getting you, buddy. When are you winging it to Dallas?
I get there tonight.
Okay.
You know, let's do or die game 3.
Mm-hmm. Well,
you know, if I happen to be home on Saturday, I ain't gonna cry.
You know what I like to? There it is. Let's root for Spearsy to get home. All right, bud. Always great.
It's a lot closer flight home from Dallas.
Yes.
Than Boston.
That's a big 3-4 hours for your head.
But it ain't, you know, I don't know, man. It ain't looking good for Dallas right now.
No.
And I usually don't jump ship there. I mean, I pick Boston anyway, but they're gonna have to be dramatically different. And I know playing at home helps, but they can't shoot for them.
You know what I like to say? You know what I like to say, Mark? I invented this. The series doesn't begin until a road team wins. You can use that. I came up with that.
You didn't invent that.
No, I did not. I did not invent that.
But it's true. But based on what I'm seeing, I don't know, man.
All right, man. Hey, safe journey.
Based on what I'm seeing, I think they should start planning this parade.
They better, maybe. All right, man. Enjoyed it. Thanks, Mark.
Yeah, thanks, Mark.
All right, later.
Mark Spears on his way. Hey, let's carry that Clayton Clark thing into the other side. I think people are hungry to give takes. 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. People are pissed. They didn't like Mark saying it's okay that she's off the roster. You got other people saying, no, it is okay she's off the roster. Who knew Caitlin Clark would divide the nation? Next on the Sports Center.
from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Giants took 2 of 3 games this weekend from the Texas Rangers. And the KNBR airwaves gave you a double dose of Will Clark and Bruce Bochy. 2 interviews during the week from Bochy, 2 interviews this weekend from Will Clark. To hear all of those podcasts and more, check them out now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
I have our good friend Steve Moskowitz bright and early on a Monday morning. Steve, you want to talk to us about what to do when you cannot pay your taxes?
Call us and let us explain all the rights you have, all the options you have, all the things we want to do for you. Don't stick your head in the sand and wait for one of these new IRS agents to come knocking on your door, ruining your life, your business, your marriage. There's so much can be done. For example, how about if you just pay part and the government forgives the rest? If you qualify, that's a great deal. Or pay in monthly installments, or get the penalties forgiven. You know, sometimes the penalties and interest are more than the taxes. Or have them leave you alone until you're back on your feet financially. There's so many good options. We want to explain everything to you. We have a free consultation. The only thing you have to do is pick up your telephone and say, "Hey, Steve, what can you do for me?"
Okay, do it. That was tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. KNBR, and this is Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What was your level of disappointment not hearing your name on the roster?
Honestly, no disappointment. Like, I think it just gives you something to work for. It's a dream. Hopefully one day I can be there, and I think it's just a little more motivation. You remember that, and hopefully in 4 years, when 4 years comes back around, I can be there.
Yeah, we talked actually on the bus. She got the call on the bus, and she texted me to let me know. And, I just tried to keep her spirits. I mean, the thing she said was, "Hey, Coach, they woke a monster," which I thought was awesome.
Woo! This is hot, hot, hot. And that's Christy Sides, the head coach of the Indiana Fever. I wonder if down low, did Caitlin want her to reveal that text? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, let them know. Let them know, Coach. That's what I texted. I tell you, man, it has captured the country. It really has. People are talking about it coast to coast. Caitlin Clark takes the high road. Very classy.
Which I want to give her credit for doing, because over the last couple weeks, I'll say it, there has been some pretty toxic conversations about the WNBA and where Caitlin Clark falls into all of this. And time after time after time, she's taken the high road, is just talking about playing basketball. In pre and post game, she's out here just signing hundreds of autographs for all the kids.
By the way, how funny is it that is it 2 years and 3 months later, or a year and 3 months later, that the young woman who literally killed the top six has turned out to be the biggest star of them all. She has outlasted the people who killed the top six because of her.
She's outlasted a couple PDs, Murph. If we're being completely honest with you.
We used to do, for people who know our show, first of all, if you're new, thank you. You're welcome to
welcome.
join us all the time on YouTube, on Twitch. Download the KNBR app.
On Roku.
Me, the old guy, is with the gray hair, is Brian Murphy. That's the young guy, Marcus Boucher. He's the eye candy. And then the
eye candy.
In the well, you got to, you appeal to the young generation.
Baby. I thought young Tony was the eye candy.
Well, he is too, on his own way. That's young Tony. And then there's just a battered and beleaguered John Joe back there. Mondays are tough on him. He's got to, man, he's got to find out a way to figure. We give him hums and bums. A guy like Marcus with a full gas tank used to come in here and have it all racked up and ready to go by 6 a.m. And John Joe's just staggered around the office, bruised and beaten. Yeah. But anyway, back to the point is that we used to do the top six sports stories because it was just part of our feature. Actually, I can give you the history. It goes back pre-Pauly. It goes back to Tim Lyotta. We would do 6 stories in 80 seconds. 680. Get it? 680?
Which, Tony, I called complete BS on. There's no way you can get Brian Murphy to talk about 6 different stories in 80 seconds, let alone one story.
It was gone like the day it started. It was gone the day it started. And so then we finally just turned it into the top 6 for a whole segment, which was a chance to get you your Carlos Alcaraz history, a chance to get your Scotty Scheffler history, and a chance to get your Caitlin Clark history. But our PD's like, guys, that's it. No more top 6. You're out here talking about somebody named Caitlin frickin' Clark.
Dude.
And I said to her, I was like, wait, Caitlin Clark. I said this last spring of 2023.
Let it be known Murph has been on the ground floor with Caitlin Clark.
And here we are doing a whole segment about her not getting the Olympic team. So shout out the staying power of a Caitlin Clark. And yeah, so the first thing I read about was Ann Killian's column in the Chronicle. And she went with the old guarded take of there's time. It's not her time yet. Be patient. She wouldn't sit. She'd just sit on the bench, all that stuff. The stuff that the hierarchy is saying. You know what I mean? But this is kind of what the old heads always say to the young kids. No, it's not your time yet.
And it's a lot of what the hierarchy in the WNBA right now is saying about Caitlin Clark. when it seems like there's a lot of jealousy of the amount of attention that she's actually bringing to the sport.
And somebody wrote in early in the morning and said, has young Tony heard of Gin Blossom's Hey Jealousy? And the answer was no, which we'll get into later in the show. So she went out and scored 30 points on Friday night. She made 7 threes, which I think was her career high as a WNBA player.
And it ties a WNBA rookie record.
Does it?
7 3-pointers in a game.
Okay, so here's as the more this settles into my brain, one of my first thoughts was, okay, is she good enough? Like, are there 12 players better than her? You should probably start with that. Like, are there 12 players better than her to get in? I'm not qualified to give you 1 through 12. There's a counter to that argument, though, which is it doesn't matter if she's good enough. This is entertainment and show business.
Well, I think there could be an argument made for both cases because the box office stats sell themselves. I think they played this weekend against this team from Washington, the Washington Mystics, if I believe that team name is actually correct. They have a combined record of 3-20 this season. They had a sold-out crowd of over 20,000 people to see two teams who have a combined 3-20 record.
Wow.
You can talk about the Indiana Fever selling more tickets this year in the first 5 games of the season than they did the entire season last year after they had the number 1 pick last year. So that right there tells you what you need to know about Caitlin Clark as being box office. But also this comparison about where she is with these other 12 players. We're not talking about a Caitlin Clark that's averaging 5 or 6 points. No, she's averaging 16.8 points per game, 5.5 rebounds, 6.5 assists. You put those numbers against someone like Kelsey Plum, who is one of the superstars in WNBA. She's averaging 18 points, 1.5 assists, and 4.9 rebounds. 4.9 assists, 1.6 rebounds. So across the board, you can make the argument that Caitlin Clark is having a better season than her. So I think in both sides of the argument, you can make the case that A, Caitlin is good enough. She's also the fastest player in WNBA history to record 200 points and 50-plus assists. So she's putting up these stats in the WNBA. She's also done something that none of these girls have ever done. Break the NCAA scoring record. So again, the track record is there for Caitlin Clark as a player and as a presence on this roster.
Yeah, I mean, those are all great stats. Thank you for doing that research on. I didn't have those numbers on Kelsey Plum and all that. By the way, shout out, you were correct, Washington Mystics. That is correct.
Yes, I got that one right.
Because I had to look
Shout
that
out
one
the
up,
Mystics.
'cause I wasn't sure. So here's my other question: is like, is the Olympics? To the Olympics, as it goes back to the. Hey, young Tony, you ever heard of the Olympics?
Oh, yeah, big time.
Yeah, so it goes back to 1896 when they revolved. Baron Pierre de Coubertin invented the Olympics. Are the Olympics in 2024, is it supposed to be about marketing or is it supposed to be about the best? But your argument is, if it's about the best, she might be one of the 12 best American women's basketball players. I really do need somebody to break that down. But your stats there are a place to start. Numbers-wise, she compares with some of the players on the team. Are there other players that also have similar numbers that were left out? I don't know. That's the one place I have to kind of tap out on. I'm not quite sure. Like, I looked up Diana Taurasi. She was a rookie in 2004, and she was 22 years old, and she made the Olympic team.
Yeah.
But Mark Spears said to us, do you have that cut? Mark Spears?
With that chuckle, that evil chuckle.
I didn't realize that 2004, that I guess the women's Olympic coach was Gino Auriemma, and UConn takes care of their own.
That makes a lot of sense. But Murph, in case you were curious, Diana this year is averaging 16.3 points, 4.5 rebounds, 1.1 assists. Caitlin has higher stats in every single statistical category.
I don't think anybody disputes she's getting in strictly on legacy.
Yeah, she's getting kind of grandfathered in.
And talking like quote unquote box office, she kind of counts as box office. Diana Taurasi.
True. But when we're talking about the women's Olympic basketball team being one of the most dominant teams in Olympic history and still not getting that recognition.
Yeah.
Caitlin Clark would help that. It would get more eyeballs on the sport.
Yeah. Yeah. And so I was going to say, is Olympics about marketing? Is it supposed to be about marketing and entertainment? Maybe. Maybe, to your point, getting eyeballs on the sport. And it's not like you're bringing a bum. As somebody wrote on the text line, they said the other thing is you could just always use a three-point shooter on any team you form, you know? And I ain't going to lie. If she was on the team, I would be more inclined to watch. I mean, I will watch. I'm going to like the last guy who likes the Olympics. You know what I mean? I'm going to be back east for those 2 weeks on vacation. And I just realized it's the 2 weeks we're back east. And I'm like, oh, cool. I'm going to be watching the freaking Olympics. And I'll watch those games, but to be honest, I'd have watched them a little quicker if Caitlin Clark was on the team.
Exactly. I think that's a lot of people's argument right now about the WNBA in general. And this isn't saying that there's not great talent already in the WNBA. I mean, hell, we'll have a team next year in San Francisco. Shout out to the Flying V's coming to town. But there, without a question, Caitlin Clark right now is the face of women's basketball. And to leave her off the Olympic roster, in my opinion, is a mistake.
Somebody wrote that the WM650, the WNBA is about entertainment. The Olympics is about American pride. But that doesn't make sense because I think Caitlin Clark would be tremendous Olympic. I mean, she's like from the heartland, walking out of the cornfields to shoot these threes.
I want Caitlin representing my country, Murph.
Oh, man. Boycott the Olympics until I'm kidding.
I didn't go that far.
Anyway, guys, it's a hot topic, and I think they did blow it, ultimately. Early on, I was like, there's no way she's one of the 12 best right now because she was getting beat up. But you're throwing me those numbers, and, I'd have to, we need somebody, book a women's basketball expert to tell me the compelling case that those 12 players are better than her. But then again, as you're saying, maybe it's not even about that. It's about who wants to watch.
And the fact was, a lot of these girls who were going to be on the Olympic roster spoke out about how big of a distraction it would be for Caitlin Clark to be on the bench instead of getting actual playing time, with the fans more focused on the bench than the on-court performance.
All right, let's do this. Let's pause that for now because we're going to talk 49er football. Jeremy Fowler did some reporting about Brandon Ayuk. What's going on here? We talked about it a lot last week. We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader. Diana Taurasi made it her rookie year.
Well, who was the coach?
Was it Gino?
faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
We know what the wide receiver market is now. It's looking at probably $30 million and above. And Ayuk's considered a top 10 receiver now at this point by most in the league. Both sides have had negotiations, but it hasn't really graduated to something where it's going to get done and it's intensified. So they got the next 6 weeks over the summer before training camp to try to get it done, or he might not show up.
Okay, we thought the 49ers were going to go into hibernation, but there's still talk about what's going on with Brandon Ayuk and even Trent Williams and others. Let's talk 49er football. They're going to rejoin the fray late July, but in the meantime, the stalemate continues between John Lynch, Parag Marate, Kyle Shanahan, Jed York, and Brandon Ayuk's camp. Let's talk about it with Jeremy Fowler, senior NFL reporter and writer for ESPN. Jeremy, welcome to the 49er flagship here in San Francisco at KNBR. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murph and Marcus. How you doing, Jeremy?
Hey, Jeremy.
Hey, doing well. How are you?
We're good, man. We're sort of, we've been talking about Ayuk forever, and nothing seems to change. He's still not signed. So I guess my opening question is, as they head into this sort of dark period before training camp, how would you characterize the negotiations between the 49ers and Ayuk? Is it ice cold? Is it revving? What's up?
Probably neither. I wouldn't call it ice cold necessarily, but I wouldn't call it revving either. Sides have talked, and it's probably reached a little bit of a stagnation point, but I don't think that's overly concerning because, last time they got a wide receiver deal done at a high clip was Deebo Samuel. I believe that was 2 years ago, happened in July. So this is the time where teams can reset. Front offices are taking time off a little bit now as they get through minicamp, and they're in the summer. But certainly there's no reason to majorly panic until you get to late July, early August, and especially if Ayuk's not showing up, which he didn't to minicamp. So it's a complicated deal because Ayuk's catapulted himself into the top 10 wide receiver conversation with his performance last year. But at the same time, he's not in that Justin Jefferson class where it's sort of a no-brainer to pay him. And the market is what it is. Amon-Ra St. Brown hit the $30 million mark. I believe that's a benchmark for Ayuk, at least in some metrics. You'd like to either match or beat him. So makes it complicated.
Jeremy, we saw the Chiefs take a different strategy in getting rid of Tyreek Hill, of course, trading him to the Miami Dolphins because they did not want to pay him $30 million per year. Do you think that possibility could come up with the 49ers and Brandon Ayuk, especially when they have so many other high-paid players on this roster?
Well, I think that opportunity probably passed around the draft. I guess it could rekindle, but it sounds like there was, from what I understand, pretty good interest from teams in Ayuk around the NFL draft week and days 1 and 2 of the draft, and it would have required a high pick. One team told me they thought it would have been like an A.J. Brown type package. So first-round pick, plus you'd have to pay him, set it up in advance, big contract. So teams really wanted to go so far there, and then Deebo Samuel was part of trade talks. They materialized. So now here they are. They got both guys, and one of them makes a lot of money, and the other's going to have to make a lot of money. So I don't know. It'd be tough to trade him at this point and get value. I mean, you'd have to get a lot of return for a player of that caliber, and I just don't know if teams are going to want to do that in June. I've been surprised before. But it's tough because of the Chiefs. You make that comparison. They had Patrick Mahomes. So you can kind of do whatever you want when you have Patrick Mahomes or Tom Brady or guys of that caliber because they can make it work without an elite wide receiver. And we've seen that with both players. Now, that's not discounting Brock Purdy and his ability to work with various personnel, but a little bit of a different circumstance in that way.
Talking to Jeremy Fowler, ESPN, who covers the NFL so closely in the Ayuk situation. Get your opinion from the outside looking in and talking around the league, Jeremy, about if indeed, what are the Niners' chances or odds of not offering him the money? Matt Mayoko, our buddy at NBC Sports Bay Area, came on our show last week, and he said, they might kick the can down the road, make him play on his fifth-year option at $14 million, see what happens. How does that sound to you, given what you know of the league scenario and the landscape of receivers getting paid?
It's funny, I'd almost like to see that, not necessarily specific to Ayuk, but just when teams challenge players like that, how do they respond? Do they sit out? Is this something that is compelling throughout the year? Do they end up just having to play on it because they don't want to incur too many fines? Like, that's sort of the song and dance that you probably don't see as much of anymore And that's partly why the market has got so explosive with these players making massive numbers. One, the cap's gone up a lot every year, but two, you kind of see less of the holdouts and less of the stare down, that deep into things. I'd be curious how Ayuk would handle that. I don't know for sure, but on one end, it's like, okay, you're really not going to get this done, and then you take it really personally, and then maybe you don't show up for camp. Or the flip side is players like him, if you make it to free agency and you're coming off another 1,300-yard season, then you're set up to make even more than you would have. Like, teams will have to overpay for you. So that is attractive to some players, depending on who it is. Yeah, that would be interesting. I don't know. I don't know how that would shake out, because there's so many fines that you would incur if you stayed away. It'd be different if you're on the franchise tags like T. Higgins, and he can just not sign that thing for as long as he wants in Cincinnati and just wait it out and show up whenever he wants to. So it's different when you're under contract, and it's the fifth-year option is enough money that it's hard to pass that up. So, but then you got, this is a team that's trying to win a title, so then your best receiver is going to be disgruntled all year. Like, I just don't know if you want that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Brandon Ayuk still looking for that contract extension. Someone who did get a contract extension is Christian McCaffrey. Signs a 2-year, $38 million extension. Jeremy, what's your breakdown of that contract and the overall value that Christian McCaffrey provides his offense?
Well, really, it's sort of a no-brainer. I mean, it gets him some more guaranteed money, gets him more money in his pocket now, but it really doesn't stretch your salary cap too badly. He was already at a pretty big number, and, it's just really a salute to all the work he's done, as opposed to like a back-breaking contract. So, to me, it seems like a win-win for both sides. It is a little interesting against the backdrop of the Ayuk situation. So I can't imagine he's overly happy about that. I can't speak for him, obviously, but it's an interesting choice when you have that player who's been actively negotiating with you is 1 year away from free agency instead of 2. But if you're the San Francisco, you can argue, we didn't change a ton with this contract. It is an extension, but most of his deal is still in place, and he's unquestionably the best player in his position now. That's not even a question anymore. Maybe a couple years it was a question, but now he's number one. So Justin Jefferson, Christian McCaffrey, if you're number one in your position, you get that taken care of typically.
Jeremy Fowler joining us here talking 49ers here. And so you reported that Trent Williams, the veteran left tackle, even though he's getting paid a lot of money, still could be looking for a new deal. What's the news there you reported?
So, yeah, I just, look, it's something that multiple people have brought up to me as a possibility. Like, hey, there are whispers that he would like a new deal. I didn't, it wasn't more like a splash report or anything. I heard it enough to mention it. I'll say that. But, it's not anything I've confirmed as hard and fast, but there are certainly whispers among people in the industry who think that he wants a new deal or will want a new deal. And it's in part because he's the highest, he's not the highest paid player at his position anymore, and he's clearly still the best, even though he's 35. So I think he's due $20 million this year, 22 next year. So, it's just low enough compared to where the market's going where he could need an adjustment. I just see it as something that will come to a head. I don't know what it means or how it will shake out, but they're going to probably have to take care of him one more time.
I guess the biggest question to end it with, Jeremy, is do the 49ers have too many players to pay? They just have too many mouths to feed.
Yeah, it's a good problem to have. I mean, you're seeing it a little bit with Dallas right now, too. San Francisco, coming off of last year, I felt like, and it might still be the case, had the most star-powered roster in the entire league. I mean, if you look at position by position, top 10 players, they're loaded with them, and not just top 10, but in a lot of cases, the best, or a top 3 at least. And it's all over the field, so it's a testament to what they've done in the draft and their free agency ads, and they're really well set up, but that comes with a lot of problems, especially it's sort of a race to Brock Purdy's extension, right? Mm-hmm. Assuming he plays really well again this year, and you're going to have to pay him. But right now you don't have to, and he's under that cheap rookie deal for at least another year. So, I mentioned as well, like George Kittle, he's got, I think, 2 years left on his deal. He's the only tight end that had a 1,000-yard receiving year last year. If he wasn't coming off his core muscle surgery, I bet he'd be knocking on the door for a deal. Like, why wouldn't he? It's just there's money to be had right now that might not be available a year or two from now because of the quarterback contract.
All these contracts and no Super Bowl titles, Jeremy. That's the problem.
Yeah, but I can't think of many teams that are better positioned to do it right now. It's just some of these players we're talking about are getting older too, so I don't know how long they can keep it together, but still, pound for pound, one of the best, if not the best roster in the NFL.
Yeah, and Jeremy, that's what we're always talking about, the Super Bowl window, whether it's some of these aging veterans or the impending Brock Purdy contract, but kind of big picture in the NFC, when you look over this offseason, which team has closed the gap to compete with the 49ers in the NFC this year?
I'm sorry, who do I see closing the gap, you said?
Yeah, whether it's through free agency or the draft, which team do you think improved the most this offseason to compete for that NFC title?
Ooh, I'd have to think about that. I mean, one team that didn't necessarily make a ton of moves but made enough to improve an already good roster is Detroit. I mean, I think of that NFC title game where they had San Francisco on the ropes and let it slip, but their roster's really, really good. And then they tried to shore up their secondary, trading for Carlton Davis, drafting 2 cornerbacks high. They got DJ Reader, who's a really good player who was just hurt last year. That defense is going to be even better, especially on pass defense. So I'd say Detroit right now.
For sure. So, and that's that Monday night game late in the season, too. All right, Jeremy, fun talking football with you. We love your reporting on ESPN. Thanks for joining Murph and Marcus in San Francisco.
Anytime, guys. Appreciate it.
Good stuff, Jeremy Fowler. So, I don't know, man. Like we said, we left it last week as with Mayoko. I wound up jock blogging about that. I sent the jock blog in on Friday, and then they said they had some issue with the WordPress thing or something. I don't know. All I know is I just want credit for filing the damn thing. I don't want Mari coming at me in December. It's going to be posted in 10 minutes. Yeah, and then now it's like stale, 3 days old.
We work in a 24-hour news cycle here.
24-minute news cycle.
Dude, in 10 minutes, we might find out whether or not Dan Hurley is coaching the LeBron-led Lakers.
By the way, you have to feel like if you're the Lakers, he left town without signing that deal. He ain't coming back. Right?
But they said today's going to be the day they decide, Murph.
Yeah, he's one to get out of town.
Yeah.
Jeannie Buss is creeping him out. All right, Susan Slusser joins Papa in London at 11:30 this morning from the UK. And what we'll do on the other side is we'll give you your Sutter Health Giants report. We'll learn what young Tony learned today, and we'll say goodbye to a Monday on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Okay, we're getting a little preview of what did young Tony learn today. But first, we got to get our Sutter Health out there. Shout out to a Monday. Shout out to everybody who popped in today to hear Mike Krukow, to hear Sergio Romo, to hear Mark Spears, to hear Jeremy Fowler. Giants baseball tonight, 6:45. See if the thundering herd of Giants fans will kick down the gates to go see Kyle Harrison take on the Houston Astros. Post-Dusty, by the way. Post-Dusty, Astros having trouble. They've been injured. They're 30-36. And you got your boy Spencer Arrighetti, 24-year-old draft pick of the Houston Astros out of Louisiana Lafayette. You don't get many guys out of Lafayette named Arrighetti. But anyway, that is at 6:45 tonight, Kyle Harrison. Will you pop by?
I will stop by with my trash can banging signs to the San Francisco Giants. I'll be out there trying to steal signs from the Houston Astros.
All these years later, we're still talking Astros?
Yeah, we're still talking hate for the Astros. If Rob Manfred, that clown, would even punish the guys, maybe I would cool off a bit, but it's still the Houston cheating Astros.
We're just talking about a hunk of metal, after all.
Yeah,
so we're talking about
that clown, Rob Manfred.
I call him that. I call him angrily when we call in wins. I call him that empty suit.
Yeah.
I say it with that rage.
How about you put a clown nose on that hunk of metal, Manfred?
When we say to Roger Goodell, we call in, we say, "That's right, you mannequin." That's what I say to him. And then for Adam Silver, I say, "Yeah, put it in the books, skinny boy."
What's up, skinny boy?
All right, so there you go. All right, health. Put on the doctor's coat, buddy.
Time now for your Giants Health Report, sponsored by Sutter Health.
Bang! Look at that. We've got a late-minute entry into the Giants Sutter Health Report this morning because it was a late game scratch yesterday. Before the game started, Matt Chapman was originally scheduled to be in the Giants lineup. Bob Melvin scratches him and then explained why yesterday on the Bo Mel Show.
Yeah, that's a big notice when he's not in the lineup. He's typically been in every game. I think he's only had one day off, but he got banged up a little bit on that play that he dove. He's played all 6 games on these turf. You'd be surprised when you're not used to playing on the turf how it can take a toll on you. So he'll get today off. Hopefully it's just a one-day thing. He was a little tight in his hamstring. Whether it's a cramp or not 100% sure at this point, but probably could use a day off anyway. So it always looks a little different with Mr. Chapman on it.
All right, so
yeah, hopefully it's only one day off for Matt Chapman, and he's back in the lineup today against the Houston Astros, looking to extend his career-high 25-game on-base streak. There it is. I got it for you. And that right there is your Giants Sutter Health update from the doctors who never stop answering your questions, the cardiac specialty centers that never stop helping hearts. Sutter is more than 220 hospitals and clinics that never stop caring for Californians. SutterHealth.org.
Nicely done. Hey, in 2-3 short months, Matt Chapman's become like such a fixture that I feel like, oh my God, Chapman's not in the lineup? Can they play? It's like, I mean, he's like, that guy's as steady as a rock, man. And so for them to be without him yesterday felt odd.
Yeah, especially when he is in the middle of this 25 on-base streak. And it's something that a texter asked earlier when we were talking about maybe Elliot Ramos getting some All-Star votes, maybe Lamont Wade Jr., if he returns before the All-Star break, gets some All-Star votes. Will Matt Chapman get some All-Star votes for the way he's been playing over the last month or two?
He's got the name, certainly of anybody on the team. He's got the best name recognition of anybody on the team. But yeah, I did bring up this. I planted that little seed for Vamos Ramos to get. He's on a track because of the Wade injury that has him out for so long. He's going to lose that momentum. But if Ramos is going to have to, if he stays with the OPS that's right next to in the neighborhood, if he's buying real estate in the neighborhood with Aaron Judge, Juan Soto, and your guy Kyle Tucker. Who's coming tonight, right?
There it is. Kyle Tucker and Yordan Alvarez is hot right now also.
Mm-hmm. Pitch around him. So anyway, that's what's going on. So fun stuff all day. Giants tonight, 6:45. We'll have that to watch. But, of course, it's that time of day when young Tony, the wide-eyed, innocent young lad, learns about this world, this world around him.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
First of all, shout out to the kid for doing yard work this weekend out there in his mansion, his Mons out in Danville.
That's something that I learned today, Murph, that there is a kid from the Gen Z generation that will do yard work.
He said he had to clean a fountain. We're like, you got a fountain? You got a fountain, huh, buddy?
I also learned today that young Tony's got a bar in his backyard.
I know.
And I'm pissed off I haven't been invited yet.
When is the backyard barbecue?
Oh, Tony, you got answers?
Maybe Flag Day. What do you think?
The Flag Day barbecue.
Well, what did young Tony learn today? He learned two. It was music both times. The first one, and John Joe wants us to get down this road because Mark Spears is coming on the show and he's in Boston. And John Joe Curley says to young Tony Farias, says play a Dropkick Murphy, ship it up to Boston. And young Tony says, what's that? And Curly lost his mind.
So I'd heard the song. The song is infamous. You hear it every Boston game, but I just didn't know the artist, name or the title of the song. Sorry.
I do believe that John Joe Curley called it the greatest song of all time.
Indeed, dude. He was fired up back here.
Might be it's of course it's a subjective thing, but I think most people would say that's a strong take. I mean, yes, toe tapper, catchy. It was our 6 a.m. rejoin music for years and years on the show. By the way, fill out the trivia. The other hours were 7 a.m. English Beat, I Confess, 8 a.m. the theme to the TV show The White Shadow, and 9 p.m. Grateful Dead Deal. That was our.
Well,
and
Murph,
5 a.m. of course was.
I love that you're asking John Joe the rhetorical questions because we all know he didn't used to listen to the show.
Very good. The other one was, did you queue up Gin Blossoms for me? I'll give you a second because somebody wrote in on the Caitlin Clark situation and said, it's as simple as the Gin Blossoms used to say, hey, jealousy, which I believe the song Mr. Brightside by the Killers is about jealousy. I listened to that song. It's the most downloaded song of the 2010s and all that stuff.
Is it really?
Yeah. It's the most downloaded song in the world from like 2010 to 2020.
Come on, there was better songs in that time frame.
Shaquille O'Neal loves it. See him and his family doing that, dancing.
Really?
Have you seen Shaq and his family going off to that?
Is that the one in the kitchen where they're dancing on top of a little island?
And for years, I thought he said Chelsea, but he says jealousy. And so somebody said, hey, it's the Caitlin Clark situation is the Gin Blossoms, hey, jealousy. I said, that this would be the 90s to a T. This would be like, if you had to say the 90s, you know this?
I've heard this too.
Yes, you have. Young Tone?
Never.
John Joe? Who's to your right there, Tone?
Danny Dunn just laughed, so he's definitely heard it.
Yeah. We'll get to the chorus here. Whatever. K-Fog used to play this. I love it. And it's just kind of there.
Shout out K-Fog.
Just walked into a bar. It's 1996. You know what I mean? It's like, and here it is. We'll get the chorus, and then we'll tag out here.
Well, it's funny, Murph. You're talking about walking to a bar in 1996. Young Tony wasn't alive in 1996.
Wait. There it is. That's the Caitlin Clark story. They're jealous of her. So
great stuff.
You like it?
I mean, sure.
Gin Blossoms? I think it was their only hit.
Gin Blossoms or the Dropkick Murphys?
Oh, dude, it's not close. Dropkick Murphys for
Really?
sure.
Okay.
That song will fire you up any day of the year.
The Red Sox use it. Celtics use it.
Yeah, it's a
They all
Boston
use it,
song.
yeah. I bet people in Boston are burned on it by now. It was featured in the movie The Departed. Did you see the movie The Departed, Young Tone?
No.
I would highly recommend The Departed.
Put it on the list.
Boston, starting with Jack Nicholson on down. Matt Damon. It's a Boston mob crime movie. A true story about Whitey Bulger, the old Irish mobster.
Tony's been bad with his homework lately, too. I still don't think he's seen The Waterboy.
Definitely not. You're right.
Come on, dude. How many months have we been on the show now? 5 or 6?
It's a bit at this point.
Can
but
I
you're
get
right.
some respect?
I should definitely see it.
Even young Jack out in the bullpen hasn't seen The Waterboy. I'm sure he's probably seen Jack and Jill, that bad Adam Sandler movie.
Because his name is Jack.
Yeah, because his name is Jack.
All right, guys. Well, listen. Hey, Giants tonight, and we'll continue our Caitlin Clark raging argument. And to those who thought Carlos Alcaraz should have been a hum baby, I want to tell you he originally was, and I got vetoed by my crew saying Scotty Scheffler's got more name recognition.
He's got more street cred, Murph.
Carlos Alcaraz.
He's a gangster.
I want to apologize to the Carlos Alcaraz army out there, all right? And we'll get out of here. So, okay, guys, Giants, Kyle Harrison tonight. Papa and Lund are coming on in now, and when it's time for a change, sponsored by Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station.
I'm about to get arrested. I'm trying to get to a T-turn.
They're going to get the double play to win the game. The shattered bat. What drama, what a game, what a finish.
LeBron over Jordan?
LeBron over Jordan, man. Come on.
That's definitely
LeBron's
a generation gap.
I don't know about that.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Here's the pitch. He struck him out swinging. And the Giants, they take game one here from the Texas Rangers 5-2. Again, Doval comes in. A high fly ball to right, and Yaz is just easing to his left, and he's got it. The Giants have taken the first two games of this series. Yates throws. Strike three call, a very low strike. Yes, is kind of shaking his head. The Rangers salvage the finale of the three-game series. The Giants' three-game winning streak has ended, and they end up with a split on the six-game road trip.
Yes, thanks for joining us. A Monday edition of the show. Even we could not jinx Elliot Ramos. He was great. So was Logan Webb. 2 out of 3 ain't bad against Bruce Bochy and the boys. We'll get into that conversation. NBA Finals. We got a couple of this day in histories. Steph Curry was really good on this day in 2022. We'll get into that conversation as well. Some Niners news, which we will give you on this Monday, and a ton of other stuff. Good morning, my friend. How are you?
Headphones on.
Yeah,
In
look at
time
me.
for me to say
I'm trying
good morning,
to
John.
untangle.
Oh, what a
Must have just-
tangled web we weave.
I must have just thrown a bunch of cords because it was a Friday. Just threw a bunch of stuff in my backpack without regard for human life. And I had to
Were you
untangle my
Kevin Harlan
headphones. So now
Come
I'm
down
good.
hard.
Took me a second. But yeah,
Yeah,
right,
we'll get
right
to,
on time.
We'll get to the NBA Finals, and it's Kyrie Irving. I don't agree with Kendrick Perkins much, but Kyrie's got to show up for these NBA Finals. He's not playing on either end, and Marcus Thompson will join us today. We haven't visited with him, and 2 years ago
Oh, and
on
he
this
said some
stage-
explosive stuff, by the way, on Friday.
He did.
Yeah.
2 years ago on this stage, Steph Curry, probably his most incredible game he ever played. It's hard to believe just 2 years ago the Warriors were playing the Celtics in the NBA Finals. They've completely changed their roster. And before that, they beat Dallas, and Dallas has got to change things up here before Wednesday and Friday. But good weekend, obviously. Went up to Toyota Save Mart 350.
Oh, yeah.
Many thanks to Chris Young for making it happen. Griffin, a lot of people. The parking pass was the key. Otherwise, I would have had to sleep in Mike Baird's RV with the Holler family.
Oh, that would have been
gone
so
well.
good.
Patrick Hagdorn was next to me in the box. We got a suite yesterday. He's Kyle Shanahan's right-hand man. Remember Kyle a couple of years ago was the drivers? And
Yeah,
it's not
Brad
gentlemen.
Marshall.
You can't say gentlemen. It is drivers, start your engines. He did that. I believe Sergio Romo was driving the pace car yesterday, and I think they do that just pre-race, but the problem with racing is all the yellows. It was all yellow yesterday, John. Me going to the bathroom from all the beer I was drinking in the NASCAR event was
That's
one.
what you got to do.
And it's good to
Everything
see
other
that
than
it
beer.
was,
No, we
that
don't.
it was yellow color and not clear, something else. Could have been purple haze, but just a lot of yellow and driving under caution for a while. The back after they got through stage 2, and I guess the second half, Kyle Larson, who was from Northern California, won. So we had a fun day yesterday in Sonoma.
By the way, congratulations to you. You're a professional and have shown up to work today. Mike Holler's door is closed and the lights are off. So
has he been able to get out of there with the traffic? I got in.
He's
and
hungover.
I got out without hardly any problem, thanks to a parking pass. And Zhank, my driver, took me in a Tesla.
So did you have a role? Were you a grand marshal or were you just there
my role
as a
was
spectator?
Wear flip-flops and shorts and drink. No, I didn't do
Nice.
anything.
That's very nice.
It was fun.
Yeah,
I hadn't
no,
been
those
there
are
long.
fun, man.
Last time I was there, I guess I had to, I don't even know what I did. Guy Fieri said, and back then it was, gentlemen, start your engines. Now it's, as Kyle had to learn a couple of years ago, it's drivers, start your engines. Are there female drivers in NASCAR?
Yeah.
I know there are in IndyCar. Are there in NASCAR?
Maybe not anymore. There has been. Didn't Danica Patrick switch over like for a race or something? I think she might have done one.
And she did ayahuasca, and that was the end of her.
Yeah, that was the end of her. That's it.
Yeah, and the hot rod,
cool,
Shirley
man.
Muldowney was one of the best.
Oh,
of all
yeah.
time.
Yeah, she did the dragsters.
Anyway, beautiful
very cool,
weekend
man.
up there, and nothing but baseball, though, John. Phillies and Mets go to London.
That was
What a
cool, by the
wild
way.
ending yesterday. I want to see the overnight rating on Game 2 of the NBA Finals. Two big markets, Boston and Dallas. But the two biggest markets are New York and L.A., and their baseball teams and all their stars went against each other. I do want to see the overnight ratings for them. Last night, Sunday Night Baseball versus Game 2 of the NBA Finals on the same network. And the basketball won, but did they double the ratings? I bet it was closer than they wanted it to be.
We'll find out. I've adopted the way that you watch. The local stuff. If a local team is on, let's say the Warriors in the finals, because social media is around and you just can't stay away from it. But Giants games, I start like a half hour late. It's more, it's better for your time, and then you just fast forward through the commercials and stuff. NBA Finals, I did the same thing because I don't want to hear the halftime show, blah, 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 Stephen A., blah, blah, blah.
Bob Myers when Stephen A. Hole was not
was
on
good.
that show, Bob Myers is way better, isn't he?
Outstanding. But, so I'm like you. I'm going to be time efficient and not look at social media, and I'm just going to zip through commercials
It's like
and
a
stuff like
pit
that.
stop with
I like
Toyota
it.
Save Mart 350,
Yeah.
John. You got to get in and out.
So,
give me 4 new tires, gas me up, and let's go.
So my point in saying all that is I watched both. I watched both. I watched the finals, fast and zipped through halftime and everything and got everything in there. And then, I recorded Yankees-Dodgers because I wanted to see it. And this seemed to me to be the most anticipated in a while, Yankees-Dodgers. Both teams are really good. Both teams with the superstars that they have, with Ohtani on one side, Judge on the other. And I was fascinated by the series. I know people hate the Dodgers, but then what are you going to do, root for the Yankees? I mean, it's kind of one or the other. But I was fascinated by all of it.
Without a doubt. I watched it all. Apple TV on Friday, Fox on Saturday, and yesterday the Sunday night game of the week. And it's just the star powers. When we have an all-star game in the ballpark the Giants were over the weekend, July 16th, how many of those top 4 hitters in each lineup? And Soto's not even in now for the Yankees. I mean, basically, that's the American League All-Star team against the National League All-Star team. As far as the Giants, we'll get into it. I like the lineup. They got to figure out a little bit of first base. Wilmer's coming alive, and the left side of the infield. We'll talk to Susan Slusser. What's up with Chapman and the hamstring when he dove for that foul ball late in the game on Saturday? Was not in the lineup yesterday, so that's an ongoing process there between the young guys. But the real issue, and I remember after the first month of the year, didn't we have a discussion? Could this starting rotation rival the best starting rotations the Giants have ever had?
I never said that.
Are you kidding me? Since May 1, they've not been very good.
Gosh.
Logan
Yeah.
Webb was good on Friday night, and he was throwing hard. Spencer Howard got through it. He's got good stuff. Didn't start well, but Keaton Wynn. Yeesh. First pitch of the game, he drills Marcus Simeon right in the ear flap. That was scary. And then it got worse when he hit the 2-run homer against him, and he gave up 5 right away. But we got 3/5 of a rotation here, John. The other 2 are kind of getting patched together. And we got to talk to Susan. Robbie Ray's making good progress. I think he'll be back by the All-Star break. And the All-Star break, or after the All-Star break, it's not that far away, as Andrew Baggerly noted today. And it's kind of shocked me. You've only got to play 25 games between now and the All-Star game. So can you get through 3-4 weeks of baseball with this rotation and then get Ray back? But what's going on with Alex Cobb? He's throwing kind of off a mound, but the catcher is not behind home plate fully. He's out in front of home plate like he's pitching BP or something. So how far away? If you get Cobb and Ray and Blake Snell back, then you got something to look forward to. But right now, what's up with Alex Cobb?
I would agree with you. Just when you said that, I went back to Fangraphs because I remember at the beginning of the season we were talking about them as a top rotation because Fangraphs had them 6th. So the only teams that were better before the season, at least in their eyes, were the Twins, the Mariners, who have been absolutely great in their rotation, the Braves, the Phillies, and the Dodgers. So that they were 6th at the beginning of the year, and now what are they?
Better than the
26th?
Yankees rotation?
Let's see, where do they have the Yankees set up here? Who have been?
Yankees had all those injuries,
Well,
Garrett
man.
Cole before the year.
Yeah, they've
Who
had.
thought this guy, and I guess you pronounce Gil Heel is the way you pronounce his name.
Amazing.
Wow, he was throwing a 95-mile-an-hour changeup
That
last
dude's
night.
sick. In fact, I'm looking at. He's in the middle. So Fangraphs has the Yankees 12th at the beginning of the year, and they had him as their 6th starter.
Well, he was when spring training started.
It's amazing. But then
he may start the All-Star game.
Yeah, he may. I mean, that kid is flat nasty. But if you know what's funny about it is, look at so this is how they rank or how they put the rotation together. Logan Webb is the 1, Snell is the 2, Harrison is the 3, Cobb is the 4, Hicks is the 5. And then they had Wynn, Ray, Black, Beck, and Howard. Well, the way it is right now is you have Webb, you don't have Snell, or he stunk. You have Harrison, you don't have Cobbs, you have Hicks. Wynn has been terrible lately. Ray hasn't shown up. Mason Black wasn't ready. Tristan Beck has been hurt all year, and then there's Spencer Howard. And then you have an opener. I mean, that's essentially what your rotation is now.
Andrew Miller's been your best starter behind Logan Webb. Now, Kyle Harrison's going to pitch tonight. He's been fighting Jordan Hicks. But if they can solve the starting rotation, I think bit by bit, Wilmer's starting to be Wilmer. How good is Elliot Ramos right now? I think you got to get Nick Ahmed back or make a trade at shortstop. And, Chapman, let's hope it's not bad. You don't want to pop the hammy like late night Lamont. You get him back. You got depth. The catching position's solid. So's Tyro. You know what your outfield is now. And we'll see if Conforto can lock in. I think right now the biggest concern is just getting these guys back off IL, reinserting them into your starting rotation, and how effective can they be? Robbie Ray looks like Robbie Ray. Will Alex Cobb ever be Alex Cobb again? Remember that start late last year when he had the no-hitter, John? Who was that against? The Reds? Somewhere at home on a Monday or Tuesday night. He took a no-hitter into the 9th inning, remember? Then he gave it up, and Cap didn't get him out of the game right away. He gave up the no-hitter and the shutout, I think, altogether. And what did he throw, 131 pitches? And everybody was like, great, let him go longer. I'm like, get him out of there. He's had a bad hip since the 4th of July. And he just never, did he ever come back and pitch effectively after that?
I don't think
his next start is when he basically shut it down. And then this year, the hip surgery, then the arm. And now where's he at? Susan detailed he got some medicine recently that maybe be able to be the panacea for all this. But you really need. I mean, we're talking about Blake Snell. We talk about Robbie Ray. But I think you need, very quietly, you need Alex Cobb to pitch the way Alex Cobb pitched. He was the Giants All-Star last year. Do we forget that?
Isn't that crazy? He made it over Logan Webb last year. And he was their guy. And yet, here we are. So, anyway, I mean, again, this is a half full, half empty. Do you think everybody's going to come together and all of a sudden, because if I'm far on, that's the biggest thing I'm going to say to the people, hey, I just need one more bat, because if we could just get in like Arizona did with the 84 wins last year, then we have the type of rotation that could be really good, in a short series. I don't know what they would say to him, but, I mean, that is true, potentially, because, my gosh, like you said, they were a top 5-6 rotation going into the season, and statistically, that's certainly not the way it looks. All right, let's get into everything, including how we could not even we, could put the jinx on Elliot Ramos. He was great over the weekend. We'll continue to look at Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Got 2 of 3 against the Rangers. Now the Astros come to town. We'll do it next only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Mark Spears, the great Mark Spears, ESPN and Anscape, joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss the Celtics taking that 2-zip lead, the NBA Finals. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Begin laser ignition sequence.
That is the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. And, Papa and I have had the procedure. It's been about a year for me now, and I'm seeing better than ever. And, I've told you the story many times, but it's 100% true. And if we can reach one more person today so they have great vision too, and it changes their lives, then it is worth it. Because here's the thing. I had a LASIK procedure somewhere else years and years ago, and it's nothing against them. It's just my eyes didn't work for that. Now, LASIK might work great for you. But what I did have done is called CLR, custom lens replacement. So I actually had issues with both my distance and my close vision. And it's such an amazing procedure that it fixed both. So now I can see far when I'm driving, and I can see close like my phone or something like that. And I don't need to be running around getting readers all the time. It is absolutely great. And the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, because we're talking about your eyes, kind of important. Yeah, kind of important. That you can trust Dr. Ling and Dr. Bindi, who did my procedure, and it was awesome. It's a permanent solution to readers, glasses, contacts, and you're never going to develop cataract. I don't know how it works. You have to talk to them, and it's a free consultation to do so, so I'm glad you asked. LaserEyeCLR.com. That's LaserEyeCLR.com. They've done thousands of these procedures, so you can trust them. It's 877-GET-2020, 877-GET-2020, or LaserEyeCLR.com. And again, it's a free consultation, so you have nothing to lose. Check it out now, LaserEyeCLR.com, or call 877-GET-2020.
Seam hits, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Ramos swings and he hammers one into the gap. Left center field. It gets down, rolls across the turf, all the way out to the wall. Coming around third, Slater. He'll score easily. And stopping at second with a stand-up double is the red-hot Elliot Ramos.
Now Ramos, first pitch, a swing, and there's a drive. Hit high and deep out to left field, way back. It's gone! run. Stay hot, Elliot Ramos. A 2-run home run for Ramos, his 4th home run in the last 6 games.
Even we could not jinx Elliot Ramos. On Friday night, he goes 3 for 5 in the RBI, and then he knocks in all 3 runs on Saturday. Had that ringing double into left center on Saturday, and then the home run. He scored Austin Slater, by the way.
Did you mention that, John?
I'm
Austin
going to mention
Slater
it.
went 0-2 that first at-bat on Saturday. A 3-2, got a walk and scored. Got on base again, and then the 2-run homer on the curveball.
Yeah,
Austin Slater, your table setter.
Yeah, I got to admit it. We'll see, but I got to admit it. He was good that game, and Ramos knocks in all 3 runs on Saturday. He took the collar on Sunday, but hey, man, he was great on Friday and Saturday. So what are we thinking about Elliot Ramos? Just more ammunition that he's for real?
Well, I would say the Papa Lund jinx, which is strong, and over several baseball players, mainly baseball players, I think we've derailed, starting with Josh Reddick and Ryan Vogelsong, and on it went. Remember, Casey McGee
was our best work.
Casey no hits McGee. We actually liked him when he struck out and did not hit into a 5-4-3 double play, A.J. Buzinski style. But he looks good. I mean, the bat is powerful, obviously, and what he was able to do. He also had a great game on Friday night, and then Saturday you detailed what he did, but he did it in center field. And every first step is pure and his line to the ball. It seems like whether he was in left or in center, when he was in left and Matos was in center, there was a little the crossing through the outfield where you thought they're going to collide, and they avoided each other. A couple times Ramos and Matos did get in each other's way and a ball drop, but in center, and we talked to him about playing center. He did say he likes right field, but he has played center. He tracks the ball fine in center. The one thing is just going to be taking charge, and there were a couple of plays back-to-back, ironically, because they were hitting 1-2 in the order with against the lefty Andrew Heaney. They had Slater leading off and Ramos hitting second, and then against righties, Ramos leads off. But they were also, in center, and they moved Slater to right, John. And the first time, it got really close. And I think Ramos did admit later, and Slater went over and talked to him that he called him off later. On the second one, though, there was a great TV replay of it where they got a tight shot of Ramos right in his face, and you could hear him yelling, "I got it, I got it, I got it." So, once he learns to take charge, and I think he already has, and now what happens is in Houston is coming here, but, in Arlington or Arizona, you could play Yaz in center and put Ramos in right, but when you're in your home ballpark, you want Mike Yastrzemski in right field. I mean, that is a challenging wall. That is the right field version of Fenway, where his grandfather just reigned supreme. Ted Williams was not a very good outfielder, and it was Jim Rice. Mike Greenwald was better. It was Carl Yastrzemski, just knew how to play that wall, and Mike knows how to play right field. So I think it maximizes your outfield defense, John, when you have Conforto in left and Elliot Ramos in center and Mike Yastrzemski in right. And now that they're back home, you don't have to go back and forth and move them. You're in right one day, you're in center, and you guys flip and all that. Ramos, I think, has proven that he's far adequate enough to play center field.
Yeah, in fact, I'm thinking, I don't know that there were any extremely difficult plays, but the one that was impressive was the one that was in right center, and that's what you're talking about, where he got the jump. And he just seems to be one of those guys, and I know you can learn this, but he just seems to be like one of those guys that can see the ball off the bat and takes the right steps. Now, was he always going to do that? No, but he seemed like in Texas he could do that. So you would think, as you just said, that you put Yaz there, you got Conforto in left, depending on the pitching matchups, and he looks like he can play a competent center, because one of the keys to playing that is he's a good enough athlete, and he seems to read the ball off the bat well.
Without a doubt. And he talked about getting the first step, and it's just reading the swing. And there was a ball on Saturday there, or maybe it was Friday, John, that was hit directly over his head.
Yeah.
And he just went back. He tracked the ball. Mike Krukow talks about first step and to read off the bat of the ball. Sometimes you get fooled by a big power hitter swing and didn't get it all. But Ramos has not had any bluff steps, and they were mainly routine plays in center, getting used to the communication and calling off Slater. But we have seen him run balls down in right field. The one that we asked him about on Friday, the one off of Corbin Carroll's bat on Wednesday afternoon, the Slicer, lefty away. The ball was just flying away from him, and he saved a run. May have saved 2 runs in that situation, made a great play. So what he has done is solidified one major injury to your team. Jung-Hoo Lee smacks a wall. Yeah. He's out the year. He just had the surgery now. Latrash finally did it. He's out 6 months, so he's not going to be back to the offseason. And you thought, yeesh, what do we do in center? We got guys that can play there, but nobody like Jung-Hoo Lee. And what do we do for a leadoff hitter? I mean, is he patched up both spots? Do you want him to be the Giants' everyday center fielder, being a right-handed hitter? He's in against all comers. He's in against righties, and obviously he's in against lefties. But do you want to lead him off? I mean, that's the thing that's interesting to me. And Mays led off all-star games, and he's smaller like Mays as far as not being a huge outfielder, but he's built. Bobby Bonds used to lead off. I mean, he can play center. I think we've made that point. Do we want him to take over for Jung-Hoo Lee and be the Giants' everyday leadoff hitter? And I think certainly, John, against right-handed pitching, he probably will. Against left-handed pitching, your guy, Austin Slater, may still be good now.
Be careful. I'm acknowledging him, but he's far from my guy, but I'll acknowledge him.
He looked good. He looked like himself, didn't he, on Saturday?
Yeah, I'll acknowledge him. I will absolutely give him his credit. My guy, I'm going to get hate email or text or whatever about that. But, the only thing that makes me nervous, and I want to believe in him, I mean, his OPS is up to 938. He's hitting 314. I mean, he has looked really good and jumped a lot of hurdles here. And maybe this had nothing to do with Matos, but Matos was cruising along, and he's sitting near the bottom of the order. He's playing great, and then he gets the lead off, and I don't know if that was just too much pressure for him or he's just a streaky hitter, whatever the case may be. Ramos has thrived in every part of the order, but gosh, I don't know. Is leadoff too much pressure? I mean, I like to see what I saw from Slater, but do you just say, okay, Jung-Hoo Lee was leadoff and he was our center fielder? Because I do think that he could maybe be down in the order. We asked him, you've never hit 20 home runs before. I mean, he's got such easy power. Even if he doesn't stay as hot as he is, which is probably unrealistic, I mean, he does have 20 home run power. So where do you put him in the order? I mean, do you lead him off?
20 homers this year.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
In pro baseball.
Like, I think he's at least a 20 home run guy. Where do I need that in the lineup the most right now?
Well, the one thing that was interesting was Austin Slater said after Saturday's game, man, I'm getting a lot of fastballs to hit with this guy behind me.
Right.
So do you want him now? He's going to be your leadoff hitter, so the ninth place hitter would hit in front of him. Do you want to protect your ninth place hitter? Or do you want him, Bags, one of the writers mentioned leadoff Jorge Soler to get him going and bat Ramos behind him. I mean, Rich Aurelio was a great hitter throughout his career, really good offensive player, but his 2001 year, when he hit in front of Bonds, he got nothing but pitches to hit. They didn't want to walk him, thinking, we got to walk the guy behind you. And that's when Richie hit 37 and drove in almost 100 in 2001. So if Ramos is your hottest hitter and they're going to be giving him, the guy around him or in front of him more fastballs, maybe you want to use the Ramos spot as the rocking chair to set up the guy in front of him and also protect the guy behind him. But he's the one thing I would like to see him do is just go out of the strike zone a little bit. He takes a lot of borderline pitches, and with the home plate umpires now, you just don't know what they're going to call.
Ugh.
I love Frank Thomas. I thought he was a great player, but there were times he just frustrated you. Like, do you have to leave every RBI shot up to Harold Baines? Can you one time offer it if it's a thumbnail, just outside of the strike zone? Can you offer at it with runners in scoring position at 2 outs and be the big hurt and hurt somebody? No, he draws a walk, and he knew it was a walk. But he's taken some strike threes, and I know, during Kapler's time they weren't bothered a lot by the Soldier Boys where you take strike three called in the old days. They didn't like that. Put the ball in play. I'm not sure how Bob Melvin looks at it. I mean, the one thing with Ramos, his eye is so discerning, and we talk to him, when do you spit on one? When do you hammer one? He's got a good eye. He's got a clear idea where he wants the pitch to be. But at times, you're like, man, you are so hot with the bat. Can you go out of the strike zone just an inch here in a big RBI shot?
Well, especially given the rest of the order, right? Because they don't have that guy right now. Like, if Ramos doesn't knock him in, then I'm thinking about Saturday when he knocked all three in. Who the hell's going to knock in a run?
Wilmer
okay,
two bombs on
right,
Friday
I'll give you that.
night.
Wilmer looks like he's coming around, but my God. Could Soler be up? I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Could Soler be up in RBI opportunities more than he is? Every time I look up, it's him, and I'm like, oh, God. Time to get a sandwich.
You mean elephant ears?
God, that is killing you. I mean, it is just, I don't know. Like I said, maybe it's just me. It just feels like every time he's up.
Does he do that
there's
because
ducks
he
on
likes
the
the
pond.
look of it? Or
I think he likes the look.
Is he unaware of it? Or
No, he's
he
aware of
must
it.
like it.
He's got to be aware of it now.
Well, the guy's got the earring dangling. I mean, he's a style master in every other way. Does that he likes that?
I don't. I'm not an
Is
elephant
that the
ear
Jeffrey Leonard version of one
guy.
flap
Maybe it
down?
is. Oh, I'd never thought of that. Maybe
one
it is.
elephant ear out, the other one in.
Because I did when he hit the home run the other day. I know there's very few of them, but what day was that? Was
He's
that
got
Friday?
7.
I can't remember.
He's got 7.
Wednesday,
the day game in Arizona.
Yeah, that
He
was
had won
the one.
427 feet.
He had it going then, and I thought of you the entire time. All right, give us your thoughts. Elliot Ramos, how excited is he making you? Wilmer's back at it. Give us your thoughts, taking 2 of 3 over Bruce Bochy and the boys. One player that we have not discussed merits a segment. We'll talk about him next. Spop and Lundell here on the Sports Leader. It is always a great Monday when we can talk to Steve Moskowitz because you see he has all the answers to your tax issues, even when you can't pay your taxes. What do people do then, Steve?
They call us and then they can sleep at night and have a normal life. That's what we want to do. We've been doing this for a long time. We have tremendous experience with the other side. And you're not a bad person if you can't pay your taxes. You just can't pay your taxes. But there's so many good options for you. Whether we ask for an offering compromise, that's where you pay only part and they forgive the rest if you qualify. Or paying monthly installments, or asking for the penalties. Sometimes the penalties and interest are more than the taxes. Or just have them leave you alone for a while until you're back on your feet. You have so many rights, you have so many options. Don't wait until some IRS agent from all these new agents they hired comes knocking on your door and ruins your life, your business, your marriage. It doesn't have to be. It's so easy. So many people are amazed how simple it was to fix their cases. The only thing you have to do is pick up your phone and say, "Hey, Steve, what can you do for me during your free consultation?"
There it is right there. Steve just told you. Just say, "Hey, Steve, what can you do for me during the free consultation?" Did I mention it's a free consultation? Call him right now at 888-TAX-DEAL. Can't pay your taxes, have other tax issues, 888-TAX-DEAL, or simply go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Here's the payoff pitch, and it is strike 3 called. Got him looking with a changeup, and Grossman did not agree. He was on his way to first and has a few parting words for Edwin Jimenez. Big pitch there for Logan Webb as he gets the strikeout, his 6th of the game.
Yeah, I thought to start the game that was probably the best stuff I've probably had all year. And then as the game went on, I felt like I was missing a little bit more arm side, and but I can't be nitpicky. I thought I felt really good, and there was a lot of stuff we've been working on that kind of we're pretty good today.
That's Logan Webb, who is saving the staff from an innings pitch standpoint. He lowers his ERA to 2.92, 7 innings pitched, 2 earned, 6 strikeouts, throws 94 pitches, and he gets the win to even his record at 5-5. And he is really saving these guys because we just talked about the injuries in the rotation and openers and all this kind of stuff, and guys going 5 and fly. So since that Philly game on May 5th, in which he just went 4 innings, gave up 4 earned runs in that atrocious Philly series, it's 7-6, 6-7, 7-7. So 3 straight games with 7 innings pitched, and he did give up 4 earned the last time out in the 7-3 loss to the Yankees. But even before that, it's 2-0, 2-0, 2, and then that 4 against Philly. So he's had a couple of rough outings, but they need him every single time because then the next day you got Spencer Howard, and you're going to use your pen. And so he keeps saving this pitching staff 3 straight 7 innings pitched. And he's like a pitching machine out there, just nice and consistent, Mr. Logan Webb.
Yeah, I think we got to make a note next year when Cinco de Mayo rolls around. Don't pitch him on Cinco de Drinko. I remember in 2021, his last really bad start of that year was in Denver. And then after that, I think he went on the IL, came off, and he outpitched Urias of the Dodgers when Urias was a Dodger in big league baseball, and he took off, and he was the best pitcher in baseball among them from that point. So mid-May all the way through the end of the year, and then he had the 2 great starts in the postseason against the Dodgers, Game 1 and Game 5. Honestly, though, after that year, and he won Game 162 against San Diego to get in, I thought he would just take off. And it's not like he's been a poor pitcher. I'm not saying that. And he does go deep into games, and he did lead the league in innings pitched last year over 200. He could have gotten there the year before, but they wanted to cap him before he got there. He's a near all-star. He's never been to the all-star game. Last year he could have been named to the all-star team and just not pitched in the game. I know he pitched the Sunday before, and he threw a great out, I think, against Arizona at home, but he could have been named and then, somebody else go pitch for him or take him off. Alex Cobb was the choice. But in any event, Logan Webb is the leader of this pitching staff. There's no doubt. You're so young right now and unproven. Keaton Wynn was not very good yesterday, and he's trying to reacclimate to what he was before. He had some bad outings, the same spots that Logan did in Boston and Philadelphia. He was sick, and then the Denver start didn't go well for him. And then, when's Spencer Howard going to be? Is Tristan Beck going to come back? When are they going to get Cobb back and Ray? And obviously Blake Snell is key. But I do think there's more from Logan Webb. I think there's an ascension to where he is, which is best pitchers, ace of this staff, to really being one of the best pitchers in the league. And maybe it's just stuff. He doesn't have Tim Lincecum stuff. Does he have Matt Cain stuff, Madison Bumgarner stuff? I think he does. He just knows he needs to, be a little more. And he's a bulldog out there, being a former high school quarterback, as good as he was. He competes. But I think as he gets a little older and learns the league a little more, and those guys were, Cain was so good immediately as far as just knowing how to set up hitters, and he was just so mature. I'd like to see Logan kick it to another gear, John. I know he finished second in the Cy Young last year, but I do think there's more in there from him where you can have that. And he threw the ball hard on Friday night. His velo was up. But I think he needs to get I know the four-seamer, they didn't want him throwing it. Andrew Bailey said it's the worst pitch in baseball. And I think when he throws that pitch in combination with a sinker, slider, changeup, where everything's down, 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 the up plays for him. And I think it is more Matt Cain-like. So I love Logan Webb. I think we'll get into it more about whether or not he will be the Giant lone all-star or among the Giant all-stars this year, and he's certainly on a short list, if not at the very top of the list. But when I watch him, I just want him to take the next step and become one of the great pitchers where not just those of us here in the Bay Area that watch him appreciate his ability. All of baseball, when they talk about the best pitchers in baseball, they talk Logan Webb, and he doesn't have that kind of stuff, but he does have, when you put it all together, a plan on how to get major league hitters out. He's not a big punch-out guy. He doesn't walk people. I'm just wondering what he needs there to do, John, to take the next step to become a dominant franchise icon pitcher like Marichal Lincecum.
Some of it's not his fault, but you got to win. I mean, he's given him the innings, and it's a huge thing. But his record over the last couple of years, wins loss was, I think he's now 6-9, if I'm not correct. Let me double check that. But I think he's 6-9 this year when he starts. And again, some of that's out of his control. But that's why, the argument for like a Jack Morris to get into the Hall was he just, certain guys know how to win games, what they have to do to win games. And as I said, the bullpen has blown some things. Last year didn't get run support. So, yeah, some of those things are out of his control, and I understand that. But I will say this, though, come playoff time, and this is why if you're a Giants fan, I would be optimistic about this team if they can get their pitching healthy and together, is that Logan Webb in big games, like that Game 5 against the Dodgers, Logan Webb pitched well a couple of years ago, but again, they didn't get the win. But he is that bulldog mentality, and that's where guys start to get a reputation where you win big games. I think he's got to win more, even though some of it's out of his control.
Yeah, and I'm Matt Cain. I mean, he got caned. Matt didn't have run support, but when he got into a World Series in that one playoff, he had a 0.00 ERA. He just pitched dominantly. I think there's some outings where, mainly because Matt's more of a pitch-to-contact guy, he does strike out some, but he's not going to give you double digits, strikeouts. That's how he gets deeper into games. So that's his methodology, and that's fine. But I think when you look at it, there's just like the guys that were pitching last night, Dodgers, Yankees, Heel, and Glasnow. He doesn't have that kind of stuff. He doesn't just overpower you. And when you get Robbie Ray back, you're going to see, we forget how good Robbie Ray was and how dominant he was. He has top of the, echelon stuff. And then obviously Blake Snell, when he's right, has tremendous stuff. And Kyle Harrison, although he's sometimes all over the place with his arm side command, he just blows you away with that rising fastball, and Lincecum was like that as well. So, in any event, Logan Webb certainly, as far as being an anchor to this starting rotation, goes out there every 5 days, and when he's hopefully has a long career and goes into the Hall of Fame one day, the Giant Hall of Fame, and then he can become maybe the head coach of the Sacramento Kings, or if he wants, John, the coach of the L.A. Lakers. Their job is still open. Dan Hurley turned down a 6-year contract for $70 million to coach the Lakers. Hurley is not taking the Laker job.
So just on the surface of hearing something like that, what's wrong with that job? What made him not take that job? Because he's accomplished everything you can accomplish in college. I don't know what they're going to do to give him, I'm sure they're going to give him a new contract because of that. All these coaches use leverage in every single sport. But it just shows you, to me, how far that job has fallen. Like, LeBron James isn't going to be around very much longer, a couple of more years. Is that an indictment on Anthony Davis, on the front office, like Rob Pelinka, the ownership, whatever the case may be? Because if Jerry Buss, for example, was offering that job to Dan Hurley, or a college coach, you jump at it in a second. It's one of the premier jobs in the NBA. You've accomplished everything you have or you can at the college level. And Dan Hurley, I saw the interviews with him. He's gone on podcasts and said he wants to coach in the NBA. That's the natural progression for him. He wants to do that. Plus, you have to re-recruit players every year, which is why a lot of them jump anyway, like Harbaugh did, where it's like with the NIL stuff now, it's like, oh my God, I got to re-recruit everybody every single year, which is a big pain, and yet he's still staying at UConn. I don't know what the new contract is going to be at UConn, but you just turned down the Lakers. You didn't turn down the Clippers. You didn't turn down the Cavaliers. You didn't turn down the Pacers. You turned down the Lakers. I mean, that's big.
Well, I think, he's a young man. He has a young family. He's got wife and kids. You take it home to the family, and do we want to leave Storrs, Connecticut, where he's raising them, and go all the way to Southern California? I mean, that's a major change, and not just, in the structure of coaching in the NBA, maybe he's waiting for more of an East Coast job. We'll see. Mike Krzyzewski did turn down the Lakers years ago. And Dr. Buss wanted to hire Coach K. Coach K's been an advisor on this for the Lakers, and I think that's why, Bobby Hurley and Duke and Dan Hurley, obviously, and they're all tight with K and J.J. Redick. So the one thing I was looking at, John, was what was going to be the offer financially. It's not what Steve Kerr's making. Steve just signed a 2-year deal at $35 million, which is 17.5. So, this offers less than $12 million a year. Not sure how it's structured. I thought they would kind of do a Matt Rule contract. You'd lure a guy from college to the pros, and you give him an obscene deal. I mean, what did Harbaugh get to leave Michigan after a national championship to coach the Spanos' football team? I thought we were looking at, I don't want to say $120 million for 6 years, but I thought he would get an offer that would be even more than Kerr and more than Monty Williams and Pop, and NBA people would be pissed off that this college guy all of a sudden walks in and, is making more than they, and he hasn't won an NBA game at all, but they did not offer him. I don't know where this would put him, John, but this is not even $12 million a year. It's a big salary. I'm not saying that, but I thought if you're going to lure the guy away from college and a chance to be a three-peat as far as college basketball, you'd break the bank on the offer, and the Lakers did not do that.
Are you surprised, though? You surprised he turned him down or no?
I have no idea. I know the people that know him cited family, and it's not just you. You got to bring the whole thing. The family's got to pick up and move. Is that what we want to do? If he wants the NBA, he can do it later when they're out of the house. Maybe he won't have a chance, to do it later. And there have been guys Billy Donovan's made the transition well from college basketball, the last back-to-back NCAA champion, to go to the pros. He's had a good run. He's very well respected. So now the question is, who do the Lakers hire? And do they go to, you see Draymond's podcast saying LeBron wants J.J. Redick.
Of course.
Which would be interesting. We'd get him off the ABC broadcast, which would be one good thing, and let him coach the Lakers.
Oh, that broadcast.
I mean, J.J. Redick coaching the Lakers would be interesting. So if, in fact, this is a done deal and the Lakers don't sweeten it and Hurley is completely out, what do they do now? Do they hire J.J. Redick to be the next coach of the L.A. Lakers?
Wow, that's huge. And again, I know he has his reasons, but to me, you're Dan Hurley. I mean, maybe he's waiting for the Knicks to open up. I mean, Thibodeau's doing a pretty nice job there. He wants to stay closer to home, something like that. But you're telling me I'm just spitballing. Like, you want to stay close to home and coach the Nets instead of the Lakers? I mean, my goodness, man. I think that's a big indictment on the Lakers' job. It used to be the job, and now he's turning it down. So anyway, give us your thoughts, and that's a perfect place so that we can move. I don't know if you guys heard what Marcus said on Friday, but it was an interesting thought on Klay Thompson, and Tom said something similar. We're going to play those for you coming up next. We'll get into that conversation, some NBA Finals, but mostly focusing on Klay. It may be that he could be headed out of town. We'll explain why, only here on the Sports Center.
Yeah, Giants are back home to take on the Houston Astros. Before you get to the yard, or even when you're at the yard, check out Tony's Pizza in the North Beach, the best pizza I've ever had, and Tony's has been ranked #1 in the world, and it's my go-to for Neapolitan, New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma Papa-style pizzas. The fresh pasta there is delectable. The spicy bucatini, that, too, is ranked #1 in the entire world. Don't forget about Tony's other locations like Capo's, where he makes delicious tavern-style cracker thin and deep dish pizzas. One of his specialties there, to go with the deep dish Chicago style, Chicago Italian beef sandwiches. Can you save room for dessert? He's got the best in the Bay, the best in California, cannoli, tiramisu, whatever you like. And then take a morning stroll through the North Beach tomorrow and try his homemade sourdough bread, pastries, New York bagels, and his bakery, Toscano Brothers. We mentioned the Giants are back home. That means Tony's Slice House fast casual location at Oracle Park is open. You can also get to the Chase Center at Levi Stadium. The Niners come back in the fall. No matter where you are, around the bay, you want Tony's Pizza.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Krzyzewski with a good steal. And Clay, right now, he scored 16 of the last Warrior 23 points.
NBC Sports Bay Area. There is Clay. Will Clay remain Clay remain a Warrior? I almost said a Laker because I was thinking about Danny Hurley. Sorry, I was just reading this story. So they have not done a formal interview with J.J. Redick, but they're going to now. And they said Woj just saying they're going to regroup. If just joining us, Dan Hurley's going to stay at UConn. Was offered $6 and $70 to go to the Lakers, but he's not going to live in Manhattan Beach. He's going to stay at Storrs, Connecticut. So that's the big story going on right now. But we're going to talk to Marcus Thompson at 12:30, and I want to play a cut for you. He was on with Tolbert and Copes on Friday. Now, Tolbert's quote was, he said, quote, "I'll be honest, I don't know if people are going to agree with this because people love Clay and I love Clay, but the Warriors might be better without him if he's not going to accept the role they have for him." That's what Tom said on Friday. In that same interview with Marcus Thompson, here's what Marcus said about the market for Clay.
Clay's going to get a lot of money thrown at him. Like, there are some teams that need what Clay does. And the idea for most of the time has been Clay better take the 20 or whatever the Warriors are offering because he's not getting anything out there. Like, that was kind of the concept. And we know, like, the Warriors just can't, or they definitely don't want to pay him upwards of $30, $40 million. But if you're just looking at these playoffs and looking at the teams out there, looking at the teams that are like, all right, we got to deal with Boston, we're going to have to deal with Dallas, we're going to have to deal with Minnesota. There's like 4 or 5 teams that need a dude who can just hit an open shot from 3, right? And they got cap space. So if Orlando or Cleveland or Oklahoma City, or Philadelphia, any one of these teams who desperately need a shooter, like Clay's going to be high on our list.
All right, that's what Marcus said, and we'll talk again with Marcus at 12:30. As far as cap space is concerned, Detroit has the most at $64 million. I doubt he goes there. But he mentioned Philly at $55 million, Orlando at $49 million, Utah probably not, $38 million, OKC's over $35 million, San Antonio's over $20 million. Those are the teams with significant cap space. So what did you think of what Marcus said there?
Well, Marcus has been hot for Clay to get a big deal, and he may be hearing it from the Warriors. He may be hearing it from Wasserman and Greg Lawrence, who represents Clay. Bob Myers worked at Wasserman for a while. I do wonder about his role here while he's in limbo. But what Tom said was, if Clay is not willing to accept the role they have for him, well, I think what's the role? I mean, Steve's been pretty clear. They liked him coming off the bench last year. He went back and forth with the injuries. Wiggins was out for a while, and Kuminga was out at the very end. I think in the actual, play-in game in SAC, Clay started and Kuminga came off the bench. They went back and forth. But I think there's a strong role for Clay to play off the bench, and I think he could win Sixth Man of the Year award, which would be a great way to end his career in this role. He's made for it, to come in as a designated sniper and run plays for him. I mean, how many minutes are we talking about? His minutes last year were down under 30 a game, for the first time in a while. He came back from injury and he was at 29.4, but the year before at 33, and then last year 29.7. When he was right, he played 35, 36 minutes a game. He's not that guy anymore. But I think he would accept the role. Because he talked about it, but what does that role pay you? If you're playing off the bench and not starting, and we keep Andrew Wiggins and we don't trade Andrew Wiggins, we keep Jonathan Kuminga, we don't trade Jonathan Kuminga, we got Pajemski, we got Trace Jackson-Davis, we got Draymond. In the back, I think another decision that, has got to be made here, John, coming up is Gary Payton II. What do they do with him and his contract? We'll talk to Marcus, obviously, about Clay and the Laker job, but I think another interesting component here is we're into the month of June now. Gary Payton's got to decide whether to pick up his $9.1 million player option before June 19th. That's next week is Juneteenth. And then Kevon Looney, June 24th, right after that. Do they release him? Do they let him go? And obviously Chris Paul later in the month, and then Clay himself. So I think the first thing, based on what Tom said, I kind of thought, listening to Clay talk and the way he embraced the role of playing off the bench, what role do they envision for him? Yeah, let's just say it's to play off the bench and to be the sixth man. That's great. A lot of great players are six men in the NBA. But what do you pay that guy? How many minutes will he play? So then you have to adjust the salary accordingly. Now, injuries, foul trouble, things fluctuate game to game. He may pay more. But if the bottom line is, and when you were out for a couple of days there, we had Bobby Marks on, and it was right after, Marcus wrote a story about Clay getting a max deal, and I don't think anybody around the NBA is going to give Klay Thompson that kind of money. But what are we talking about here? Would they pay him, double what the Warriors are offering? Then he's got to make a call. But first of all, what would be his role on the Warriors, assuming it's off the bench? How many minutes are we talking about here? And would the role be dramatically more? You think Philadelphia and Daryl Morey views him as a 35-a-minute-a-night guy? I don't think he's that guy anymore. So what would be his role with the Warriors versus what potentially his role would be with another team?
No, that's good. That's a good point, because then that's based on the dollar amount. The only two teams I see as realistic, because I guess Oklahoma City would be in there as well, because Philly makes a lot of sense with Joel Embiid, inside-outside type of a game. Orlando was woeful shooting in their knockout in the first round, and they have almost $50 million. And then OKC, I was going to say, needs an adult in the room. Clay is that to a point, but I wouldn't say that, leadership-wise, he has his own style, but it's not like he's going to walk in there, I don't think, and kind of be like, hey, okay, this is the way it goes. He likes to kind of blend in, have fun, be himself, and they have $35 million. So I guess it would just depend, right? Because if you're Clay, and just for the sake of conversation, we'll talk to Marcus about this at 12:30, if they're offering 25 and OKC's offering 30, I don't know Clay personally, but I don't know if that's enough. But if it's 25 versus 35 or 40, which I don't see anybody offering. I mean, what I'm saying is if it's a significant amount, and the significant amount to a listener listening, and, does he want to finish his career here over $5 million? Is that enough to make him move? I mean, what's the number that makes him move?
I have no idea. He's got a great life, living up in Belvedere and on the boat. I mean, where his home is just Shangri-La. He knows where he's at. The one team, and I just don't think financially they can pull it, would be the Lakers. Would be a draw for him, just to go back to Southern California.
That'd have to be a sign and trade.
Be around his dad, and I don't know how they would pull that off. For the Warriors, would they cooperate with that to make that happen? $5 million is a lot of money. Is not as much money to Klay Thompson as most of the people on planet Earth, but he's got a way. This is his first real choice at this. Draymond was out there a couple of times and really. I don't know if the Warriors ever thought they were going to let Draymond leave. They signed him like 30 seconds after free agency opened last year, and the time he was a free agent before. I think it got into July and August, but that's when Durant left, and they had to trade Iguodala and do the D'Angelo sign and trade with KD and Rich Kleiman, and it got it was complicated. But they signed Draymond. I don't know if Draymond ever really thought he was leaving. Steph's obviously never been there. This is the month of June. Everybody's been eliminated except two teams. We may have a champion. By Friday night, the NBA season could be over. And then it's full attention. You got a draft coming up. It's all this month. It's in a couple of weeks now. It's not a couple of months. You got to make a call on your future. So they've been looking at it. I don't know. As long as they don't, quote unquote, insult him with an offer. I mean, giving him $24 million is insulting. Play him basically $1 million a minute on average of what he plays. If they're envisioning, off the bench, 24-minute-a-night guy, I think that's reasonable. But the other guys, Draymond's got about that, but 4-year guaranteed, and Steph makes double that, and your Clay, I don't know. I think the one thing with him, and we talk a lot about it with Draymond, because Draymond's so volatile. I also think Clay's got to really factor in. Where am I going to play my best? If I just stay where I am and stay in the surroundings with my guys and my coach, say I sign a 2-year deal, I play 2 more years and I'm done. Or, who knows what he's thinking. But where could I play my most effective basketball? I would think it would be here in these surroundings. I'm not saying he can't go somewhere else, but he puts so much damn pressure on himself. He didn't do that when he was younger. He just go guard. If he missed a shot, hell, I'm going to get the ball back on the other end by locking up James Harden, step back. And he did that with Rocco and his defensive ability. But now, since he's come back, and there's been times where he's gotten cool with himself and comfortable in his own skin, but we've also seen cantankerous Clay, where he's lashing out at people. He never used to do that.
Much of the season he was that way.
He's cool, Clay. Go be Belvedere, Clay. Jump in the bay and go swimming. So then if you go into another locker room, and you're the hired assassin, and you're Klay Thompson bringing 4 rings in, and let's say you go all the way across the country to Orlando, and this is Disney World. It's not Disneyland where I'm from, and it's a different world, and they'll turn. I know it's a smaller market, but you start missing shots there, they're going to be all up in your business, and it's going to be a little, you get to see that side of them, and you don't have Steve to mellow it over. So I don't know, but I think when he looks at all the money and all the situations, does he want the 5th ring? Sure. But I think he also has to weigh, where will I play my best basketball? And it might be just to stay here, but if somebody else offers him 50% more than what he would make here, then he's got to make a call.
And that's what Marcus said, is that he thinks he's going to have a more robust market than we think. I could certainly see Orlando. I could see them selling it on there. You're close to the water, Clay. There's no state income tax here. You're going to make, so if it's $5 million, add another 13% onto that. And the one thing, too, is, look, I don't know this. It's just what's been reported, and you talked about kind of his nature for a lot of the season until he kind of started to relax near the end, is that disrespect is a thing to him, and disrespect for athletes is money, is what it is. So if you're being offered X by one team and X for another, I think that's going to play into it for Clay. And then here's the other thing, too, that I keep thinking to myself. Are all 3 of these guys going to play with one team their whole career? Because it's increasingly unlikely that anybody does. But Steph is, it looks like, and Draymond is, it looks like. Can Clay too? Because that's almost like a comet to have 3 guys play for one team in their career.
Since free agency began, and, we want to say, Bird, McHale, and Parrish, but Parrish was not a Celtic his whole career. He was a Warrior to start, and he wound up with the Bulls. Bird and McHale were, obviously Magic, but Kareem was not. James Worthy was. I mean, it's just, even, Karl Malone moved on. He played for other teams. So it's hard. I don't know, where it's going to be. Draymond's got, year 1 of a 4-year deal behind him. So if he wants to play beyond the current contract and play more than 3 years, he may have to move on. And I do wonder about Steph, with the head coach now basically saying it could be over after the 2 years that Steve's coaches. Who's going to coach this team beyond 2 years? I thought Mike Brown would be a candidate. He just signed a 3-year extension with Sacramento. Now, they could have him coach 2 more years and fire him. He'd be available when Steve leaves. But I do wonder about Steph and his future when all these teammates begin to leave. If Clay does leave at some point, or maybe signs a 2-year extension and his contract's up and then Steve leaves. I mean, is it possible Steph would move on? You don't know, but it is hard. But I think that's the organization's goal, to keep them, forever. But even if they do move on at one point, they're always going to be Warriors. You're going to retire their numbers. You're going to have a statue out in front. It's not going to be like, we forget about Will Clark. Will Clark, he wound up going to Texas and to St. Louis. Tim Lincecum put on a different uniform. So did Baumgartner. Most guys do. Willie Mays got traded. It just happens. Joe Montana was a Chief. I mean, it happens. And you have to deal with the reality. But we'll find out from Marcus exactly what we're looking at, because Marcus is the one guy out there who keeps saying Clay's going to have a more robust free agent market, John. I mean, what role do you see for Klay Thompson? If you're Orlando and you want to buy Klay Thompson, what are you selling him on? We'll pay you more because we'll play you more? Are they going to play Klay Thompson 32, 35 minutes a night? Is he that kind of player anymore?
The average age on Orlando is 24 and a half years old. They are a young team who can't shoot. And in that first-round playoff loss, it was evident. So they've got room for him. I don't think there's any question about it. Klay would be a starter in Orlando, I believe. And I think he would be at least a 30-minute-a-night guy. We're here. I'm not so sure that would be the case. Philadelphia, I don't know, because you've heard their name connected to a lot of different guys. I have no idea. I think Klay could be a fallback plan for some of those teams. Or Oklahoma City kind of seems to be the same way, right? You want to get a veteran on your team. You got a bunch of youth. I mean, Oklahoma City's the youngest team in the league. They're at 24 years old. Do they think that Klay Thompson is going to be that kind of because he's got championship experience? And I'm not trying to discount Klay's championship experience. It's just he's not that alpha that's going to walk in and be like, follow me. He's the guy that's like, hey, man. And, there's no water in Oklahoma City, by the way. He's not near the ocean. He ain't going there. Oklahoma City?
The best area to hang
there.
in Oklahoma City is known as Bricktown.
Yeah.
If you're Klay Thompson,
No, you don't want to be in
Bricktown. Bricktown?
No. Absolutely not.
Let Russell Westbrook
right away.
live in Bricktown.
Yeah. Well, that's going to happen to you.
Bricktown.
No, that's no good. By the way, here's the deal. So if you just tuned in, Dan Hurley turns down the Lakers 6-70, which would have been at 11-6 a year. So Kerr makes 17.5, he's 1. Pop makes 16, he's 2. This is next year's salaries. Spoelstra makes 15. Monty Williams 13. So he'd have been the 5th highest paid coach in the NBA ahead of Mike Budenholzer, who got 10 from Phoenix. So that's not bad. And his deal at UConn apparently is now going to be a 6-year, $50 million. So he left $20 million on the table to not go to the Lakers. That has to be something's wrong there. There's something wrong with the Lakers.
And I don't know. We'll see over time when he opens up to people why he turned it down. Family had to be a major consideration, but also coaching LeBron James.
Yeah,
at the end of his career. Right. I mean, it's a little like Bochy coming here to manage Barry. He was able to ride out the Barry Bonds era with grace, and then retool with Lincecum, Kane, and Baumgartner and the young group that came up and they won. But it's going to be hard. And if you believe what Draymond said, and LeBron wants J.J. Redick, when Hurley was out this weekend meeting with Pelinka and Jeannie, did he meet with LeBron? I mean, if you're going to take the Laker job, you want to talk to the king. Obviously, how much longer is he going to play? And you could come back to it after LeBron is done. Could be a consideration, but family, I'm sure, was a lot of it. And did he want to be the one that was going to? Would he come in and change fundamentally the way the Lakers play? And would he get the green light to do that from LeBron James?
Yeah. Anyway, there you go. They're on to the next. Maybe it's J.J. Redick or somebody else, but Dan Hurley's going to stay at UConn rather than taking more money with the Lakers, which I think tells you the state of the Lakers. And like you said, what's going on with LeBron, they're a bit in flux there, so he turns down that gig. We'll talk more about the situation with Klay Thompson. You don't want to miss that at 12:30 with Marcus Thompson. Well, let's get you ready for a little talk with Susan Slusser. At the bottom of the hour, reset the weekend for the Giants. They take 2 of 3, which is big, especially with these under 500 teams that they're going to continue to be playing. 2 of 3 is very, very nice. We'll review that next and get you ready for Susan at the bottom of the hour at 11:30 on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Giants legend Trenton Brooks, he joined Talking Baseball with Marty Leary over the weekend. It was for me, and discussed what it was like getting called up to the majors. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Greg Papa here, and imagine waking up this time next week and being 100% debt-free from credit cards, car loan, and personal loans. Yes, Loan Pronto's Equity Express line of credit can make it happen. Homeowners are turning their home into equity, turning their home equity into cash almost instantly. With Loan Pronto's AI-based system, you can get approval in about 10 minutes with almost no documentation, no appraisal, and no hassle. You can get hundreds of thousands of dollars out of your home, and you can use that money to pay off all of your other loans. The average homeowner saves over $850 a month by doing this. As you know, your home value is going way, way up right now. You can use that money to wipe out all those credit cards, get some money for home improvement. Literally hundreds of thousands are at your fingertips, and approval is just minutes away. So call now at 415-808-5721, 415-808-5721, loanpronto.com, 415-808-5721.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us, Papa and Lund. Appreciate you hanging out. You got Giants thoughts over the weekend. Elliot Ramos. Looks like Wilmer's starting to come out of it. Just heard Sergio Romo say concern. He was on this morning. Murph and Marcus, concern over Duvall. Anything you want to discuss as the Astros are coming to town? Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and call-in line, the same thing at 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. By the way, we're going to be speaking to Susan Slusser in 12 minutes. She is not in this country. She is over in London.
She has a second home there, doesn't she?
And you'll be jealous of this. I don't know. Do you still have the Taylor Swift, what is that, a wristband or whatever?
No, I had a sweatshirt. I had 2 sweatshirts.
She's over in London seeing Taylor Swift.
The friendship bracelet?
Yeah. So she's over there.
She's at a Taylor Swift concert?
I don't know if it's as we speak, but shortly there, she's in London and she's going to see Taylor Swift. I was listening to her with Murph and Marcus the other morning. She was talking about she's got a huge affinity for one Taylor Swift, so she's going to be at the show. So we'll have to ask her how that's going.
Okay.
So we'll
Is
discuss.
Taylor Swift leaving London and going right to Nashville for the tight end university? Is she showing up for George Kittle and Travis Kelce's and Greg Olson as well?
Mm-hmm. The number 2 guy
tight
at Fox.
University's this week, I think.
Yeah.
TEU.
I did see a clip of George Kittle hanging out with some kid. I don't know, maybe that was pre-tight end to you or something. And the guy said, "I love hanging out with you." And George said, "I love hanging out with you too." George is a good guy.
Tight end used this week.
Yeah. So anyway,
Travis Kelce won a home run derby. That guy's a baseball player.
Dude, I saw that shot he hit.
Incredible.
If people haven't played like regular softball, you got to really rev it up to hit one a long way. And man, he can do it.
Is he a softball home run derby or was it a hard pitch?
Oh, I don't know. I thought it looked like a softball. Oh, it was a baseball?
No, baseball.
Oh, okay. Because I did see it. I was just, he did the whole bat flip and the whole thing.
Yeah.
Is anybody living a better life than that guy, by the way? Pretty good. All he does right now is go to concerts, do charity stuff. His star is obviously shining brightly. I think his podcast got bought up by somebody. He's doing pretty well. He's having a life. Not bad.
Good for him.
Yeah, good for him.
Until October 20th.
Yeah.
And then it all ends.
Yeah, so anyway, there's that. All right, so we'll talk to Susan Slusser at the bottom of the hour about the Giants. Big stories over the weekend. They win 2 of 3, which, by the way, I just want to point out for a second. You and I talked about this last week. The sub-500 teams that they're playing, we said they just got to go 2 of 3. So you got, the Astros now coming up. You just took 2 of 3 from Rangers. Astros are 30-36. Angels 25-40. Cubs 32-34. Cardinals 31-33. Cubs 32-34 before you play the Dodgers, who are now 41-26. So just keep it up. Like I know that Keaton Wynn, that was a frustrating performance. They got to get the pitching together, all that kind of stuff. But you go around taking 2 of 3. That's pretty good. That's what I'd focus on.
Yeah, and I didn't, how many people even saw the game yesterday on Roku TV featuring Hunter Pence, so that wouldn't even count. We heard of that game.
I know, right?
It was a loss, and it wasn't a great outing by Keaton Wynn. But, yeah, I mean, obviously, even when they were Bochy's teams and not, managing against Bochy, you win 2 out of 3, you're going to win, 90 games plus and get your division and or contend for the division and at least get a wild card spot. So but now, you continue this run against the American League. You just took on Texas over the weekend, and now you got Houston coming in. It's the American League West. Teams that we don't see all that much, and the Angels are struggling, and partly because the Astros just went there, and Angels got the game yesterday, but Houston, I was watching them over the weekend, John, and they won the first 2 games of the series. Kyle Tucker is out to injury. He won't play this weekend. But Yordan Alvarez, I mean, that guy, we talk a lot about Jose Altuve and what a great player he is, and I'm sure they'll boo the hell out of Jose Altuve because of the, and they stole the signs a couple of years ago and won a World Series, and he was involved in that along with Correa. But, I mean, pound for pound, inch for inch, one of the best players to ever play. He's this generation's Joe Morgan. Certain Hall of Fame player and a force. And then you got the other guy. And how good is Yordan Alvarez? If you've never seen him play, and you look out into the McCovey Cove and beyond now across the water, they got the McCovey Cove, Willie McCovey statue. I mean, honestly, he wears 44. the way he closes off his stance. He hits for average and walks. The guy's on base. He's quietly one of the best players in baseball. I think people know who he is, but do you really know how good this guy is, Yordan Alvarez? So I know the Astros are 6 games under 500, but still, this is a team. How many years in a row they've been in the American League Championship Series? 7? 7 straight years they have made the American League Championship Series. Are you telling me they're not going to make the playoffs this year?
I mean, they're, 30 and 36? They've just, like you just said, Kyle Tucker's hurt. 2 guys in their rotation are Tommy John guys now. I mean, they've just had a ton of bad luck. Now, having said that, if they're coming into your park, you got to show them respect because they still have a ton of talent on the team, but they've just been bitten with a ton of injuries this year. And they got off to a terrible start. So you just got to continue to take advantage of this. By the way, this via the text line, somebody clearly used our text line and got the number wrong. So it's 415-808-5627. This just came across the text line just now. Honey, can't move my colonoscopy appointment unless it's to this Wednesday, and I can't be doing prep while in San Francisco and on BART. So appointment will stay on Wednesday. Sharon said I'd be done by 10:30, running into Walmart now.
He's having a colonoscopy? How did, what number do you think? Can we text him back? Well, you have his number, right?
I do have his number.
Can we text him back?
Yeah, I can
Send
text
back
him back
and say, Pop and Lun, honey, we both had colonoscopies on the same day. He's going in for his colonoscopy right now?
It says Wednesday at 8 a.m.
Oh, so he's buying the juice?
Yeah, he's going into Walmart.
Fuel?
He's going into Walmart to lose a few pounds.
Yeah. He's gonna, after you get out of Walmart and take the first shot of that,
I'm telling you,
be
man.
by American standard.
No.
Wow.
We should just tell him
call him back, John. Put him on the air.
No, I want to text him back and say, you'll be fine on BART. It won't happen for a couple hours.
Wow, that's a lot of details. That's the problem with sending a text and you're one finger off. Guy's probably shaking because he's going in to get the jet.
I wonder if he's listening right now and now realizes that he just said a number about his colonoscopy appointment.
The colonoscopy.
He says that he'll be in San Francisco on BART, so he can't be doing the prep.
You don't want to.
Yeah, you don't want to be doing the prep and then taking BART.
Don't go on BART.
Although many people who would seem to do that. Yeah, exactly.
No, we don't want naked BART man. BART 2, but this time the jet fuel is the tune-up for colonoscopy.
I guess what I'm telling you, what's the last part of his thing here?
That's TMI, sir.
The guy from the 925 who just texted about colonoscopies, if you're listening to the show, you got to send your wife another one because you accidentally sent it to us.
Yeah, but send us one and let you. What do you think about Logan Webb?
What, getting a colonoscopy?
Yeah,
he's a little young.
Somewhere on the top. Everything is down for Logan Webb. You're going to have a colonoscopy. Everything in your world's going down.
Yeah, that's right. By the way, 510 says, do you guys even read these texts? I just did. But if you come up with something like a
Only
colonoscopy
one that's not
text,
pertain to us, and it's about a colonoscopy.
Yeah, so a guy...
Endoscopy, not as funny.
No.
Skip those.
Not
Colonoscopy, we love those.
Yeah, exactly. All right, that's the segment.
You just had another one recently, didn't
Yeah, all clear. Good. I'd have 2 in a year, but yeah, great news. That's the best when you're kind of still in that groggy state and they tell you everything's good. That last year when they said, hey, I think we might have cancer here, I was like, I looked at my wife and went, what did he just say? I was loopy. That's not the news you want to hear.
No, that's not good.
You want to hear the all clear. The all clear is
I got
nice.
great news when mine was done. I was a little concerned. My doctor who performed the colonoscopy, Dr. Ripper. I'm like,
Dr. Sausage Fingers?
Dr. Ripper?
That's not
like
good.
Jack the Ripper? We don't. Wow.
That guy's got to. If you're
Can
you're
we have
giving
Dr. Soft Hands and not be Dr. Ripper?
Dr. Thin Finger, Dr. Small Finger. I mean, you got to change.
I don't need Gary Big Hands Johnson. We don't need that.
If your
Dr.
doctor's name is Ripper, he needs to change his name.
Susan Ripper's the best out there. But when I first saw the name, I thought, wait a minute.
Oh, that's classic. All right, let's talk to Susan Slesser. She's in London. She's got some news on the Giants as well, though, and we'll ask her what she's doing there. Well, we already know. She's there to see Taylor Swift. We'll get into it next on the Sports Leader.
Quite simply, Susan Slusser knows baseball. That's why she's the Chronicle's senior MLB beat reporter. And that's why she joins Papa and Lund on KNBR. Now.
So now Ramos, first pitch, a swing, and there's a drive. Hit high and deep out to left field, way back. It's gone. Stay hot, Elliot Ramos. A 2-run home run up over the 372 marker and straightaway left for Ramos, his 4th home run in the last 6 games.
Joe Rizzo on the call. Staying hot. That's what Elliot Ramos did. 3 of 5 on Friday. Knocks in all 3 runs with a double and a home run on Saturday. They take 2 of 3 from Bruce Bochy and the Texas Rangers. Houston comes to town. We got a lot to discuss with Susan Slusser, who just happens to be in London, I'm told. She joins us courtesy of the guest line. How are you?
I'm great. Yeah, back in London. It's Taylor Swifting this week. I was not here for Major League Baseball whatever weekend, but I have to say there were zillions of Phillies and Mets fans all over this place the last few days. It was really fun to see. And some of my British friends were finally asking me about baseball after all of these years.
Oh, so this is what you do.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
it
seemed
was
like
really
a sea
cool.
of red. It was all Phillies fans. I watched both games, and they had to be 80% Philly fans. So in my next life, I want to have your schedule. Last time we talked to you, you were in New York, hung around there for a while, and now you're in London, which I know you get to quite often. So the Eras Tour, where is she playing at Wembley coming up? Where are you going to see Taylor Swift?
She is. I'm going to see her in Liverpool. I've seen stuff at Wembley, and it's not the best. So I'm a huge Liverpool fan, and she's playing at Anfield, so it's pretty ideal. I'm really excited. I mean, it's going to be. I mean, it's kind of a takeover of Liverpool. She's playing there 3 nights.
Is the show tonight? Is the show today? When's it coming?
No, Thursday.
Thursday. Great.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
Very cool. That's going to be awesome. That's a great. That's a great venue. That's going to be very cool. Very cool.
Yeah, I've seen Liverpool play there, but Taylor Swift, come on, that's combining many of the things I love all at once.
That's going to be incredible. What has it been like? Because Greg and I have been over there for NFL games and covered NFL games over there in London. What was the reaction to baseball there with the Mets and the Phillies?
I think that it's really gaining in popularity, baseball. It's so funny because a lot of my English friends were saying, it's weird there's baseball here this weekend, and then the cricket World Cup is happening in New York right now. Like there were 100,000 people on Long Island for cricket. So there's been a lot of kind of talk here about, are we really just becoming kind of cross-cultural here entirely, including sports? I mean, they've always absorbed our culture, and we've got, some of theirs, of course, but sports-wise, I think a little bit. The British national baseball team made the WBC for the first time during the last WBC and actually won a game. They were a really fun team. So they're kind of, a lot of their team is from the Bahamas, but they're starting to develop some good players in the actual UK itself. There's a Scottish pitcher in somewhere, I can't remember which team, and in somewhere in AAA who's doing really well, and people are taking notice of that. It really takes some homegrown people for a country to really get interested, and I think that's starting to happen.
Yeah, the London series has been going on in Major League Baseball the last few summers, and it just wrapped up. They played Saturday and Sunday, and the Phillies won the first game, and the Mets came back in a wild ending yesterday. And well, there's so many Philly fans there. But the Giants did play in Mexico City last year. You'd love to see them have an international game where they went to Europe. But they are going to Rickwood next week, Suze, a game we've been looking forward to forever, going to Birmingham. Are you coming back to go to Chicago and attend the Rickwood game a week from Thursday? You got to make that one, right?
Yeah. Yes, continuing my tour of the world's great cities. I'm flying from London to Chicago on Sunday.
Nice.
And then Rickwood, John Shea and I will both be there. John Shea's been covering this Rickwood thing so well. He's done a whole series that I have to commend both John and our sports editor, Christina Carl, for this series that has been outstanding. If people subscribe to the Chronicle, just look on the website. I think there's even like a little standalone section to look at all the stories about every single aspect of the history of the ballpark, the history of segregated baseball, the key names. And, of course, John really kind of broke that news about the integration of the Negro League statistics into the major leagues well before it actually happened. You know, he was on that. All of that is just such a wonderful development, and I cannot tell you how excited I am about this Rickwood game. It's going to be so special, so fun. I do think it's a little weird that it's, you know, they play in Chicago and then immediately in Rickwood, then day off, then St. Louis. I think it's in case there's a rain out. So then they can play it the next day. But it would have been so nice to have a day with a little pomp and circumstance and press conferences and dignitaries and all of that the day before. You know, let some people actually look around Birmingham and stuff like that. So you can tell I spend too much time in England. Birmingham. But yeah, I think that's just going to be a remarkable time. And I hope if people are considering going, I mean, I think the tickets were very tough to get from the start. But man, anybody that's going, I think it's going to be incredible.
Well described. Yeah, I think it's going to be great. That's on the 20th, so 10 days from right now. We're talking to Susan Slusser. She's over in London. She's going to be seeing Taylor Swift. A little bit on the Giants. We had the fortune of talking to Elliot Ramos on Friday, and I can just really tell that the kid mentally is really locked in, and he's gotten really mature at the age of 24, and he feels very comfortable, and he's got a baby now, and he just is in a really great space. And then he comes out this weekend, and Friday goes 3 for 5 and knocks in all 3 runs with a double and a home run on Saturday. When do you start believing in a player? He's got, 110, 115 plate appearances. When do you start believing in a player?
You know, I suspect it. You never know, right, how a guy's going to develop. But before last season, he really had dedicated himself to better conditioning. He lost some weight, added some muscle, lost some weight. You know, I was at the best shape of my life. And you kind of go like, But you could tell there was something different about him last year. And he did the up and down thing. And I know fans sometimes say, like, oh, you're going to ruin this kid by sending him up and down. Some guys don't respond to that. That's true. I mean, you know, look at David VR. Look, we haven't really seen him, and we might not after he was handed the job and then kind of lost it. It's been a tough road for him. I think Elliot Ramos handled it really well, and I think it helped him mature. I think just getting a taste here and there, he was picking up stuff all the way along and asking the right questions, saying the right things. I don't want to say I'm not surprised. I'm a little surprised just because you never know. And he looked like he was kind of inconsistent there for a few years, but he does look like he's starting to put it together. He's got an idea. He's making adjustments to the adjustments that are being made to him, which is the one thing that Matos was kind of struggling with a little bit. He knew exactly what teams were doing to him, but he couldn't quite make that adjustment. He'll get there, I think. But Ramos has kind of figured some of those things out. So, yeah, he's getting to be an advanced player, and I love seeing it. I mean, he's one of those guys that brings such energy and joy. He's got the big smile. He's very friendly, just a great guy in the clubhouse, and I think fans really enjoy watching somebody play like that, too.
We had him on Friday. He was a joy, and we talked to him about playing center field, and then Bob, Bomel put him out there all 3 games in center, and he's tracking the ball well. He's leading off. So the Jung-Hoo Lee injury has been mitigated a little bit. I'd love to have them all in the lineup together, but certainly what Ramos is doing, Susan. Now they just got to get the starters figured out. Staff's ERA is 4.43. You never would have thought that. I want to ask you about Alex Cobb, because you were on this story probably better than anybody. And, I go back to the start he made last year when he had the no-hitter in the 9th inning against the Reds. He wound up throwing 131 pitches. He lost the no-hitter. He lost the shutout. I thought Cap could have taken him out well before the 131, but he let him go CG. And then after that, he made 3 more starts, a combined 10 innings, and he was shut down for the year. He needed the hip surgery in the offseason. You were all over that and how he recovered. He had that on Halloween. But then he had nerve pain in his shoulder. They didn't know what was going on there. They shut him down. You've just recently written about this new medication he's taking. He's starting to throw from the mound, but the catcher's not behind the plate yet. He's out in front of home plate. Just give me the whole story going back late last year, the offseason surgeries, and when we think Alex Cobb will be able to pitch for the San Francisco Giants again.
Yeah, it's funny when he threw that complete game and everybody's there were some eyebrows a little bit raised. He even said afterwards, like, that he was really happy. He would have lobbied for it. That's what he wanted. But he has not quite been the same since. And then, of course, he'd already had surgery on the one hip. This guy's had so many surgeries. He's kind of a pro. But he came back so quickly from the second surgery this offseason. We were talking about maybe seeing him even in May. It was going that well. That is one reason teams don't like to give timetables, because especially when somebody's coming off of surgery, there are setbacks. And in this case, a guy in his mid-30s, I don't think he was rushing back necessarily. He was a little bit chomping at the bit, and they were trying to get him to slow down. But, this nerve thing really took a while to figure out. He got cortisone shots. He got one in one spot that didn't work. Tried it in a different spot, didn't work. And then they've started him on gabapentin. And that's the first time he's been pain-free. Now, I am unclear if that just makes him pain-free and he can do his work, but there's maybe still an underlying problem, because I'm not sure he can pitch on gabapentin. It said it makes you very sleepy. He said he's getting very drowsy. I think this is a sort of, let's see if we can calm everything down and get back to work thing. But if there is an underlying nerve problem that still somehow needs to be addressed, it's going to be a struggle for him to get on the mound this year. It really is. And, at his age, that potentially is, extra problematic. And fabulous guy. He's done some really great things in baseball. I hope that's not the case. But he certainly knows what he's looking at with a nerve thing. I hope that the gabapentin has done the trick here.
Wow, that's possibly jarring. And then the other side of it, Robbie Ray is at least throwing he threw a couple of innings. I think struck out 5 over the weekend. Any prognosis, or is he just kind of looking like they always thought he'd be on track to about where he is now?
Yeah, second half. He had the full surgery with the flexor tendon too, which means he's probably not. Nobody's really ever 100% back to where they were the first few months, especially after a Tommy John. When you include the flexor tendon, we're going to have to temper some expectations. I think he will be good. I don't know how deep he'll get into games. He won't have pitched, in almost 2 years. So that's going to be a tough ask. He was really a guy that they signed looking toward next year. But he's Robbie Ray. I wouldn't put it past him to wind up still being a very competent big league pitcher, even coming off these surgeries. I'm really looking forward to seeing it. And then don't sleep on Austin Warren. He's also coming back from Tommy John. He's a really useful reliever. Relievers, obviously, coming back from Tommy John. He just had the regular Tommy John. They don't have to go through the lineup a couple of times. I think he might be a under-the-radar, really nice addition at some point in that bullpen.
Very nice. Enjoy. When is the concert?
It's Thursday. Thursday at Anfield.
Oh, very nice.
Woo!
Very nice.
Taylor, Tom, and everybody keeps suggesting she's going to have to play You Never Walk Alone. So if she does, I'm going to be bawling, you guys.
Plus, you got a few days of ramp-up time. That's beautiful, man. That's great.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah, in the middle of the season. I love it. I got to do this every year.
That is nice. It's very nice. Papa wants your schedule.
Did you guys know that there is sun in this country? I'm always hearing the baseball offseason.
No.
I did not know there was sun.
No, I never seen the sun there. It's always foggy, isn't it?
Exactly. Yeah, it was foggy every day. I think we were there. But we still had a great time. It's incredible. Well, enjoy. Congrats. Enjoy the concert. And we'll see you at Rickwood, man. That would be cool.
Awesome.
Very cool. Very
That's
good.
the plan. Thanks, Zach.
Yeah, take care. Bye.
Wrigley to Rickwood. What a trip.
That is pretty cool. So she's going London and see Taylor, and then she's going to be in Chicago, then she's going to be at Rickwood.
How long is this Eras tour going to last for? We saw it at the beginning.
As long as she's making money.
She's still doing the era? I mean, how many eras is she going to span?
They keep coming out, man.
Wow.
I just keep doing it however long. I mean, nobody makes albums anymore. I guess she just did, too, right?
I'm looking at her concert dates. Where is she October 20th? She's unavailable for 49ers Chiefs, right? She's not coming.
Yeah, she's somewhere, yeah. Yeah, she's not going to be at that game. That's wild.
She is Miami Gardens, Florida.
Oh, yeah. It's not even close.
Hard Rock Stadium.
Oh,
Dang.
Look at that.
I've been there with the Chiefs one year.
Yeah, me too.
Every time I think of Miami Gardens,
yeah,
I think of 2-3 Chip Jet Wasp.
Yeah, I don't like that at all.
Damn.
That's good for you, though. You'd probably try to sneak into her suite or something. Tim Ryan would be sitting there by himself. Where the hell Papa go? He's hanging with Taylor Swift. There's you on TV with
Whoever
Taylor.
thought when she came to play Levi's last year in July that she would have a full takeover? She did back-to-back dates, the Friday and Saturday. She wasn't even dating Travis Kelce then.
She was open.
He was just trying to get the bracelet, the Friends bracelet. And now, look, they've taken over football and they've deprived the Niners another championship. Damn.
Isn't there a 49er who could have moved in on that? Would you like her to?
I think Bosa had an opening. I think Dick was there. He wasn't.
What kind of game do you think Bosa has?
Brock was already tied up. Kittle was married.
He doesn't have a Kelce personality. I mean, he's an attractive man. Don't get me wrong, but it's like, Bosa just like, hey, what's going on?
Just go Quadzilla. That's all
Nice
you need to know.
Just wear shorts. Just wear really tight shorts.
You know
Hey,
what's funny? We're
how's it
going to
going,
drop
Taylor?
the state of the franchise coming up shortly, so we'll play some of these interviews with you. Right away, we started with the audience. Cowboys, Chiefs on the schedule.
Yeah.
When I mentioned the Cowboys, there was a loud boo. When I mentioned the Chiefs, you would think it was the Dodgers.
Oh, yeah.
Have the Chiefs become public enemies number
question.
one
No,
around here more than the Cowboys?
In my mind.
Judged by the reaction of the season ticket holders, the state of the franchise a couple of weeks ago, they're not going to see this Eras Tour concerts anymore. They are done with the Swifties.
No, I'm with you. Yeah, that's how I feel about him.
It was unreal.
I've done two of those things. You've done the play-by-play. I've sat there in the postgame and watched the confetti on the field going, well, this is fun, and listen to people call in all depressed. I don't enjoy the Chiefs. I don't like them.
One year we were worried about a play from the 1948 Rose Bowl. Now we're worried about which era we like the best. I used to like the red era the best, but I think the Chiefs have even taken that over.
What is it, 54 and 59? Yeah, I didn't like it. Plus, those are great cities. Miami and Las Vegas, I had a great time before that game during each week. In the game itself, not so much. No. By the way, Susan Slusser, sponsored by our good friends at River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Latham and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle with its lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. It was for me. All right, we'll finish up our Giants conversation. It is even more plugged up in the middle of the National League. We'll show you that as well. We got some Niners news. You don't have to be worried about this. We'll do that as well. Plus, we got Marcus to explain the market for Klay Thompson, and he thinks it's going to be robust, maybe out of the Warriors' range. We'll do that at 12:30 only here on the Sports Leader. Oh, hey there, Sean Lund. Did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area, and even worse, some are not even based in the entire state of California. That is not Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm. They are based right here in the Bay Area. They've been that way for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live, which is nice. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now remember, the weather is beautiful. I'm looking outside in the city. Sun's all around, so motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. So please be careful. Let's work together to make sure that the Bay Area is a safer place and feel confident that you're in great hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. That's the Dolan Law Firm. And do you know that they've secured more than $1 billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients, but you pay nothing up front. I don't know how it works. It's just how they do it. Nothing up front. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Curry to Green. Back to Curry. Step back. Three-pointer. Bang! Steph Curry drills the three. That's a 6-point Warriors lead. Timeout Boston.
Talk to Marcus Thompson, bottom of the hour. Could Klay Thompson be on his way somewhere else this offseason? We'll get into that. NBA Finals. That was 2 years ago today as Steph Curry went for 43 and 13 boards in Boston to tie the series 2 games apiece. Dallas will have to go home to try to tie that thing at 2 games apiece. And to do so, Kyrie Irving's got to be better. Right now, the Celtics, they're just getting it from everywhere. But Jason Tatum struggled with the shot yesterday, but contributed in other ways. Drew Holiday was absolutely great. Great block by Derek White at the end. Kristaps Porzingis at times has been very good. So right now, it's just Boston, full team effort, and it's basically Luka taking on the Celtics, and he can't get it done so far.
At the very end of the game, Kristaps Porzingis on an offensive rebound from P.J. Washington hurt his leg. And I don't know, John, if it's the same one. I think it is where he has the calf injury, but a lot of times you'll have a existing injury on one side, but with the calf, what we're worried about is it becoming like Durant and tearing the Achilles tendon. So this series is going to switch venues, going from Boston to downtown Dallas in the Metroplex, and we'll see if Porzingis can play or not. He's saying he will play in Game 3, but they got to be careful with that one. And then obviously Kyrie needs to just get out of Boston. He's been taken out of his game completely. And I don't know if it's the fans that much. And he even said, they weren't that loud in Game 1. And then why did he say that? They put it up on the scoreboard throughout the game repeatedly, and they were louder last night. I think it's mainly the Celtic guards and Holiday and White, and whether he gets a switch and he's on Brown or Tatum or Porzingis, they just got length, and they got great defenders everywhere, and he can't get any separation off his dribble. He is so talented, but he's just not able to shake them. They are contesting every shot, and he's over-dribbling. He's just pounding the ball into the parquet. Move the ball. Don't keep dribbling it. And I think that's Dallas's problem. And Bob Myers made a great point last night on the postgame show, and he kind of took over with, where's Stephen A. doing a podcast or something on the postgame? They take him off ABC for that? I don't know where he is, but they've got the other broadcast as well, but it's so much better where they can actually talk basketball, and they got Josh Hart there along with Will Bond, and Malika's so good. But anyway, that he got into, with Dallas, they just don't pass the ball enough. And Kyrie gets into it. Kyrie will break you down and kick it. But Luka, it's a little like James Harden as a Rocket, where he's a great offensive player. And, Harden led the league in assists, and he led the league in scoring. And Luka, 34 a game. The guy's a great scorer. But he just slows it down with the constant searching out matchups and pounding it and the step-back daddy. And it's like you're loading up to play one guy. And he had 11 assists last night, but they just don't pass the ball enough, where Harden is tough to guard. But if you have a wall of defenders in front of him, around him, to the side, you can make life difficult for him. He shot better last night as far as efficiency, John, but I know people are critical of Boston's offense. Boston passes the ball.
They do now, yeah.
Well, they penetrate and kick. They have guys that can beat you off the dribble and get inside. Sometimes Tatum is turnover prone, and Brown had 6 last night. They're still turnover prone that way, the way they were 2 years ago when the Warriors beat them. They dribble the ball to traffic, and they're not pure guards that way, but they can break the paint every time and kick to a corner, and they move the ball off of it. And White and Holiday are just so good. San Antonio gave White away for nothing, and look at what he's become. That 3 he made yesterday was just brilliant, with the shot clock literally at 3, searching around. He just shot it. Guy makes threes. He was a decent three-point shooter and getting better as a Spur, but now you just can't leave him alone. He's like this generation's Dennis Johnson. He may not look great every shot, but you leave him alone for a big shot, he's going to beat you. But Dallas has just got to move the ball more. I think Kyrie will play better outside of Boston, but I'm not sure they have enough. But if Porzingis and the knee becomes a problem, Dallas could get back into the series, John. But I think we're looking at, maybe by the end of the week, Friday or Sunday, them hanging an 18th banner at the TD Garden in Boston.
Yeah, I just think it's their year and the way that they're playing. And, it used to be, and we just played a clip of, Steph coming in to tie that series of 2 games apiece when he had 43 in game 4, and they tied that thing up and ended up winning it. They were just so reliant on Tatum and Brown. And Tatum can have an off shooting night like he had last night, but he gets others involved because there's others to get involved. And they're not just relying on those 2 guys, and we shall see. I mean, they're not exceedingly deep, but Drew Holiday gives them, just about anything that you want. Oh, he needs to score. He can defend. He can do all those different things. Derek White has hit key shots and made great plays. I mean, that block that he made that some people, Brown gave him a push in the back. Those things happen. Makes a great play that would have cut the game down to 3. They're just really effective. Porzingis, like you said, if that's an injury, that's an issue, but they have Al Horford. So they're not overly deep, but the guys they have just play really well together. Whereas, like you said, with Dallas, look, give them a ton of credit for being where they are, but I don't see Dallas as a team that's going to win multiple Western Conference championships. I think they made a great trade at the deadline. I think they're a solid team, but I think that Boston is clearly better.
Well, I mean, they won this one, and we'll see where they go from here. As far as this series, P.J. Washington's been a terrific player for them, but he made some really stupid mistakes last night at the end of the game, and Boston was beatable last night. Dallas did not play well enough for 48 minutes to get it done, but they were vulnerable. The one where he threw it backwards and it wound up in a scattered court 3 by Drew Holiday, he's throwing the ball in the backcourt with 17 seconds on the shot clock. There's an 8-second clock to get across midcourt. Where are you going? You've got to look up the floor in that situation. The player talking about, he was going in for the dunk and he got caught from behind. He did get a slight placement on the back by Jaylen Brown, a little bit of a shove. The rim blocked his shot. I wasn't sure if White got it or Jaylen Brown got it. I think they both got it, but he actually didn't get it over the front of the rim. And part of that was a slight push in the back by Jaylen. Boston's just really good. And the way they've changed their team since we saw them 2 years ago, and we'll get into more with Marcus. I mean, 2 years ago today, the Warriors were down 2-1 playing in the parquet on that Friday night in Boston. And that was Steph Curry's best game in all regards. And that's what won him the Finals MVP. And, they won Game 5 at home, and then they were able to beat him on the parquet the ensuing week to win the championship. But they were young, even though they had been to the Eastern Finals a lot the first time in the NBA Finals. Brown and Tatum were defendable by putting up a wall, and they just turned the ball over a lot. But look at their defense. Look at the players around them. They had Al Horford, but they had Marcus Smart. They had Malcolm Brogdon then. They had the 2 Williams, Grant Williams, who kept shooting his mouth off and getting into trouble. The big Williams, the center, who just couldn't stay on the floor but was really good. They've added, just this offseason, they added Porzingis, in June, and what a trade that was to get him in a 3-way. And then everybody was locking in on the Great Dame going from Portland to Milwaukee, and that was a big move, obviously. But you and I kept talking, and the Warriors ever get Drew Holiday? How do you get that guy?
That was the guy.
And Drew Holiday is just such a solid player, and he's not even playing point guard now. They're playing him off the ball because they have Derek White. He guards everybody. He makes smart plays. He makes big shots. He's got a thick body. He can guard bigger. He's unbelievable. But the guy that started it, they got White, before that. They got Holiday and Porzingis this offseason. Right after they lost to the Warriors, they went out and got Derek White from Pop and the Spurs, Romeo Langford, Josh Richardson, and a 2022 first-round pick that ended up being Blake Wesley. What? That's what Brad Stevens had to give up to Greg Popovich and R.C. Buford, 2 Hall of Fame minds in San Antonio, to get Derek White. And whoever thought Derek White, he was a solid player in San Antonio in a 3-guard rotation there, and he was there, with other long guards, and they were all good. But how good has Derek White gotten to be? And we made this point last week. If this Celtic team right now played the Warriors of 2 years ago, and, they're older and more mature, and the Warriors are older and all, they almost have to go into a time capsule, and just the Warriors' abilities of 2 years ago, and put Jordan Poole back on the team, and a good Wiggins and a good Looney, and, everything. I'm not sure. It'd be a hell of a lot better series that the Warriors could beat them. What they have right now with Porzingis, the 2 J's, White, and Holiday, and they've got Al Horford, and they got Pritchard and the other guys that mix in. This Boston team, they've gotten older in 2 years, John, but Brad Stevens has improved their roster so much where now they're ready to win. Where the Warriors have beaten this team 2 years ago?
Ooh. The Drew Holiday thing, like you said, Porzingis is a big deal. They just don't have to rely on those two guys. And as good as Derek White is, I think it'd be really tough because, again, Steph is better than Kyrie, but Kyrie's been shut down. I think some of it is Boston. I agree with you on that. Some of it is Boston. But the guys that between Holiday and White and the different players and even Jaylen Brown, they can throw even a Tatum. They can throw so many different guys at both those guys in the backcourt. And I think we, by the way, jumped the gun on saying that they're the best offensive backcourt. I think that's Clay and Steph. And I respect Kyrie on the court, certainly, but Drew Holiday to me, because right when he went to Portland, you and I were both saying, how do we get him here? Because he can do everything. And that's what he's showing in this series. I mean, you need him to score, he scores. You need him to defend, he does. He's the adult in the room. He settles everything down. Right now, and they're not that deep, but right now, they would be tough to beat. They would be tough to beat. Because, I mean, it was a 6-game series. It was a 6-game series anyway, and I think they're a lot better team.
Well, they won game 1 at Chase Center. Warriors won game 2. They won game 3.
They're up 2-1.
In Boston, Draymond struggled in that game, and you had to win that game 4 2 years ago tonight, June the 10th, and that was an epic Steph Curry game. I think it's the best game he's ever played in all regards.
Does he have that kind of a game against this type of defense?
I mean, it's hard to say. They can put, Drew Holiday can guard. Holiday used to guard Durant. He guards big. He can guard Doncic. And then White is such a smart player who's a good defender. They don't have a weakness. You know, if you get him switched Porzingis onto him, he could maybe drive him. It would be a hell of a series. But Boston is just so much, different than they were in 2 years' time. And I love Dame Lillard, obviously. He's from Oakland. What a great scorer he is. But I don't know, John. Drew Holiday, Lillard's going to score more. But the way Holiday is playing on both ends of the floor, his efficiency, the guy does not miss a shot. He rebounds everything. He guards everybody. And then he scores 26 points. What don't you like about Drew Holiday? Why did Milwaukee just keep him?
Yeah, believe me, they were talking about that last night on the broadcast because, like you said, Dame's the bigger name, but in terms of who at this point in their career, who's impacting a basketball game, especially on both ends, I think it's pretty simple. I think it's Drew Holiday, and I think the Celtics got to steal both for him and, like I said, for Derek White. I mean, they've give Brad Stevens a ton of credit. In fact, who was saying it last night? Somebody said it. It was Bob. It was Bob Myers who said it. He said Brad Stevens is the MVP of the finals.
I think that's his way of saying I should have been the MVP all 4 of my championships because I built my roster.
Exactly.
And after I put Durant on the team, we're unbeatable. So Bob believes that, but what he's saying is, but somebody has to give Bob some credit, please.
Which was always a storyline through their finals, so definitely. All right, bottom of the hour, Marcus Thompson is going to join us. You don't want to miss the conversation because he was on with Tolbert and Copes on Friday and said that this market is going to be robust for one Klay Thompson. Does that mean he's no longer going to be a Warrior? We're going to talk to him at 12:30 only here on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Former Giants great closer Rob Nen. He jumped on extra innings. Bill Lasky over the weekend discussed his main issue with analytics. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
It was the same thing for me with Jordan Poole. When I took like JP under my wing, and to see him have success was the best thing for me. One of the worst feelings I've ever had as an NBA basketball player was seeing him get a contract and knowing that I fucked it off and I couldn't celebrate his contract with him.
Thanks for joining us.
Monday, so maybe the FCC is
maybe
not
they
in
don't
the
want
office yet
Yeah.
today. A case of the Monday. Does that go on the air, John?
Nah, we caught it.
Draymond.
Draymond
Tee 'em
Green.
up.
Now, it's interesting. It's the Draymond Green show, but he's got Kevon Looney on there. And I don't know why they're revisiting it, but they are. So a couple of things he said. First of all, he said he was really bummed out that he took JP, Jordan Poole, under his wing, got him the big contract. And I guess Jordan Poole had a big party in San Francisco, and he couldn't go. That's what happened.
Because he punched him in the face like 2 weeks before that.
When you punch the guest of honor in the face, you can't go to his party. That was one. And then he also said during that same Draymond Green show that he was so embarrassed to be around the Warriors, Poole's last year with the Warriors, that Draymond was late over 20 times for practices because he didn't want to face his teammates. And so it's like once the practice starts and you just go in and start practicing, he didn't want to talk to the guys before, so he was late. He said over 20 times he was late. How about that?
Yeah, the pandemic year after Steph went down, he was late for games about that much, and he wound up not playing at a lot of them.
He did not like that.
And had to sleep it off in the locker room. So he's, thinking about Draymond is he's so honest about things that things will come out. about everything in time. He's just that kind of guy. You ask him a question, or hell, now he just asked himself a question on a podcast and he gets rolling. But that was where this whole thing, I don't want to say fell apart, because they did beat Sacramento last year in 7, and they, took the Lakers to 6. But where they are now, and the Jordan Poole in that situation, I mean, right after that, he was away from the team. There was about, 3 weeks between the punch to the start of the year and ring night. And that happened in the middle of the year. They would have had to suspend him in the middle of the year, but they had time. And you were the one guy out there that said they needed to do something. I thought, it's ring night. Do you have to do this? Why'd the video get out? We were still in that denial mode. But I think in hindsight, based on the way he reacted that year, they needed to do something. He had to be punished internally by his own team for that action. They never did. And look at where they are now. Jordan Poole's not even a Warrior. And, we're wondering about Clay's future. And Kavan himself has to make a call. They have to make a call on Kavan and Gary Payton coming up. Are they going to be cast aside? And Steve's got a 2 and looks like he'll move on. So really, we'll see as far as the dynasty and all that. But, the main players in this great run for the last 10 years, they're, things they got to make big decisions on, these guys, in the coming weeks.
We're going to talk to Marcus Thompson at the bottom there, so don't miss that. He thinks that there is going to be a very robust market for Klay Thompson, and the Warriors may not be able to financially keep up. So we'll talk about that with him in about 10 minutes. Don't miss it. Here's that full quote now. We had to dump the other one. Here's the quote.
It was the same thing for me with Jordan Poole. When I took JP under my wing, and to see him have success was the best thing for me. One of the worst feelings I've ever had as an NBA basketball player was seeing him get a contract and knowing that I f***ed it off and I couldn't celebrate his contract with him. But I think he had like a party or something with his people in San Francisco or something, and to not be able to go celebrate that with him. And I f***ed it off like I did. I ain't going to sit here and act like I didn't. I f***ed it off. I take it on the chin. It is what it is. I don't hide from my f***ups, just like I don't hide from my wins. When I talk to y'all about the wins I have, and I tell you, don't let us win another fucking championship, and then I tell you about it, I'm the same way with my losses. And I messed that one up.
And again, he went on to say he was late over 20 times that season because he just wanted to jump on the court. He didn't want to talk to the guys. He just was like, okay. I mean, that's hard. But anyway, there you go.
Well, the pandemic year, he didn't want to play.
Yeah, he
Steph
didn't.
wasn't there, and there were other guys that were hurt, and they were on their way to the worst record in the league. So he's honest. If anything, he's honest. But, I mean, when was the party for Jordan Poole? Because they gave him that contract right before the start of the year. I'm sure they knew before. But remember, they had a deadline to get it done by opening night. And I think Bob, was it the Saturday before or right before? The season started on a Tuesday. It was ring night. In any event, I wonder when the Jordan Poole party was, and the pool party.
Yeah.
And was everybody on the team invited except for Draymond?
Probably. I mean, wouldn't everybody else? I mean,
well, I'm sure he was invited. He just didn't show up. But he was kind of in limbo.
I don't know if he's invited
at that time. He was away from the team.
I have a general rule: if you punch me in the face, you can't go to the party.
They had to go play that. They had to start an NBA season and practice together. So you have to move on. But that was that 2 or 3 week period where it was between the punch and the start of the year.
Yeah. So, yeah, within that time, they probably had that. And, yeah, I bet everybody else got an invitation. He's like, he probably didn't. No, I mean, you could tell right there. He wasn't asking where his might get lost in the mail. No, dude.
I don't know if it was that formal. It was like, Bob just gave me a bag. Let's go out and party.
Yeah, right.
I mean, it was, and they gave it to him. Maybe they told him before that they were doing it, but he had to sign it. That was just days before the start of the year. They took it right up to the deadline that year.
Here's a good story, too, over the weekend. This was up in Folsom. It doesn't say what gym it was, but I guess there's a pickup game going on, and Kent Bazemore and Steph Curry just show up for the pickup game. It says there's several videos on social media showcasing his handles. I guess Curry, first 3 missed, second 3 hit. But so guys are just playing pickup games.
This was in Northern California, in Folsom? Not Folsom Prison.
No.
They didn't go Johnny Cash, did they?
No, they did not go. They did not go Folsom Prison Blues. But, yeah, Curry just shows up for a pickup basketball game. How cool is that? Like, you're guarding Steph. You're like, are you kidding me? Are you serious right now?
Did Aaron Fox show up?
No. No. Other than Kent Bazemore. What's Kent Bazemore doing these days? He was a hell of a cheerleader in a towel waver. But anyway, that's kind of cool. Where you just, all of a sudden, guess he's got to stay in shape somehow.
Steph, he's in the gym constantly.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, he just random gym in Folsom. Was it like a 24-hour fitness or something, or what? You imagine that?
I'm checking
Steph
with
just showing
Plain
up
to get the deets on that.
Yeah, let's get the details on that.
they do.
Folsom weekend.
The thing is, back in the day, they'd
pickup
show up
game.
at Rucker Park and do that. Remember when Durant did that? Did they have video? Everybody rolling videos on their phone when it was going on?
Oh, yeah.
They just did it at midnight and no one ever saw.
Yeah, but that's Steph is Steph. He's just like, all right, let's play ball. That would be about the coolest thing ever, though. You're playing a pickup ball game, you're lacing up your shoes, you look up, it's like, is that Curry? It's like, yeah, dude, and you're guarding him. Best of luck. Yeah, he's probably going like what 25% speed. Not even that. He's probably just hanging out. That's pretty cool, though.
No, I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, I mean, some guy trying to body you up. It's like, dude, relax. Steph Curry, put a couple of moves on you, and there you go. All right, let's talk to Marcus. He said it on Friday that there was going to be a big market for Klay Thompson. Does that mean the Warriors are going to be out on it? We'll do that, plus get an update on the NBA Finals. We'll do that coming up next. Got a bunch of Giants stuff to get you caught up on, and don't worry about Trent Williams. Still got a lot to do. We'll do it next on the Sports Leader.
I messed that one up.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Pop and Lund on a Monday edition of the show. Go back some Giants talk, but with NBA Finals, everything going around. Interesting. Marcus joined Tolbert and Copes on Friday and said, hey, there's going to be a robust market for Klay Thompson. So we wanted to talk about him as well. And Marcus Thompson, of course, from The Athletic. Make sure you're following Thompson Scribe and read all his great stuff in The Athletic. He joins us courtesy of the guest night. What's happening?
What's up, homies?
What are you doing?
It's been too long. Where
Yeah,
you
man.
been?
Oh, man, I don't know if y'all noticed, but I had a piece today on Sidney McLaughlin Levrone.
Saw.
I'm on the track duty, baby.
Nice.
It's what we do. Trials coming up June 21st.
Wow.
I'm hyped.
I read it.
That's very cool, man.
I don't know about 12 days in Eugene, but we gonna make it work.
You know what? I covered some football games at the University of Oregon. It's, I don't know about 12 days, but yeah, there's stuff to do.
Yeah,
You
it's
have
cool
some
for
fun.
2-3 days. Yeah, but day 9, what's day 9 gonna be like? Geez,
Yeah, I don't know, man.
How long are you going to be there?
That might be a little
How long
rough.
are you there for?
12 days.
Oh, that's
12
long,
days.
dude.
When are you going? Are you there
Long.
now? You're there now?
No, it starts on the 21st to the 30th, and I think I get there on the 20th or something like that.
Oh, okay. Yeah. You like hike? You like the hike? You like the hike? You
I'm
hiking guy?
gonna learn to like it.
You're going to be on the oval. You're going to be on the track.
Something.
Yeah, and there's going to be NBA news going on when you're up there, so we do want to get your
Yes.
thoughts. Before we get to Klay, and I know you were talking last week about the market for Klay, more pressing is Gary Payton II. We got a player option coming up on him on Juneteenth, which is next week, and then Kevon later. They could save $5 million on his deal to Chris Paul, $30 million non-guaranteed by June the 28th. Which of those players do you think come back? Gary Payton maybe in a restructure. What do they do with Kevon? Do they let Chris Paul walk? What do they do with those three guys first, Marcus?
Yeah, I think GP. Well, his is a player, so I think they could go with a restructure, trying to save some money. But I do think he ends up coming back because mostly, like if you're watching these playoffs, having people who guard on the perimeter is just so vital. In a league that's so spread out and everybody can go off the dribble, you need people who can guard it. His issue is he can't seem to stay healthy. So, but if he could, then he'd be worth the money. So I know he wants to stay. He really doesn't want to go anywhere else. I know he loves like Rick Celebrini and the Warriors medical staff. So the question is, can they work out something to give them some kind of savings? Looney is going to be the tough one. That's going to be difficult because $5 million in this cap climate is a lot of money to save. So if they waive him, they only have to pay him 3 of the 8. And then if you're a Looney, do you re-up with the Warriors? I don't know. You just cost me $5 million. So that might be tough. Both of them, though, they're good salary pieces. So the question I wonder, same with CP3, do they work out a deal to push the date back? Because now, if you got $8 million on Looney and $8 million on GP2, both of them become pretty good trade chips. So I'm curious about how they handle that. But I do think GP2 is just incredibly valuable for what he does if he can stay healthy. So if you can get him at a little bit lower price restructuring, I think that's probably ideal for the Warriors.
Marcus Thompson joining us. Let's get to the Klay situation because you look at the teams with space. Obviously, Detroit's got a ton. Klay's not going there. But then Philly's got, $55 million. Orlando, we saw in the playoffs, they can't shoot. They've got $50 million. Utah, OKC. How realistic is it that one of those teams make Klay an offer that the Warriors wouldn't match?
I just think it's way more realistic than it looked like a year ago, right? Or after he goes, 0 for 10 or whatever he was, like it probably felt like, Klay's day has passed. But if you just look at these other teams, man, like people need shooting so badly. Oklahoma City can use it. They've got money. Philadelphia, if you're really trying to keep Embiid happy, you want to keep him there. You're trying to take advantage of this opportunity to win with him. You got to get some shooting around the guy. So I do feel like more teams there are more options for Clay than we probably thought, because what he does, it just looks so much more valuable watching these playoffs. Now, I don't know if they'll go 30, 40. To me, it's a question between years and money, because a team like that, they could go 2 for 60, right? Just give a quick 2-year deal, blow the number up high just to get somebody like Clay. Or does he prefer a longer deal, more security, like the Warriors did with Draymond? Because Draymond had one of them big numbers with another team. Memphis is the one people have been reporting. But he took the longer, smaller deal with the Warriors. Maybe that's the way for Clay if he values the years over the big number. But I think if it gets anywhere near 30, you put Warriors in a tough situation with their cap space, because they really need him to take less money to get to a kind of comfortable space below that second apron.
So you were on Friday with Tolbert and Copes, and Tom was mentioning Clay's role with the Warriors. Say he stays here. So before we talk about paying a guy, how are we going to use him? So if the Warriors do re-sign him, Marcus, and they want to, Steve said he did, Dunleavy Jr. said he did, what exactly would his role be on the team next year and moving forward? Would it be, assuming everybody's healthy, a 6-man role? How many minutes would he play in that role? And if somebody else wants to buy him, Daryl Morey in Philly wants to buy him, he's not any younger if he goes to Pennsylvania. What's his role exactly going into his age 34 season going to be there? So ideally, before we come up with a contract offer, and I understand what you're saying here, what is the ideal role for Klay Thompson if he stays with the Warriors, and would that role be dramatically different for a new team?
I think it definitely depends on the team. The problem is the Warriors, he's in a position as somebody who they desperately need to generate offense, and a lot of it. And that position is probably a lot to ask for Klay right now. So the ideal role for him, whether that's starting or coming off the bench, it's him being much more of a catch-and-shoot guy, much more of a, situational pick-and-roll, pick-and-pop guy, and not a, hey, Klay, go make a play happen from the wing, right? So to me, that's the difference. I think a lot of it will depend on what they do in the offseason. Well, first and foremost, the Warriors literally have to get somebody better than Klay. Otherwise, he's going to start anyway, because we know Steve Kerr knows who he is, knows what he can bring, and they feel comfortable with him. So you have to get somebody to make it a no-brainer. Or you have to say, no matter what happens, we're starting Wiggins and Kuminga, and that's what it is, and Klay are coming off the bench. So I do think it's going to be dictated by who they get and how they can bolster the roster. But as long as he's not required to essentially get 25 to support Steph, that's probably too much. And I think some other teams got more options, like Philly, for example. They've got Tyrese, they've got Joel Embiid. They don't need Klay to come in and create offense. They need him to be a finisher. The Warriors don't really have that second person to create offense. I mean, I guess Wiggins, but that's proven not to be so reliable. So they might need Klay if they don't get anybody. They really might need Klay to go out and get 25 a night. To me, that's the tricky part. What do they do? Who do they get? If they get another player, then you find bringing Klay off the bench. Or maybe you get somebody in Wiggins' spot. And now Klay is starting, but it's clear whoever is in Wiggins' spot, that's the guy you're going to for that 25. Just take the burden off Klay to have to carry the offense to support Steph, because you just got to have it. It's imperative if you want to win a championship.
Talking to Marcus Thompson, a robust market expected for Klay Thompson with some of those teams like Philadelphia, Orlando, Oklahoma City with a lot of money under the salary cap. Do we know, because to me, I'm thinking to myself, okay, they'd love to keep him, but it's hard to have one guy have his career go with one team, which Steph looks like he's going to do. Draymond might. And then Klay, I mean, the chances of them having 3 guys, all staying in one place, I think is pretty remote, which leads me to, do we know how important that is to Klay? And if not, is it worth $5 million, $10 million? Like you said, if he goes 2-60 and the Warriors say 2-50, I mean, is that enough money for him to move to Orlando?
I think we're about to find that out, right? I really do. I think last year we would have said, man, Klay ain't going nowhere. I mean, I think I did say I don't think Klay's going anywhere. But I do feel like the way things ended, you keep hearing about how, he wasn't the happiest, with the whole contract situation. I mean, and Clay has kind of been on this bent to prove like, I'm still Klay Thompson. And if they're telling him, we kind of see you in this bench role, which they've been telling him, the Manu Ginobili transition, I could definitely see Klay saying, no, I'm not done. Like, let me show. Y'all don't believe I got it? All right, I'm going to go here and do it. I don't think he wants to leave. I think if Klay sat down and did his little pro-con sheet, see, everybody ain't as smart as Papa, so some of us got to sit down and map out the pros and cons.
I've done those.
I just want dollar bills. How much you paying me? That's all I need to know.
Some of us got to map that out. I think if he mapped it out, I think he'd want to stay. I think he'd want to stay with Steph and Draymond. So in the end, if they give him a reasonable number, and I still think this all comes down. And you know how this is. It all comes down. If you make this call to Steph and say I'm out, who's been lobbying for you to make sure they take care of you, you got to have a good reason. Is $10 million enough of a reason for you to tell Steph I'm out? Yeah, probably. But that seems like the bottom, right? It's got to be a number where you like, Steph is like, yeah, I understand, right?
Right.
I get that. It's got to be that number. But Klay has always been his own dude who marches to the beat of his own drum. So if anybody's going to say, forget all that, I'm out, I wouldn't be surprised if it was Klay. I do think, though, he wants to stay and they want him to stay. It's just a matter of making Klay feel like he's as valued as he is.
All right, the Chris Paul situation, and I think listening to what you're talking about, and what they need to do is try to get that date extended. So Paul's contract becomes guaranteed on June the 28th, which is that Friday night. And the new league, the year starts on as Sunday turns to Monday morning on July 1st, and they can start the legal tampering at, sometime that day at midnight. So it all comes to a head then. But if Klay, you may not know what Klay's going to do until Sunday and Monday, and you're going to make a call on Paul on Friday that week, Marcus. So I see what you're saying about doing a deal with Paul to extend that date because, and I'm going back to when you actually wrote about the NBA and not track and field, and you gave me the list of all these Warriors you could go get. A lot of them would be obtainable via a sign and trade where Chris Paul may be involved. So, how do they work that June 28th Paul deadline with the start of buying free agents coming up on July 1?
Yeah, to me, like that's the deal that's how you do it to benefit both. Because if you're Chris Paul, right, you kind of want that 30. Like he don't want to like
from somebody.
Yeah, right. Somebody's got to pay him the 30. But right. I do think the best way forward with that is to put him in a position where he could be a part of going to a right place in a good situation and getting paid, and the Warriors getting the full value from his contract. To me, obviously, if they just cut him and drop the $30 million off and he becomes a free agent, like they save $30 million in cap space. That's good, but they lose that space. So the best thing probably is to see what you can do to make sure Paul get his money, get into a place he wants, and see you can get something from him. But that requires agreeing. And everything I've heard, Chris Paul, he's an OG, he's been around the block, he knows what's up. He's willing to work with them on it. Like he knows that he's a starting point guard in his league still, and that might not be the best fit with the Warriors. So he might have to get that 30 somewhere else. I think they end up doing that and figuring out a way to push that back and seeing what the options are, especially after the draft, because they don't really have a pick, right? So they don't have a pick, so they can't do it at the draft. Yeah, they don't have a first-round pick. Yeah, they can't do it at the draft, so they kind of got to wait, see how things shake out at the draft, see how that alters the landscape of the league in the draft that's not considered that good, and then see what's available. You want to do it like maybe June 1, June 2, July 1, July 2, which means you got to push Chris Paul back. I think that's what happens. Otherwise, if they don't, then they just decided, let's just take this $30 million savings. Because, I guess you could re-up him and then just decide we're going to trade him at some point. That's possible. But that takes the savings off the table altogether. right? Like, it's like, all right, now we on the hook for 30 no matter what, unless we make this trade happen. So I feel like pushing it down the line a little bit will be best for both parties, because we know, Chris Paul like Papa. He got to get that bread. So
he's good on TV. He's going to take one of my other jobs as well. That guy's good on TV, isn't he? Chris Paul?
Oh, yeah, he was good. He was very good. But I don't know. I don't know if you want to put in the work. You work a lot.
Yeah, I know.
That's what people don't understand. Like, it's good to be good on TV, but you got to show up on TV a lot. So
true.
Hey, what did you make of Danny Hurley turning down the Lakers? $670. That would have made him the 5th highest paid coach in the NBA, but he decided to stay. Is it more of a family thing to you, or is that an indictment on the Lakers?
No, hey, man, this is perfect. This is a total Greg Popoism right here. The money wasn't enough. I thought it was going to be crazy. I thought 70 for 6. I'm like, he's getting that. That's not even Monty Williams' money. You're telling me, I don't care what his salary is at UConn, and I bet you he's working on a new deal, right? So all of this is probably an excellent leverage play, right? So he can get a new deal at UConn. But you telling me he can't get $10 million a year, $11, $12 million a year from UConn and be happy, like, as opposed to getting 11.7 or whatever from the Lakers and having to deal with, like, life as the Lakers coach? Yeah, I thought it was going to be way bigger than that. That's not enough. That's not Nike would give him that. Yeah, that's not even close to it. I thought it was going to be 15, and then you have to deal with, like, making this dude who's never coached before in the NBA the highest paid coach in the league, or up there with Steve Kerr. That's what I thought was going to happen, but 70 over 6 ain't enough, I don't think.
Now, that's what I was bracing for, like the Matt Rule deal to be the coach of the Carolina Panthers blew everybody away in the NFL. So, which leads to Steve Kerr, as far as basketball head coach only and not a GM role, is number one. He just re-signed the 2-year extension the middle of the year for $35 million. Raj Mathai had an interview with him recently where Steve kind of made it sound like even he and Joe, when they crafted the extension, thought the 2 years would be the last 2. He's going to coach Team USA and maybe coach the Warriors 2 more, and then they would go their own separate ways, which leads to Steph Curry. We're not talking about Steph here. Clay is up. Draymond just re-signed. Steph's contract goes for 2 more years. So if Steve Kerr does coach the Warriors 2 more years, then leaves, how do you think that impacts Steph Curry re-signing a deal with the Warriors, Marcus?
I do think Steve leaving or not is kind of connected to what Steph Curry does too, and where Steph Curry is. Like, if in 2 years they've got, Kuminga's developed and Steph's still really good, I think Steve might say, hey, I wouldn't mind still coaching Steph. But if it feels like it's over, then I think I could see that happening. I don't think Steph wants to leave no matter what. So if it's done pretty much in 2 years and he knows it, and now he's just kind of like the resident OG helping usher in the new era, I'm not sure Steph would do the whole I'm gonna go chase a ring somewhere. I think that it's more valuable to him to be with the one team. Like, he's the guy want to be with one team and build it up. I think he'd be able to make that transition to, the resident senior citizen, helping the guys develop and get some young guys. And I think he'd probably embrace that more than hopping around here and there to chase the title. So I think if he's got some say on who the next coach is, and it's kind of like almost a part of the whole process, I could see him staying. No question. I do think those two are kind of like intrinsically linked. Like, what happens next is going to be based on how each of them respond. But I do think Steve wants to keep coaching Steph. I do think that, as long as Steph is good. But if Steph is like, yeah, I'm done in 2 years, yeah, I'm gonna hang it up, then I think Steve is like, yeah, and that's my time, ladies and gentlemen. I'll see y'all later.
That's all, folks.
He ain't hanging around waiting for some Victor Wembanyama or anything like that. He's not going to be like,
until they get Victor Wembanyama, because that's the same thing Pop said, right? I'm out after Tim Duncan.
And I was like, what?
Like, he got 80 more million.
Yeah, it's funny how that happens. That's classic, man. All right, man. Enjoy Eugene, bro. Go visit Phil Knight, maybe. Who knows? Maybe get a Nike deal.
I will enjoy the first about 5 days in Eugene.
And then it's
Day
gonna be like,
6 is going to be, whew.
It'll be like, I already ate here.
I'm going to need a break.
Already saw that. Already ate there. What am I going to do now?
Go watch the
like
movie
cheers,
Air to
huh?
get ready. You seen Air? You got to watch that movie to get ready.
Oh, yeah. Air was great. Air was great.
Classic.
I'm going to know the bartenders and everything. The diners, all that.
You are going to know everybody for sure.
Like, you want your usual time?
Yeah, exactly. You walk right in. Oh, you're like Norm on Cheers. They're going to know you. You've been here 2 weeks, dude. We know everything you like.
I know, right?
Oh, my God.
All right, my brother.
All right, man.
Love y'all.
Take care. See you, man.
Be well. We'll talk
You
in
too,
2
bro.
weeks. Be good, man.
That is the great Marcus Thompson. That is classic. 2 weeks in Eugene, huh?
When's he going? In about 10 days, right?
Yeah.
So when this is all going down and June turns to July, he's going to be covering track in Eugene, Oregon?
Yeah. Guess so.
He's got a lot going on.
I mean, I'm sure it's going to be a great piece, but what do they got? Like an A-ball team there. The university is obviously there.
It's beautiful this time of the year.
Yeah, you can do some hikes. But other than that,
I'm sure he's going to be working every day. That's why they're
yeah,
sending
he's
him there.
working. Of course. Yeah, he's working. That kind of stuff. Spring game's already passed. Yeah, that's that. Enjoy. All right, good stuff from Marcus. He said the same thing on Friday. Thinks there's going to be a robust market for Clay Thompson. Give us your thoughts. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line wide open and call in line at 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. We got your foreplay. We'll reset the Giants. They get 2 of 3 from Bochy's Rangers, and now they take on the dirty, cheating Astros. Talk about it next on the Sports Heater.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Mark Spears, the great Mark Spears, ESPN and Anscape, joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss the Celtics taking that 2-zip lead, the NBA Finals. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here, and I ask you, do you struggle with distance vision and need reading glasses or wear bifocals? I got an idea for you. CLR from Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley could be a game changer for you. It was for me. It was for John Lund. CLR custom lens replacement is your permanent solution to readers, glasses, contacts, and on top of that, you're never going to develop a cataract. So don't wait until you're older to see great. Do all the things you love to do with perfect vision right now. After tens of thousands of vision correction procedures, Dr. Craig Bindi and his team at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley can tell you if it's your right time for CLR, custom lens replacement. So find out now with a free consultation by getting on their website, lasereyeclr.com. No readers, no contacts, no glasses, no cataracts for the rest of your life. lasereyeclr.com or call 877-GET-2020.
Hello, friends. Thanks for joining us. Got a little Bob Melvin, Logan Webb. Jeremy Fowler was on this morning with Murph and Marcus, latest on Brandon Ayuk. He also talked about Trent Williams. We'll play that for you at 1:15. And I'm trying to find the Tolbert cut that we quoted, but similar things, but a little different than what Marcus was saying right there. So we'll play that for you as well. By the way, just wanted to tell you before we got to the foreplay, which officially starts in 2 minutes, I've been asking my wife to drive my car. She's used to driving an SUV, not like a coupe, not like a sports car low to the ground. So she gets into the thing. 5 minutes later, she runs over a curb, blows out my right tire, and because there wasn't enough tread on that tire, they had to replace 2 tires, and they're expensive tires.
Those are expensive.
And
she just got behind the wheel of the car?
And a rash on the wheel of the car. So the tires were over $1,000, and then I'm actually going today to have the wheel rash fixed, and he said that's going to be another $300. So like $1,300 for like.
How long was she behind the wheel? 13 seconds?
A couple minutes.
Is she going to be allowed to drive that car anymore?
No.
She.
It's over.
Wow.
It's absolutely over. Yeah, she's not used to driving a car so low to the ground, and when she hit it, I was like,
I want to drive a Porsche where they sit on the ground. It's not, this is a sedan. I wouldn't call a Tesla a sports car. There are some that are hard to handle. She's used to a big SUV.
Yeah, mine's a little bit lower to the ground than most, and she took a curve like she was in an SUV, and so and when I got out of the car, I didn't really see anything, and then I got home and I went, oh, the tire was literally falling apart.
Well, I'm on my 3rd Tesla, so tell Laney I have had a similar situation with my car where they put medians up. Like, where the hell did that come from?
I know.
That shouldn't be there. So I actually had mine sideswiped and little rim problems.
Did you really?
Just about a year. I finally got it fixed over the weekend. So it does happen. It does happen.
Yeah, it was not fun. Especially when you go to the tire shop and they're like, oh, those tires. Yeah, those tires are. And I'm like, geez. I get like 2 sets of tires.
I love my car because it's all electric, but I'm thinking of turning it in for this.
Oh, is that the Trent Williams?
This is the all.
Oh, if you're on YouTube and Twitch right now.
Rolls.
Oh my God, that thing is awesome. What's that thing worth? A few $100,000?
About $900,000.
Is it really $1 million? Almost $1 million?
I think it's about $1 million.
That is a nice looking car, though.
It's a good looking.
I mean, seriously, Trent Williams fits that car.
So for that reason, he'll be in the foreplay. I loved it a couple of years ago when he played the championship game on one leg, and he was like, "I'm quitting. I'm never playing again."
Well, he was.
You buy cars like that, my friend, you're going to play left tackle till you're 50. You ain't going anywhere.
Exactly. It's like
Anybody have an all-electric Rolls-Royce?
Oh, my gosh. How about that?
Can you imagine that?
That is crazy.
I wouldn't let Laney drive that car.
Kidding
You know
me?
what? I wouldn't let me drive that car either. So
Did you ask him? You probably asked him, though, didn't you?
No, I just,
like, dude,
I just wanted to clean the windshield. He got some bugs on the windshield.
Yeah, I want to just at least sit in the thing. What is the inside? Did you look at the inside of it?
Car? Believe me. Well, he was out there doing it that day, so I'm like,
is there a valet? How much you got to pay the valet to get in that thing?
He'd take you for a ride.
Man.
Think about Trent. He's so smart. You get a car like that, it may cost him close to $1 million. It's not going down in value. It's not going to depreciate.
Right, a car like that.
We'll sell that car for $1.4 million.
Yeah.
It's all electric Rolls Royce.
Custom.
And look at the tires on that car, Laney.
That is
How much would that be to replace those tires?
Oh, my God. You kidding me? Yeah, you'd have to keep playing.
Anyway.
Right.
Trent's in the news today, right? These in the news today?
Yeah, we'll get it. We'll play the Trent story. Well, Jeremy Fowler was on this morning, guys. But I wouldn't be too concerned. I did a little bit of a deep, not an overly deep dive, but I delved into it a little bit. And I don't think we need to be worried, but we'll get into it. So here is
about Brandon or about Trent?
About Trent. Yeah, I understand what he's doing here. I think it's similar to McCaffrey's situation. But let's start with some Bob Melvin. I will give praise where praise is due. I'm not a hater just for hating, even though some people think I am. But Bob Melvin praising Austin Slater, who scored the first run and the second run on Saturday because he walked, and then Ramos with the double. Slater scores. Later on, he gets a single, and Ramos hits the home run, so he scores again. So here is Bob Melvin praising one Austin Slater.
Look, I mean, that's like I said, that's what Slate does. You hit him anywhere else, and it's probably a little uncomfortable for him. And the first at bat's 0-2 to a walk. I mean, that's kind of hard to do. So, no panic in him. Knows who's hitting behind him. Wants to get on the leadoff game. It's a good at bat.
Thoughts?
They didn't get him out all day. He had a hit. Well, they got him out one time. But he had 3 at bats. He reached base twice. We know who Austin Slater is. It's not a big surprise. Base hit went the other way. He's an opposite field hitter. He's an above-average outfielder, whether you play him in any outfield spot. And now I think he'll have to play more in the corner. I mean, and when he's hitting leadoff and Ramos is behind him, like he said, he's going to see a lot of fastballs. So I think they're only going to see Framber Valdez, the one lefty, on Wednesday, John. So we'll see. He'll have to get his at-bats off the bench against the Houston Astros. But it looked like the Austin Slater we had seen for many, many years until his second-half tail last year and his struggles to begin this year. We know who Austin Slater is.
By the way, on the text line, you never let your wife drive your own car, period. Really? Is that a rule? Is that a
and then
rule
you're not allowed to
drive
her car as well, because things can happen to that as well.
No, I always drive no matter where we go. I mean, that's just...
Do you?
That's kind of the rule. Yeah. Yeah. If the parking spot is going, like, to the left... My wife somehow can, like, park the car to the right, and you look at it and you're like, how did you even do that? Like, she struggles. She struggles.
Well, in the Tesla, you just say, park
exactly,
Tessie.
And that's what
summon the car. You don't, Laney, you don't have to park
that's
the car.
That's why I told her she needs one. I told her, I go,
if car drives itself.
It does. It drives itself. It parks itself. I mean, it's pretty self-sufficient. It's not that hard. But
it just doesn't clean up after itself when you wreck it.
Well, she just needs one of the SUV ones that are a little higher up. That's all.
Well, have you seen
That's
the
audio for her driving right now.
How about the Rivian? What do those cost?
Oh, my God.
Those are electric.
Yeah,
those
are
are
nice.
sweet.
Those are sweet. I have a friend with one of those. And I was.
What do those cost? How expensive are those?
The SUVs?
Yeah.
They're not $1 million, but they're on the way.
No.
They're not Trent Williams $1 million, but they're
not
like
that much.
They're like $100,000.
Yeah, right. They're well over 100, aren't they?
Yeah, definitely.
Lucid's already going out of business. What happened with them? They weren't very lucid very long.
I don't know, but I have a friend that bought one, and he's like, "What do I do now?" I'm like,
"They're
"Sorry,
out
bro."
of business. How do you get them serviced now?
Exactly. That's why you get nervous buying something like that. Like, well, then what do you do? It's not like you just bought I don't know, coffee maker that went out of business. It's your damn car. It's like, sorry, nobody makes those. What is it? A Yugo? Yeah, it's gone. Here is Logan Webb. Praise to Wilmer Flores for being a professional.
For his entire career, when Flo gets hot, he gets hot. He's a pro's pro. He hasn't changed one bit since I've met him. Every day he does the same exact thing. I think when you're pretty consistent in what you do, I think good things happen. I think it's always kind of weird. I feel like the same things happen since he's been here. Maybe doesn't play as much early on, and then starts to play more, and then the flow comes out, right? He's just a professional hitter. I think pitchers that have faced them before will probably say the exact same thing. He lets me know about the one time I faced them, which I think he went 3 for 3 off of me. It was my debut. That was fun. He's just, like I said, he's a pro's pro. It's really fun to watch him do his stuff day in and day out, and obviously, come to fruition a little bit.
I love that nickname, by the way. I don't like the obnoxious girl that does the insurance commercials, Flo, but I like that Flores is Flo.
Well, that's Flo.
Let
it flow.
that's great.
Well, then you go 3 for 3 when Flo was an Arizona Diamondback. That must have been, right?
Yeah.
But he was talking about it because that was after Logan's start on Friday. We haven't talked much about it, but after his grand slam on Wednesday when he got the Papa's Play of the Week #1 last week, John, Wilmer hit a pair of home runs off Michael Lorenzen, the right-hander, on Friday night, a 2-pump game.
You get him going a little bit, and I don't expect Ramos to play maybe at this high of a level of a day or of game, but he's going to settle in. But I think he's going to be solid. All of a sudden, now you're cooking with a little gas. Is it too much to ask Soler to be like, I don't know, average Soler, maybe a little below?
Excuse me,
Soler.
Who was that? Brock Purdy?
God.
Flo?
No.
Is that you, Flo? Eat my grits, Flo.
Is there any buzz down there about his acting? Does anybody talk about it?
We talked about it at the State of the Franchise. You'll hear that interview.
Oh, when is that going to be? I can't.
Colton? Is that you, Colton?
And if you're going to be a $50, $60 million quarterback, you're going to make a lot. You can do a lot of endorsements. You know, work on that. You got to get a coach or something. Something's got to happen.
The QB of JD.
All right, here is Jeremy Fowler. He was on this morning with Murph and Marcus. What's the latest on Brandon Ayuk?
Probably neither. I wouldn't call it ice cold necessarily, but I wouldn't call it revving either. Sides have talked, and it's probably reached a little bit of a stagnation point, but I don't think that's overly concerning because, last time they got a wide receiver deal done at a high clip was Deebo Samuel. I believe it was 2 years ago, happened in July. So this is the time where teams can reset. Front offices are taking time off a little bit now as they get through minicamp, and they're in the summer, but certainly there's no reason to majorly panic until you get to late July, early August, and, especially if Ayuk's not showing up, which he didn't to minicamp. So it's a complicated deal because Ayuk's catapulted himself into the top 10 wide receiver conversation with his performance last year. But at the same time, he's not in that Justin Jefferson class where it's sort of a no-brainer to pay him. And the market is what it is. Amon-Ra St. Brown hit the $30 million mark. I believe that's a benchmark for Ayuk, at least in some metrics. He'd like to either match or beat him. So makes it complicated.
I don't know if we learned anything there.
Nothing to learn there. So the bottom line is when Ayuk is on fire and he signs this deal, he's not going to make as much as Nick Bosa. Right?
No. Can't.
But is he going to make as much as Trent Williams? Will he be the third highest paid player on the team, average annual value?
That's an interesting one. I think Trent may get a bump. We're going to talk about that coming up next because he is his answer is much better with Trent Williams. But like I said, I didn't do deep dive into this whole thing, Lombardi dive, but I did enough of a dive to where I see exactly what Trent Williams is doing here. And it comes down to guaranteed money. So we'll get into that conversation about Trent Williams. I don't think there's anything to worry about, but I want to ask you about it. We'll get more into the Giants as well. Anything over the weekend, by the way, with the Giants, hit us up. The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is wide open, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Ramos hot over the weekend. Wilmer is getting it going. Obviously, Friday, he continues to do this. Logan Webb pitching great and giving the Giants innings. And then we heard a little bit earlier with Susan Slusser. By the way, I didn't get a chance to ask you this. Concerning, because she said that Alex Cobb, that might be a major issue now, and she's saying he may not even come back this year?
She said he may not pitch again.
Right.
So, it's a nerve irritation. Like, when you read nerve, it's like, whoa, they got to get the nerve off of there. And the medication that I can't pronounce, but she said, there's no way he can pitch on that. So that's a temporary fix to get it temporarily fixed. I don't know. We're all kind of gearing up for him to come back and pitch sometime in July. But she mentioned that if it doesn't work and this medication does not work, he may never pitch again. I hadn't heard it that, either or. So that is a huge situation with Alex Cobb. She kind of dropped that in the middle of her Taylor Swift concert preview, so I was so in on the air at tour. She dropped, oh, by the way, Alex Cobb never pitch again. I'm like, what? It's a nerve irritation, so he can't be completely unnerved. We knew that was a pot, but really, I mean, is it that bad that they can't fix that, and his career may be over?
Well, I mean, it's gone. It's the weirdest thing because it's gone from, hey man, he's on a fast track. We're gonna see him in April. Okay, we're gonna see him in May, and then it started to kind of, and now it's getting to that.
Where did the nerve irritation start from?
I don't know.
Is that a byproduct of what he was doing with the hip and rushing back? Where'd that come from?
That's a good question. But yeah, she kind of dropped that in the middle, and I was kind of like, oh, what? So anyway, we'll keep you up to date on that. But let's hit Trent Williams up a little bit. When you hear that Trent Williams now wants a bit of a bump and says, you know what, I need a deal too, and all of a sudden it's like, geez. But we'll explain what's happening with Trent Williams. We've got some great stuff at the bottom of the hour. Good caboose stuff for you. Plus, Bob Myers takes a shot at Screamin' A and the fan heckling Charles Barkley, and Charles generally kept his cool. So we'll get to all of that coming up next only here on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Giants legend Trenton Brooks, he joined Talking Baseball with Marty Leary over the weekend. It was for me, and discussed what it was like getting called up to the majors. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Papa and Lun on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Thanks for joining us. Papa and Lun on a Monday edition of the show. Hope you're doing great. You may have seen today where there's a report that Trent Williams may want to redo or rework his contract. And maybe got nervous because they just gave Christian McCaffrey that. Of course, we know Brock. We know what's going on with Brandon Ayuk and all those kind of things. So Jeremy Fowler was on with the morning guys this morning with Murph and Marcus. I want to play that for you, and then we'll discuss. But here is Jeremy Fowler on that news this morning with Murph and Marcus.
So, yeah, I just, look, it's something that multiple people have brought up to me as a possibility. Like, hey, there are whispers that he would like a new deal. I didn't, it wasn't more like a splash report or anything. I heard it enough to mention it. I'll say that. But, it's not anything I've confirmed as hard and fast. But there are certainly whispers among people in the industry who think that he wants a new deal or will want a new deal. And it's in part because he's the highest, he's not the highest paid player at his position anymore, and he's clearly still the best, even though he's 35. So I think he's due $20 million this year, 22 next year. So, it's just low enough compared to where the market's going where he could need an adjustment. I just see it as something that will come to a head. I don't know what it means or how it will shake out, but they're going to probably have to take care of him one more time.
So here's his money. He's third in AAV among offensive tackles at 23 per. Tunsil and Andrew Thomas are ahead of him. His total guarantee is $45 million. He's fourth in that. And he's got cap hits of 31.5, 34, 38. But here's where the rubber hits the road, and what he's talking about is that he has zero guaranteed money left. So he's got 3 years left on his deal, but no guaranteed money left on his deal. And I would imagine that he probably wants 1 or 2 of those years guaranteed, or some money, at least say next year's money guaranteed. Because if Trent Williams gets hurt, as at his age, I don't know, Achilles, major injury, something like that, he's got no more guaranteed money. So it's similar to Christian McCaffrey. They didn't know Christian McCaffrey any more money, and at any point, Christian McCaffrey could step wrong, hurt his knee, get hit with a helmet in the knee, whatever the case may be. He's got no more guaranteed money. So I'd imagine that Trent Williams probably wants a little bit of a bump, but also just to guarantee some of these years. 3 more years left on his deal. I think it's as simple as that.
So when the Niners re-signed Trent to the contract, and remember, it went right down to the end. He was in a steakhouse in Houston, and Andy Reid and the Chiefs had him on the phone.
Yeah.
They were gonna steal him away. Could you imagine if he went to Kansas City to protect Patrick Mahomes' blindside? But the Niners were able to give him a 6-year deal for $138 million. They gave him a $30 million signing bonus at that time. So a lot of his Paragraph 5 base money has already been converted because the Niners have done a number of restructures. And what they do in that situation is just accelerate your payment and then spread the money out over time because they know you're going to be here for the duration of the contract. So a lot of this money he has already gotten in cash in a check form. So he's still making a lot of money. but he's a smart guy. And this is a little bit, everybody's talking about Trent Williams may retire at any moment because he was frustrated a couple of years ago and he played on one leg, essentially, in the NFC title game in L.A. after the injury in Green Bay. He was like that for right after that game. He was really upset. And then how the Philadelphia game ended when he got kicked out of that game. But beyond that, I've always thought Trent wants to play many more years. He's still at the very height of his powers. He's arguably the best player on the team, one of the best players in the NFL. So that's good news that he wants to hang around here, where a lot of reporters think he wants to retire at any moment. That's just simply not the case. And Trent is very shrewd with his money. So he's going to want to restructure at some point. He's a guy you would do a restructure with, like McCaffrey. They're not only great players and team leaders, but they're going to be around here longer. You don't typically see tackles playing to their 40th birthday, but if he restructures the contract and they spread it out with an extension, John, he may play till he's 40. And running backs, the age would be 30 and beyond. They've already done that for McCaffrey. So, and Trent's just, we were talking about the electric rolls and all the money he spends. He also bought a piece of this cap I'm wearing, Residency 3. He bought a piece of the company from Zach King. So you see Trent wearing these all around the facility and on TV, and that's the way to promote it because he bought a piece of the company. So, and he's got the gym in Houston. You know, Trent, a great player, and he's here for the now, but he's also setting himself up to do things after he's done. So I would not be surprised by that. We'll see how they structure the restructure, but what that means is Trent Williams wants to keep playing. He wants to play, now he's entering his age 36 year. I mean, could Trent play 3, 4, 5 more years and play until he's 40 with the shape that he keeps himself in? As long as he has good health and doesn't have a really tough injury, he could easily make that. So that's something they want to do. They identified him as a guy they traded for and got very cheaply on the trade market. They had to re-sign him to keep him away from Kansas City. If he ever hit the market, he'd blow away all these guys' figures. They don't want that to happen. So it's a good thing that Trent's looking to play, 3 to 5 more years, it sounds like.
So he's going into his age 36 year, and again, under the guaranteed salary now because they paid the last of it. So it was originally a 6-year, $138 million deal with 45 in guarantees and 40 up front. The last of the 40 was paid. There was only like $1 million left on it guaranteed, so that was paid last year. So again, the next 3 years of this deal, so he's got 3 more years left, his age 36, 37, 38 season, and there's no guaranteed money left. So it's kind of like McCaffrey's situation in that he would like to probably be bumped up a little bit ahead of these guys. That Andrew Thomas, there's only 2 guys ahead of him. Tunsil and Andrew Thomas of the Giants are ahead of him just by a little bit, like $500,000. So he could just, get above that number, guarantee, some years or this year or next year, whatever the case may be. And then I think he would be good. So I don't think as we're seeing that story and you see the headline, oh my God, you got to pay Trent Williams now. It's not like some massive thing that they have to come up with. I think it's much like what McCaffrey just did. Bump me up a little bit, show me the respect of being, up here, guarantee some of this money, and we're good to go. So easy for me to say.
And they already have, as we said, they transferred a lot of that paragraph 5 money to actual cash and just wrote him a check. So he's going to make over $20 million this year, $22 next year. The year you would be, if you're Trent, concerned. No one's cutting him off the team. Even if he tore an ACL, he's not going to get cut off the team. He's still going to get paid. But his age 38 year, 26, he jumps up to 32.2 million.
And you got a major injury.
If he suffered a major injury after the 25 year, that's what he's looking at is, how do we spread the money out and guarantee it? So that's a good thing. I'm sure there's no, and that could, save him money and move the money out as the league salary cap goes up. So they got a lot of, it's not just, redid McCaffrey and redo Trent, and then what do you do with Brock? But Dre Greenlaw is up, Talanoa Hufunga's up. We talked about both corners being up, Charvarius Ward and Diamador Lenore. The left guard, Aaron Banks, is up. They got a lot of business they have to tend to, and then obviously Brock Purdy's being the biggest of all of them.
Yeah, there you go. So there's the latest on what's going on. Trent Williams, you probably saw that today and went, hey, what's going on? We just told you. That's what's going on. All right, we got a sweet, clean family friend, the Caboose Pistol, for you, including one fan heckling Charles Barkley, living to tell about it, and Bob Myers. After the game, like you said, he didn't have to talk to Screamin' A, but during halftime, Screamin' A was taking exception with what Bob was saying. We'll play those for you at the bottom of the hour on the Sports Leader.
was a 5-shot revolver. It was loaded, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
Papa and Lund presents the Caboose Pistol.
The old caboose pistol, everybody has one.
A few stories that slipped through the cracks.
Did you say caboose?
I know some women who could hide a machine gun in there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, a couple of cuts for you, and then we'll give you a couple of stories. By the way, it might be getting close to time to, we haven't played the whole Caboose Pistol for a while, so it might be getting close. For those who do not know the story of the Caboose Pistol, might be getting close. Do that every couple of months. Let's hear from Bob Myers. So Bob was talking about how we, in our society, especially in our sports society, we build up teams, we tear down teams, we build up players, we tear down players, and kind of had a fun exchange with Screamin' A. So here is Bob.
And the Celtics are on top. Right time you're on top. People used to come at Curry and Durant, and they'd come at you in the media. They'd come at you on the street. And the point is, and Josh knows this, what matters is your locker room. The fabric of that locker room and what they can withstand. And that's why, not because that Knicks fabric, you guys had that this year. But it is hard to find, man. We tear teams apart more than we ever have. Maybe on purpose, maybe not. Maybe that guy down there, maybe.
Not me.
I don't know. Maybe.
Not
you
me.
might.
That's social media.
That's somebody
That's
else.
not me.
I thought it was you for a second there. But we do this. We attack teams, and especially when you're supposedly the best team. That's the team we come at the hardest, and that's what kids do.
Hey.
He's trying to make it. Break it up.
Hey. Wasn't me. Eddie Murphy. Eddie Murphy.
It wasn't you. Who was it? Looked like you.
It was you.
Anyway, I can't wait till some time passes because Bob is such a nice guy. He would never say it. I don't know that he's long for doing this. I think he's good at it. Like you said, right after the game when Screamin' A was somehow absent, Bob was great. If I was another network, I would like Bob to do my coverage. But he and Screamin' A, I don't think that's I don't think that's forced. I think that's real.
No,
I don't think he likes him.
No, I mean, Bob is such a good guy, but he does take a lot of shots at him, and I think it's all in good nature because Bob, that's just the way he is. But a lot of it is things that Stephen A. said about the Warriors throughout his run and what he's saying now, questioning Steph Curry and the Draymond drama. So where does Stephen A. Hole go on the postgame? He's doing a podcast.
He's usually there, but he wasn't there last night. Yeah, it's like, what's more important than the finals?
He has been missing the postgame show. They did a long one last night. And they were actually up against Scott Van Pelt's show because ABC just had to fill. Right. I don't know why they did. Normally they're done. The post-game interview, your local news, goodbye. Maybe because the game was earlier on Sunday, then they didn't have to fill as long. But it's so much better without him on that show. And it's funny, John. Wilbon, I guess he wasn't doing. They've rotated the people on that show. But Wilbon's on every game now as a prominent. It used to be Jalen Rose. I mean, they had other people there. Anyway, I remember when I see Wilbon sitting next to Bob and talking, I remember so vividly the first Game 6, Clay, that Game 6 in Oklahoma City. For whatever reason, Bob did not watch the game next to Joe. He sat with us back in the meal room, and I sat and watched the game because it was the media was so overflow there. Wilbon and I watched every game together, and Bob came and sat next to us. So we're watching the Game 6, Clay, and if you remember that game, Warriors were down, and Durant turned the ball over so many times in the fourth quarter, and the Warriors came back. But I remember watching it in the middle of Michael Wilbon on one side and Bob on the other. And it was so fun, because Wilbon's been around the game forever, and Bob built the team, and it was just so great. And now that's the postgame show we have on ABC when it's just them. And Josh Hart's good. Malika's such a good. She's one of the best hosts ever. And then you don't have Stephen A. Hole intruding with his thoughts over and over. It's just so much better. But last night they got into meaty basketball discussions, which they've not been allowed to get to because Stephen A. Hole takes all the airtime.
Yeah. Well, it seems like they just it's the hot sport opinion thing, and they just want to throw stuff out there. And if you don't have him and you don't have Perkins, then you can actually have a conversation about basketball, which was kind of cool. So anyway, but Bob was good.
You see him in the cage, by the way, at Fenway taking BP before the game on Friday? How big has Perk gotten? Wow.
I don't know how you can swing a bat and when you're that big. I mean, I was just
Who's
like,
bigger,
wow.
Barkley or Kendrick Perkins?
Oh, I think Perkins. I mean, I could be totally wrong, but just in watching him, because he had like a gigantic Red Sox jersey, he couldn't button it. He might be 400 pounds. I mean, that dude is massive.
Charles got pretty big.
Yeah.
Before Charles, remember last year he lost all that weight from the end of the Western Conference Finals until the golf, the 2-on-2 with Mahomes and Kelsey against Steph and Clay. Remember he was there like, what happened to Charles Barkley? Somebody put a pin in the helium in his ass. He lost like 200 pounds.
He did.
So he's lost a lot of weight since then. So, I mean, did Barkley ever get as big as Kendrick Perkins?
I don't think so.
Barkley was big.
He was big, but
he was big.
I'd have to see Perkins close up because it was like ballpark cam, but it was bad.
And from reports, I'm hearing that Jonathan Kuminga is now 7'2".
Yeah, he grew 6 inches in an offseason, dude.
No one grows like that, Kendrick, except your waistline.
My God. He struggles with young warriors. Moody Modi, Meaty Modi, and then he thinks Kuminga's 7'2".
What do you think?
My God, man.
Where did he think Kuminga like he was 12 years old and he's still growing? I know
in
he's
one
young,
off season, he just grew 6 inches. Huh?
He grew 9 inches in 9 minutes.
Right. Speaking of Charles Barkley, so just to kind of set this up, so he's walking in to the arena. And there's a dude out there, and he's in a Mavericks.
This is last night at
just
Garden.
as he's walking in for the pregame, so it's still light out. And this guy is like right in his face. And I'm not advocating, like he throws a guy through a window like he did once or punch somebody.
In Milwaukee, Major Goolsby's.
Right. I'm not saying he should do that, but man, you get in somebody's face like this. I mean, the guy's probably 6 inches from Barkley's face, yelling at him. And Barkley, did say, I should punch you in the face, but he didn't. But maybe he should have. Here's what went down.
The guy with no championship rings. He sucked at basketball. 0 rings. He had 0 rings. You're Jordan's son. Imagine not winning an NBA championship. It was the guy that has no championship rings that just won. Yeah, he has no rings.
I mean, he was right in Barkley's face. And Barkley had a security guy with him, so, he probably wouldn't have done it anyway because the guy was trying to whisk him away from the guy. But, I mean, the guy's right in his face.
That's a takeoff on the commercial with Carmelo Anthony and Dwayne Wade. Have you seen it?
Right, yeah.
Where they're ordering fast food or something, and he orders onion rings. And they say, no rings for Melo, however it goes down.
Yeah.
So it's like Melo got mad. You're like, next time let's order French fries.
Right. I don't know. Some people deserve it. And I know he doesn't want to get sued or whatever.
He really
but
wants
it's like,
to say Charles Barkley sucked at basketball.
He's like inches from his face, and I'm thinking Barkley's like, I'm going to punch this guy. But the security guy was there, so nothing happened. A couple of things over the weekend. Did you see where former Philly Jason Worth co-owns the 2024 Belmont Stakes champion Dornoch?
17-1.
17-1, the thing wins. I don't know that there's ever been a cooler guy at any horse race, but he's got the hat going on, the long hair, the suit.
He's got the Jason Worth hair.
He looks good, man. But anyway, he co-owns the Belmont Stakes winner, Dornoch. How about that?
Well, wasn't he more of a favorite for the Derby? I thought he had a chance to win the Derby. How do you pronounce the horse's name?
I think it's Dornoch, right? Dornoch. Dornoch.
Yeah, I don't know why. Why was he 17-1 at the Belmont when I think he was one of the top 3 or 4 favorites to win the Kentucky Derby? I remember the story with Worth for the Derby, and I did actually watch the race on Saturday. But 17-1, and he owns the horse. That's amazing.
Yeah,
he's into it. So
there you go. Pretty cool. Be careful at the Sphere. So apparently, I don't know how this guy got this thing in there. I mean, obviously, you're at a fish show or any other show. I mean, there's things wafting. I mean, I was there for the U2 show. Everything's wafting at a concert. So, but apparently, a guy brought in a giant bong, and then he got busted for it. So then he got kicked out of the Sphere forever. And I guess they have this.
Is that not legal?
I guess you can't bring like a giant floor bong in there. I guess that might be a little too much. But they're telling that, and the guy's like, how can you ban me? I guess James Dolan has that the facial recognition.
The owner
stuff.
of the Knicks, he owns that.
And if you do get banned from places like that, I guess you can't get back in. They're saying like they'll get you, like the facial recognition stuff.
Bring a bong in the Sphere, and they're doing concerts there.
Well, they said they can't. Like he went in for the fish show.
Into a concert anymore? Do you really
he went in for the fish show. Like had a giant bong. I don't know if he like a legless guy, and he used, I don't know what he did, but he got it in there, and then then there was a bunch of people, I guess, they were videoing him ripping a bunch of hits off it, and apparently then the guy got banned, and then the Sphere had to release a statement that said no bongs in the Sphere.
What is the world coming to where you get arrested at a concert for bringing in drug paraphernalia? Seriously? What are we doing here?
Yeah. Just do it the old maid, man. Roll a couple of fatties before you go. I mean, what's the big deal?
Now it's all vapes.
Yeah, or you can vape it, or you can,
You don't see too many bongs at concerts.
No, I guess that's why it was funny to me. Was like, edibles. I mean, there's a million things you could do, but this guy was just like.
So what they do? Confiscate his bong?
Yes, so. Which at a Fish show, I mean, that's a pretty big deal, man. You got to keep yourself medicated at a show. So. Anyway, there you go. Just watch yourself at the Sphere if you're going to bring in a big bong. So, there you go.
What's the next show at the Sphere?
I think Dead and Company. I think
Company's done.
Is Dead and Company done already? And I know Fish played there. I got some friends of mine are going to a show. I don't know which one it is. I don't know. They got to get a big one like U2 though again.
I think the next big event is the NHL draft.
Oh, that's right.
In July. Macklin Celebrini. Don't get busted with a bong.
And it sounds like he's going to go back maybe to Boston College for a year.
No, he's going to be a Sharky.
Well, no, they'll own his rights and everything.
Right, but he's really not going to play next year?
He was saying that he thinks it might do him some good.
Yeah. Who's his agent?
He'll still get his money and everything, which isn't be bad.
Is he seriously going to do that?
That's what they were. I read a piece over the weekend that said that's what he might do. So, anyway. And finally, one more story. This one out of the New York Post. I quit my boring 9-to-5 job to become a professional sex toy tester. I didn't know that was even a job.
Man or a woman?
A woman. Sarah Riccio ditched her traditional 9-to-5 to become a professional. Did you even know this existed? Sex toy tester. A little-known odd job that remedied the 34-year-old's dissatisfaction with the normal office workplace.
That's quite a departure.
Yeah.
So what's the pay, for one? How do you get paid? And what kind of sex toys do you have to test?
Here. Sex, she told Southwest News Service, is the only thing I love more than sleep. Wow.
Oh, wow. She should have done this vocational training change years ago.
Let's see what she does here. I want to know what you want to know.
So she took just her hobby that she does anyway for herself, and now she's going to be paid for it. It's everybody's dream.
I know.
It's like what we do for a living.
Exactly right.
Fabulous.
She's already tested. It says here that she's tested 150 plus different toys in her career, quote unquote.
Nothing wrong with that growing.
All right, keep Charvarius Ward out of this, ma'am. What?
That's a great
what does she have to test? We assume vibrators of all different kinds.
Yeah, it looks like over 150.
Yeah. Benoit balls? Is she?
Yeah. She says it doesn't sound
How many
overly.
different things do you have
It
to
says
test?
a typical day in her life involves writing articles about testing toys, filming reviews, and offering tips and tutorials for different techniques. Wow.
Different techniques how to use the toys.
Yeah, I guess so.
That.
I can see that. Let's see.
And what does one get paid for this? And who employs you? Dildos are us. And what do you make for that? I'm just wondering. John.
That's what I'm trying to find out. What
my
she
passion
makes.
as well.
It would be mine. I mean, that's a little side hustle.
What does she make to do this? She should have done this years ago.
It doesn't say what she gets paid. See, that would be the thing. She probably doesn't want to say what she gets paid because she probably does all right and doesn't want everybody quitting their job and doing it and knocking her out of the business. But anyway, yeah. She even says she gets paid on the side a little bit. That so people she gets what she gets paid, but then she says also she does like an individual consulting. Like, wow, that's lucrative business. Who knew? Dildos are us. I'm just picturing the giraffe from Toys R Us.
She's got love dolls. There's all kinds of things I'm unaware of.
I quit my boring 9-to-5.
Bondage.
Wow. Yeah, I mean that probably costs a little extra. You're gonna have me do that. There is no easy way to transition, but do remember, Big 3 basketball opens its 2024 season with 6 games at the Oakland Arena on Father's Day. Bring his old ass. Remember when Ice Cube said, bring his old ass. Bring him to Oakland Arena on Father's Day. That is Saturday, June 15th, Father's Day. What better place to go than that? It's awesome. While you're there, Big 3 is going to randomly pick people from the audience to participate in a free throw competition with Bay Area legend Rick Barry. Do you have to shoot it underhand like Rick? That's what I want to know. The contest will happen between games. So, again, Big 3 basketball opens its 2024 season, Father's Day, June 15th at Oakland Arena. And, again, come on out Saturday, June 15th for Big 3 basketball. Rick Barry's going to be there. Gary Payton's going to be there. There's going to be a whole cast of Bay Area characters. Shooting free throws against Rick. Do you think he still has it?
Oh, are you kidding me?
Underhand stuff?
Rick forever and ever was number 1 in the history of the NBA free throw shooting. Steph Curry's passed him now. Isn't Steph number 1?
I have to check
I think
that.
Steph may be number 1.
Yeah.
Bring his old ass to the game.
See? That's what he said. Bring Dad's old ass to the game. That's Ice Cube himself. So, there you go. Big 3, June 15th, Oakland Arena. Be there. It's going to be awesome. Awesome, I tell you. There you go. Rick Barry. Shoot free throws against Rick Barry. Dildo's optional. No, there's not. There's no testing there. That's not a place for testing. So,
I'm looking at it, John. Men's sex toys. We got a top 10 pick for men's sex toys.
He does it all. But I just, it does not say
as well, John.
It does not say what you get paid.
Wow.
I would be curious to know. I thought that piece would have that kind of information on it. So, all right, we got a couple of remnants before we get out of here, and then it's Tolbert and Copes, top of the hour. Or I should say, is it Talbert and Copes? You'll get that joke at 2 o'clock if you stay around. Talbert and Copes. This is Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here for Golden State Window and Door Design. Are you upgrading your home or designing a new one? I encourage you to consider Golden State's one-stop showroom for attractive and energy-efficient windows. You may have heard Golden State Window and Door Design is now a Marvin direct retailer and dealer. In addition to the other manufacturers they represent, you can find attractive options for any budget, including several prestigious brands such as Western, Awake, and Your Line. They include a wide selection of energy-efficient windows and doors for homeowners. If you're a contractor or architect, talk with your clients about what may work best within their budget. When you're ready, click Request an Appointment on Golden State's Window and Doors page. Start at goldenstatelumber.com for a number of design options for you and your clients. Located throughout the Bay Area, they've been the go-to supplier for 70 years. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yo, what's cracking? This your homeboy Ice Cube, and you're listening to the Tolbert and Copes Show. You know how I go.
So he got us right. He did not.
They didn't ask for a second
Tolbert
take
and Copes
from Cube. They didn't get a second take.
I mean, I know Cube's a Lakers fan. He's not a Warriors fan, but he and Tom are roughly the same age. I mean, I thought he would know who Tom was. No?
Come on.
Tolbert?
What was he thinking of?
It was Tolbert on the page.
Was there a Roy Talbert? Was there?
I don't know, man.
Who's Talbert?
I don't know, a Talbert.
An NBA player that I think was a Talbert, wasn't there?
No, there was a guy out of Indiana named, wasn't it Roy Tolbert or something? He was a Tolbert.
There was a Roy Talbert. Was there a Talbert, though?
Let me see. Maybe he's thinking Talbert.
Maybe a Talbert.
All I know is his team got turned down by Dan Hurley. Talbert.
He got Papa and Lund correct. That was shocking.
I know. That's why I thought he would know. He knows Tom, doesn't he?
Yeah, everybody does.
I mean,
I don't see a Talbert that's ever played in the NBA.
Yeah, Ray Tolbert went to Indiana. That's the other
Tolbert. I thought maybe there was a Talbert.
I don't know if there was a Talbert.
I don't know.
Oh, here's a Jordan Talbert.
Who's in the NBA?
Let's see.
What did he do?
Regular season. Jordan Talbert. I don't know. No, it looks like he was this is college ball.
Oh.
Yeah, this is.
What do you got? No. College? I don't see anyone. No. Anyway.
No, I don't see one either. And then it's Tom Tolbert, Wikipedia.
And they didn't ask him to take a
Byron
take
Thomas
two?
Tolbert.
It's Tolbert, Q. What the hell's wrong with you?
That's what I'm saying. Kind of got it wrong. So
he may need Tom to play in his 3-on-3. He should get that right.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know if he's doing that now, but at St. Norbert College, there was a guy named Carson Talbert. 21-22.
You're going.
But I'm just trying to see where we got him confused.
I don't know.
KNBR, the sports leader.
That's right.
KBNR?
Said it twice.
I said it twice.
KBNR?
Yeah, he got that one right.
Okay.
So anyway, there you go.
NAW, loved your band, brother.
Oh, man.
No,
All
we
right.
like you.
That's good.
Arrighetti is the name. Spencer Arrighetti
Who's that guy?
is pitching for the Houston Astros tonight.
Sounds like an Italian guy.
Rolls right off the tongue. I may go to Tony's. He's going to play to Arrighetti.
Yeah.
And then go out and hit.
Harrison.
He's up against De La Zone, Kyle Harrison. We're on the patio, by the way. They have fixed our technical difficulties. We'll be there for the matinee on Wednesday. Giants are back home against the American League West. The Astros and the Angels. Interesting homestand after defeating the Phillies and the Yankees last homestand.
So, like you said, Arrighetti versus Harrison. You had Ranel Blanco, which is my favorite tequila Blanco, versus Jordan Hicks. Who's pitching on Wednesday? Is that an opener deal? Framber Valdez versus. Oh, that's Logan Webb.
That's Framber Valdez against Logan Webb.
Oh, that's gonna from the patio for Logan Webb Valdez game. That's
They have to
nice.
stay for that ball game on Wednesday.
Yeah, I think I am gonna
Framber
stay.
Valdez.
Yeah.
How does he deal with the pitch count with his salsa dance he does before every
Yeah,
pitch?
exactly. So there you are. Good series. I'm looking forward to that one. Tonight will be nice. Get rolling again. 2 of 3 over the week. It's 2 of 3, 2 of 3, 2 of 3. Keep it going. That's good. And let's
The
hope.
Houston Astros have, I know they have some injuries. Obviously, Tucker's out. But they lead off with Altuve. And then Bregman's still on the roster, and he's healthy.
Mm-hmm.
And then they go Yordan Alvarez. I mean, we saw a mighty
Tucker,
top
though. That's
three
good.
with the Yankees. No Kyle Tucker. And the Dodgers top 3 or 4, are loaded. But the Astros, when they go and when they lead off with Altuve, Bregman, Alvarez, that's about as good as there is in baseball, those 3 guys.
A couple of quick injury updates. Where's the orange ball? I had it somewhere to throw at you. Robbie Ray again went the 2 innings. Blake Snell continuing his rehab in Arizona, threw out to 75 feet yesterday, threw on flat ground over the weekend. So that's good news. And Susan told us, don't sleep on Austin Warren. Don't sleep on Austin Warren. So
Okay, I've been sound asleep on him. Who the hell is Austin Warren? I'm worried about Tristan Beck is what I'm worried about.
Yeah, what's going on there?
Is he ever going to come back again from the aneurysm?
Doesn't sound like he is. Doesn't sound like Cobb is. Boy,
Well,
Susan
Cobb
she ambushed us with that one.
Yeah, she went a little. She went.
I never pitch again.
Well, he has to get over the nerve irritation. I don't think we're at that stage yet. Let's not go there yet.
Is she pre-gaming for her Taylor Swift concert in London? No,
It's
that's
not
not
till
till
Thursday.
Thursday.
She's got 72 hours to get ready for that.
Okay, just double checking. And then we have to worry about Chapman at all, the hamstring cramp.
Well, I haven't seen a lineup, and it's early. Obviously, they're back home. But, yeah, I think that – and that was the play where he dove in foul ground, trying to catch that ball down the line.
Yeah.
That's where he hurt it. You don't typically see hamstrings on that play like that. It's more, trying to get out of the box and beat out a ground ball. But he wasn't in the lineup yesterday, so we shall stay tuned for that one. Camilo Duvall was a wild ride on Saturday. I mean, that guy went from being so locked in last year, 39 saves, actually was the winning pitcher in the All-Star game, to from start to appearance to appearance, John. You have no idea what you're getting with that guy. They got through it on Saturday, but that ball down the line was inches from at least tying the game.
Well, the same thing Kipe said was the thing I was thinking was, he goes, at no point did I think that ball was foul. Like, all of a sudden, he just hooked by the
very
gods.
end.
By the way, Tolbert and Cope's in about a minute.
Got you, dude. Nice.
We have this thing where we're throwing all the balls around. I just thought it was the hard ball there for a minute.
No, there's a hard baseball and there's a soft baseball. So if you see one flying at you, you don't know which one's coming.
Shouldn't Ice Cube know Tom? I mean, I know he's a Lakers fan, but they're roughly the same age.
Well, what is it with rappers botching Tom's name? Do we have the because there's another one too from years ago. There's the 50 Cent one where 50 Cent botched Tom's name.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, 50 Cent did, and Ice Cube did too. Here, do we have
that
it?
one too?
When Danny finds it, Danny will dig that one out. But the Tom Tolbert one killed me. That was hilarious. And I love that whoever's there is like, forget it, he's rolling. Just let him go, dude.
So
Screw it,
who
who cares?
can take those outliners? Was there somebody in here?
I don't even know. I don't know where he did it.
Like, it'll be funnier.
He was all
Let's
energetic
do
about
that.
it too. Yeah, I said it twice. Mr. Tom
I got it wrong.
Tolbert. All right,
I got it wrong twice.
So we have the Tom Tolbert. Here's the 50 Cent one that was botched. This is years ago.
Hey, what's up? It's your kid 50 Cent. It's going down, and you're now rocking with my man, Mr. T, right here, Tom Tolbert on KNBR 6.
Mr. T, Tom Olber. I was like, Mr. T's his first name.
Wow.
T's the first name.
So these rappers just can't pronounce his name.
It's not even a
We should
hard
get
name,
all the
bro.
rappers.
Talbert and Olbert show coming your way next.
We just got all rappers to scrub his name.
That's pretty good.
That would be amazing.
It's pretty funny. Like Copes isn't like you wouldn't have to like clarify. That's a weirder one I think to read than Tolbert.
Yeah, I mean, I just would think, but anyway.
He's a one take. He's doing
All
it
right.
and he's done.
Two rappers, two bad name pronunciations. Wow, you got all of them. Ow.
Yeah, see?
I'm like John Sterling over here. Ow.
Ow. That hit me.
You're like Alex Bregman. He actually got hit by a
Throwing
pitch
stuff.
yesterday on his hand. He may not play.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
That would be
update on
nice.
that one.
Along with Tucker, that'd be good. Just get him out of
Well,
there.
look, I don't wish injury on anybody, but if you go Mark Twain, like I don't wish death upon any man, but there are some obituaries I'm happy to read.
Right.
I'd be happy if Bregman's not in the lineup against the Giants. That'd be nice.
All right, Pop, we will see you for the Tuesday edition tomorrow, 10 a.m. sharp. And then we'll be down at the park on Wednesday for the Logan
Talbert
Webb.
and Copes, I
Talbert.
never miss it.
Yes, me neither.
Don't lie, Greg. Yes, you do.
Our friend Brett Jones at 3:50, Matt Mayoko with the boys at 4:50, Bags at 5:15. Tolbert. Oh, I just missed you right in the head. Next on KNBR. Oh, thank you, as always, to Danny and to Walter. Thanks to Susan Susser, Marcus Thompson. Great stuff. Go to KNBR.com to listen to any of those. Talbert, Copes, next. Only here on the KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the Sports Leader, our Cumulus Media Station.
The Talbert and Copes Show. You know how I go.
The NBA brought him to the Bay. While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. We're going to be joined by Brent Jones, 350, Matt Mayoko, 550, and Bags at 515 as we get ready for the Astros and the Giants. What's going on, Copes?
What's up, dude? How was the weekend?
It's good. It's good.
Yeah?
Just occurred to me. I won't say I'm like a beer snob, but I mean, I guess I kind of am. Like, I like good beer. And it's funny the things that I am kind of snobbish about. Like, I just kind of, I've known this. I've just never really put it together. But you know what else I'm kind of a snob about?
What's that?
Salsa.
I was gonna do that. Was been my first guess. If I was gonna say Mexican food, but salsa.
Yeah,
okay.
I just, it's like you get a chip and you're like, you you get one of those like store brand, like it's like, no, this just ain't hitting.
You have
It's
a
just
go-to
not,
store
like,
brand?
I don't really. I get like the I can't remember the name of it. It starts with L.A. It's like Law something. Oh God!
Yeah.
But
Okay, maybe one of our listeners knows.
Does anybody know of a
That's
salsa
salsa. It starts with law.
It's
Okay,
like
yeah.
law. It's like law something. I'm not sure.
Can't be that many.
But no. But you know how you go like to the. It's not in the aisle section. It's like in the refrigerated section. So and they have like probably like 10 different ones. I'll find the name next time I go to the store and get it because I think Safeway.
We're talking over-the-counter salsa.
Encino Market has it, but it's good. Yeah, exactly. I don't have to always have to go to it's not prescription.
You don't have to go to a Mexican spot or a taco spot.
No, I don't have a farmer write me a prescription for salsa. Like, okay, get this one at this one, but like it's really good stuff, and I just like I love salsa. Like, if I could eat salsa without the chips, I probably would. But it's weird when you just like chew salsa. There's like no contrast. So I've tried it before. Trust me. I just spoon salsa out and eat it, and it just doesn't. It's not quite the same. So we threw out some chips and salsa today. My mom's here, so we just threw out it for a snack, and it was okay. Like it was like Tostito. Nah, I'm not down. Was it that? What's the one salsa? What's the one salsa? Get a rope, like paste picante sauce.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, paste.
That kind of stuff is just. I mean, it's okay. It's not terrible, but. So I thought, I'm kind of a snob about salsa. Like you throw out some chips and salsa, I could crush them, or I could just like not even pay attention to them because it's like, nah, I'm not down with that. And so, yes, I will definitely. I'm going to find the name of that salsa because I think it's probably readily available. But yeah, it's in the. It's like.
Is it La Victoria? A lot of people are saying La Victoria, but I don't think.
No, it's not La Victoria.
You were saying it's refrigerated.
That's like a big brand. This is like a smaller local. I think it's local brand. I'll find the name of it. But no, it's like I love that stuff, and it's not just that one too. There's another one that's like a local one. But it's really like I just like those. I always go with those. If I have a Mexican dish, like I made Mexican lasagna about a week ago. And I made sure I got like the good salsa. I want good salsa on it. Like I always want salsa. Doesn't matter, taco, burrito, whatever. Like I don't eat Mexican food without salsa. I love salsa so much.
Tim says he has the name actually.
Chopatupo?
No, stop.
Come on. I mean, come on. You knew. I mean, come on.
Derek in my ears like, I don't know if I'm buying this.
Tim sets it. Tim loves setting up his own jokes. Like, hey, ask me this.
Yeah.
Ask me why the donkey was on the car. All right, Tim, why was the donkey on the car? 69. Oh, it doesn't make any sense, but go ahead.
Tim was off last Friday, so stop it. See? Somebody else checks in, says 707 says La Vic.
Oh, they might have it. This Gabriel person might have it. Casa Maria.
Casa Sanchez is a lot
Casa Maria. That might be it. That sounds... That sounds like it sounds like he's on to something. I think Casa Maria rings a bell for me.
Yeah, a lot of people are saying Casa Sanchez.
That could be it too. Sanchez, not the dirty one, but just like the regular one.
It's like Monday. That's a Friday bit, Tom. Come on, man.
No, my bad. Look, it's
Thursday
Friday
afternoon, maybe. But
look, it's Friday somewhere.
It is. Well, I don't know if that's true.
Well, maybe not.
I don't know if that's the case.
We may be pushing the 5 o'clock thing.
It's last week down under, right?
But no, both of those sound right. The Sanchez one actually sounds a little more right than the Maria one, but I think both of them that I've had. And no, they got like all kinds of they got the fire roasted. They got the. What's the other one that I always get? Just
salsa shark. Chipotle?
Thank you. No, not the Chipotle one. Chopatupo, or as my mom likes to say it, Chipotle. She's like, you guys want any Chipotle? I go, no, or Chipotle. I don't want either one of them. But those are the two. I think Sanchez but Sanchez is the one that sounds familiar. But yeah, I always get that one. I always get like the really because to me. How much it's not like, because sometimes you want to get like for instance, you want to get really good beer. It probably costs you $20 for a 4-pack, right? So you're looking at, 6-pack, that's $30. You get like Coors Light, Bud Light, whatever, but I'm willing to spend the extra $20 to get like really good beer. Thing about salsa, it's not even that much more expensive. It's not like $20 for a little tub of salsa. I mean, it's all relatively inexpensive. So am I going to spend $3 or $4 more bucks for salsa? Hell yeah, I'm going to spend $3 or $4 more bucks for some really good salsa. You better damn well believe I'm spending a little extra.
So if
money
you're having
for
lunch
salsa.
with Tom, he's springing for the good stuff.
I'm springing for you. Want some Mexican food? You're getting.
Do you
good
want
salsa.
tap or do you want a bottle of water? No. Do you want do you want the over the counter or do you want the good stuff? Tom's like, why don't you just bring me? Don't even show me the. Don't even show me the.
You're getting the good stuff, baby.
Tom jumps to the bottom of the menu to see the.
I'm like the
expensive
Dr.
stuff.
Feelgood of salsa.
He's like, can I see your salsa menu, please? Your sauce sommelier. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Monday afternoon. 707 checks in, just says Casa Sanchez is electric stuff. Sonoma County based.
It's electric.
I like that. It's a great way to call it. 707 says you got to go salsa verde as well. I'm big on a tomatillo salsa. Some green salsa.
Yeah, I'm not. You know, I'll do salsa verde, but I'm more the red salsa. Like anything that has a choice, do you want red or green? Even if it's pork, I usually go red. I mean, I could go green. I don't mind it, but if I have a choice, I'm going red sauce. I'm going red sauce, and I will if you give me a choice on the burritos, I will go enchilada style. I mean,
just go wet burrito.
Yeah, just go whop. Just give me all that enchilada sauce, cheese, and then I'll copious amounts of salsa, and we are good to go.
Somebody checked in earlier and said great burritos don't need salsa. I'm like, I think great burritos come with salsa inside of them already.
You know what? You're probably right, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how great the burrito. It doesn't matter if Leonardo da Vinci made the damn burrito. I'm putting salsa on it. I just am.
I wouldn't trust him to make the.
I love. I mean, you know.
Stylistically, just not. What we would have,
exactly.
It's not our thing.
I know I crossed boundaries there with the Italian and Mexican, but kind of. You get my point.
He's going to cut.
I'm just trying to make a point, okay?
All right,
it's esoteric.
I got you. That's more of a Monday bit. I appreciate that. So Tolbert and Copes with you Monday afternoon. Giants take 2 or 3 against the.
Are you telling me Leonardo couldn't make a burrito?
You tell me he couldn't hit.
Are you telling me Jesus Christ couldn't hit a curveball?
Giants win 2 or 3 against the Rangers in Arlington. Elliot Ramos stays hot. Some questions though about Camilo Doval at the back end of ball games, but they're coming on home to take on the Houston Astros, who are not the same old Houston Astros, or at least they're not playing like they had been over the last 5, 6, 7 years. We'll talk more about that later in the show as we get you ready for pregame, but more on this weekend's 2 out of 3 against the Rangers. Giants looking to get back above 500 if they were to sweep this series. That's next on the Sports Leader.
El Cerrito, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. El Cerrito's Sports Leader.
Giants won 2 out of 3 in Arlington, but couldn't complete the sweep in their 7-2 loss to the Rangers. Tonight's game against the Astros starts at 6:45, pregame 5:45, right here with the Sports Leader.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Missed an interview or want to hear it again? Catch them all at knbr.com/podcasts. You're tuned in to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
2 men on, nobody out for the Giants. 2-1 pitch. Swing and a ground ball up the middle. Base hit into center field. Sprinting around third and heading home is Estrada. Here comes the throw in. Much too late from Tavares. And it is 5-2 Giants. Ramos swings and he hammers one into the gap. Left center field. It gets down, rolls across the turf, all the way out to the wall. Coming around third, Slater. He'll score easily. And stopping at second with a stand-up double is the red-hot Elliot Ramos. And the Giants have a 1-0 lead.
First pitch, a swing, and there's a drive. Hit high and deep out to left field. Way back. It's gone. Stay hot, Elliot Ramos.
Tolbert and Copes with you Monday afternoon. Giants win 2 of 3 in Arlington against the Rangers. They come home to take on the Houston Astros. We'll get into that a little bit later, but Elliot Ramos stays red hot for the Giants this weekend. On the season now, 314, 6 homers, 13 runs scored, 23 ribs. His OPS is 938, Tom. I mean, where would they be without Elliot Ramos at this point?
Great question.
I mean, we talked about it early in the year when they were facing injuries, and now Matt Chapman, I guess, pulled up a little bit lame with the hamstring after a diving play yesterday. And so we'll see what his status is for tonight's game. Haven't seen a lineup yet, but Elliot Ramos, as the, 24 years old, will be, I don't even know, I don't think he'll turn, I guess in the first part of September he turns 25. But for a kid who was signed when he was like 16 years old, there's a photo of him going around this weekend of he and Bochy. He's sitting in his shirt and tie with the Giants jersey over it, looking tiny next to Boch, by the way. Boch is a huge man.
I know.
But they couldn't, big head on that guy. Couldn't complete the sweep, but take 2 out of 3. Elliot Ramos in the series, 4 ribs in 2 games. In the month of June, he's got 10 ribs, 4 homers. He's hitting 400 with an OPS of 1347, Tom.
Wow. Now, he's been, we had all their RBIs Saturday.
Yeah.
All 3 of them.
3 of the 4.
Yeah, well, there were 4, that's right. He was 5 for 9 in the first 2 games, and he's just been so much fun to watch. And he's playing a good center field, too.
Yeah.
So it's been, just the discipline that he has at the plate now, and, taking healthy cuts at balls in the strike zone. And then when they're out of the strike zone, he lets them go for the most part. Every once in a while, he'll get after one, like if it's a pitch that he likes. Sometimes he'll go fastball a little up, maybe a little in, and he'll just go, I'm getting after this one. But the outside pitches, the ones you see a lot of young guys kind of flail at, he's done a great job of taking those ones. And he's been really good. Like, this is what, now the question is this who he is now? Or do you need to see more? And I always need to see, give me a year at least.
He's got to get through the league a time or two
Yes.
and prove that he can make the adjustments to the adjustments, right?
True.
And then you know.
But it gives you hope that this guy was the number 1 draft pick. I mean, this guy was a blue chip guy. He was supposed to be a guy. I always wonder about the guys, and not that they can't make it, but you always wonder about the guys who are like, 20 they are, and they've had a good month, good 2 months. Okay, let's see how they do now. But this was a guy that was supposed to be good, and it took him a little longer than anticipated to be as good as he is right now. But he finally got that opportunity, and I think the fact that there were some injuries and he was going to get at bats and he didn't have to worry about coming out of the lineup after an 0 for 3 or making an error or something like that, he was able to stick with it, got comfortable, because he didn't get off to as hot a start as Matos. I mean, Mato was just on fire, but he was consistent. Like, Ramos was consistent, get his hit here, his hit there, driving a run, maybe get a couple hits. If not a hit, maybe an RBI and a sac fly. And he was just kind of doing his thing and overshadowed a little bit by Matos, who was just, insanely hot. And then all of a sudden, Matos kind of goes down and he stays pretty consistent. And then he just catches fire. Like, he's been on fire the last week or so, where he comes up to bat. Like, he's the one at bat on the Giants right now you don't want to miss. Like, when he's at bat, I'm like, okay, I want to make sure I get to this one. Yeah. I want to make sure if I'm going to go grab a beer or go do something, it's not going to be while he's batting. That's kind of where I'm at with Ramos now. He's fun. He's exciting. It's new, so that in itself is kind of fun to watch something new. But when they're doing what he's doing, and we've seen it before, it hasn't gone as well, and now it is, you feel good for him. You feel good for the work he's put in, and you feel good too if you're a Giants fan. 'Cause you're like, damn, we might fingers crossed, might actually have an outfielder that can play.
Not only
praise Jesus.
Not only do they maybe have an outfielder that can play, and again, I think this is probably a little bit. I think we're probably too late into the season, and I don't think he's going to get enough attention because of the team that he's on in the Giants, and they're a couple of games under 500. But they're still waiting for that drafted outfielder, right? Some guy that they produce that's an all-star outfielder. And he, right now, he's playing like one. Logan Webb, by all accounts, is going to be the only Giants all-star. Unless something happens to an injured catcher or something like that, and Pat Bailey gets really, really hot and stays hot. But there's a bunch of good catchers in the National League. I don't think he's an all-star, but he's playing like one, and they need him to continue to do this because Susan Slusser was telling Papa and Lund earlier about some of the pitching woes they're having and the guys who were looking to rehab and come on back. Keaton Wynn did not look good at all in yesterday's return from the injured list. That was his first start in returning in, about a month or so. Maybe it was 3 weeks or so since he'd had that injury, and they were talking about him tipping pitches and him like the league having figured him out after he'd had like the best whiff rate on splits through his first couple of starts of the season. He'd been going deep into games, and now they look like they're short on pitching. And they don't have tons else in the middle of the lineup, but as long as he continues to hit like this, they may catch some breaks and get some guys back.
Yeah. Well,
they're hovering right now.
What are you going to do with the pitching, right? We thought Cobb would be back by now. We thought Snell would actually be a guy. Not only is he not a guy, he's not even in the rotation anymore. So, you did, like you said, you just hang in there. You look at their staff ERA now. I think it's in the mid-4s, and that's not what everybody expected. I think everybody expected the defense to be better this year and the pitching to kind of lead the way. Thank you.
Nice.
But it hasn't. They're like a bunch of other teams. They're just kind of hanging in there. They're doing the old Counting Crows, just hanging around this spot, wild card spot. That's a terrible song, by the way. But there's a bunch of them. I was mentioning them last week. There's like a ton more than I forgot about. Like Pittsburgh's in there. I mentioned St. Louis, the Cubs. Everybody in the Central's in there basically. Like everybody. And then 3 teams in the West are in there. And even I looked at the wild card standings last week or this weekend. Maybe I was sitting around and I looked at them. It's like everybody but 2 teams. I think everybody but 2 teams. Like the Marlins are out and the Rockies are out. I think, and I think everyone else is in. Like I think I'm not exaggerating.
Yeah, we talked about it at the end of last week, and then the American League, it's almost the same, right?
Yeah, Like that's what the wild card does, and that's what the wild card was supposed to do. It's what it was intended to do. But man, and I know it's still really real early, and we still got 2 months until the trade deadline, so things will work themselves out a little bit. But if the extra wild card is going to be around 500, I think by definition, right, that just lends to a bunch of teams being in there. If you have a couple teams at the top that are really good and a couple teams at the bottom that aren't, that means everybody else is going to kind of be in there to the very end. And what would you say you need to be? Let's say there's 7 teams vying for 2 spots. What would you, with that many teams in there, what would you think you'd need to be come end of July to feel like, you know what, we're still in it? There's a lot of teams, but we're still kind of in this.
If they were where they were right now, 2 games under, I'd be like, they're in it.
Yeah. That's what
yeah.
I was saying. Just right around 500,
right.
Maybe 3 games out, 2 games out. And the Giants are I think the Giants are tied for the last wild card spot. At least they were last I checked. They might be a half or a game out now. But yeah, so that's where we're at. Everybody's dealing with kind of the same issues and thinking, boy, if we get all our guys back, or maybe our bigger guys that we're expecting to hit aren't hitting.
Giants are on a 4-way tie for the last wild card spot right now.
Yeah, there you go.
With the Pirates a half game back, the D-backs a game back, Nats a game and a half back, the Mets 3 back. And like you said,
Nats, I always forget the Nats too.
Yeah, by the way, Nats just hanging around.
Yeah,
just hanging around.
Just hanging around.
8.5 back of the Rockies, and then 9.5 for the Marlins. And so both those teams, I don't know if the Rockies are like sellers. I don't know if anybody wants anything the Rockies have. The Marlins may have some pieces like Jazz Chisholm they could unload, as they already traded Luis Arraez earlier this year. We'll talk more about Jazz Chisholm later in the show, though. An anonymous poll of MLB players by The Athletic, he flared up in one of their answers. But Giants right now at 32 and 34. The Reds have the same record.
When you flare up, that's usually not a good thing.
No, it's not good. That's why I said it that way. A little forward tease. Jazz Chisholm flared up. We'll tell you about it a little bit later in the show. So, yeah, Braves right now lead the wild card by 4.5. And by the way, the Giants are only a half game behind the Padres for the number 2 wild card spot, as are the rest of these 4 teams.
Yep.
So everybody is in the mix right now, which is why I feel like the trade deadline, which is such a bummer, and you and I will talk more about this when we get closer, but it happened last year where so many teams were just kind of hanging around that same spot, and everybody was saying the Giants needed to go make a move, and there just wasn't anything really available. There was no real moneymaker move for anybody at the trade deadline last season. And so I sort of anticipate if there's a bunch of teams in the same spot this year, more teams are going to stand pat. It's not going to be a lot of huge moves, and that used to be one of the best parts about the trade deadline, specifically to baseball.
Yeah. Well, it's just might as well get used to it. That's the way it is now.
Yeah.
I mean, the trade deadline's kind of been hit or miss. It used to be really good all the time. I think a couple years ago it was really good. Like, it just kind of popped out of nowhere. I was like, oh, damn, this is a really good trade deadline. And then the one before that and the one after, just kind of like, okay. What are you going to do when there's so many teams? It's too many.
They added too many wildcard spots. This is it.
That's a byproduct.
It's not exclusive anymore.
It's a byproduct.
Giants were going to the World Series when there was like 4 teams in each league going, and then 6 teams in each league. Or was it 4 and then 5? That's what it was. 5 with the wild card. The wild card game. So that's actually, I think, my favorite iteration of Major League's playoff baseball. I know that they have more teams and it's more inclusive now, but you lose some other elements throughout the season. We'll talk more about this as the trade deadline looms. But how about this? I don't think Giants fans are talking tons about it today because of the 7-2 loss yesterday. But if the Giants were going for the sweep and this was a hell of a ball game, how pissed would everybody be today that the game was only available on Roku yesterday? Why is baseball making it so hard for fans to watch games? Let's talk about that next on the Sports Leader.
best be ready, because Mr. T is gonna you up.
Tolbert comes with you Monday afternoon. Giants played 3 in Texas over the weekend. They'll play 3 against another team from Texas at home starting tonight, 6:45. First pitch for the Giants on the Stros. And a 5:45 pregame. We will have it for you right here on the Sports Leader. 3:50 in about an hour and 15. We're going to catch up with Brent Jones. Matt Mayoko, 4:50. Bags at 5:15 to get you ready for the Giants and the Astros. Yesterday, the Giants game was not shown locally on NBC Sports Bay Area. It was available on the Roku channel, which you can find on your Roku. Tom, right next to Tubi, maybe? Is that where you'd find I'm like, what? The Roku channel? The only thing I know the Roku channel ever did was produce that Weird Al Yankovic movie starring what's his name? Daniel, played Harry Potter. Daniel Radcliffe. There you go.
Oh, there you go.
That's their, their rank of programming right now goes that. And then the Giants probably and the Rangers yesterday, 7-2, a Sunday morning tilt. Well, yeah, it's just like screen that scrolls across, right? The Roku channel. Anyway, for those who do not have a Roku device or download the Roku app, you could. That's the only way you can watch the game. You could download the Roku app on some other streaming device or have a Roku itself. It was also shown on MLB Network, but if you have YouTube TV, no dice, which I have. I have YouTube TV, and even if it's on MLB
no
Network,
dice
on MLB Network, Derek, I don't think they show it locally if you're in market because MLB does their whole blackout thing. So I think even if you were watching MLB Network here, you weren't getting the Giants and the Rangers. When baseball games are shown exclusively on Apple TV, they are also not shown locally, which is awful. They're usually Friday night games. I think that's when Apple does it. And they do the Apple TV broadcast, which, I know Apple TV is good, and a lot of people have it. I don't think anybody locally is logging in unless you're on a Friday night diehard. You usually want to go out to a bar, catch the game, and watch it and do something else. But they don't show those locally if they're on Apple TV. You have to buy an app just to watch a game. So because of the size of each market, the game was shown last night, or yesterday's Apple TV games this weekend between the Dodgers and the Yankees were shown locally in New York and Los Angeles. And they said, well, based on the size of the market, we have to show it locally. They're giving the special. They're giving the special treatment.
All I know is I got it because I have extra innings, and it popped up.
So there you go. You have extra innings. That's different because you buy the whole package. So
I do not have. I didn't.
But you still had to pay something extra to have it. Is what my point.
Yeah. For extra innings,
yeah,
you
of
do.
course.
Yeah, extra innings like $200 or $150 a year, whatever it is. I just click because I'm getting it anyway. It didn't matter what it is. I looked to see what's on Roku, and it looks like I didn't know this. Roku's like streams. It's like all other streaming services stuff, like Roadhouse, Bad Hombres. Never heard of that one. Fallout, which I recommend, by the way. If you have Prime, Fallout, very good. Like the video game. I liked it a lot. Roadhouse, terrible. Don't waste your time in Friday Night Baseball. Bad Hombres, never seen, so can't speak to that. There you go. But yeah, I popped it up and I was like, because I did look, because I was going to watch it live. So I went to NBC Sports Bay Area and I was like, no? Must be a NBC game. Went to NBC, no. I was like, what? I go, what is going on here? So I looked on my playlist and it was on there. And so, yeah, somehow it was on. It was Hunter Pence and I don't know who was doing the play-by-play. But
I bet Heidi Watney was around. She was probably kicking around somewhere. Usually is.
Could have been. But yeah, so and then I found out, then I looked on the score, the app, because it'll tell you what channels it's on. And I scrolled down, I go, Roku. I go, Roku?
I've never even seen that before, right?
Never even heard that. I know Apple now, but I've never heard Roku. Roku?
I got the ballers out here getting locally televised games on Saturday and on Sunday afternoons and stuff. I can't get my Giants game, dude.
Yeah, exactly.
That really pissed me off. I was like, what? I was like, they're putting the ballers on TV. Which, by the way, Derek and I went out to a Ballers game Saturday.
How was it?
It was good. It was fun. We had a good time. Yeah, it was a good time, dude.
Oh, you guys went and saw Bill Barr, too.
We went to Bill Burr. Yeah, we went to Ball.
How was that? I bet that was funny.
How was my whole day with Derek? It was a lot. But Bill Burr was good, yeah. There was a lot of Derek. Yeah, you said Bill Barr? That's a different deal, too.
I did say Bill Barr.
Did not see him Saturday, no.
No, you didn't see him. You saw Bill Burr.
Not quite as funny.
Exactly.
So streaming's like the norm now for sports, right? The NFL is going to have games this year, ready exclusively on Amazon, Peacock, Netflix, and ESPN Plus. But if your team is locally playing in it, it will still be shown locally. They're not going to black out a market, which used to be a bad NFL thing, too. The blackout deal was an awful thing. But they eliminated that. Baseball does so much now to it seems like they're worried about, I mean, they are, of course, the bottom line, but not worried about growing the game to make sure that bottom line keeps growing. It's simply taking deals with these networks, and it's getting tough for fans to be able to watch games. Why does the MLB make it so difficult? Are they is it because they're so far behind everybody else here? Are they not buying that their product is a regional market product?
Well, no, I don't think anybody's trying to make it difficult. They're all trying to make money, and they're getting paid for putting it on Roku, just like the NFL is getting paid big money for putting it on Netflix and putting it on Peacock and putting it on Prime. I mean, who would have thought 5 years ago? Not only are Thursday Night Football on Prime, we now have Christmas games on Netflix. We had a playoff game featuring the best quarterback in the game on Peacock. I mean, that's where it's going. That's where it's going because that's where the money is.
Netflix is the most acceptable one to me. That's one where I was like, all right, everybody's got that.
Yeah, everybody has that one.
Cares, yeah.
I kind of feel like most people have Prime.
I don't know.
No, they don't? Okay. Well, I have them all, so I'm guessing.
I would guess, in my mind, and I'm not counting YouTube TV, because that's more like a cable type package. But if we're going like stream services that produce their own content and stuff, like you're talking Prime, Netflix, I would guess, we could probably look at what the streaming subscriptions are. But Netflix has done a lot to try to get people back, because so many people were bailing, and I think that's part of their buy-in on football and on. They were so much just making all kinds of crap, and now I think they're more focused on making better quality stuff, because that's what they used to have. In the beginning, like, if there was a Netflix show, you were like, that's probably a damn good show. Now it's like, who knows? So I would bet it goes Netflix, then Hulu would be my second guess.
Oh, yeah.
And then I think Disney Plus is probably in there, too. Because there's so many of these packages now where you get, like, Hulu, Disney Plus, ESPN Plus, like all that stuff comes in one. So if you're paying for that bundle, I would bet that people are doing stuff like that.
I think you're probably right. You're probably right. Because I think because I think I have that. I think I have the Disney Plus.
Tim says, wait till Pluto starts getting games, dude. He's got that, man.
What is it? Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN.
Usually.
So I think I have that bundle. I think I had them all. Like, we're so screwed up. I think I had them all separate. And Walker's like, "What are you doing?" He goes, "All you got to do is like, give me that." He goes, "Give me your phone." He goes, "Which your login?" So he logged in. He goes, "Let me just put that on there." And he goes, "Oh yeah. And with the American Express, you get like $200 back a year if you bundle all this." He goes, "You're just burning money." He goes, "Let me get that going for you." And I go, "Yeah, get that going for me, please. I don't know what the hell I'm doing, obviously." So I think we're bundled up. I think we're like Flow now. We're all bundled up and ready to go. But I think you're probably right then. I didn't even really think, because I don't watch Hulu. Prime's number 2 for me. In the coaches poll, like if I'm voting, I'm putting Prime.
Dude,
if I
were based on the content that Prime has as original content, it does not surprise me that it's number 2 for you. It seems like that would be number 1 for you.
Yep.
It might be number 1 just based on the stuff they're putting out. You like that stuff. I mean,
I do like that.
It's
stuff.
a lot. They do a lot of action. They do a lot of dark stuff. They do a lot of good history stuff. So I found an article here on Forbes.com from a study from February of this year on stream services and what people are subscribing to. 99% of all U.S. households pay for at least one or more streaming service. So it is officially the way of the land, right?
Okay.
Overwhelmingly, 99% of U.S. households now subscribe to at least one streaming service, with Netflix, Amazon Prime, your point, and Apple TV Plus leading the way. So Amazon is number 2, according to that. Number 2. So Netflix dominates as the most subscribed to video service, streaming service, with 260.28 million subscribers. That's worldwide, they say. It does make up 31%. Or 31% of their subscribers come from 31% of all streamers are in U.S. and Canada, making up Netflix's making it the highest ranking one. Amazon is number 2. Apple TV Plus is number 3. And my guess, it's funny now, all 3 of those services have pro football, don't they?
Yep.
No, does Apple TV have football? No, they just have baseball. And they also have an MLS package, I think, as well.
Yes, they do.
Which has grown fairly rapidly.
I bet you they're going to have basketball, too.
Is there too much streaming, or is MLB just doing it wrong, you think?
I mean, I don't know. I don't have access to the numbers, so I'm not sure if how the Friday nights hit. Are people subscribing to see a game Friday? Because how many games did the Giants play on Apple TV? I don't know, but let's take a guess. 4, 5, 6. Let's go 6, just for the hell of it. They play 162 games. It's not like football where if you miss like 2 football games, you're like, oh my God, I missed 2 more 49er games. I'm not missing 2 49er games.
Yeah, that's a big chunk.
You feel like you can miss 6 baseball games. At least I do. I could miss 4 basketball games. Now, in basketball, if I'm going to miss Warriors-Lakers, or I'm going to miss Warriors-Celtics, or I'm going to miss Warriors-Bucks, then I'm not going to be super thrilled with that. In baseball, I'm not sure there's a game on the schedule that if I missed, I'd say, oh my gosh. Like, I wouldn't want to miss a Giants-Dodgers game. There's 12 of them. There's like 11 more of those. I can catch 11. If I miss one, it won't be optimal, but whatever. But baseball, I mean, basketball is different, and then football is just a whole different. Like, you're not missing 2 football games throughout the course of this. You're not missing 1 football game. Like, people would go bat bleep if they missed a football. Like, oh my gosh, where is it? It's on a streaming service I don't have. Are you kidding me?
Make up an email and get me a 7-day pass.
Yes, and that's what the streaming services, that's what they're counting on.
Yeah.
They're counting on you saying, oh, I don't want to miss that. I don't want to miss Chiefs-Dolphins playoff game. Peacock, let's go. How do I sign up? Let's go. Let's get it done. You're going to see that with the NBA and their new contract. They're going to do a lot of streaming. A lot of streaming. Now, the question becomes, when do you start losing people due to streaming? Or do you lose people at all? Because the younger generation is going more streaming than cable. So that's the way everything's moving at some point. And dinosaurs like myself are just going to have to get on board, or you're going to go extinct. Like, you're not going to be able to watch your games anymore if you don't have streaming services. Like I do. I always will. I find it funny now, the fallacy of, hey, it's a la carte, it's streaming, so all the money you can save, it's going to be so much fun. Yeah, I'm like, no, I'm spending more money because I have to have every streaming service to get it all. Like, if they were going to do it that way, they should have said, okay, all your football's on Apple, all your basketball's on Netflix.
Why would the NFL do that?
No, of course they won't do that. Of course, they're doing it for a reason.
Pick it. Yeah, they want you to pick each one.
But they tried. That's what they sold us on, though. That's my point. That was, hey, detach, unplug, you get streaming services.
Man, yeah.
Well, you get a la carte. You don't want that, but you want this, and look how much money you're going to save.
It's the okey doke.
Did I tell you there's going to end up being like 8 streaming services, and get all your shows that you want, you'll have to get the 8 streaming services, because each streaming service is going to have a bunch of crap on their network that you don't want to watch, but they're going to have some really cool stuff that you do want to watch. The problem is you're going to have to get all the streaming services, and each streaming service is going to have something you want to watch and a bunch of crap. Oh, wait a minute. It kind of sounds a lot like cable, doesn't it? Where it has all the stuff you want and a bunch of crap that you never go to and watch.
How about this one? Can I offer you this one? Yeah.
It's just now it won't be all in one place. You'll have to bounce back and forth all your streaming.
Right. How about this? Can I offer you a Hulu with ads?
Hulu is that? Yes, exactly. What are we doing?
I'm paying you for commercials in the middle of my shows. That's unbelievable.
What are we doing?
Oh man,
what are we doing? So they got us again. I mean, literally, they made us think like, oh, okay, hey, this is the future. We're like, it's not the. Well, if it is the future, it's an awful lot like the past. It really is. They just kind of screwed us and said, "We got you again, suckers."
This is all by way of saying, Roku is free, the Roku channel. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Monday afternoon. By the way, I got to mention this. Big 3 basketball opens its 2024 season with 6 games at Oakland Arena on Father's Day, Saturday. Father's Day? It's Sunday. Father's Day weekend. There we go. Father's Day weekend. It starts Saturday, June 15th. While you're there, Big 3 will randomly pick people from the audience to participate in a free throw competition with Barry legend Rick Barry. How about that? He might beat you in the contest and then chastise you afterwards.
Oh,
too.
he will. He'll rip you.
The contest is going to happen between games, dude. Can I come out and get ripped by Rick? That's what I'd like to do.
Crazy.
You might get some of that stuff.
Crazy.
If you're in the house that night, then he's ripped you in the past, and he'll rip you again there on Saturday. We'll tell you more about that. We'll tell you about it again a little bit later in the show. All right. This happened over the weekend. The Athletic ran a poll among MLB players on a bunch of different questions, and there is a giant who made the list of the most overrated players in baseball as voted on by MLB players. We'll tell you who that was next on the Sports Leader. ESPN's Jeremy Fowler joined Murph and Marcus this morning and believes the benchmark for Brendan Ayuk's contract is $30 million a year. Listen to the full podcast. It's up now, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tolbert and Copes is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Watch your money grow with a high-yield savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. See how much you can save at redwoodcu.org. Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you on a Monday afternoon. So something else that came up this weekend. The Athletic does this in the NFL and they did this last year. I think it was the first time they did it was last season. They ran a poll among MLB players. It was an anonymous poll on many different questions, like who's the best player in baseball. Who do you think they said overwhelmingly, Tom?
But when was it?
This was they ran it this weekend, but they asked players.
This weekend,
it's for this
best
season.
player in baseball. Let me take a guess. I'm gonna go. Ooh, Shohei Ohtani.
Good guess. 46% of the players who were
I'm guessing Judge was 2.
Yeah, they interviewed more than 100 players, almost evenly split between American and National League across 18 teams, and they granted them anonymity to get their unfiltered takes on some of the biggest and most controversial storylines in baseball. In addition, they got their thoughts on the Angels' prolific offseason spending spree. What have they said? Do they have a prolific offseason spending spree?
Ohtani. What?
It's not a scientific poll. Oh, I'm sorry. This is about last year because they did ask players last year.
I was going to say, did they swing?
No.
Did they sneak something by me this offseason that I didn't know about?
I read it incorrectly because this is the second year they did it. And they asked players last year where they thought Shohei Ohtani would land. And they correctly guessed overwhelmingly the LA Dodgers, though none of them guessed the record money or deferrals, sort of surprisingly. They did ask them about whether or not they thought that was good for the game, and overwhelmingly players thought the deferrals and the contract that Shohei got was a good thing for baseball, the amount of money that they were willing to spend. So for best player in the game, Ohtani got 46%, Acuna got 26.5%, Mookie Betts 8.8%, Judge 8.8%, Trout 3.9%. Okay?
I like it. Yeah, sounds right.
Now, some of them get quotes and stuff, too. So another question that was posed, and this was an interesting one. Which team would you sign with if contracts, state taxes, and rosters, meaning like you'd be blocked by a certain player playing there or something, which team would you play for if contracts, state taxes, and rosters were not a factor? There were 86 players who voted on this. Atlanta was number one at 12.7%.
Was it really?
Interesting, right?
Wow.
Of all the teams listed, the Giants were tied for last at 2.3%, with the Mariners, Mets, Twins, and wait for it, Tampa Bay Rays.
Wow.
That was disappointing and very surprising to me. If contracts, state taxes, and roster were not a factor in your decision of somewhere to go, San Francisco, now Oakland, like the A's didn't even get a vote. You know what I mean? So of all the teams that were named and voted for by players, the Giants got 2.3% of the 86 votes, and they were tied with the Mariners, Mets, Twins, and Rays.
Wow. Yeah. Well, okay. Mariners and the Giants probably have weather as in common. I'm not sure if the other teams do.
I'd love to know offensive or pitching too. You know what I mean?
Huh?
I would love to know offensive players or pitchers that were asked, because offensive players might be like, that's a tough place to hit.
Who was it? Twins, Giants, Mariners?
It's Twins, Giants, Mets, and Rays.
Mets. Okay, Rays. Rays is kind of understandable, that garage they play in. The Mets is kind of weird. I mean, that's New York, big city, but maybe obviously they look at the Mets and Yankees. It's totally different.
Tough played media-wise. I mean, that's a factor there, too. There's a lot of the noise there is a big one.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I'm surprised they're ahead of the Angels. I thought the Angels would probably be at the bottom. But, I mean, you say what you want about the Angels. It is still Southern California, and you're pretty damn close to the beaches there. And that area is not a bad area at all. Just got a crappy owner.
Yeah, bad owner. But that's the thing with the Mets is, I guess you're just playing second fiddle, or some of that's an issue. I'll get you the full list here in just a minute. The most overrated player in baseball, they asked about that. And there was only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It looks like 11 guys were named as potential overrated players in baseball. The most overrated player in baseball is voted on by 59 different players, Jazz Chisholm, at 20.3%.
Really?
Interesting. That one caught me off guard a little bit. I remember years ago, they may have done one of these years ago. I don't think it was The Athletic. It may have been Pre-Athletic. But Bryce Harper showed up on that list as like number one in an anonymous poll years ago. I don't think people think that anymore.
No.
You ready for number 2, Angels fan?
Oh, Trout?
Rendon.
Oh, he's rated?
I was like, that's what I thought. I'm like, people are still rating
What are you
him?
kidding me? He's not rated anymore. Like, I thought it might be Trout because he's kind of like, but he's been getting hurt. But Rendon, I mean, again, with Jazz Chisholm, I thought, is he that highly rated that he could be that overrated?
That's what I thought.
Like, that's kind of a weird thing for me, because when's the last time Rendon has been rated? 3 years ago?
Before he signed the deal?
Yeah. I mean, he doesn't play. He hasn't played half the. I don't. That's weird to me. That like, oh, he's overrated. He's not rated, so he can't be over. Who are some of the other players?
So Rendon's. So it's Jazz Chisholm 1, Rendon 2. Carlos Correa comes up third at 6.7%.
Okay, I could see that.
Then two guys, Tim Anderson and Jack Flaherty.
Okay.
I was like, Jack Flaherty's kind of middle of the road. Like, do people rate him as a super...
He's actually been pretty good this year.
I know. I was like, do they
He's not bad.
And then there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 guys all tied at 3.3% of the 59 votes. Pete Alonso, Cody Bellinger, Alex Bregman, Manny Machado. This would surprise me. Ellie De La Cruz.
Really?
And then your San Francisco Giant, Blake Snell.
Okay.
You okay with that? Is Blake Snell being listed as overrated?
Well, certainly this year.
Well,
I mean, there's no doubt about it.
I guess we're pulling him down.
Again, baseball's kind of weird because you never really know like how highly someone's rated unless they're like at the very top. It's harder to like find the tiers for me, rather like football, basketball. I think it's easier for me to go, okay, that guy, why is he getting all this hype or whatever? Ellie De La Cruz is a weird one for me. And again, I don't watch the Reds all the time, so I'd want to know why. Like where you think he's rated and then why you think he's overrated. Like maybe that person just has him overrated and most people don't. So I don't know. Because the first two throw me off. Because Chisholm throws me off just because I didn't even know he was like that highly rated. And then if you're going to put Rendon in there, it's like, what do you tie? This guy's been rated in 3 years. Like, what do you mean overrated? He's not rated anymore. So that kind of throws me off a little bit as far as a list. And I don't know what the criteria is anymore. I don't. Some of the names you threw up there, I was like, really?
Yeah, I was surprised.
Like, I kind of like Pete Alonso. Like, he is what he is. And if that's what you need, then I think he's pretty good at doing what he does, which is, knock the ball over the wall. Not going to have a high average. OPS will probably be in the 800s somewhere. Maybe if he gets rolling, it'll be in the 900s. I can't speak to his defense. I don't watch him play that much, but I don't know. I mean, Ellie De La Cruz I always thought was like one of the most exciting players in baseball.
Well, so that brings me to this next point. And that's where I got real, like, considering the Giants' offseason additions, and again, some of it was just guys who needed a place to land, but I think Matt Chapman wanted to come here. Blake Snell seemed like it was out of necessity. He got the money that he wanted, needed somewhere to sign to play this season, right? He didn't want to take a huge pay cut, gamble on himself with the 1-and-1 deal. But in terms of, here's another question that I just find interesting in terms of, and what we're talking about here is they asked MLB players, there was 86 players that were asked, which team would you sign with if the contract, state taxes, and rosters were not a factor. The Giants got 2.3% of the vote, tying them with the Rays, the Mariners, the Mets, and the Twins. But those were that was the bottom of the teams that were listed. The rest of the list, by the way, Braves, Red Sox, Dodgers is 3, Rangers, Yankees 4. Excuse me, Yankees are 5, Cubs 6, Padres 7, Phillies 8, D-backs 9. Angels were 10th. They're
really?
3.4%. Then Astros, Marlins, and Reds were all tied above the Giants. But how about this? This is what we talk about, having exciting players in the ballpark, bringing up young talent that not just fans get excited to go see. Having a roster that is enticing to a player like Shohei Ohtani is a big deal in why some of these guys go there. Yeah, state taxes and all these other things play a factor, but there are other reasons why free agents want to go sign to a place that they think you got to go work with these guys, right? You got to go sign up there and you want to find success and all that. Going solely on vibes. Here's a question. Going solely on vibes, who do you most want on your team?
Who do you most want on your team? I will say, let me state, too, the Angels were ahead of the Giants in that last poll, but that was one player. From 3.4% to 2.3.
It's a one-player difference.
It's one-player difference, so it's really not that big a deal. Who would I want on my team?
They say based on vibes alone.
Vibes.
The number one guess, the number one vote probably wouldn't surprise you. 95.
I'll go Ohtani again.
He's number 2.
But I bet you people like Trout, but maybe not. Betts?
Mookie Betts is number 1.
Okay, yeah, okay.
The more surprising thing is there's probably about 35 players here who got a vote, at least a vote. 35, 40 players, something like that.
Okay.
Not a single Giant on the list.
Really?
Yeah.
Damn.
Vibes. You know what I mean? Like, that's a thing. Having young talent or exciting play. Like, another guy on here doesn't surprise me. Ellie De La Cruz is listed as, like, the most somebody had him as one of the most overrated players. He shows up here on this list in terms of vibes, right? Like, as a guy who'd be exciting and fun to be around.
Yep.
Mike Trout's on here. Marcus Semion's on here. Jose Altuve even, Kike Hernandez. Like, these guys aren't even – some of these guys aren't even huge, big-time talent. But they're guys who bring something to a team. They bring a spark to a clubhouse or to a locker room. It's just it's interesting for me to see that there are players – and, again, there's 100 and some odd players that were pulled here. But the Giants don't get any love from – that's a big chunk of players across 18 different teams in both leagues. And I think it shows you more about what's happening with the view of the team. And where fans point that blame, I don't know. I don't know if that's people not wanting to come to California, which is something that Buster Posey said that he had heard. Then other players say it's not something that I hear as a main factor. I know taxes are definitely a thing, but if you eliminate all that, these guys look at the team and go, still don't know that I want to go play in that place, which means it's going to have to be built differently.
Yeah, look, when you win, that's when people want to show up. But I think with the Bay Area, it's just the Bay Area is a little bit different. The weather is definitely different. Like, you can't compare the Bay Area and Southern California. You can't say, well, the taxes are the same in L.A. as they are here. Yeah, we know that. But the weather isn't the same. The weather is completely different. Like, it's at least 10 degrees, if not 15 degrees warmer during the days. And nights probably 5 to 10 degrees warmer. So, I mean, it just depends on what you like. I mean, do you like it to be, and I'm not talking about game time either. I'm talking about living in that area. Do you kind of like it to be a little colder? Do you like it to be a little warmer? I don't know. I don't know. But it's not like things have changed over the years. It's not like they've gone out and got all these free agents, but everybody that played here loves it here. You know, you ask JT Snow, you ask Rich Aurelia, you ask anybody on that team, and then you go on to the championship teams. I mean, Buster Posey moved back here. Who else? God dang it! What can I think of the third pitcher? Not Timmy, not Bum.
Matt Cain, Bumgarner.
Matt Cain. Matt Cain lives here. Yeah. Cain still lives here. So there's a lot of people that still live here, and they like it here. But that was built through the minor league system, and with a little help here and there. But it was built through the minor league. So I don't know. I mean, maybe this is a squad that you're right. It's going to have to be built that way. That you're not going to go out there and get these guys via free agency. You may get a couple here or there, and hopefully they hit. And they went out and kind of did the pitching thing, and then DH and Chapman. And then Lee. I keep forgetting about Lee because he was a free agent, but didn't come from another team. That's about as good as you could do. I mean, it really is. Yeah. That there is nothing wrong with that haul, right? You get Ray in a trade. You sign Snell, Chapman, Soler, and Lee. I mean, you can't do a whole lot better than that. Especially because I always say free agency is a two-way street. You can't make someone come here.
Right.
That's a pretty damn good haul. So what happens?
They spent the second most.
One get hurt.
Right.
One's not playing the way you'd hoped he would. One's kind of, Chapman's been fine defensively, and then offensively it's kind of it's spiked and then kind of went down and spiked again. And Snell's been awful. And Ray we don't know about. Ray we'll know about in a couple months. So, but again, it's not like that it came up empty. They came up pretty full. I mean, they didn't get the biggest of the biggest stars, but they got. Hey, let's put it this way: they got some guys that other teams would have paid for. They would have said, "Okay, I'll do that deal. I'll do a 1-on-1. Yeah, absolutely. We'll do the 1-on-1. We don't want to do a long-term deal with Chapman. We don't do a long-term deal with Snell, but that's pretty good. But then you got to go out there and play, and they're not playing like they hope. So I don't know. But the minor league system is key. There's no doubt.
A lot of people are upset with how I'm phrasing this. Which team would you sign with if contract, state taxes, and rosters were not a factor? The Giants were a team that received multiple votes and were tied near the bottom. There are several other teams that did receive one mention. Orioles, Guardians, Brewers, Pirates, Cardinals, Blue Jays, and Nats. So people are like, you're reading that wrong. You're misleading. Okay, of the teams that got multiple votes, the Giants are tied with the Rays. Everybody feel good about that? They were going to go to St. Pete. You know what I mean? Like they were going to like when you look at that ballpark, you look at this ballpark, you're like, are we that like? Is it these are our factors? It's incredible. One more here, just because it's interesting in terms of teams that were mentioned, and to sort of counter what people are saying there. If you want to say other teams got one mention, the Giants got one mention in this too. What organizations have bad reputations among players? Number 1 is the A's. Number 2 is the White Sox. Number 3 is your Angels. 4 Rockies, 5 Mets, then Pirates. But if teams that received a vote, the Giants did get one mention. on that list. Now, that's just one mention. That's one guy saying that. That's a bad rep. Who knows? Could have been someone who played here. You know what I mean? Or a buddy with a guy who played here. But just a couple of things. I get some of these to get comments or quotes anonymously on the Athletics. Players in their own words on why they would vote for them to be the worst organization. Quote, I mean, have you seen what they're doing to the city of Oakland and their fans? Next guy, doesn't seem like they want to win. Next guy.
It doesn't seem like they want to win.
Yeah. Next guy, and this is interesting, says, I've heard Oakland is pretty rough. Sacramento for 3 years. I've been to that ballpark before. They can't find anything better. That's pretty tough. My favorite one is the top of the White Sox. One guy just says, I've never heard a good thing. Tolbert and Copes with you. That's an anonymous vote there from the players. People are now going, well, Giants are one vote away from being ranked higher. Dude, it was 86 guys. We're just running through a player poll. You make of it whatever you want. Tolbert and Copes here. How about this? We'll jump from some baseball. We'll get back into that a little bit later when we get you ready for Giants and the Astros. But Dan Hurley passed on the Lakers' offer of $70 million over 6 years. We'll talk more about that next on the Sports Leader.
San Ramon, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Ramon's Sports Leader.
Marcus Thompson joined Papa and Len today and believes the market for Klay Thompson will be strong. Listen to the full podcast, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
They're Tolbert and Copes, and they're back on The Sports Leader. Find us on Insta at KNBR on Instagram. This is KNBR 104.5 at 680.
Tatum shut off by Doncic. Tries it in. Tatum to the...
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Monday afternoon. So we talked a bit about this on Friday. Kind of came out of nowhere, and now it's gone. Dan Hurley immediately very quickly became the front runner to be the head coach of the LA Lakers after J.J. Redick was mentioned. If you're Redick now, by the way, aren't you a little bit pricier than you were a week and a half ago? Now that Dan Hurley has said.
Yeah, exactly.
After back-to-back national championships. And don't forget, this is what the deal was. He'd signed a 5-year extension for $32.5 million. Or a new contract for 5 years at $32.5 million after winning back-to-back national championships back in March, right? Or I guess it was first week of April or something like that is when that goes down. The way the coaching salaries line up right now, Steve Kerr at number 1, 17.5. Popovich 2 at 16. Spoelstra 3 at 15. Monty Williams is number 4 at $13 million. The report this morning, after Dan Hurley put out a statement yesterday saying the Lakers made an intriguing and a strong offer to get him to come. He said he was going to sleep on it, talk to his team, and then he would make his decision today. This morning, we found out that they offered him 6 years at $70 million, and he decided to pass. I don't think that was nearly enough money.
Yeah, I thought it'd be a little bit more than that, too, just to entice him.
They were calling it a massive deal. I was like, how is this a massive deal relative to the $6 million he's making now?
Well, I guess the 6 years is,
it's guaranteed.
It doubles what he makes now, which is, that's not insignificant.
Sure.
But he probably thought, okay, where's this team going? How long is this going to take? But the 6 years I thought was significant because that gives you 3-4 years to really kind of figure things out there. And they probably were going to need that. They may even need more than that. Because, again, in a couple of years, you're not going to have LeBron. You'll have Anthony Davis and then whatever you can piece around him. They don't have many draft picks. Gave away a lot of those away. So it's not going to be an easy road. I thought he would take it just because he could always get back into college. Like, if it didn't work there, college jobs would have been lined up for him. He would have been, as soon as he decided he wanted to go back to college, he would have been the number one candidate for every top job. But he already has UConn, and you don't know if that's going to roll back around again. Family life there might suit him. His family, if he has one, may really like it back there. So, it's a lot of things to consider. And I do, I appreciate that he decided, just not the right time, right situation. And obviously he likes it back there. Now, I would say this, that if he flirted with the Lakers at some point, he'll probably look at doing it again. Like, if you're going to do that, you're just looking for a better situation. The Lakers probably weren't, for him anyway, enough of a pull. Because that's a tough one. The Lakers, I think that's why Luke Walton took the job. Like, he wasn't really ready for that job at that point. But they're offering you 5 for 25, and you're like, well, damn. How long might I have to wait to get the Laker job? I played here. I got to give it a shot. And it wasn't a great situation for him. Probably way too early in his coaching career to be on a team, the Lakers of all teams, and coaching LeBron James. But, it's hard to turn down the head coaching money. It's hard to turn down a chance to coach the Lakers. It's like coaching the Yankees. It's like coaching the Celtics. It's like coaching it's just like, damn, it's an opportunity that I don't get very often. So that was probably, attractive to him. But you're thinking, well, great. I take the job, and then where am I going to go from there? Because the team's not set up for success in the next couple. Maybe in the next couple years it is. Like, I wouldn't count them out. People are like, well, there's no way they can win a championship. I'm like, well, it wasn't that long ago with their 2 superstars they did. And you can't tell me LeBron, even though he's older, is that much worse than he was that year. I think he was great that year, but he's been great. And you have Anthony Davis. Like, I'll always say they have a puncher's chance to win when you have LeBron James. And Anthony Davis playing the way he did last year, but, maybe he just said, I like the college game. I love my team. I got great support from the athletic director, chancellor, whoever. I'm good here. I'm just going to stay. This will come up again at some point, but now's not the right time. So, It's now where they go. Yeah, do they boomerang back to J.J. Redick? I heard today, I was going to text him, Jay Wright could be a stealth candidate. I'm like, Jay Wright? Jay Wright got out of that rat race. I don't know if he wants to get back. I don't know if he wants to get back into it again.
Stealth candidate.
Yeah, because that's
deal
like
with LeBron.
Yeah, that's the biggest magnifying, the biggest magnifying glass or the biggest fishbowl, I guess I should say, in basketball,
and
without a doubt.
Some of pro sports in general.
Yeah. Now, I don't know if LeBron was on the last Olympic team. I think he was.
I think he has he missed an Olympics?
I don't know. But that's when Pop coached, because Jay Wright was coached. He was a coach on that team.
Oh, okay, I got you.
And so, maybe that kind of got his juices flowing a little bit to do the pro game. But yeah, it's just weird when guys are, over 60 and they retired. And it's like, God, I want to come back and do this. Ooh, that's a lot of money. It's the Lakers. Maybe I can do it. So I don't know which way they're going to go, but I don't know if you're the Lakers. There might be a great option. It may be an option we don't know about. It's somebody that's smart, somebody that's young, think outside the box a little bit, and go that direction and see if that works. See if that works for you. So, but they got to settle on somebody. Can't be. Let's say that you suck. Let's get ready a year and a half, 2 years. 2 years later, it's got to be somebody that they hire. What am I saying? They're not going to do that. No, I was going to say they got to hire somebody for after LeBron. They're going to hire somebody to try to win now.
I think Hurley was that option, but I think if you can't get him, then okay, fine. Just lock in on what we can for the 2 years, and we'll do this again in a couple of seasons.
And how long a contract do you want to give him? Like, you got to get like a deal. Like, if you're going to go coach the Lakers now, you got to have some sort of assurances of like, look, am I just here while LeBron's here, and then LeBron's gone, and we're going to see how it goes after that, and then, like what? Can anybody out there tell me? I'll ask you this. I'll throw it out to the chats and the phones if you want. What's attractive about that job other than they're the Lakers? The Lakers are attractive, right? They're the glamour team. Them and the Celtics are the glamour teams. That's it. The glamour team of the NBA. You walk into the arena, they got banners. They got tons of banners. They got 16 of them. They got retired players, some of the greatest players in the history of the game up there. They got Chamberlain up there. They got West up there. They got Magic. They got Kareem. They got Shaq. They got Wilt. They got Kobe. I mean, it's incredible. Okay? So what do you have? What do you have? You have maybe a team that can, at best, can get to 6-7 in the standings. You have a team that has two great players, but one's pretty demanding. You have a team that doesn't have a lot of draft pick equity going forward or capital. So what do you have other than, hey, we're the Lakers? What do you have? How you don't even have Jack sitting courtside anymore? Damn it, that sucks.
He came to a game last year, right? He popped up last year.
He came to like one, I think it was. But what do you have? Like, take away we're the Lakers. What do you have? Does anybody have anything for me? Does anybody have anything like that's a great job?
I have nothing. I got nothing.
Like, there's nothing. Like, at least I will say this. So if somebody said, "What do you have if you're going to coach the Warriors?" Let's say Steve decided to step down and go, "Okay, what do you have if you're the Warrior head coach?" Other than the fact they've won championships there.
Is Steph still here?
I'd say, well, even if he's not, I would say this. They have draft picks,
gotcha.
Right? And what they have that the Lakers haven't shown is not only a commitment to winning, but they have really smart people in the organization that figure stuff out. That's what they have. Now, they may be too smart for their own good, and maybe that's going to show in 2 or 3 years. That's a possibility, too. But at least they have their draft picks. At least you have that. Like, you can say as a coach going in there, look, Joe's hard to work with. He's super demanding. There is no doubt about that. And that's something a new coach will have to figure out, kind of navigate. But, if you got to, what do you think of Mike Dunleavy? Thanks, Mike Dunleavy. So far, I think Mike's done a nice job. And they've had some really good people. But they have smart people in the organization. And I think that's what you have to ask yourself. You have to detach yourself from the name. But it is so hard. Can you imagine being a coach and the Lakers say, we want you to be our head coach? I mean, we're talking all-time franchise here. So it's hard to say no to that. It really is. Like, well, you know what? Screw it. I'll take it. I'm going to get the money. I'll at least get the money. And who knows? Maybe it works. And if it works, I'm golden at that point. I'm minted. You kidding me? I can run the town at that point. I don't know that it's going to work, but I got to give it a shot. Because I think a lot of coaches look at it this way. If I don't give it a shot now, will I ever get this shot again? Will the Lakers ever come calling again? And that was probably part of the thing for her. Like, God, if I don't do it now, will I ever do it? But I think the bigger part of his brain was like going, no, this is not a great situation anymore. It's like the Pee Wee Herman thing. Take the job. Don't take the job. That was terrible. No draft picks. But it's the Lakers. Doesn't matter. No draft picks.
Well, Coach K turned it down. 4 years and $40 million.
Because Duke was better.
Yeah, 4 years and $40 million back in 2004. You think they call Coach K now?
I think Coach K's probably done at this point.
LeBron's like, come on, Coach.
Coach K's probably like, bro, I'm out.
He's like, come on, Coach. You always wanted to coach me. Remember the Olympic run? That was fun. I would have come to Duke. I went to college. Come on, Coach. So, I mean, maybe it may be an indictment on the Lakers. But also, Dan Hurley just maybe set where he is may not have been a massive enough offer. He said they made an intriguing offer. We actually remember when Brian Kelly left Notre Dame. And he went to LSU, and he didn't get it with the audio of that.
Fake accent.
We actually have audio of Dan Hurley meeting with his team, letting him know he's going to stay.
I'm not leaving.
There it is. I knew that.
The whole
I'm
thing.
not leaving.
There it is. Dan Hurley's hanging around.
We have to get the National Guard.
Yeah, well, a little tight there, Tim. Tolbert and Company on a Monday afternoon. We are going to catch up in about 20 minutes with our buddy Brent Jones. Haven't talked to Brent in a while, except over text, talking Brock Purdy birthday parties. So Brent Jones, 350, Mayoko, 450, Andy Baggerly, 515, and Giants pregame at 5:45. When we come on back, a little bit more on Game 2 of the NBA Finals. Boston takes it. They're up 2-0 as we head back to Dallas. More on that next on the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800.
Tatum shut off by Doncic. Tries again. Tatum to the rim. Shot blocked. Derrick Jones with the rejection. Here's Irving. Washington drives. Blocked by White. Oh, what a block from Derrick White. And White slows it down the other end. That would have cut it to 3. White on the drive. Out of Brown. 6 to shoot. Jaylen Brown into the paint. Layup. He banks it in. Jaylen Brown, a huge bucket in the lead, back up to 7 with 29 seconds remaining.
Game 2 of the NBA Finals went down yesterday. Boston takes it. We'll get into that a little bit later, too. Boston fans just at their all-time best throughout the NBA Finals as they look to take down the Dallas Mavericks. They win Game 2 yesterday. We'll get into some of the details of that game in just a sec here. We'll catch up with Brent Jones in about 20 minutes at 3:50. But Celtics win at 105-98. Tom, just in general, your thoughts on last night's game. I want to get into the white block, but your thoughts on the game in general.
I mean, Kyrie's got to make shots, right? I mean, he just has to help out. Luka did everything he could, and the problem was that was the game that Boston couldn't shoot a 3, and you still lost.
And that's what we talked about. You got to win those games when they're not.
You got to win those ones.
What did
they
Marcus
couldn't capitalize.
Yeah.
Like, they had 6 threes. They were 6 for 30. But Dallas wasn't much better. What was Dallas, like 6 for 26 or something? 6 for, I think they both made 6. Like, those are the games you got to have, like, at least 11 or 12 threes.
Boston 6 for 20. Excuse me, Dallas was 6 for 26. Boston was 10 for 39.
10 for 39, okay. So, I mean, you got to take advantage of that. You just have to. And they couldn't. And Kyrie is part of the reason. You can't blame it, guys. Sometimes shots go in, sometimes they don't. But when it's a two-headed monster, you got to figure out a way to get buckets. He'd been getting buckets all playoffs. He just wasn't able. He's not able to get them the first 2 games of the series. I thought they were okay defensively. Boston missed a ton of shots that they made in the first game. And it wasn't like Boston made a ton of threes in the first game after the first quarter. They just hit you in a massive spurt, like just bam. And they were able to recover. They got it to within 8 at the end of the game. And they did the same thing in last night's game. They're down 14. They're coming back. Had it, I think it was 6 or 7. And they turned the ball over at midcourt. Like, Drew Holiday made that incredible play. Got a deflection. And then by the time, I think it was P.J. Washington might have got the ball back. He had to get it out, get it across half court. So he throws it. Derek White knows where the pass is going, catches it, boom, throws it ahead to Holiday, bucket, and then that was pretty much the end of the game at that point. So, look, Boston's better. They have more guys that can do different things. I still think Dallas is going to get one. And look, if they don't get 3, it's over. I mean, it's not over, but no one's ever come back from 3-0. So that's the one. Like, that is the one. You're down 2-0 at home. I think I like him in that game. I liked him last game, too. It didn't matter. It was +7. Didn't really matter who I liked.
Was it not 7.5 when we talked about it on Friday?
It might have been 7.5 on Friday. Okay, yeah. So if I might have given that a winner.
I think you did. I'm pretty sure it was 7.5 when we went over it Friday. We're gonna call that a W here on the leader.
Let's call it a W. Yeah. Let's call it a W for me. Jason Tatum isn't even playing that well. I mean, shooting that well, I should say. I mean, he's distributing. He's averaging, I want to say, 8.5 assists a game, 10 rebounds. So he's doing other things, but he's not shooting the ball that well. And last night it was Drew Holiday's chance. They have multiple guys that can hit you for big points. And so far, Dallas, P.J. Washington had a nice game last night, but it's really, to me, about Kyrie. A lot of it is about Kyrie. Kyrie's got to figure out a way to get the ball in the hole. He just has to. And if he does it, they're not winning. He might do it, and they might not win anyway. But if he doesn't, they have no chance at winning. And the fact of the matter is, we talked about it after game 1. It's not a schematic thing. Dallas has a much harder time keeping Boston players in front of them defensively than Boston does Dallas players. And that's an issue. That's how they beat you. Penetrate, kick. All of a sudden they're shooting a wide open three. Or here comes Jaylen Brown downhill to the bucket. Or even Drew Holiday, who's a very good finisher as well. So closer, better, game 2. But it's going to be tough. And there's a reason they were minus 200 to start the series. I mean, this was kind of going the way everybody envisioned it going. Doesn't always work out that way. Now, if Tatum gets going, then you just forget about it. It's over. Done. See ya. Thanks for coming. He's not even going in the 1-2 games. So if he gets going and starts dropping 30 on him, it might be over anyway. Let's put it this way. The margin for error for Boston is much greater than Dallas.
Well, yeah, and they're up
Boston
2-0.
Boston can have some players that aren't particularly efficient offensively, and they have more than enough firepower to still beat you.
Exactly.
Dallas does not have that. Dallas needs both their guys to go. Doncic was going game 2.
You had a triple-double.
8 turnovers was brutal. He almost went quadruple turnover.
He almost did.
And not the one you want. So some of the turnovers, like you can't drive into the lane and then just like chuck it up over your head and give up a fast break layup. Like, throw it into the ground, dirt the thing, whatever. Don't just throw it up in the air for grabs and, like, all of a sudden it's like, oh, layup. Like, he's carrying him, but some of those turnovers hurt as well. Like, they started fast breaks. But Kyrie's got to join the party. Kyrie doesn't join the party, there is going to be no more party for the Mavericks.
He missed 4 free throws last night, too. Did Luka.
I know.
4 of 8. That was a little weird, right? How about the Derek White play? Should that block have been a foul?
Yeah, well, of course. That was an automatic foul.
Thank you.
Like, they missed it. Anytime you put a hand in the back, as Jaylen Brown did, put a hand in P.J. Washington's back. Watch P.J. Washington jump. He jumps. You can always tell. He jumps and then just kind of he goes forward, like straight forward. Now, I know his momentum's carrying in that way, but as a player, you don't go from like here to like over here. Like, it just, you watch him, you're like, yeah, he didn't get shoved super hard, but I always tell people it doesn't take that much. When you're up in the air, it's like all it takes a little bit. All it takes a little bit. Like the Joker said.
A nudge.
It's like gravity. All it takes is a little push. Yeah, that's a terrible Joker laugh.
Introduce a little
that's all it is. That's all it is. So yes, if they I guarantee you, if they would have replayed that, if it was reviewable, that's a foul 10 out of 10 times. Like, not even, they just didn't catch it. It happened so quick. They started looking up, and hell of a block by White, and then Brown kind of got it. The rim got it. Like, everything got it. But as soon as I saw that, I was like, geez, that wasn't a foul? Because it looked like a foul. And then I saw P.J. Washington where he ended up. Like, that had to be a foul, didn't it? Nope, no foul. I was like, oh, wow, that's a hell of a block. And then they went back and showed it. I go, well, yeah, it was a foul. They absolutely missed it, which I'm surprised. They're usually pretty good about getting those hands in the back. Like I always say, players, you're not going to get away with that. They're always going to catch that. That time they didn't. And the problem was, if you don't call it a foul, you can't challenge it, which is kind of a weird rule. I get it. You don't want to always be stopping the flow of the game, but yes. That was a long, long, long way of going, answering the question. Yes, that was 100% a foul.
Just circling back to the Kyrie performance yesterday, are we done with the Luka and Kyrie are the best backcourt of all time?
I never thought they were the best backcourt. I thought they might be the most talented backcourt. Like what they can do, like what Doncic and Kyrie can do. You could certainly make the case it's the most talented backcourt of all time. There really aren't other ones that can do the things they can do. I think the best backcourt of all time, which is different than most talented, is Clay and Steph. I think that's the best backcourt of all time. The way they fit together, the way they shot it, the way Clay was one of the best, if not the best, two-way guard in the league at the time. I still think that's the best backcourt of all time. There was Isaiah and Joe Dumars would certainly be in that mix because they kind of went together. Really, they were together really well as well. I think Goodrich and West played together, but I'm not sure for how long as far as backcourts go. I'm not sure who else. Trying to think who played with Magic. I don't know if
Magic and Byron Scott.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good one. Well, I mean, look, it's one of those ones, right? Anytime you put somebody with Magic, it's going to be
he's on the list, yeah.
Yeah, really good backcourt. It's
Parker
always one
Ginobili.
of those
Parker and Ginobili.
That's a good one.
That's a pretty damn good
That's
one.
a good one, yes.
Different skill sets, of course, not quite as electric, but like
I most certainly would put that below
Steph and Clay.
Stephen Clay and Isaiah and
yeah,
Dumars.
I'm with you there.
And probably even Goodrich and West, although it's harder for me because I didn't get a chance to watch them play. But as far as skill, I mean, all the ones I just mentioned, do you think any of them are more skilled than those two?
It's like if you were going to build what you wanted in a point guard and a shooting guard duo in your backcourt in a lab, those two guys might come out. Like they were two of the most solid, efficient players you'd need on a roster, and then you pair them with a Hall of Famer in Tim Duncan. I mean, yeah, they were really
fantastic, really good, but they're not more skilled than Luka and Kyrie.
No, I'm with you.
Not even close.
I agree with you.
Here's the problem, though. They're two ends of the court. There's a defensive end and an offensive end, and neither Luka or Kyrie are all that proficient defensively.
No.
Like with Steph and Clay, you had Clay. They could take the tougher of the two guards, and like he could lock them up. You have Isaiah and Joe. Well, that was Joe. Joe would guard the toughest dudes too, and he would get into you. At Parker and Ginobili, they weren't really all that great defensively, but you had Kawhi, you had Tim Duncan, so you had some really good defensive players on the team. But you got to play you got to play both ends of the court to be the best. But that's why I say being the most skilled is those two, because offensively they don't really have any peers. And if you wanted to challenge me and say, well, Steph and Clay, I'd go, okay, yeah, I mean, Steph, no doubt. But Clay's someone who, for the most part of his career, was a receiver. Like, he scored being the recipient of passes. He didn't do, like, his own thing, like handle the ball and stuff like that. Like, both Kyrie and Luka do that. Both of them get their own shot whenever they want to get their own shot. Kyrie is the best ball handler in the league, unless it's Steph. Like, those two are the two best ball handlers in the league. Luka's, I don't think there's anybody 6'10" his size that handles the ball like he does, but certainly he's the most gifted offensive player in the league right now in terms of his versatility. So you put him with Kyrie, that's why I say they are the most skilled. The best? No. They're not the best. They're the most skilled.
Yeah.
But Kyrie's not, Kyrie, that's the thing about offense. Defense is usually pretty consistent. It's all about mental preparation and kind of locking in on a game plan. Sometimes shots go in, sometimes shots don't go in. Over the course of 80 games, the numbers will bear themselves out. Over the course of 2-3 games, they don't necessarily have to bear themselves out, but they better start bearing themselves out, because they just point blank they have to have Kyrie. The Celtics don't have to have Tatum. They don't have to have Brown. They don't have to have Holiday. They got a bunch of guys, and if they get like 2 or 3 of those guys that pitch in, they're good. So they don't have the burden that those two have. Like, Luka has to get it done. Kyrie has to get it done if they want to have a chance to beat this team. And really, that's the main kind of takeaway for me in the first 2 games. Kyrie's got to shoot better. He has to score more efficiently. I think last night he was, what did I say I looked at? I want to say it was 34 shots over 2 games, but 31 points, something like that. It was awful. Not bad, awful efficiency. And about the same as Tatum. Tatum's efficiency has been brutal too, but Tatum's had Brown. Tatum's had Porzingis. Tatum's had Drew Holiday. I mean, he's had help where it's like Luka and kind of, P.J. Washington a little bit last night. So really, that's kind of the bottom line. If Kyrie doesn't play better, then, well, they might not have a chance anyway if Kyrie does play better, but at least they can make it competitive. If Kyrie isn't shooting the ball and scoring the ball at an efficient clip, forget about it.
Yeah, Kyrie 13 for 37 in the series, 0 of 8 from 3.
Yeah.
And it is funny, with the best shooting guards or point guards you look at in NBA history, like Magic and Scott, then it's Kobe and Fisher, Jordan and Harper. It's pretty one-sided.
Yep.
Steph and Clay, I'm going to ride with you as the best backcourt in NBA history. We'll jump into some football. How about this? Haven't talked to Brent Jones all offseason. We'll get a little thought from Brent Jones on, I'm sure, the Brandon Ayuk contract, among other things. We'll talk to Brent Jones next, and then we've got Matt Mayoko, 450, Bags at 5:15. Giants pregame against the Astros, 5:45 with a 6:45 first pitch. Brent Jones next on the Sports Leader. ESPN's Jeremy Fowler has stated he's heard rumblings that Trent Williams could want a new contract in addition to the other names the 49ers have to figure out. How concerned are you about the Niners contract situations? Let us know. KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
My guys.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Monday afternoon. What a treat. We don't often do this in the off season. It's usually darker and gloomier. Football's on, but we're doing it right now in baseball season. How about this? Brent Jones, our friend, joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line, number 84. What's up, Brent? How you doing, bro?
Copes, great to hear your voice, man.
Yeah, good to talk to you, man. We were saying last week, I think it was on Friday, we told the story about you texting Tom and I last week in the morning, kind of out of nowhere, saying this kid is relentless. Was it your grandson, your 4-year-old birthday party there? And it was a Brock Purdy-themed birthday party.
Yeah, my youngest grandson, Kason, has been 3 years old and been obsessed with the 49ers. Like, he knows what's up. I don't know how, but he knows it. And so he thinks he's Brock Purdy. He has, like, 5 T-shirts, 3 jerseys, and he wanders around Texas with them, goes to school. And so, you know, for a 4-year-old birthday, you have a superhero party or you have a monster truck party something. Yeah. He has a Brock Purdy party.
Not Niners, Brock Purdy specific.
I'm going to say, yeah, it wasn't even Niners. It was Brock Purdy specific. Had a fat head, had jerseys. I mean, you name it. I have to say, it's got to be if not the first, the only 4-year-old ever to have that themed party. And so I was laughing. Kids were running around in jerseys. I said, Tom is ripping on the 5-year-old kid that has cowboy jersey.
CD Lamb jersey. CD Lamb jersey. What's that about?
Yeah. Tom was hammering a 5-year-old, and it made me laugh. And it's like, you know, you got to love sports. You got to just love it. So, yeah, it was beautiful. And my oldest grandson is 6, and he thinks he's Christian McCaffrey. And I'm not kidding you. These guys, it's relentless. I'm even thinking to myself, you guys got to relax. Like, you guys are freaking bigger 49er fans than I've come across. They don't stop. It's hard for a kid that young to conceptualize time, so they want to know, when is it football season?
Yeah,
it's coming soon, but I'm kind of been thinking the same thing. When is football season going to start?
Are you going to, I can smell a Brent Jones and a 6-year-old and a 5-year or 4-year-old road trip, Santa Clara, for a 49er game this year.
Oh, well, that's already a must. That's a must-have. We might even come out for a training camp practice because last year, the NFC Championship game, I decided these guys are berserk. Like, they're so into it. We're going to go and see how they react. They stood and yelled the whole game. If they saw anybody with a Lions jersey, they'd boo them. Nice. And it was like we were walking down the street, and they'd start going, hey, boo, boo. I'm like, what is going on? So they've been to one. I promise you ask them, and they'll tell you about the Lions game. They're ready to roll.
They're like, I can't believe Wisnowski missed that kick. You believe that, man? They're all miffed about it, the butterfly catch and all that. You say they know a ton about it. Where are you on what's happening with Brandon Ayuk? Tom and I, it's like every time a new receiver signs a contract, we're like, all right, what does it mean for Brandon Ayuk? Where are we on this deal, you think?
Yeah, man. Well, it's certainly good for Brandon Ayuk in terms of dollars, and it's when the Niners drafted Pearsall, I just was, I really I like the pick, but I was like, is this a precursor to something? And from everything that I've heard, they want to keep Brandon, but they want to keep him at a reasonable price. I don't even know what reasonable is nowadays. He's not going to get Jefferson money. My guess is he's going to get Amon St. Brown money, somewhere in that $28 million a year type of thing. And then it starts becoming about the little details, what's guaranteed, where's the structure here, there. But I know that his fifth-year option, I think it's $14 million. I don't see him playing at that. So I'm sure the 49ers are trying to work to get that deal done before training camp. And, let's face it, you know, you keep paying all these guys. You think, man, how are they working the salary cap? I don't even want to know what it's going to look like when we have to pay the piper. But for right now, it feels dang good signing everybody.
All right, let's try that again. How'd you pronounce his name, St. Brown?
Amonra? Oh, you know.
It's like a Greek. You got to think Egyptian god is what you got to go with here. We're on the Egyptian god.
You know,
look,
wait. You know,
I'm saving you. I don't want you. That's how much I think of you. I don't want you to go on a show or a podcast and drop an Amon St. Brown. Like, I'm cool with it. I'm here for you.
I thought he said Ramon.
Who else is going to do that? Who else is going to do that for you?
Yeah.
You know what that was? It was a beatdown. It's still stinging, but Amon Ra. Okay, I was thinking like Amon Roca. Amon Ra.
Amon Roca.
There we go. It's a good flavor.
Amon Roca St. Brown.
Good flavor there.
I gotta say, these names have gotten so hard to pronounce that, like, every year I go, what is that guy's name?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Well, even the easy ones to pronounce are like it'll be like the same names we grew up with, but they'll just be spelled so wildly. You're like, what is that? They go, oh, what? That's that? How'd they get to that?
Yeah.
Okay, whatever.
So Steve, yeah, right.
Yeah,
There's 3 E's there. What's that about?
We just move along nowadays and go. Everybody's happy. I'm happy. Whatever. We're all happy. Let's keep moving. The only thing I say, Brent, is when you name your child, you do what you want. It's your child, not my child. But I always say, word of warning, it's not a pet. It's a human. Okay, let's make sure we don't name it as if it's a pet. Because if you want to name a pet, you can go get a dog. You can get a dog. I named my dog Thunder. I think that's a pretty cool name.
It's a sick name.
Would I name my son Thunder? No, I would not name my
Thunder.
my
Tolbert's
son.
a dope name though.
I would not
You know,
name
back in the day when you
Thunder.
had kids, you totally had potential to name your kid Thunder. I think you had that potential.
No, I didn't. Although
I'm gonna ask
I
Lori
will say this:
if Thunder was on the list.
I did want to mess around a little bit with the middle name because nobody really uses a middle name. You don't even have to tell anybody your middle name. So our first was Weston Jeremy Tolbert, and our second's Walker Ryan Tolbert. So we had one WJT, and I wanted to keep the second. I go, God, that'd be cool if we do two WJTs. And I told my wife, and like everybody thought I was drunk when I said it. I still think it's a pretty cool idea. But I wanted to name Walker because I love the name Walker. But I wanted it sounds dumb now that I'm about to say it. It sounded better back then. I wanted to name him Walker Jumanji Tolbert. I thought that would have been amazing to have your middle name Jumanji. I go, no one's gonna ask for like what's your middle name. I go, if they do, that's gonna be. I thought it'd be really cool.
You didn't know they were going to remake those things with The Rock and
I had no
and
idea.
Kevin
Then
Hart.
I wouldn't want it at that point. I want the Robin Williams Jumanji.
Right.
And she looked at me literally like I had 7 eyes on my face. Like, dude, shut up. We're not going to name our kid Jumanji. I go, what? Not Jumanji. It's Walker Jumanji. I go, that gives us a. So, I mean, I get it. I mean, I don't know.
You know, I like the middle name thing. I think I'm going to push whatever my next grandson is for either one of my daughters. I'm going to push for Amonra as the middle name. And it's going to be pronounced just like that.
Ammonia. There you can go. Be like a cleaning product. It'll be fantastic. All right. Anyway, we took a detour there on the name. Let's get back to football. So let me ask you this, because you have never had to deal with this, but I'm going to ask you to kind of guess. Since you've been around a little bit, it's really hard for teams to lose a Super Bowl and then get back the next year. And I'm not sure exactly why. We've seen teams get there and lose. I mean, the Bills did it Forster, which is amazing how often they did it. But it is hard. It's probably hard to win it, but it seems harder to lose it and then get back. What do you think makes that so difficult? That team loses a Super Bowl and just they don't have the year everybody expects they're going to have the following year?
Oh, my guess is it has to do with focus, and it feels like so many of the players in the locker room in this version of the 49ers were so focused I think of George Kittle saying, "We're going to be back. We're going to get it. We're going to make this happen." Getting players in place and getting all the way there. And quite honestly, in my opinion, they still had the best team. We just didn't play the best in the final game against the Chiefs. But I think what happens is it's hard to keep guys that insanely focused and in tune on the ultimate goal. And so along the way, guys get distracted. Guys aren't playing at the same level. Guys aren't as committed. And I'm not saying it's this team, but I'm saying that's what I believe probably keeps teams that lose the Super Bowl from being back. And that, I mean, the record's not great at all. I mean, a lot of them haven't even made the playoffs the following year. And so something you have to guard against. The 49ers, you know, in my opinion, are still 100% there and engaged, and it's really about the old guys. But there's so many variables, and you guys know this. And I mean, getting ready to start the season, you know, a key injury or two along the way can take you out with all these superstars that they have, and the league's not set up to have, you know, really strong backups. And so it's I think it's more of a mental thing, in all honesty. But yeah, I absolutely believe it's the focus, and that's the job of the head coach and the coaching staff, is to keep these players, you know, at the same level. And let's face it, most people can't do that.
Yeah. Talking to Brent Jones here on the UMA guest line. So circling back to Brandon Ayuk, as it relates to mandatory minicamp opening and training camp and all that coming up in July, how significant do you think him holding out would be, or missing any part of the training camp, the minicamp, the preseason, any of that? Because of what we saw from Nick Bosa last year, he was there week one, but he obviously was not the same guy performance-wise throughout the season. On an offensive side of the ball, with a guy like Ayuk as a receiver and a big part of the offense, how significant of a role do you think that plays in his offseason?
You know, Coach, I think it's a great question, and I'm afraid of that. You know, if you're going to eventually get to a certain dollar amount, you'd rather get to it prior to training camp started, because I think those reps are so important. Let's face it, we have a very explosive offense, but it's explosive because there's great opportunities for everybody to work in tandem, and that cohesive unit, and working with guys in your spacing and your route running and motion, all these things, they really matter. Now, these guys are veterans. They know that, you know, they can pick up and do it day one if they miss minicamp, but it feels like it's not the same. I just don't feel like or training camp. People that miss training camp, I think they put themselves behind the eight ball, whether it's fitness, whether it's just being in football shape, whether it's a cohesiveness with the rest of your unit. I think it sets you back, and it probably takes you 4 or 5 games to play into shape, but you're chasing the eight ball all year. You're always behind. There could be some injuries. There could be some things where you're not up to speed. So I think the skill positions, it's so important. I don't think it's as important with linemen, ironically. It's a nice to have, but I think the skill position guys, and especially quarterbacks, you've got to get those reps. And this unit has been so cohesive and so spectacular. And the fact that we're adding, 1 or 2 new ingredients, Ricky Pearsall to the mix, maybe 1 or 2 other draft choices in the process. I'm really excited to see Garendo, on the open field with pads. Regular training camp, mini camp doesn't really matter, but I just feel like it's going to be important. And man, I do not want a Brandon Ayuk contract situation this season. That would be the worst of all worlds.
Yeah. How do you feel philosophically? Because if they do re-sign Ayuk, they're going to have the same thing the Eagles and the Dolphins have, which is 2 receivers making between $50 and $60 million between them. How do you feel philosophically about having 2 receivers that eat up that much of the cap?
I think if it's somebody else's team, you say that's crazy. But if it's your team and it's not your money, you're like, okay. And that's why I said at the top of the show, I don't even want to know what it's going to look like when we have to pay the piper, because there's going to come a time.
You always have to.
You just do. But the reality is we can defer that as long as this crew has that Super Bowl opportunity at that window. And I mean, it's weird. You look at some of these guys, George Kittle, Kyle Juszczyk. I mean, some of these guys, Trent Williams, some of these guys are getting older and older and older. And I mean, eventually that window goes away. Christian McCaffrey's a stud, but running backs aren't the same, once they hit their 30s, and he's not getting any younger. So I mean, I'm thrilled that he re-signed and he's up. But I mean, there's going to come a day where it's brutal. But man, I'd rather go for it. I love the fact that Jed York and the Niners continually say with their words and their actions that they want to win now.
Yeah.
Because if you don't want to win now, then you don't want to win.
No, I'm with you. I'm absolutely with you. And I know, I believe they'll be, and they're both going to be there this year, but we'll see what happens. But they are going to have to make some tough decisions in the future. I'm curious, how do you look at it? If you were going to pick, like, from, I don't want to say from most important to least, but let's just go, take Brock out of the picture, because they're going to get a quarterback. You need the quarterback. You're going to sign the quarterback. They've just signed McCaffrey. But if I were to ask you, like, right now, who are the most irreplaceable guys on the team, between Ayuk, Debo, Kittle, Williams, McCaffrey, Bosa, Warner, like, who are the two guys you look at and say, you got to have those guys on the team? Those guys can't get hurt.
Well, yeah, I'd start with McCaffrey, for sure. I just think what he does running in and out of the backfield. I also think that, I'm such a biased offensive guy, but I do think Fred Warner is really the key to our defense. I think things change if he's not on the field. So I think you got to keep him. And then you've always have to look at age. But I don't see a scenario where, and this sounds brutal, but down the line, Debo and Ayuk aren't going to be both on this team. And I don't know if it's a year, and I don't know if it's 2 years, but that's going to happen. I think George is the guy for as long. If he gets into a situation where he's a little older and he needs a bigger contract, it's hard to even think of the team without him. But everybody's eventually replaceable, right? We learned that with Joe Montana, Ronnie Lott, Roger Craig, Jerry Rice. I mean, if those guys can be replaced, it's eventually everybody. But yeah, from a cap perspective, we're not going to be able to keep everybody. We can probably for a year or two. But like I said, it's going to be ugly when it's over. And I guarantee you, I will not be on KNBR when those things happen. It'll be all she wrote.
Yeah, sure.
Only if I ask you.
I might tune in to listen to you guys talk about a 4-13 season.
Brent's with us only as long as they're good. They're viable championship.
Absolutely.
They're viable championship team.
I just hope that I don't have to change jerseys for my grandsons by then.
Oh no! All right, before we let you go, what jersey on a different player that you played with was the oddest one to take in? Joe, Kansas City. I'm going to go with Jerry, Seattle, or Ronnie, Jets. Which one was the one you were like, oh, come on, that ain't right?
I mean, it was just an affront to me that I had to look at all of those because of how high I hold those guys in regard. But the Jerry Seattle was so disturbing.
It was weird.
Yeah. He should have been number one, and that would have made it better. But having his jersey at Seattle, it was disturbing. They all just didn't compute in my brain, but that one just stood out like a sore thumb.
Yeah.
So,
I would have picked the Ronnie one, the Ronnie and the Jets one. I was like, okay, this can't be, can it? Like, take his helmet off. I want to make sure that's really Ronnie under there. Could be a different lot. It can't be Ronnie in a damn Jets uniform. That's got to be Kangarati. Get him out of there.
I'm going to ask him next time I talk to him if he has a Jets helmet in his office.
No
Did you have
way.
a Jets helmet? Come on.
No way.
No, I'm going to ask him. I don't know if he does or not.
Yeah, I don't think Jerry has a big enough office for all his helmets, does he?
I don't know.
Didn't he play for the Broncos too? Was Jerry a Denver Bronco? Or am I just imagining that?
He was for a
training camp. He was in training camp.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I was like, oh man, we're like, what's happening here? It's the weird. I always look at it, Brett, like around sports, like, okay, who's the weirdest? Like the weirdest one. Like I remember when Wayne Gretzky first put on a Kings uniform. Like, wow, that's wild. And then he went on to play for, I think, the Blues and maybe the Rangers, or it was just like, so he played for a bunch of different teams, so you kind of got used to it. But I always like, okay, what's the weirdest one? Like, of all sports, like, what's the weirdest one that just kind of jumps out at you? And I don't know if I've like actually hit it yet, but there are some ones that the first time you see it, it's just, you're right. Doesn't compute is the right terminology. It's like it's like you short circuit. You just absolutely short circuit. And yeah, Ronnie and the Jets was the one for me when I first saw him play. I was like, wait, come on.
That's funny. That's great.
It's funny when you see old school coaches too at like new school teams. Like I always thought it was funny Seifert and like that Panthers thing on his chest. That was kind of weird. Also, like Wade Phillips in the UFL. I'm like, what? I saw Wade Phillips get interviewed in like a weird yellow T-shirt the other day. I was like, what the hell is this team? What's this about, dude?
Oh, brother. All right, got any more birthday parties coming up? Or you clear for the rest of the summer?
I think I'm clear for the rest of the summer. It's go time now. It's time for the kids to flaunt their Brock Purdy and Christian McCaffrey jerseys. Get all the Texas people frustrated. Every other kid at school has a Cowboys jersey, and my grandkids say Cowboys stink.
That's awesome.
That's it. Perfect.
I love it.
Raise 'em right.
Absolutely love it. And thanks for the picks too. Those picks were amazing. The Brock Purdy birthday party, 4-year-old birthday party was awesome. Just awesome. And I loved how you put some of the Cowboy kids in the closet too. I saw their little arms sticking out. So well done.
Go. Well, we all know come January they'll be crying, so we want to give them a little cake in the closet.
Go. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Good catching up with you, man. Tell Dana and everybody we said hi, and we'll talk to you soon.
All right, fellas. Good talking to you, man. We'll be ready for this season.
Let's do it. Take it easy, Brent. All right, man.
All right, fellas. We'll see you.
Good stuff.
My guys.
From Brent Jones, former 49ers tight end. We talk to him every week of the football season. Fun to catch up with him in the offseason. Still to come, Matt Mayoka is going to join us. Andy Baggerly at 5:15 and a Giants pregame coming your way at 5:45 ahead of a 6:45 first pitch against the Astros. When we come on back, a sound soiree featuring a little bit of Draymond Green on a Jordan Poole contract, and you got to hear the Celtics fan who gave it to Luka Doncic yesterday. He's like 10 years old. That's next on the Sports Leader.
Number one, who cares?
Mountain View, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Mountain View's Sports Leader.
Giants won 2 out of 3 in Arlington, but couldn't complete the sweep in their 7-2 loss to the Rangers. Tonight's game against the Astros starts at 6:45, pregame 5:45, right here on the Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for NorCal Honda. You looking for a great sports car? Get a Honda SUV. Yeah, I know. I kind of stretch the meaning of sports there. It's not really a sports car per se, but if you like sports and you have a family, it's a great car. I've been to many Little League fields in a Honda Pilot. Maybe pick them up from Pop Warner practice or high school football or soccer, whatever the case may be. Why is a Honda Pilot so good? Well, because I can roll around, carpool, pick all the kids up, have all their gear, get all their stuff, get them there, hang out, maybe pop the trunk and just chill and watch the practice, and then boom, pile them all back in, and away we go. The CRV, Passport, and the 3-row Pilot, all of them have room for the whole team and all the sports gear. So it's not just my Pilot. You have other ways to go as well. And again, it's Haley, it's Walker, it's Weston, and now I still have the Pilot. In a few years, it'll be Camila, it'll be Kai. I'm going to go hang out, a granddad out there just doing the carpooling at that point. So if you want a great sports car, think about the Honda SUV, and not just the Honda SUV. Great deals now on every Honda SUV. Or I should say not just the Pilot, because there's other SUVs, and there's great deals on them right now at your NorCal Honda dealer. For more info, ask anyone who owns a Honda, like me, or visit NorCalHondaDealers.com.
This is Tolbert and Cope's Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree what? Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Monday afternoon, Monday, June 10th, 2024. Just had a good combo with Brent Jones. If you missed any of it, KNBR.com, the KNBR app, where you can stream the show on video as well as YouTube, twitch.tv/thesportsleader. All that good stuff. How many shirts is Tom going to wear today? Check it out on the YouTube stream. Have you changed shirts a few times?
Hold on a second. Let me explain to everybody. I'm not going Greg Pop on everybody, all right? I'm not doing hats and shirts. The first shirt got itchy.
You're ripping me out.
There's something in here. I was like, this is like... So I took it off, and the next shirt that I put on wasn't supposed to be put on, but we're coming back, and I just took all this stuff out of the dryer. As everybody could see, I'm like folding. Very exciting stuff, by the way. So that one was... I didn't want to wear that one, because I didn't want to get something on it. Not that I get anything on it. I'm just drinking water. So I said, okay, I didn't want to wear this anyway, so let me take this off and just put on my stock white shirt.
Have you ever actually tried breast milk, John?
Yeah, there you
like
go.
That'll be it. That'll be it. This is a shirt you're going to see till the end of the show. So I wasn't trying to like plan it out. Like, oh, let me get 3 shirts. So that's what happened. So yes, if you thought I wore multiple shirts today, I did have multiple shirts on today, but it will not be a thing. So don't tune in expecting multiple shirt changes, because it ain't happening.
That's a different show. That's a different bit.
It's a much different show, same bit.
I'm a breast man.
Thank you. Yeah. You should tune in, though, for Sound Soiree. We got some of the best sounds from across sports that you may have missed. So they did the London games this weekend, the London series.
Yeah,
out in London, where you got the Mets and the Phillies. Tell me that this call, the last call of the series, the final call, it's a double play. You've got a British broadcaster on the call. Tell me this doesn't sound like it's Game 7 of the World Series, the way he calls this thing. Here's the final call of the London series.
Smith against Castellanos. Wants to take his time, and who can blame him in the circumstances? He must be feeling so much pressure out there. Not the closer by any stretch of the imagination. That's Edwin Diaz. It's a closer by committee. He's the man today with the pressure on his shoulders. And Castellanos' bat explodes, and they're going to get the runner at home. They're going to get the double play to win the game. What an end! The shattered bat. The runner out at home plate, and the ball fired into the glove. And the first baseman, Pete Alonso, and the New York Mets somehow withstand the Phillies rally, and they win Game 2 in London 6-5. 17 hits. What drama, what a game, what a finish.
Oh, dude.
What a burger.
Dude, so it's so good. He goes on a little bit further after, like, whoever the color guy is on it. He gives a little breakdown, and he explains what a swinging bunt is, and he goes, what a great swinging bunt. It just gets right out in front of the plate, and he goes, if that goes just a few more meters, everybody's safe, and the Phillies win. It's a great, sounds like the end of a World Cup, right? Like, I could listen to baseball like that. Like, this guy's
very cool.
By the way, that's like a June 9th game, right in the middle of London. What a call.
In the circumstances, he must be feeling so much pressure out there.
It's pretty good.
That was very
good. It was
good.
brilliant.
Very good.
Here we go. Draymond Green on his podcast talking about Jordan Poole getting that contract extension.
Number one, who cares?
Well, the timing of that was sort of funky. You punched him, you got the extension, and that's how it goes down. Well, here's Draymond on his podcast saying he feels bad that he didn't celebrate with Jordan Poole when he got that contract. Here he is.
It was the same thing for me with Jordan Poole. When I took JP under my wing, and to see him have success was the best thing for me. One of the worst feelings I've ever had as an NBA basketball player was seeing him get a contract and knowing that I f***ed it off and I couldn't celebrate his contract with him. I think he had like a party or something with his people in San Francisco or something, and like to not be able to go celebrate that with him. And I f***ed it off like I did. I ain't going to sit here and act like I didn't. I f***ed it off. I take it on the chin. It is what it is. I don't hide from my f***ups, just like I don't hide from my wins. When I talk to y'all about the wins I have, and I tell you, don't let us win another fucking championship, and then I tell you about it, I'm the same way with my losses. And I messed that one up.
Yeah.
So is he saying he got invited to the party and didn't go?
No, I'm
saying
I think he's saying if I wouldn't have punched him in the face, that I would have been invited to the party and I would have gone to the party. But
I think he's saying he blew it off, and he regrets it.
You think so?
I think he is.
Maybe you're right.
Can we hear the middle of that
thinking-
one more time? Because we keep saying he effed it off. The first time I didn't think that, and then he said it 3 more times or 2 more times. And I
You
thought
think
he was
Jordan Poole invited him?
I don't know.
I don't think Jordan Poole was down with Draymond back then.
I didn't think so either. But then the way he says it is he's like, I effed it off and I regret that. Unless he
One of the worst feelings I've ever had as an NBA basketball player was seeing him get a contract and knowing that I f***ed it off.
But then he goes on to say, like, he threw a party with his people and I effed it off and I regret that. I mean, I don't know. I would have thought, I honestly thought he was going to say my worst feeling as an NBA player was when I punched my teammate.
Yeah, exactly.
And he still didn't say that. He's like, but I'll admit when I'm wrong. I'm like, we haven't heard that yet. You haven't said that part, bro. It's pretty funny. Yeah, we're iffy on it. But either way, he regrets that part of it, I guess.
He regrets what happened. Something about what happened.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. How about Bob Myers? Bob Myers, not mincing words. He straight calls out Stephen A. Smith on the NBA Finals pregame for how he's painting organizations. Here it is.
And the Celtics are on top. Right time you're on top. People used to come at Curry and Durant, and they'd come at you in the media. They'd come at you on the street. And the point is, and Josh knows this, what matters is your locker room. The fabric of that locker room and what they can withstand. And that's why, not because that Knicks fabric, you guys had that this year. But it is hard to find, man. We tear teams apart more than we ever have. Maybe on purpose, maybe not. Maybe that guy down there, maybe.
Not me.
I don't know. Maybe.
Not
You
me.
might.
That's social media.
That's somebody
That's
else.
not me.
I thought it was you for a second there.
Wasn't me.
But we do this. We attack teams, and especially when you're supposedly the best team. That's the team we come out the hardest, and that's what kids do.
Hey.
He's trying to make it. Break it up.
Hey. Wasn't me. Eddie Murphy. Eddie Murphy.
Steve A. No, not me. That's social media.
Not me.
Wasn't me.
Yeah.
It wasn't me. Just like Shaggy said. On the counter, wasn't me. The sofa, wasn't me. Here we go. This is a pretty fun
That's
one.
social media.
This is so we always talk about how fans on the East Coast they're a different breed. Boston, Philly, New York, they just are. But it's like they start raising them this way when they're young, right? Like to be the way that they are. Here's a kid. He's like, I don't know, 10, 12 years old, standing like by the tunnel ahead of Game 2. It's the Mavs and the Celtics, and Luka's there signing a bunch of autographs. Kid wants to take a selfie with Luka. He's a Celtics fan, rocking a jersey. Here's the interaction.
Luka! Luke, you just want to Thank you. Yo, Luka. Luka. It's still Celtics in 4. You know it's Celtics in 4. Thank you, Luka. Celtics in 4. 0 points.
It's tough to
Damn,
hear.
0 points?
Yeah. The kid gets the selfie with him and goes, Luka, can I take a selfie? Luka takes a selfie, and then he goes, hey, thanks, Luka. You know it's still Celtics in 4, right? Celtics in 4. 0 points. The kid gets a photo with him. Asks him for a selfie, thanks him, and then rips him. That's good.
Have some guts. Say that before you get the selfie.
That's pretty good.
Not after.
Well, this
Coward.
guy had guts. Here's a Mavericks fan. He's kind of a punk ass. But the Chuck is just walking into the arena. Charles Barkley's walking into the arena yesterday. And this Mavericks fan gets he's standing at a distance from him, but he's probably within 5 or 6 feet of him. And he doesn't follow him, but Chuck gets pretty heated. Here's the Mavericks fan.
The guy with no championship rings. He sucked at basketball. 0 rings. He had 0 rings. You're Jordan's son. Imagine not winning an NBA championship. It was the guy that has no championship rings that just won. Yeah, he has no rings.
Did you hear Chuck in the background going, "You like it if I'll punch you in the face"? Chuck, listen to the background real quick. One more time. Listen to the background. Chuck says it twice. He threatens to punch the guy in the face, and his people are pushing Chuck away. Chuck's trying to come back. The kid's what's he 20? 21 years old. He's just yelling. Yeah, here it is. In the background. Listen for Chuck.
The guy with no championship rings. He sucked at basketball. 0 rings. He had 0 rings. You're Jordan's son.
Twice, dude. What's with Chuck and punching in the face? He always says that. He's like, if Jordan and Draymond Green said that to me, I'd punch him in the face.
Punch him in the face.
That's pretty good. That's your Sound Soiree for Monday, June 10th.
That's social media.
2024. We got a little bit more on 49ers contract news. So remember a couple of weeks ago, maybe it was last week, we had Matt Mayoko. It was last week when Christian McCaffrey signed the deal? So we had Matt Mayoko on, and the day before McCaffrey signed the contract, there was no news about this. We had just brought it up to Matt asking, hey, is there a chance that McCaffrey can hold out or could want a new deal? Next day, he gets a contract. All of a sudden, with all the contracts and all the big names that are out there, there's another name that Mike Silver, or Jeremy Fowler actually, was on with Murph and Marcus. Another name that he's hearing rumblings about within the Niners organization, a big name that may want a new contract as well. We'll talk a little bit about where these contracts are going for the 49ers. The latest on the 49er contract news is coming up next after I tell you that the Big Three basketball is opening its 2024 season with 6 games at Oakland Arena on Father's Day weekend. That's this weekend. It's going down Saturday, June 15th. While you're there, Big Three is going to randomly pick people from the audience to participate in a free throw competition with Bay Area legend Rick Barry. The contest is going to happen in between games, so make sure you're getting out to the Big Three basketball weekend this Saturday out at the Oakland Arena. Should be a whole lot of fun. But we come on back. More on this 49er contract news. And Jeremy Fowler hearing rumblings about another big-name 49er who could want a new contract. That's next on the Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming on the network made for streaming? X marks the spot. Now, through September 21st, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for 12 months with a 1-year contract for just $15 added. And you add the new Stream Saver that includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix. That's Xfinity Internet and Stream Saver for just $35 a month. All your favorites in one place only from Xfinity. So go ahead, binge on some TV shows, stream some movies, and save some money all at the same time. For more watching and less spending, X marks the spot. Or X gonna give it to you? Maybe not. Switch to Xfinity, the network made for streaming, and bring on the good stuff. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Currently $54 a month. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity Internet or TV, and price subject to change. Love sports, you love high def. You love getting everything all at your fingertips. All your favorite streamers in one place. You will love Xfinity.
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
My part in that's pretty easy. I mean, I think it's a good problem when your quarterback is one of your highest paid guys on your team and in the league. So there's a lot of planning that goes into it. But, you know, again, I'm glad that we have Prague, JL, Kyle. Like, they're the ones that will figure out the details of it. And I just have to sign the check. So my part in that's pretty easy.
But kind of hard too, isn't it?
It's not hard. I mean, it's what the market is, right? Like, it's not like Brock is going to ask for something that no one has ever asked for before. You have, I don't know how many players making over $40 million as a quarterback right now. And when we signed Jimmy several years ago, you know, it was the largest deal in the history of the NFL for 3 minutes. But we were paying Jimmy 26 or 27, and you see like the market it's changed, and whether I like it or not, like that's what the market is, and you have to accept the reality of the world. And to me, the quarterback is the most important position, not just in football, but in all sports. And those guys should be paid a lot of money.
Tolbert and Copes with you Monday. That was the voice of Jed York. That was months ago, him talking about resetting the market for Brock Purdy, which was an interesting thing for an owner to say. We discussed it. That was back in March. We discussed it here on Tolbert and Copes and throughout some of the other KNBR shows about the openness of an owner to say something like that. We're willing to reset the market, and he's a year away on Brock Purdy. You have to imagine that other owners and agents heard that same sound. We keep playing it. So when you hear Brandon Ayuk is looking for around $30 million a year, I mean, that's going to hurt the 49ers cap. We just talked about Christian McCaffrey. He needed a new deal. They had to pay him. Brock Purdy is just licking his chops, waiting to see what he gets next offseason. But the name that I was talking about, Jeremy Fowler, who was on with Murph and Marcus this morning, said that he has heard rumblings, and this one surprised me, that Trent Williams is looking for a new contract.
Wow. That Trent Williams is looking forward to retiring.
That's what we kept hearing each offseason. And then as the Niners go deeper and deeper, and there's thoughts that, oh, maybe this is it. He's the best to ever do it, but this may be it. This may be it. How much longer does he want to hang around? I don't blame the guy. He knows they're looking to pay Brock Purdy $40-50 million next offseason. He's like, you want that guy upright, don't you? And you're talking resetting the market for a guy like that. If he's going to get paid, I should be getting paid. And I don't blame Trent Williams for a second, but at some point, you can't keep letting this bubble grow.
Yeah. Well, that's why I asked Brent the question, not because of what you bring up with Trent Williams, because that surprised me.
Yeah.
I thought he could have retired a couple years ago, and he's still there, and wow, he wants to keep playing. So you got to prioritize at some point. You can't pay everybody. You just can't. Because if you do, I mean, you could. If you wanted to pay all the guys I mentioned, you could, but then you'd have nobody. You'd literally have free agents on your team. It'd be, the analogy in basketball would be like having 2-3 stars and then like all free agents and all veteran minimums and stuff like that, where you're just like, bro, we can't afford anybody else. And
it's like
football,
the Warriors at their peak.
Yeah, like football could have more, obviously, because you get more of a salary cap. But so, wow, that is surprising. So I still go with Bosa, even though Bosa didn't have a great year. I think it's easier for everybody else, and he's my one guy on defense. And then I guess I'd still put McCaffrey on offense, but Williams he's got to be right there as good as he is. Yeah, left tackle. So, I mean, again, you're taking the quarterback out because the quarterback's always really important. But, wow. Yeah, that does surprise me. How old is he? He got to be 37, 38, doesn't he?
I think he's probably 35. We can look at it.
Oh, that's it? Oh, okay.
But still,
I thought he was even older than that.
I got him at 35. He'll turn 36 in July.
Okay, well then hell, maybe he does have 3 more years left. Yeah. So I mean, the athletes, you look at athletes a little differently now. They play if they take care of their body, and it certainly looks like he does when you see him. I don't see him on media a lot, but when I do, I'm like, God dang, that guy's massive, and he looks like he completely takes care of his body. That you see what athletes can do nowadays. They can play longer, and especially the top echelon ones can keep going and keep it at that. Maybe he's that guy, and if he's that guy, then you know what's a top tackle make nowadays? They got to be close to 40, don't they? Like 36, 35, 40. Yeah, what is it? What is it? Is he one of the highest paid tackles in the game right now?
He has to be, or it was
like hell. I'm trying to guess now. Wide receivers are kind of throwing everything off for me because wide receivers make so much damn money now. Like quarterbacks are between 40 and 50, maybe a little bit higher than. So 50.
The highest paid per year right now is it's Penei Sewell. That's the largest total contract. But yeah, it looks like Trent Williams is making an average of 23 a year.
That's it. Okay, what's Sewell make?
He's making 28 right now.
28. Okay, so Williams going to want at least that much.
Yeah, or more.
So you're looking at another 30. yeah, looking at another 30.
He's probably looking at 30.
Position. Yeah. Like, good grief! Wow.
I mean, it's not sustainable. It's like you
could have Bosa at 30, Williams 30, Ayuk 30, McCaffrey. I mean, not McCaffrey, but Purdy over 30. Whew. That's a lot of 30s out there that you're dealing with. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, you'd love to have them all, but is it feasible? Can you do it. And I really believe if they can win one, it's just easier at that point to go, okay, let's hit a reset button of some sort. We're not going to completely hit a reset button and kind of just blow it up. But no, we're going to keep guys, but we can't just keep keeping the same. Look what happens to teams that try to keep the same guys when they're past their born-on date. But they haven't won yet, so it's like this is our best chance to win, and I'm on board with that 100%. But once you do, like if they were to win this year, then it's like, okay, one of the receivers has to go. We got Pearsall. We got to start look. Maybe we'll draft offensive linemen and let Trent go if he wants another contract. I mean, right there, that's like $50 million, like or so, $40-50 million off the cap that you can kind of sprinkle around the team. But they're tougher to make when you haven't won because you want to win and you know they give you a good chance to win. So that surprises me, though. I didn't think you were going to say that. I didn't think you were going to say he wanted a new contract. Wow.
Made some news yesterday. David Lombardi of The Athletic tweeted yesterday afternoon. He said, if Trent Williams will indeed want a new contract down the road, and is being rumored, the 49ers can also award him while simultaneously improving their salary cap situation, similar to the Christian McCaffrey setup. Guaranteed money is the ticket to way more cap flexibility. That's what you do. You pay the guy big guaranteed money up front, big bonuses and things like that. Then it doesn't hit your cap quite as much. We can talk more about that with Matt Mayoko. After, I tell you one more thing here on the Brandon Ayuk front. Mike Silver joined Papa and Lund last week, and he said the 49ers offered Brandon Ayuk $26 million a year. Pretty damn good. Now,
gonna have to go up.
Brandon Ayuk told the Twitter account, there's a Twitter account called Ayuk Daily. Ayuk Daily, our guest today, Brandon Ayuk, he told the Twitter account name Ayuk Daily, quote, my home is here, my family's here, everything I know is here. I want to be a Niner beyond the season. Let me to ask the question, what the hell is Ayuk Daily? I'm running Tolbert Daily. We just tweet news about you.
Let's not, please. Please, let's not.
Tolbert's looking for a new one. New shirts.
Tolbert monthly.
He needs 3 new shirts this week.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's where we are on the Brandon Ayuk situation. A report that he was offered $26 million last week, but he's going to be around or want to be around the $30 million a year marker, and who knows what role Trent Williams plays and all that. We can talk about that with Matt Mayoko, who's going to join us, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area. He will join us when we come on back. Andy Baggerly at 5:15, Giants pregame 5:45. It's Tolbert and Copes. Monday afternoon, Mayoko next on the Sports Leader. ESPN's Jeremy Fowler joined Murph and Marcus this morning and believes the benchmark for Brandon Ayuk's contract is $30 million a year. Listen to the full podcast. It's up now, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland back here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz hanging out on the line. Steve, sometimes we got to get back to basics. What happens if you can't pay your taxes?
You call us and we want to make a deal for you, a good deal. And a lot of people don't realize how simply their case could be fixed, and they could end sometimes what's years of misery. And the bottom line is we want to explain all that to you. We want to talk to you. We have a free attorney-client privilege consultations. We'll tell you all about all your rights, all your options. We'll explain everything. Like if you qualify to just pay part and have them forgive the rest, or if they forgive the penalty. Sometimes the penalties and interest are more than the taxes. Or if we can pay in monthly installments that you can afford. Or if you are having a bad time, leave you alone for a while till you're back on your feet. Or if you already have a deal, but it's a bad one, maybe making a new one. The bottom line is the only thing you have to do is pick up the phone for our free consultation and just say, hey, Steve, what can you do for me?
Thanks so much, Steve. Let Steve take care of it for you. 1-888-TAX-DEALER. Find him online, MoskowitzLLP.com.
You are. We're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com. This is Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
We do it every Monday. Catch up with our 49ers insider, Matt Mayoko. He joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line, covers the Niners for NBC Sports Bay Area. What's going on, Matt? How are you today?
Anybody there?
We're here.
You're here. Well, that's good.
How are you?
I'm doing great. How's everybody there?
Oh, that's what you said. I didn't hear the beginning of it. No, we're. I'll speak for myself. I'm okay. Tom, how are you?
Yeah, I'm doing fantastic.
All right,
Thanks for asking.
Tom's better than both of us then, Matt. Fantastic. I'll start with a question on a conversation Tom and I were just having. Jeremy Fowler of ESPN was on with Murph and Marcus this morning, and he says he's heard rumblings about Trent Williams wanting a new contract. Some of that news was out there a little bit yesterday as well. What have you heard, if anything, on this Trent Williams contract front?
I mean, I haven't heard anything as far as if it's, I don't know that that's something that's right now. Like, I don't want to show up for the start of the season if he doesn't have a new contract. I don't think it is. I think maybe kind of looking down the line. I mean, this is kind of the same stuff that was kind of out there about Christian McCaffrey toward the middle of last season and on, is that at some point the market has to kind of readjust. I guess it doesn't have to. You know, the player is always going to try to get a little bit more, and rightfully so. The team, when they sign a guy to a long-term extension, they expect that contract to hold up until maybe a year out, and then that's when it's readjusted. So I don't see it as being something that's going to have a significant impact or any impact this year, but you know, maybe a year from now, or you know, during the season, if things are going well for Trent Williams, that you know his agent would approach the 49ers about that. But I don't know that that's going to be an issue this offseason before training camp. He's a guy that hasn't taken part in the offseason program in the past. He did it this year. He was at the mandatory mini camp. So my thought would be that if he did want a new deal done, he would have been willing to sacrifice the potential of $100,000 in fines to kind of put the screws to the 49ers a little bit to bring that more to the forefront.
Is there ever going to come a point where the Niners really want to sign somebody and Jed York's going to open his wallet and go, sorry, I'm all out, because that's a key to them being able to sign guys, right? They can give them the huge signing bonus, pay them up front, and then they can navigate the cap as best they can. But I'm wondering if there'll ever a time when Jed's going to be like, you know what, I'm kind of tired of paying these massive bonuses.
Well, I mean, as I understand it, it wouldn't necessarily be they don't have the cash on hand, or or ownership doesn't want to pay it. It would be coming more from the standpoint of the practical standpoint of, does it make sense to pay it?
Okay.
What's it going to do to the salary cap? So I'd say it would be more on Parag Marathe saying, hey, look, for the future health of this organization, there's got to be a decision made here. It can't be all of the above. It's got to be this guy, or else we don't sign this guy and that guy. Or if we sign this guy, we have to release or get this guy and that guy to take some sort of pay cut. Or, if we're talking about Brandon Ayuk, if they sign Brandon Ayuk to a long-term extension, what does that mean? Does it mean that they can't then re-sign Dre Greenlaw, both starting cornerbacks, Aaron Banks, Talanoa Hufanga? So I'd say that would be more the thing. And the one time that in fact, it's the only time they've done it in the years that they've been in charge, in the years that John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan has been in charge, the only time they've said, man, we really like this guy, he fits everything that they want, he's a star player, but can't pay him, that would be DeForest Buckner. And they made that decision very early on that offseason. And the first day of the new league year, the deal was done, and they get draft picks, they free up cap space, that it would have taken to re-sign him. And so they were able to get, a couple draft picks out of it, as well as re-sign some of the guys that probably would have gotten away. So that's kind of how I equate the Brandon Ayuk thing, is that, for the past 4 years, the previous 4 years, they've wanted to keep Kittle, they've wanted to keep Warner, Samuel, and Nick Bosa, and they paid those guys top of the market deals. And in the meantime, those are all draft picks on their second contracts. In the meantime, they did re-sign Trent Williams. They did give Christian McCaffrey a new deal. So, they will be in a position at some point, and it could be with Brandon Ayuk, it could be with someone else down the road, a top flight player that they would love to have on their team, however, doesn't make sense for them to pay the market rate. And at wide receiver, when you look at it, they paid Deebo Samuel what he was worth 2 years ago. Then, they give Juwan Jennings a contract that pays him better, a lot better than most number 3 wide receivers, and actually pays him better than a lot of number 2 wide receivers. And then in the meantime, they also select Ricky Pearsall with the 31st overall pick in the draft. So, if there was ever a time that kind of set them up to say, There's a player that everybody loves. They want to keep him, but with the price, and it's only getting more. Each passing day, it seems like the price for wide receivers continues to ascend. They have to ask themselves the question: does it make sense to pay Brandon Ayuk what he's worth? Because what he's worth is, you've seen the contracts. Whatever guys are signing for, whether it's Amon-Ra St. Brown, whether it's a tad below Justin Jefferson, the team has to make that decision. Does it make sense for the long-term health of the organization to pay Brandon Ayuk what he would get on the open market? No question about it. Does it make sense to pay him what he's worth, or is that money better spent looking at other positions? And then, of course, a year from now, less than a year from now probably, Brock Purdy will have a new contract that pays him the most money of anybody else on the team.
Talking about Mayoko on the Yuma guest line, the fact that Brock Purdy's up for the contract next offseason, does that give Trent Williams that leverage now?
Yeah, I guess it could. If he wants to play hardball, Trent Williams is in a position where, they just made him the highest paid left tackle in the game not too long ago.
He's number 4 by average right now. Number 4 on average here, but it's the largest. He got 138 is what he got. That's not.
Yeah. So that was, I believe that would have been after the 2020 season, I believe. So that's a deal that's 3 years old now, and so part of the reason the 49ers did that deal and felt comfortable enough paying him that much money, which, by the way, it sounded like Kyle Shanahan need to kind of kickstart the guys who are doling out that money and say, we need him. Let's give him what he wants. And now, it was a good signing because 3 years later, you can look at it and say, not underpaid, but certainly if we're talking about Trent Williams and his contract, at the time it seemed like a massive amount, and obviously it is, but in relation to other left tackles or other offensive tackles in the NFL, now it's top 4 or top 5, whatever it is. So, this part of the, I guess John Lynch has nobody to blame but himself, right? They keep acquiring these players. You're going to have to pay them or you're going to lose them. With Trent Williams, Fortiners still have a little bit of leverage because he has, some years left on that deal. Typically, when it's 1 year out, that's when the leverage swings over to the athlete, to the football player. So they probably still feel like they have some more time to reap the benefits of that contract.
Is this right? Somebody mentioned this on our chat, and I wanted to look it up, but I don't know if I have it right. They were talking about receivers, and I was like, yeah, it doesn't seem like receivers made that much that long ago. So I looked at 2022. Could this be right, Matt? Julio Jones was the highest paid receiver in the game at $22 million a year.
Yeah, that's probably right. Yeah.
Which in 3 years, really 2 years. It'll be 3 once they start playing again. In 3 years, damn near, I would not quite doubled, but from 22 to 35, and there's tons of receivers over 22 now. I'm wondering if we've kind of reached the bubble with wide receiver salaries. We're going to look back and go, yeah, you know what? Maybe we overdid it a little bit with the wide receivers. It is what the market is, so whatever. But I don't know if there's been another position group that has jumped so drastically in a couple of years.
Yeah, no, and that's kind of my point, is it now at the point, and I'm, the 49ers, I'm sure, behind closed doors, they've been having these conversations for quite some time. Like I said, we know what the market rate is, what it should take the 49ers or any team to sign Brandon Ayuk to a long-term extension. The question becomes is, yes, that's the market rate, that's the fair number, but does it make sense to pay the fair number considering how that wide receiver market has blown up? And, is Brandon Ayuk irreplaceable? He's probably not irreplaceable. He's a darn good player, and the 49ers offense is much better with him on the team. But, are there areas where they can compensate, by, just what's the net result here? If they re-sign Brandon Ayuk, I mean, it has an impact on the rest of the roster. And, so much focus on, the 49ers won't be able to keep both Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk long term. Well, I think it goes beyond that. It's not just Deebo Samuel. It might be some other areas too. When you just take into consideration that Brock Purdy's contract is going to be a given. Brock Purdy's going from a guy who doesn't even count against the salary cap in the offseason when the 51 top salaries count. He's going to go from that on the 49ers to somebody who's making upwards of $50 million a year. And so, those are all the things that 49ers have to take into account. And, if you'd asked me a month ago or 6 weeks ago or 2 months ago, I'm sure I did think this, and I did say this, that I thought the 49ers would re-sign Brandon Ayuk, right before training camp. They get him locked up, and away we go. Well, now, with the Jennings deal, with Pearsall, with the exploding wide receiver market, I'm just not nearly as confident in saying that. I don't think it's just a slam dunk that the 49ers and Brandon Ayuk's representation work out a long-term extension.
Yeah.
4 minutes here with Matt Mayoko on the UMA guest line. We read a quote earlier from an account called the Ayuk Daily from Brandon Ayuk. You know anything about Ayuk Daily?
Is that like an Instagram Live or something like that?
It's apparently a Twitter account called @Ayuk Daily, and their guest was Brandon Ayuk, who apparently said, "My home is here, my family's here, everything I know is here. I want to be a 49er beyond this season." And pretty much everybody's running with it, so I guess Ayuk Daily's got some credibility.
Well, I mean, I'm sure he's telling the truth. He wants to be with the 49ers, but did he say
for how much? No, he didn't mention
the
that.
unspoken part of it, or maybe it was spoken, was that he wants to be with the 49ers. There's no question about that. But he wants to be at the 49ers making the market rate for wide receivers. So he looks at Amon-Ra St. Brown's numbers and says, that's the number. That's where he should be coming in. And I don't think anybody would dispute that if you're looking for Brandon Ayuk's next contract, what's a fair number? Boom, there you go. That's a fair number.
Yep.
And both sides move on and everybody lives happily thereafter. However, with the 49ers, I mean, I would think that I know how they've worked in the past. I mean, they wait until the last minute. They wait until there's a deadline, and boom, the deal is done. It just seems with this one, if they were really super intent on keeping Brandon Ayuk, they would have recognized that all these wide receivers, and a few who haven't even signed yet, Jamar Chase, CeeDee Lamb, there's all these wide receivers who are going to be getting new contracts this offseason, and many of them already have. It just seems like the 49ers, if they fully were intent on keeping Brandon Ayuk, that they would have been more proactive rather than reactive. They could have set the wide receiver market early. They could have gotten in with the deal, maybe, a shade under what Amon-Ra St. Brown eventually signed for. And that way you kind of get it done, and then you move forward, and then you let all those other numbers fall into place. The names that I just cited. So now when you're playing catch up or playing from behind or just reacting to what the rest of the league is doing, all those other teams who are signing their guys to big money deals, they don't have 8 or 9 other position players who are making top of the market. They don't have a quarterback who's going to be making top of the market next year. So it just seems like the 49ers missed an opportunity this offseason to get that deal done and to let the other teams and wide receivers react to what they did rather than now being in a position where they have to react what other teams and other wide receivers are doing.
How's maybe this has already been covered at some point, but how's Hufanga looking? Is he like 100% good to go, rocking and rolling? I mean, if not, when will he be?
He is not 100% rock and roll, ready to be rolling. He doesn't even expect to be ready, totally cleared for the opening of training camp.
Okay.
But his plan is, take it along slowly. He's making progress. I did see him doing some running, so I think, as far as we know, he's on schedule. And then it's a matter of, working his way back in slowly. But his plan is not to be ready necessarily for the start of training camp. I don't think he will be. I think they'll continue to kind of make sure that he's just, slow and steady and stays on pace. But he's hoping, and I think expecting, to be ready for the opening of the regular season. So he should be cleared at some point in training camp. And then if there's no setbacks and he's moving well, he should be ready to start the season.
Got it.
There's no anticipation Ayuk is showing up until he has a deal, right?
I wouldn't think so. No, if you skip the mandatory minicamp, I would think that that's a pretty clear signal that he's not going to be at training camp. Something similar happened with Nick Bosa, and the team can waive those fines in training camp. I don't think they can waive the fines in mandatory minicamp. That's totals about $100,000. So it seems to me he's the first guy who has missed the mandatory minicamp while looking for a new contract. Even Bosa, he showed up at the mandatory minicamp and then he held out at training camp. So I would think it's a foregone conclusion that until he gets his deal signed, he's going to be staying away. And then the other part of it is, and I don't know the answer, at what point does he have to show up and get an accrued season so that this year would count? So that's another part of it, another part of this, because he's under contract for this coming year at $14.1 million, and he would have to get that accrued season in order to be eligible for unrestricted free agency a year from now, assuming he doesn't sign a contract extension. And then that's kind of what I think. I mean, to me, it's 50-50. Whether the 49ers sign him to a new deal, or whether they just kind of try to kick the can down the road and have him play on that fifth-year option and then determine what to do after the season. At that point, probably the most likely option would be franchise him and then trade him. But we'll see. I mean, it's kind of tough to predict at this point which way it's going. And I think I did see where was it Ayuk who said that he was confident that something would get done this off season, but now maybe growing a little bit less confident.
Matt, that is all the time we have today. Thanks so much for making time, man. I'm sure we'll get more as we what's going on between now and July? We're just kind of waiting for training camp, right?
Yeah, not a whole lot. I mean, the off-season program is over, and so the players break for 40 days, and then they come back in late July. But, historically, the 49ers have not done much this time of year. When training camp is right around the corner, the week leading into training camp, that's typically when they've gotten, these big time deals done with their players. So I don't expect much news or really much happening for another 6 weeks.
Matt, as always, appreciate the time. We'll do it again next Monday, man. Thanks so much.
Okay, thanks a lot, guys. Talk to you
Thanks,
soon.
Matt.
Good deal there. Good information from Matt Mayoko on what could happen with Trent Williams. Doesn't know yet if it's pertinent or something that they have to figure out, like, in the immediate in terms of his contract, but also said he personally has not spoken to him or heard many rumblings about how urgent that situation could be. Check out the full interview with Matt there, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. We're going to talk to Andrew Baggerly of The Athletic. He covers the Giants, who come on home after winning 2 of 3 against Bruce Bochy's crew out in Texas. They get the Houston Astros today. We'll talk more about that or this series with Andy Baggerly, and then Tom's Angels, the Halos, come to town this week, and we can talk to Bags about some of the anonymous MLB poll that came out earlier today from The Athletic as well. Andrew Baggerly joins us next on The Sports Leader.
American Canyon, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, American Canyon's sports leader.
Marcus Thompson joined Papa and Len today and believes the market for Klay Thompson will be strong. Listen to the full podcast, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. That's right, Underdog Fantasy, the fan favorite way to play fantasy sports. And we know the regular season basketball's over. We still got the NBA Finals going on, though no games tonight. But you can still get in on the action every day of every season with Underdog Fantasy and their pick'em game. It's where you pick between 2 and 5 players to build a pick'em entry. You select higher or lower on the player stats, and if your picks hit, you can win up to 100 times your money. There's endless projections to choose from, totally customizable, plus legal in California. A ton of fun to play along as you watch the games. You create your own experience. I'm taking a look today at some of the baseball picks here in the pick'em game. Cedric Mullins, Baltimore at Tampa. That was a little while ago. That was a little bit earlier. We should get one in the evening time here. I'm looking at Royce Lewis here. Royce Lewis, it's Minnesota at Colorado today, or Minnesota against Colorado today. Colorado's at Target Field. I'm going to go lower than 8 fantasy points in the game for Royce Lewis and the Minnesota Twins. And then I'm going to look at Charlie Blackmon here. I'm going to go 1.5 hits plus runs plus RBIs. I'm going to go higher than that. You pair those together with a few more picks, you go 5 for 5. You can make a boatload of money tonight just by watching some ball. Underdog's easy to play. It's even easier to get started. Download the mobile app or go to UnderdogFantasy.com and sign up with promo code KNBR. And Underdog will give you a mystery special pick to use with your first pick'em entry and a deposit offer. Again, Underdog Fantasy, promo code KNBR. To claim your new customer special of a mystery player pick and your deposit offer, you must be 18 or older, present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concern where you play. Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
From the diamond to the dugout to the clubhouse to the front office, The Athletic's Andrew Baggerly brings his Giants coverage to KNBR. It's Tolbert, Copes, and Extra Bags on the Sports Leader.
We catch up with Andy Baggerly of The Athletic each and every week. He covers the Giants for The Athletic, and our conversations with Andy are sponsored by the Dolan Law Firm. They live here, they work here, they win here, DolanLawFirm.com. What's going on, Bags? How are you, man?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing well. Giants coming on home for a 3-game series. I want to ask you, did you check out, I'm sure you did, it is your publication, the anonymous MLB poll, or were you a part of any of that? That stuff fascinates me.
Yeah, we were all asked to get a handful of guys, try to get some pitchers, hitters, guys from, who are U.S.-born, Dominican-born guys, just try to get a good cross-section of people. And so I think I was able to forward 6 or 7 over. And I think all of my colleagues kind of did the same. And normally spring training is a good time to sort of do that when everyone's got a little more downtime. It's easier to kind of pester guys with something like this. And, it's funny. Some people will answer all the questions. Some just want to answer, don't want to answer things like who's the most overrated or whatever. But, it sort of feels a little like grunt work when you do it, but then you put it all together and it does kind of end up, telling you something kind of interesting about just where people's heads are.
Yeah, and it's a small sample size. Go ahead. Yeah, who are your anonymous guys, Bags? Did it surprise you that the Giants, I guess the most surprising thing to me is everybody jumps to try to look at who their teams are and which guys show up for their teams. The one we were talking about earlier was the players who voted for where they would sign, regardless, which team would you sign with if contract, state taxes, and rosters were not a factor. I think we were all a little bit surprised to see the Giants down there tied with the Mariners, the Rays, the Mets, and the Twins. And I imagine there's a bunch of factors, but eliminating 3 big ones and they're still near the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, a whole lot can go into that, right? I mean, how many people are from the Bay Area? It seems like a lot of guys who answered Atlanta, are from the Southeast or maybe grew up Braves fans. I mean, you still, even though we're kind of a ways away from the days when you got basic cable and you basically could, you could watch the Cubs and Braves and that's it. Yep. WGN or TBS, but there's still, I think, quite a bit of residual impact of that, and honestly, it goes to show that, teams that make it hard for their fans to watch games, you're just doing yourself a disservice. I mean, that's just like the easiest thing you can do to make your product more popular is to make it more accessible. So, whether it's making people hunt around to find the game on Roku or whether it's, like half of Dodgers fans not being able to watch the Dodgers or, I had a friend of mine in Dallas that I met with from college when I was there. And he's like, yeah, I can't watch the Rangers because I have YouTube TV and I can't get Ranger games. So, it's just, I think it's a good lesson for all the owners really is do what you can to make the games more accessible because, that's how you grow your fan base.
It's a good lesson to all sports fans. We got screwed when they said, hey, a la carte streaming, it's all going to be great. No, it's not. It sucks. For the most part. Yeah. You gotta get like 5 different streaming services, Bags, to get all your sports if you're into that sort of thing. So they duped us again. It's okay. I'm used to it.
That's kind of what capitalism is all about, I suppose. Good and bad.
Absolutely.
When you talk about like inelastic demand, though, I mean, like I can tell you, I love watching Northwestern football, as painful as that can be sometimes.
Yep.
And if you charged me, you said, okay, it's only going to be available if you pay $100 a game. I might think about paying it. I mean, I might. I mean, thankfully I'm not, putting on my credit card and paying 20% interest on it, but I might think about it. And I wonder how many people would be in the same boat, and maybe I shouldn't be giving them. Don't take those ideas, MLB owners. Don't listen to me there. Listen to my earlier thoughts.
Hey, did you hear Bags? He had a great idea. This is amazing.
Yeah, we'll just gouge them more. Yeah.
We're talking to Andrew Baggerly of The Athletic. Well, I'm not going to break any news here, but Ramos just been so much fun to watch. Like, just this. It did not just his batting, the way he goes about it, his approach, when he attacks, when he lays off, his fielding has been like just everything. It's like, oh damn, I guess this is what it looks like when it clicks for a number 1 draft pick. But no one could have expected this, and I wonder if they didn't have injuries, if we would have ever been seeing this. But it's definitely been the bright spot of the season so far. He just been every at bat you want to see what this kid does.
He bat flips a walk as well as anyone.
Exactly. Yes.
little things like his second game he starts in center field, he gets 2 balls to right center, and Austin Slater has been known to collide with an outfielder here or there, and
yes,
and he takes charge. You could be in your second game in center field, you're playing next to a guy who's got a lot of big league time. It's sort of that you got it, you take it, I don't got it, or whatever kind of thing. But no, he did what a center fielder is supposed to do. He took charge, he called him off, and Slater told him after the first one, hey, that's your ball, but just yell as loud as you can. I want you to be as loud as you can, so I know. And next time he was, and Slater was like, "That's it. That's awesome. That's what I want to see." So he's playing with confidence in all aspects of his game, and it really is remarkable because there is a whole sub-industry to our industry that is all about prospects and trying to figure out what people are going to do in fantasy baseball and everything. And nobody was talking about Elliot Ramos. He wasn't on, he wasn't on the radar screen in the next room. So, the fact he's doing what he's doing and basically has been one of the best players in baseball and really has been one of the best outfielders in the major leagues. And if he does this for another few weeks, he could be in an all-star game without like having to argue that he deserves to be there, but really be there. And that's pretty awesome. And, you have to do it over a long span of time. Luis Matos did it for a week. Ramos has done it for a month. Corbin Carroll did it for all last year, and he's been struggling all this year. So it's a tough game, man. It's always going to humble you. And but the fact that he's got the approach he's got, the fact he's been as controlling of the strike zone, a lot of the things he's doing look like they're sustainable. And that's I think that's probably you're probably pretty valid if you get excited over what you're seeing.
Yeah.
What was said about Keaton Winn after his outing yesterday, his first start back off of the injured list? Obviously not what we wanted to see. We wanted to see the first, 4 or 5 starts of the season of Keaton Winn, not the last 3. But obviously got to get back into a groove, but yesterday didn't go well.
Yeah, and, he pitched really well in April. He had 3 straight starts that were, 6 innings and 1 run each time. And then, the 3 starts in May were really, really rough, obviously. And, one, he wasn't feeling well. Another one he faced the Dodgers, another one he pitched in Coors Field. It happens, and then he has the forearm thing. And, he didn't have a real, he sort of had a quasi-rehab start. It wasn't like against AAA hitters. It was in the complex league. But I think that was enough for the Giants to feel that he was ready for this. And then, obviously, he just made a lot of mistakes. He did get 10 whiffs on his splitter. His slider was not there, though, and he really got away from it a little bit. But he's a guy who, a lot of scouts think he's a reliever, and his stuff will all tick up in relief. And a start like that will kind of validate that evaluation. But, the Giants feel like this is a guy who can, get through a lineup a few times. And really, they don't have a ton of options right now. So, until Robbie Ray comes back, and if Alex Cobb comes back, and Blake Snell when he comes back and starts to actually pitch well, the last couple spots in the rotation have been really difficult for them to navigate, and it's a big reason why they've got the second highest rotation ERA since May 1st. And no matter how much else the Giants do right, they're not going to make the postseason if they have the second worst rotation the rest of the way. So they obviously got to get that figured out.
With Kyle Harris in the last few games, home runs got him a couple games against Philly and the Mets. But just looking at it, the walks have been pretty good. He's given up 26 hits over his last 16 innings. That's a shocking number for somebody that gets as much swing and miss as he does. Is there something there? Is he getting behind in the counts all the time? The location off? Because that's a high number for just about anybody. But with the stuff he has, that just seems like alarmingly high.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, that's a big consequence of what we're talking about. You look at the 2 starts that feed into his starts, and they've been the bullpen game starts. They haven't. He doesn't follow Logan Webb in the rotation. So it's kind of been on him to be as efficient as possible and get through 6 innings, and it feels like that's the way he can best serve the team. And when you do that, you don't necessarily nibble when you get a head 0-2. You don't look for those strikeout pitches where hitters are expanding the zone.
Yeah.
You're continuing to try to throw strikes. And, I think the book is out that he's doing that. And like you said, 20 hits in his last 2 starts. And it kind of reminds me a little bit about that one year where Jeff Samardzija had like the most ungodly strikeout to walk ratio in the world. Yeah. And he walked like 18 batters all year, and he finishes the year with a 4.50 ERA. And his whole thought that year was, my whole deal is to throw strikes, get my team in the dugout as fast as possible, and save the bullpen and throw as many innings as I can. And the game definitely moved in a direction that didn't really reward that. It wasn't about quantity anymore. It was all about quality. And we'll take 5 innings and 105 pitches and 1 run over 7 innings and 5 runs. So that's just the way the game has gone. And I think in Harrison's mind, he's trying to be as efficient as he can, because not only does he know that he needs to save the bullpen, given how things are feeding into his starts, but he has a finite number of innings to throw this year too. He's not necessarily going to be allowed to throw 175 innings this year. So I think he wants to make every inning count as well, and get as deep as he can into every game until they reach the point where they're going to have to start skipping his starts or throttling his innings somewhat. But you're right. I mean, he's got a lot of arm talent, and he's only starting to scratch the surface, I think, of what he can do. But it would help if the Giants can figure out the couple of starts in front of him, so that he feels that he can expand the zone a little bit more when he has an opportunity to throw a kill pitch.
Just a quick thought on Matt Chapman, hamstring. Is he doing okay?
Yeah, I haven't seen the lineup yet, actually, because I just flew back from Texas, so I'm not at the game today. But is he in the lineup?
I haven't seen the lineup yet either. Tim, you got a lineup for me?
See if we can find one.
Yeah. No, Tim, you didn't hand me a lineup.
Yes, I got Wisely, Ramos, Bailey, Conforto, Solari, Yastrzemski, Estrada, Brooks, Schmidt. So that would be a no.
Oh,
Chapman,
that would be a no.
Chapman
Okay.
not in the lineup.
Well, yesterday, Bob Melvin was saying that he thought that Chapman would be in there just because he knows the player, and he knows it takes a lot to keep him out. So if he is out, then we know he's dealing with something, because he's a guy who plays through a lot. So there's probably a little bit of concern then if he's out of there. Also, I just don't remember, and you never go, woe is me about the schedule. Everyone has to play a tough schedule. But I will say it has been noticeable to me that the Giants hardly ever have a travel day off on the way home. After Miami, after New York, after this series finishing in Dallas, they come home and they play a game right away. And I think I looked it up, and they only have a travel day home or a rest day at home to start a homestand after the Cleveland series in early July. And then I think at the end of the 3-city trip, they have the weird sort of bing, bang, boom one to Baltimore, Kansas City, and Arizona, I think it is, in September. So, I mean, that's tough. You're like, well, you gain 3 hours, right? But that's always going to be, where people on the West Coast say, well, yeah, it doesn't quite work that way, though. So it's tough. The travel is tougher, I think, for the Giants than it is for, the teams that play in the Central, et cetera. And, the A's go through it, too. The Mariners certainly go through it. You got to deal with it. But, I think it would be nice if they had a day off before they start a homestand, every now and again.
Bags, we appreciate the time as always. Enjoy not being at the game. You got a little rest day coming home for a home series and then back at it tomorrow night. So have a good time this week. Enjoy your night off, and we'll talk to you later.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Good deal there from Andy Bagger. If you missed any of that, available KNBR.com and the KNBR app. By the way, you heard it there. Matt Chapman banged up. He is not in the lineup today. We can talk more about this as we get you ready. Giants pregame in about 15 minutes, coming up at 5:45. Kyle Harrison takes the ball tonight for the Giants. And we're going to get you some soup du jour, by the way, after I tell you that Tolbert & Copes is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Watch your money grow with a high-yield savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. See how much you can save at redwoodcu.org. Soup du jour is next on the Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming on the network made for streaming? X marks the spot. Now, through September 21st, get 150 megabit Xfinity Internet for 12 months with a 1-year contract for just $15 added. And you add the new Stream Saver that includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix. That's Xfinity Internet and Stream Saver for just $35 a month. All your favorites in one place only from Xfinity. So go ahead, binge on some TV shows, stream some movies, and save some money all at the same time. For more watching and less spending, X marks the spot. Switch to Xfinity, the network made for streaming, and bring on the good stuff. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Equipment taxes fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Currently $54 a month. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity Internet or TV, and price subject to change. Love sports, you love high def. You love getting everything all at your fingertips, all your favorite streamers in one place. You will love Xfinity.
It's a great night to be a Tiger. I'm here with my family.
They talk like that. Or Brian Kelly leave Notre Dame. Starts talking like he's from the Bayou. Which door you want me to leave? When you want me to leave, which door you want me to leave through? That's one of the best exiting pressers anybody's ever given. Tolbert and Coach wrapping things up here. We got about 10 minutes, by the way, until we get to Giants pregame coming up at 5:45. Kyle Harrison on the hill tonight, 4-3 with a 4.18 ERA. Spencer Arrighetti takes the ball for the Houston Astros. They come in at 30-36, by the way, 3-5 with a 5.79 ERA. I like that for an opposing pitcher. I like a 5.79 coming in to
59.
face. No. It's not even close to what I said. I'll get you the Giants lineup here. No Matt Chapman tonight, but I'll tell you what the rest of the lineup looks like in just a minute. By the way, Big 3 basketball opens its 2024 season with 6 games at Oakland Arena on Father's Day. Excuse me, not Father's Day. It's this Father's Day weekend. It's Saturday, June 15th. I'll read anything you put in front of me, Derek. While you're there, Big 3 is going to randomly pick people from the audience to participate in a free throw competition with Bay Area legend Rick Barry. The contest is going to happen between games, so get your tickets. You and Dad can go out on Saturday, hang out, watch the opening of the Big 3. The Giants lineup is out. Matt Chapman is not in it. Did you just run through it, Tom? Was it you who ran through it for us? You still have it up?
Give me 2 seconds.
Who's going to have it first, me or you?
I got it right here.
Wisely, I know Matt Chapman's not in it, so Wisely?
Ramos, Bailey, Conforto, Soler, Yaz, Estrada, Brooks, and Dunn. Now, that'd be cool if it was.
Brooks and Dunn.
Brooks and Schmidt.
Yeah, there you go. Schmidt's at third today, by the way, and you've got Wisely at short.
Yep. And Bregman in the lineup. I know there were some questions. His wrist, but he is in the lineup. They are Altuve, Bregman, Alvarez, Pena, Myers, Dubon. Doobie's back.
Dude, he's hitting 297, by the way, Dubon.
Yeah, I know.
Love to see it.
Abreu, McCormick, and Caratini. And so that's your...
Vic Caratini.
There you go, Caratini.
By the way, they just put Kyle Tucker on the IL, did the Astros.
Yeah, I saw that.
To the chagrin of my fantasy team.
I thought...
Much to the chagrin of my lineup, he's not in.
I thought Bregman might be out, too. I go, Giants catching a break. No Bregman, no... Look, they've had those guys. They haven't been very good. You said it earlier. This is not the same Astro team that we've grown accustomed to. I haven't watched them close enough to see exactly why, but it's not. It may be I think Altuve is still having a good year. I know Bregman's been a little down. I think
Bregman's hitting 237 with a 710. Tucker's been good.
Tucker's been fantastic.
Alvarez has been good too. 292.
He's been good.
Yes. OPS basically.
But I think once you get by the top 4, I think it drops off a little bit.
Yeah.
And so
What, you don't like
they're
Dubon hitting 7? That's not your...
no, not really.
Scaring you? No, I didn't think so. He's got by the way, 297, but a soft 297. 718.
Soft 297.
He's hitting a soft 297. I wonder how many games he'll run them out of this weekend or how many innings. We'll see throughout this week. Kyle Harrison on the hill against a guy named Spencer Arrighetti, who's got like a 5.8 ERA coming into this one. So that's where we are today. You got to get some. Should we open up the soup? Should we pour us a little bowl of soup to warm us up?
Excuse me, Flo. It's that time of day.
What is the soup du jour?
It's the soup of the day.
Tolbert and Cope's Soup du Jour.
That sounds good. I'll have that.
Okay, this one. Good night, this one. So, I know this comes about when I'm like injured ribs, anything in the midst, kind of injured. When I got home from surgery, like when I got home from my aortic surgery, you know, you get your chest is hurting, you get the big scar, and it's like the ribs are hurting, and you're just like, please, don't make me laugh. And I hope I don't sneeze.
You don't want to like bust like a stitch or like some real tight. Oh man!
No,
after a procedure?
you like please. And I remember sneezing one time. You just kind of like you really just tighten everything up so your body doesn't like convulse. Like that really hurt.
You pop a blood vessel in your eye.
Yeah, it's awful. Absolutely awful. I mean, everybody's been there. It just doesn't matter. I mean, it matters. It doesn't matter what it is. It could be ribs, could be midsection, could be whatever. You just don't want to sneeze. Just like, please don't sneeze. Well, this takes that to a whole new level. This was post-surgery as well. And dude, forceful sneeze. Yeah, I know. It's brutal, man.
What happened?
Sneeze. My man, good God. My man blew his colon out. Dude, it's like he dropped his tranny. He dropped his colon. He just blew it out of his body. I mean, that's brutal. That is brutal. Like, achoo, oh man, something feels different. I was about to have my colon on the ground.
Do you die? What happens if that happens?
Are you kidding me?
Do you kick the bucket?
The 63-year-old was enjoying some breakfast.
He was, yeah.
God, not only was he enjoying breakfast, he was enjoying it out at a diner with his wife.
Even home. What was he doing out after a procedure?
I don't know.
What's he doing?
I don't know. But they have successfully put the man's colon back in his body. They put it right back up there. I mean, there's already a ready-made hole, so you just like, boom, right here, we're good to go. No revenue, we don't need to repair. Yeah, just go and it's right there.
Just get some Gorilla
right
Glue.
there. Yeah, just stick it out there. You gotta
be kidding me, bro.
This is, I mean, look, it's been rough. The man did battle prostate cancer and underwent abdominal surgery. So he had a bunch of crap going on, man. Just a bunch of crap.
Speaking
he
of
had
crap.
stitches removed from his abdomen in the morning.
That morning,
that his bowel evisceration took place. I mean, that's just brutal, man.
Dude, read the headline. I just read the headline. The headline's great. It says,
I guarantee you, like, one of these things is going to happen to me.
Oh,
I
no,
I deserve it. I deserve it.
The headline is post-surgery patient's colon falls out of his body following a forceful sneeze.
My God.
I don't even know. I don't know what that means even. Like, he's like, oh. Like, what do you do? They had to have the... Oh, come on.
I got to read you this because I got to share it with you because I don't want to keep it to myself because it's so disgusting. So during the breakfast, the man sneezed forcefully, followed by coughing. He immediately noticed a wet sensation and pain in his lower abdomen. Looking down, he observed several loops of pink bowel protruding from the site. Oh, please make it stop. It's got to stop, doesn't it? I'm going to stop it.
That sounds pretty gross.
Yeah, that's that.
Sir,
that's not pretty gross.
Can I get you anything else, sir?
That is horrific.
You pick my colon up? You need a doggy bag?
That's what I was going to say. You think he's at a diner? You think they're going to go, is that to go? You're going to take that to go?
So do you want to bag up your breakfast?
Let me give you one of the, you know what? I'm going to make it a cardboard box. You don't want one of those clear things, do you? No, make sure it's the cardboard. Make sure it's the cardboard one. Oh God, that is like you. I mean, is that what is it time for Giants baseball already? Oh, God. Yeah, we got 2.5 minutes for Jets. This is a way to get you ready for Giants baseball.
You want to just bask in this for 2.5 minutes? That's
here.
what we're doing?
Let's just bask in the man's... No,
did you see where it happened? just for kicks.
Florida. It did happen in Florida.
All the crazy SS, dude.
I was going to say where it happened in his rectum.
Yeah, rectum. Nearly killed him. It really did. And it really did.
It really did. It really did. I told Tim, I go, we already did the antiques up the butt story. We did that.
Tim said, do it again. I was like, no.
Do it again.
He said, I wasn't here. Do that one again.
I wasn't here.
I know stuff up the ass as well as anybody.
That's why we were supposed to do it again so Tim could play that. He missed out on playing that
as well as anybody.
Yeah.
They say this guy with the colon or lack thereof. It says the lucky man was eventually weaned off. Well, lucky man.
Yeah, lucky.
Luckiest man of the world, huh? Weaned off pain medications. Got back to a new diet after 6 days. Back in the hospital. Tough deal.
I'd go a lot of bran. Is what I would go with.
Yeah, a lot of bran.
I'd go a lot of bran. Anything. No steak. Nothing like no cheese. Nothing like that.
Go to soft diet.
I'm not.
A lot of milk and magnesium is what he's having. Dude.
I'm not dropping a colon twice. Okay, once is once.
Do you think he called 5-second rule?
That's enough. I don't know what he called. I think what he called was, "Oh God, that hurts." What was that?
Yeah.
Did you hear that? Honey, did you drop something? Oh, damn, it's my colon. Look at that. We should probably pick that up and get out of here.
Heard a colon blow, but this is ridiculous. Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. All right, let's get out of here.
Can't agree more.
It's a perfect lead into Giants Astros.
You printed this.
It actually is a good lead into Giants Astros.
I got it.
Thank you. But all right, let's thank everybody. Let's thank Bags. Let's thank Matt Mayoko and God, who was early? Who was the first one early on? Was there one? Brett Jones. Boom. Brett Jones was on early on. Thank you very much, Derek. Thank you very much, Tim.
44. You're fat.
All right, whatever. All right, time to get you ready for the Giants and Astros next here on the Sports Leader. Take it away, Dirk.
Oh, my God.